Hello everyone. Today we're jumping into part 2. First, hey race a brief recap of part 1. Jiang Chang, a powerhouse who transmigrated into a new world, while only half a step from ultimate unity, embarks on a road of vengeance, armed with the memories of his past life and formidable strength. In a realm where beast tamers reign supreme, he relies on both brain and brawn to climb the ladder, smacking down every skeptic and turning himself into a living legend. Upon arrival, he subdues a royal-grade beast called the Devourer Wolf and casually nicknames it Air Shah. He quickly learns that this world's ranking system for contracted beasts ranges from mortal to divine, and his goal is to regain his previous might to stand at the summit again. During Tianlan Academy's entrance test, he displays an exceptional aptitude, stunning the crowd and silencing every mocker. Jiang Chang's talent draws plenty of attention, especially from his instructor Lu Mengli, who firmly believes in his potential. Yet his rapid ascent also stirs trouble. Qian Shiguang, a spoiled playboy with deep pockets, grows jealous and tries repeatedly to humiliate him, only to be crushed each time. Jiang Chong not only overpowers Qian, but also ruins his reputation in public. At the Beast Tamer Guild, the Devourer Wolf amazes everyone, allowing Jiang Chong to breeze through certification and muzzle his detractors. Su A, another self-important rich kid, tries to buy the wolf, gets rejected, and ends up on his knees begging for mercy. Everyone present realizes Jiang Chong is no ordinary tamer. He rents a villa in the Nanyang district to cultivate, intent on restoring his innate realm strength. The spiritual energy there is far denser than at the Beishan dump, so with a spirit gathering array in place, recovery is only a matter of time. His peace doesn't last. Bored, the Devourer Wolf slips out, flirts with a young woman's beast, and nearly sparks a fight. Jiang Chong rushes over to find the woman is Su Yun, heiress of a prominent Qinghe clan, and her grandfather Su Mua, sickly innate level expert, is close to death. With keen medical skill, Jiang Chong diagnoses Su Mu's illness and proposes modifying his cultivation method. Though skeptical, Su Mu agrees. Jiang Chong cures him and improves his technique, giving the old man hope of breaking into the War King realm. Grateful, Su Mu rewards him with a Qinghe command token and a purple crystal card packed with gold coins. Jiang Cheng's reputation in Tianfeng City soars. Back at Tianlan Academy, he again shows up his former critics. He completes a spirit-binding contract on the spot, leaving everyone speechless. Even Lu Mengli now questions his true origins. Meanwhile, Qian Shiguang, consumed by rage, teams up with Chenghu to kidnap Lu Mengli and lure Jiang Cheng out. At Tianfeng's Grand Auction House, Jiang Cheng buys materials to upgrade the Devourer Wolf, but a band of greedy robbers follows him. He routs them with ease and pries out news of the Flame Lord. Determined, he heads for Nanman Forest to track it down. In the forest, he meets Qinji's Hunter Alliance squad. Mistaking Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli for ordinary tamers, they try to steal their beasts only to be flattened. From them, Jiang Cheng learns of ancient beast ruins nearby and decides to investigate. Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli navigate countless dangers in Nanman Forest with strength and wits. He slays a gold-rank frost serpent, harvesting rare materials, then kills a 9-star gold crimson-tailed blood-crowned python, securing a candle dragon essence. Inside the candle dragon ruins, they clash with experts from the 3 great Tianhe families in a fierce battle over relics. Jiang Cheng's power and strategy prevail. He seizes another candle dragon essence and uses it to synthesize a mighty new contracted beast Jujuing. Once again, Jiang Cheng proves his unmatched might and ingenuity, and his name echoes through Tianfeng City. He crushes every opponent and publicly humiliates them. His road to supremacy has only begun. His ultimate aim is to reclaim the strength of his past life and stand unrivaled in this world. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're new to the story, check the comments or playlist for part 1. Now let's dive into part 2. Jiang Cheng shrugged. Then there's nothing I can do, he said evenly. But it's obvious those items matter to you. Let this drag on and both you and your bonded beast will pay for it, won't you? My beast. Suyowe's heart lurched, and she instinctively took half a step back. This man not only recognized her gravely injured beast, Xiao, he had seen the cause of its illness at a glance. Who exactly was he? She drew a long breath, reassessed Jiang Cheng once more, and spoke only after regaining her composure. I'll accept your terms, but I have a condition of my own. Name it. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, sounding utterly unconcerned. Bring back what I want intact, and swear a soul oath, she said, giving him a frosty sideways glance. Her tone turned mocking. Because I don't trust you. A soul oath. Jiang Cheng's lips curved in amusement, and he nodded. A soul oath was much like a beast contract, only directed at the master himself. Break it, and you either lose your mind or have your soul scattered. In this world, it was the highest form of binding. But if one soul C had already broken through its limits, the backlash meant nothing. With Jiang Cheng's half-step unity almost immortal soul C, not even his current injuries could make the punishment stick. So he repeated the wording she provided and delivered an exceedingly vicious vow. When the last word fell, a spark of starlight flared at his fingertip, then slipped between his brows and tethered itself to his soul sea. Only then did Su Yue incline her head. The icy aloofness returned to her features as she flicked him a triangular badge. Purple and crimson swirled across the metal, its surface cold as frozen obsidian and faintly reeking of blood and slaughter, the slaughter emblem. Jang Chong closed his fingers around it and exhaled. He had the qualification he needed. Next he had to track down Gongsun Wu and the other two, along with everyone who had ever crossed paths with Shen Yunyan. The list of items I need and the route are all encoded inside, Su Yue said, still in that glacial tone. The secret realm shifts constantly. 3 years have passed, so I can't guarantee the cache is still where it was. Yet the slight arch of her brows betrayed new confidence. Jiang Cheng had replaced Yang Tianbao as her first choice. Jiang Cheng answered non-committally, tucked the slaughter emblem away, and rattled off a list of materials. 10 gold-grade mutant spirit cores, 10 Saint Blood hero fruits, as well as essence of thunder, and an 8-fold Tongtian leaf. The first 2 were needed for the Icefire Demon Hound's evolution. He would provide the extra vial of high-grade dragon blood himself from Zhu Juyin. The last items, however, were core components for Zhu Juyin's next breakthrough, treasures so rare that even Luochuan's largest auction house had never displayed a single sample. Su Yue fell silent, her slim fingers whitening with tension. At length she looked up, eyes like frost. Interesting. I can live with the first few, and it'll even stretch to the essence of thunder that appears once in a millennium. But an 8-fold Tongtian leaf? That's a world-class treasure coveted by every diamond-rank beast aiming for the supreme realm. You sure think highly of me. She let out a low, cold laugh, though it couldn't mask her anger. For a mere retrieval job, his demands were outrageous. If reliable help weren't so scarce, she would have walked away on the spot. Jiang Cheng blinked and rubbed his chin. So Zhu Jiyin's materials were that scarce. Remembering that there were still 2 even rarer ingredients he hadn't dared to mention, he sighed inwardly and compromised. Fine, just gather the first few for now. Agreed. But let me be clear, some of those items are far too obscure. I may not be able to pull them together quickly, Su Yue said, inhaling sharply, her tone still hard as iron. Fair enough. Jiang Cheng nodded, said nothing more, and left with the Icefire Demon Hound in tow. The chubby boy, still locked in ice, shouted, Brother Jiang, wait for me. Casting a furtive glance at the frost-faced Su Yue, he ventured timidly. Sis, I guess you don't need me anymore, right? Get lost. Already in a foul mood, Su Yue flicked her wrist. Heaven and earth power condensed into a solid fist and blasted Yang Tianbao out the door. Ah, come on. Yang Tianbao landed face first yet again, ready to burst into tears. Gazing up at the sky, he felt the whole world held a special malice for fat guys. Damn it, Jiang Cheng. You are never locking me in that dark room again. Absolutely not. Freed at last, Zhu Jioyin puffed out his cheeks, the tips of his twin horns digging into Jiang Cheng's palm, while golden-red slit pupils blazed with anger. Ersha scratched his head, a puzzled look on his dog. Fasi had stayed in that room too, and thought it was fine, so why was this stinky snake making such a scene? Jiang Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain. He closed his fingers around Zhu Jiyin's neck, gripping it like the throat of fate, leaving the little creature to stare back with bulging eyes. Glancing at him, Jiang Cheng spoke coolly, fine, no more confinement. But behave yourself, stop flirting all day, and quit watching that trash. Trash? Everything I watch is positive energy. Zhu Jioyin puffed out his chest, declaring proudly. I want to report something. Ersha suddenly raised a paw, looking righteously at Jiang Cheng. That stinky snake has been binge-watching dramas these past few days. Oh, which one? Jiang Cheng's lips curved with interest. Stupid mutt, shut up. Zhu Jioyin lunged, hoping to gag Ersha, but Jiang Cheng's hold kept him immobilized. Ersha hesitated, thought of the Beastmaster Supreme's rations, then swallowed hard. Why to Omea's secret? Jiang Cheng froze for several seconds before the show's content clicked, a dark vein popping on his forehead. Lifting Zhu Jioyin even higher, he said icily, as of now, your clawphone privileges are revoked. No, that's artistic appreciation. Zhu Jioyin yelled in mortified outrage, covering his face. Traitor, Ersha. Ignoring him, Jiang Cheng ruffled the fur on Ersha's head, then a can of food appeared in his palm. 1 can for every report. Ah yeah, long live Jiang Cheng. Ersha hooped, snatching the can and doing the math. 5 life and death duels usually earned 1 can, but now a single report on the stinky snake did the trick. His doggy eyes sparkled with opportunity. Time flew like a white horse leaping a crevasse. A month passed in a blink. In the cultivation chamber, Jiang Cheng's eyes snapped open, cold light flashing like blades. Raising a palm, he sensed pure innate true essence surging innate perfection. In his previous life, the next step would be the divine sea, but this world held no ambient spiritual power. The path was blocked. He sighed softly. Bang! Something slammed the door. The Icefire Demon Hound barged in, tail wagging in excitement. Jang Chong, I want to report. The stinky snake secretly bought another claw phone. Nonsense, I did not. Zhu Jiuyin, flustered, rushed in and raised a claw as well. Then I report that Air Shah has been slacking off, no training at all. Lies. I leveled up. Air Shah's round eyes bulged as he released a thread of aura. Gold rank 3-star. Jiang Cheng glanced over, genuinely surprised. The dumb dog had really advanced. Zhu Jiuyin jabbed a claw at him. That's just from overeating. He then lifted his own chin and released his aura. I leveled up to 1-star higher than Air Shah. You started higher than he did to begin with, Jiang Cheng said mercilessly, though a smile tugged at his lips. His earlier frustration vanished. Sir, the slaughter arena just shipped a new batch of goods. Lin Yan burst in, drenched in sweat. In that month, he had wasted no time, hacking his way up to Silver Tier 9th stage as a slaughter fighter by pure warrior's path. His cultivation had also reached the peak of warlord, a leap made possible by several low-tier combat techniques Jiang Cheng had taught him. Perfect timing. Jiang Cheng nodded, eyes dark and distant. Only a few days remained before the Zhongling hunt. Soon every clue would surface. In recent years, no Thunder Calamity Zone has surfaced anywhere in the Donghua Empire, so gathering even half a lamp of Thunder Essence within a single month is already impressive. Su Yue pressed her still warm lips together and explained in an even tone. She was not exaggerating. Thunder Essence is a treasure of heaven and earth, born only with the slimmest chance where countless bolts converge, and such places exist solely inside those rare Calamity Zones. Jiang Cheng's gaze darkened as he glanced at the woman before him, raising an eyebrow to pursue another matter. What about the investigation I asked for? It's proving tricky, Su Yue said, shaking her head so that her black hair swayed across her shoulders. The information you gave me is too vague. I can't trace it in a short time. Jiang Cheng let out a soft snort, the curve of his lips half amused, half mocking. I haven't delivered on either condition you named, so technically I'm not obliged to finish your job, am I? Su Yue's usually calm face tightened, frustration surging up her chest. Her voice turned cold. If you're unwilling, we can end the deal right now and I'll look for someone else. I was only talking, Jiang Cheng answered, dropping the smile and turning serious. Besides, you won't find a suitable replacement that quickly. Su Yue gave a frosty hum but did not refute him. Longhu town perched at the border between Qinghe Prefecture and the Great Lake, called Long, was normally quiet, yet it had exploded with life because the Longhu secret realm was about to open. Within a few days, young prodigies from every prefecture poured in, walking shoulder to shoulder down the stone-paved streets, each accompanied by a ferocious beast. Several high-ranked martial experts and senior beastmasters descended as well, their pressure crashing over the town like a tidal wave. In this gathering, a mid-tier battle king counted as nothing more than a junior. Almost everyone stood at the peak of that rank, and more than a few battle emperors had appeared. Creatures of platinum caliber rare on any ordinary day now seemed to have arrived by prior arrangement, lining up outside the town. A titan great ape, tall as a mountain, let its fists hang low while muscles bulged like stone. A fire-clad armadillo, its scales glowing red-hot, crackled with living flames. A sky-piercing swamp crocodile, nearly 300 meters long, lay beside the river, one lazy sweep of its tail, sending waves several meters high. Even though every beast kept its aura restrained, passers-by still felt their scalps prickle. Suddenly a streak of blazing light split the sky as a golden flame lion padded forward, its paws leaving molten prints in the flagstones and rolling heat in its wake. All eyes snapped toward the young man on the lion's back. That's the eldest son of the Song clan from Tianhe. I never thought he'd show up this time. Among the crowd, someone recognized Song Tianjue and sighed in admiration. He was Taiyan's top genius. 3 years ago he traveled the southern region alone, and now that he's back he has probably stepped into the Battle King realm. Look at that lion, another whispered hoarsely, eyes burning with envy. Its aura is terrifying. It's only a hair's breadth from platinum grade. Most gazes lingered on the golden flame lion, tongues clicking in quiet awe. Even a single glance felt like scorching pain through the skin to the heart. Golden fire trembled with each breath, as if it wished to ignite the air itself. Clearly this lion's quality was extraordinary, only one step shy of platinum rank. A Battle King Master paired with an almost platinum Beastmaster's credential. Song Tianjue truly deserved the title of Taiyan's foremost prodigy. Yet Song Tianjue paid no heed to the murmurs. His eyes burned like embers as he locked onto the far end of Longhu town's main street. The golden flame lion lifted a paw and strode into the town. Jang Chong. Bloodshot veins laced Song Tianzuo's eyes, murderous intent nearly tangible around him. Well, if it isn't young Master Song himself. What brings you back so suddenly? A slightly grating voice rose from behind him. A small entourage followed close behind. At its head strode a young man in lavish attire, confident and imposing. Beside him crouched a two-headed hound the size of a calf, its body wreathed in orange flames. Both fang jaws fixed on the golden flame lion, a Hida beast nearly twice its size. Instead of cowering, the hound licked its lips, eager for a bite. Chu Longxiong of the Chu clan from Tianhe. Someone whispered. Another top prodigy had appeared, and the young powerhouses already lurking in Longhu town narrowed their eyes in caution. Feeling the searing heat rolling off the two-headed hound, a spectator sucked in a breath. That flaming Cerberus has broken into the platinum tier. Since the contestants settled in Longhu town, no one had yet revealed a platinum-ranked beast in public. Out of my way, Song Tianjua snapped, brow furrowed. His mood was foul to begin with, and Chu Longxing's swagger only soured it further. The Song and Chu clans had always been rivals, and he had no patience for polite facades. Yu Chu Longxiong choked on his words, fury surging through his chest. A mere greeting met with such disrespect? He clenched his fists, ice cold. Song Tianjua, you think a few years running wild put you above me? Care to prove it? If you want a lesson, I'll give you one. Song Tianzuo's reply was calm, yet glacial. Fine. He turned away as the golden flame lion raised its head, golden mane crackling with fire. It gazed down at the flaming Cerberus with disdain. Hidden onlookers perked up. A fight the moment they meet this should be good. They were eager to see Tian's true trump cards. Beside Chu Longxiong, an elderly man with graying whiskers coughed a warning. Young master, no need to reveal everything yet. Relax, Elder Mo. He doesn't warrant my full strength. Chu Longxiong snorted and vaulted onto the Cerberus' broad back, flames licking at his boots. He urged the beast forward, outwardly casual, inwardly tense. 3 years ago, Song Tianjua already ranked among Tian's top 5. After roaming the southern territories, had he stagnated or evolved? No one knew. He'll defeat you in 3 moves, Song Tianjua said quietly. The surrounding prodigies flinched. Song Tianzuo's arrogance had only grown sharper. Big words, Chu Longxiong sneered. Hope the wind doesn't snap that tongue. The flaming Cerberus let out a piercing dual howl. Twin torrents of flame erupted from its mouths, platinum aura exploding outward and scorching the stone underfoot. The golden flame lion showed no fear. It answered with a proud roar, lifted a paw, and advanced on Chu Longxiong with unhurried confidence. A hoarse, guttural roar burst from the golden flame lion, like rusty iron scraping together or an old wad of phlegm caught in its throat. Its jaws split in a savage grin, and 2 ivory fangs glinted with an icy sheen in the firelight. In the next heartbeat, the lion blurred into a golden afterimage and lunged at the blazing 2-headed hound, a wave of searing heat rolling in its wake. The hound answered with twin, piercing howls. Both massive heads thrust forward, one laughing, its grin torn to the ears, the other weeping, blood-red tears streaming down its face, sending chills through every onlooker. Thunder boomed. Elemental energy seemed to boil, and within a 100-meter radius fire essence surged like an invisible flood. Such is the terror of a platinum-ranked beast, it can bend the elements to its will as easily as it breathes. Suddenly, a 5-meter-wide orange halo rose beneath the hound's paws. A monarch's aura and its elite grade. Someone gasped. The monarch's aura is the exclusive mark of beasts at platinum rank and above, a badge of power infused with arcane might. Its colors denote quality: pale yellow for common, orange-red for elite, and a supreme violet for perfect. The grade depends on bloodline and potential. The higher it is, the stronger the amplification. For Chu Longxing's blazing 2-headed hound to manifest an elite aura placed it far beyond an ordinary low-star platinum beast. With a muffled boom, the orange-red ring flared, unleashing a silent torrent of power. The flames cloaking the hound blazed white-hot in an instant, forcing the crowd to squint. The overgathered fire element detonated like a powder keg. Shockwaves rolled out, bricks and tiles flew, and the spectators hastily summoned their own beasts or raised protective wards just to weather the blast. Is it over? Someone murmured, but the blinding flames barred their view. Not yet. A woman's voice rang out, calm and resolute. Violet lightning flickered in her eyes, cutting through the wall of fire. Su Mingzhou, heiress of the Lu family, a young talent exclaimed, recognition gleaming in his gaze. Several others brightened, eager to approach her. I'm afraid my lady dislikes crowds, an elderly woman beside Lu Shizhen said softly. She tapped her cane, and an unseen force pushed the would-be suitors back. A war emperor-level expert. The onlookers whispered, retreating in awe. I only wanted to greet the famed Lu heiress, one rebuffed youth muttered. No need to be so distant. Greet her? Please, you're ogling her, the elder at his side snorted. The Lu family's search for a son-in-law is the talk of the town, and you've clearly been paying close attention. The young man whose intentions had been laid bare showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, he chuckled. In fact, the other would-be suitors who had approached earlier were harboring the same plan. The Lu clan of Sumin Prefecture was the province's foremost aristocratic family, its foundations unfathomably deep. Even more decisive was the fact that only one direct heir remained, Lu Shizhen. Winning her hand meant placing one foot inside the very core of Sumin's power, so countless admirers flocked to her side. Yet Lu Shizhen herself was as calm as still water. Her slender, jade-like fingertips trembled, her brows knitted ever so slightly, and she sank her consciousness into the destiny tablet. divining another's fortune. How strange Song Tianjua hides his true cultivation, yet his fate reads soon to die. She murmured. The Azure Spirit Hunt was swarming with masters, but few could threaten a 5-star battle king, who also commanded a platinum 3-star golden flame lion endowed with a perfect monarch aura. Dissecting the luck of young prodigies was her favorite pastime, and images now flooded her mind. Song Tianjua, 5-star battle king, golden flame lion, platinum 3-star, monarch aura, perfect grade. With such cards in hand, scarcely anyone in Longhu town could suppress him. Yet his destiny clearly spelled doom. Who could, or would dare, end his life? Questions coiled around her, and she tried to probe deeper, but a sudden roar erupted in her mind, as if her soul had been struck by a sledgehammer. All color drained from her face. What a pity, she sighed. She had pushed herself to the limit today. Pressing on would only invite backlash. Roar. At the center of the battlefield, a lion's bellow rent the air. A blinding violet radiance exploded forth, instantly eclipsing the fiery orange aura of the two-headed hellhound. It was a perfect grade monarch aura. The watching young elites blanched, staring in disbelief at the golden flame lion and the nearly 6-meter wide violet halo that encircled its body. The purple glow around the monarch's halo blazed at its brightest. A ball of scorching heat gathered in the golden flame lion's throat. When it opened its jaws, a ribbon of gold fire shot forth like a blazing tongue. The furnace-like blast swept across the battlefield in an instant, severing the fire elements that had been circling the blazing two-headed hound. Those elements collapsed, and even the orange flames licking the hound's body were brutally suppressed. Bloodline suppression. Several seasoned platinum tier tamers murmured, narrowing their eyes at the lion. For beasts of the same element, mastery is decided by bloodline and affinity, and the lion had casually stripped the hound of its control over fire. The gap could not be clearer. Boom. The fire tongue slammed down, scorching the hound's flame-resistant hide until it curled and blackened, filling the air with the stench of burnt hair. Both heads howled in agony as the creature staggered back toward Chu Longxiong, hoping for its master's protection. Chu Longxing's face shifted between red and pale, his unease impossible to hide. That was a royal-grade beast, yet it was utterly suppressed. Could the lion actually be emperor-grade? Following his gaze, the crowd saw the purple monarch halo coiled around the lion and felt their shock deepen. Hidden around Longhu town, prodigies from every province looked on with grave expressions, a strong sense of dread rising in unison. Interesting. In a tavern across the street, a young man in a black leather coat twirled a wine cup, casting a thoughtful glance in Song Tianjua's direction before drinking again. A horse-cleaving saber hung at his waist, its sheath knocking the table leg with a low, menacing clang. This was Yun Chenao. A gentle male voice suddenly filled the empty tavern. Yun Chenao, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. No one had noticed the newcomer's entrance. He was a handsome man with a warm, academic smile, like a young professor who hit a sharp edge. The gray bird perched on his shoulder betrayed his identity. A wanglong bird, its body hawk-sized, feathers like upturned dragon scales, talons like tempered steel, and hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie blue fire. Ninefang Province, a member of the Mo clan? Yun Chenao took a sip, eyes half closed as he studied the man. You've come for revenge? Exactly, the newcomer replied with a mild smile. 3 years ago you crippled Mo Yun's beast and shattered her mental strength. She still can't form a second contract. As her cousin, Mo wouldn't have come to settle that score. He spoke calmly, then raised a hand in a courteous invitation. How touching, Yun Chenao sneered, rising without the slightest hurry. Right here then. I dislike trouble. Outside town, Song Tianjua reined in his horse, cast a frosty glance at Chu Longxiong, and swung himself onto the golden flame lion's back. He rode into Longhu town with calm composure. What's he so smug about? If we really went at it, you think I'd be scared? Chu Longxiong muttered, face sour. He brushed a second sigil etched into the skin of his arm, and a cold smile curled across his lips. I lost some face today, but the objective was met. I successfully tested a portion of Song Tianzuo's power. An imperial-grade beast and a flawless monarch aura are indeed formidable. Yet Chu Longxiong showed no fear. The flaming two-headed hound is far from his only trump card now. High above the stretch between Luochuan City and the Dragon Lake's secret realm, blade-sharp gales howled and clouds churned. Jang Chong, Su Yue, and Yang Tianbao were riding a thick-shelled skyfaring tortoise when a lone figure blocked their path. Su Yue arched an eyebrow at the middle-aged man ahead. A 7-star battle king? A mere battle king dares stand in her way. Someone hired me to take his life, the man Lu Qinggong said calmly, hands clasped behind his back as he floated in midair, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Chong. Kill yourself, or I do it for you. Jiang Chong blinked, wondering who had sent this assassin. Before he could answer, Su Yue's face turned to ice. Leave now, before I lose my patience, or die. Though badly wounded and greatly weakened, she still considered a battle king unworthy of causing trouble before her. Attempting murder under a battle emperor's nose was an affront to her dignity. She might have issues with Jang Chong, but she would never allow anyone to strike him in her presence. Lu Qinggong hesitated at the chill in her voice, finally taking a closer look. Her fine clothes gleamed like snow, yet her aura seemed as faint as any mortal's, probably some pampered socialite from Luochuan, mouthing off behind her status. He sneered down at her. Fools fear nothing. He'll give you one chance, apologize to me. Otherwise, you and he both die. With those words, his battle energy roared inside him and surged outward like a tide. The full pressure of a 7-star battle king exploded among the clouds, enough to shatter most cultivators' courage. Yet the skyfaring tortoise held steady. Jiang Cheng stayed silent, and Su Yuwei's expression never wavered. Yang Tianbao folded his arms and smirked. Someone was about to be unlucky. You're threatening me? Su Yuwei's voice was winter itself as she slowly raised one jade-white hand. Lu Qinggong scoffed, about to retort, when an irresistible force crashed down. The vacuum twisted, his battle energy froze, and an unseen giant hand clenched him in place, pinning even his fingertips. Spatial control. The killing pressure dried his throat and shrank his pupils as he stared at the woman in disbelief. She's a battle emperor. Lu Qinggong looked utterly miserable, as if he had swallowed a fly. His voice trembled. He was about to plead for mercy. Su Yue gave him no chance. Her starry eyes turned icy, and when her jade-like hand clenched the air, the surrounding space locked down like an invisible giant fist, poised to crush Lu Qinggong on the spoten emperor of war would brook no insult. Wait. Lu Qinggong thought his end had come, when Jiang Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. Su Yue snorted. Rather than easing up because Jiang Cheng had spoken, she intensified the pressure of heaven and earth. Crack, crack, crack. The golden glow around Lu Qinggong faded at once, his bones vibrating violently. Had he not long ago tempered his body and half-petrified his skeleton, he would have been crushed into a bloody mist there and then. Women, each one a force of nature, Zhu Jiuyin sighed, shaking his head. Jiang Cheng simply raised an eyebrow. Lifting a translucent hand, he sent out a subtle ripple. The roiling power of heaven and earth broke apart as though an unseen hand had brushed it aside, vanishing in an instant. Huff huff. Freed from the crushing force, Lu Qinggong flushed scarlet and gasped for breath, yet his legs remained frozen. Realizing Jiang Cheng had dispersed that suppression with a casual wave, he went from red to ashen and silently cursed 18 generations of the Chai clan. Damn it. They said the strongest here was only a mid-tier war king. Who were they kidding? Anyone who could shrug off a war empress restraint and still talk to her like that had to be a war emperor himself. 2 war emperors. Remembering his brazen words a moment earlier, Lu Qinggong felt cold sweat soak his clothes and wished he could slap himself for his loose tongue. While his mind was in turmoil, Su Yue was equally stunned. Frost glinted in her star-bright eyes as she fixed Jiang Cheng with a stare. How did you do that? The power of heaven and earth can be wielded only by a war emperor. Could Jiang Cheng be hiding strength even greater than hers? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Her aura climbed in silence, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Cheng found her tension amusing. To him, this so-called power of heaven and earth was a minor trick from the spirit sea realm. He had seen it countless times in his previous life. Although his present cultivation was only peak innate, he could, by tapping into his soul sea, borrow a wisp of that power for a short while. Su Yue had used only a small amount, which was why he could dissolve it so effortlessly. Had it been several times stronger, he would have been helpless. He cast Su Yue a sidelong glance, speaking offhandedly. Your control is rough. Is it so surprising that someone dispersed it? Su Yui's silver teeth ground together, her chest heaving. A 7-star war empress being told her technique was rough made anger blaze in her eyes. Jiang Cheng had no interest in arguing. He turned back to Lu Qinggong and asked in a flat voice, who sent you? The indifference in his eyes froze Lu Qinggong's blood. Cold sweat beaded on his brow, and without a moment's hesitation he spilled everything about the Chai family behind him. The Chai family again? Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, a trace of chill gathering in his gaze. He had been preoccupied with tracking down news of Shun Yunyin, so he paid little mind to the Chai family, yet they sought him out for trouble again and again. At this moment, Lu Qinggong felt the chill emanating from Jiang Cheng thicken inch by inch, a glacial tide that squeezed the breath from his lungs. His face went ashen, his knees trembled uncontrollably, and remorse and terror filled his eyes. Ultimately, it was the Chai family that had dragged him into this mess. The Chai family has ruined me, he roared inwardly, yet he was powerless to change anything. Do you want to live? Jiang Cheng suddenly curved his lips, a faint smile appearing on his icy face as his gaze landed on Lu Qinggong. It sounded like salvation from the heavens. Lu Qinggong froze, then bobbed his head frantically, his voice quivering with tears. Your Excellency War Emperor, I offended you only because the Chai family misled me. I have an 80-year-old mother, a wife, and a child not yet 3. Please, spare my life. Jiang Cheng's half-smile sent a chill down his spine. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qinggong threw caution to the wind. I will serve you as my master. The chubby Yang Tianbao nearby felt his scalp tingling. A 7-star war king was actually begging for his life, proof of how desperate he was. No need, Jiang Cheng waved him off. Help me with one thing, and I might let you live. What is it? Lu Qinggong blurted. The Chai family. Jiang Cheng's eyes were like blades, his voice calm. Take down the Chai family. Lu Qinggong weighed the odds in a flash. Escaping a war emperor alive was nearly impossible, but this task sounded doable. Besides, the Chai family had falsified military reports and almost cost him his life. He already hated them. Decision made, he straightened his back. That petty Chai clan dares offend your excellency? Rest assured I will wipe them out. Jiang Cheng smiled in satisfaction, flicked his finger, and a wisp of pitch-black energy shot into the center of Lu Qinggong's brow. Lu Qinggong recoiled in shock, but before he could speak, Jiang Cheng explained indifferently, a black goo curse, just a minor restraint. Keep your word and it sleeps. Betray me and pay the price. Icy pain radiated from his brow. Lu Qinggong turned gray, cursing himself for speaking up. Now he truly had to fight the Chai family to the death. Yet the arrow was already knocked. He clasped his fists and vowed, rest easy, my lord. As long as I draw breath, the Chai family will know no peace. Jiang Cheng merely gave a soft accepting the pledge. Su Yue watched silently from the side, her eyes growing ever more pensive. She had thought she understood Jiang Chong, but now she saw that his power and methods far exceeded her imagination. Her delicate brows knitted. Is it still safe to deal with such a man? Yet the memory of the soul-binding oath he had sworn eased her worry somewhat. No matter how many tricks he had, surely he could not break a soul oath, could he? The bitter wind howled as the 8-armed sky turtle sped onward. Barely half a day later, an endless expanse of water filled their view. In late autumn the lake should have been cold and placid, yet thick fog rolled above it, hiding whatever moved beneath. Sensing Jiang Cheng and Yang Tianbao's curiosity, Su Yue explained, that's Dragon Lake. The secret realm inside opens without warning, and every opening triggers a geological upheaval. Dragon Lake Town exists as a buffer. Oh, Jiang Cheng frowned. Twin white flames flickered in his eyes as he tried to pierce the mist and see the lake's center. Su Yue caught his intent and snorted. Save your strength. The realm's coordinates shift constant line 01 can lock onto them. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, calm as ever. Unless something changes, ITLL open within 2 days. Su Yue answered with a dismissive laugh. The wind remained frigid. Rubbing his numb scalp, Yang Tianbao asked awkwardly, can we land now? After half a day up here, my Dark Knight Boa bloodline is about to freeze. Su Yue pointed downward, and the sky turtle dived. Just as they were about to sweep into Dragon Lake Town, a powerful aura cut them off. Flying is forbidden inside Dragon Lake Town. A golden hand, forged from elemental force, reached down to yank the sky turtle and its passengers from the sky. Get lost. Su Yue's face turned icy. A fresh surge of energy burst from her fingertips. The void shuddered, a sword of light flashed, and the golden hand shattered into dust. 2 war emperors had exchanged blows in midair. The shockwave ripped a gap in the lake fog, sending a wall of vapor shooting into the heavens. Inside the town, several imposing auras flared at once, and a few platinum-ranked spirit beasts snapped open their eyes, their low growls rattling the rooftops. Another war emperor? And strong enough to break Mo Qianju's move with ease. Her level must be high. Hidden observers traded uneasy looks, puzzled by the stranger's identity. A resigned voice rose from the town. See that it doesn't happen again. It was Mo Qianju. Head assumed the newcomers merely ignored local rules, never expecting another war emperor. His gaze lingered on Su Yu's striking face, and he thought, she's rather beautiful. Stare any longer, and he'll gouge your eyes out. Su Yue arched an eyebrow, her contempt plain. Golden light burst around her, dazzlingly bright. The watching war emperor's pupils constricted. The war kings felt stabbing pain as blood seeped from the corners of their eyes. Golden body perfected. The veteran war emperors from the 13 provinces went solemn and quickly steadied themselves. Su Yue didn't linger. With Jiang Cheng and Yang Tianbao in tow, she stepped off the sky turtle and vanished into the maze of streets. There sure have been a lot of heavy hitters around here lately. Several members of the Luochuan contingent gasped in awe, but most wore grim, almost stricken expressions. Dragon Lake Town had become a gathering place for powerhouses, battle emperors, and platinum-tier beastmasters. Figures seldom seen on ordinary days now filled the streets. Worse still, the competitors of their own generation were just as frightening. Over the past few days, the youths of Qinghe Prefecture had witnessed the methods of prodigies from other regions firsthand, and the gap felt crushing. Nearly everyone around them was a peak gold-tier beastmaster, and many already commanded platinum-grade beasts while cultivating the warrior's path, afoot in the working realm. Among the Qinghe teams, not one had reached platinum, and several beastmasters were still stuck at 6 or 7-star gold. Even their acknowledged leader, Chai Yunlai, was only an 8-star war king, clearly outmatched by the elite from other prefectures. While the Qinghe youths brooded, a blast of scorching heat swept across the square. A lion wreathed in golden flames strode forward, its molten mane tinged with violet fire. Seated on its back, Song Tianjua scanned the crowd with blade-sharp eyes and asked, his voice as cold as steel, "Are you the ones from Qinghe Prefecture?" The lion's pressure weighed on the city itself, leaving many faces drained of color. Only Wang Ri, a prodigy of the Wang clan, met Song's gaze with courteous resolve. "We are," he said. "What can we do for you, brother Song?" "Where's Jang Chong?" Song Tianzuo's words seemed chipped from ancient ice, each syllable biting to the bone. The young heirs of Qinghe looked at one another. None had heard of anyone named Jang Chong. A faint stir rippled through the Chai clan's ranks. Song swept the crowd again, impatience sharpening his expression. "I asked you a question." Before the echo faded, the golden flame lion let out a low snarl. A violet monarch aura erupted, and the surrounding gold-tiered beasts trembled, sprawling in submission. "Isn't that going too far?" Someone finally shouted, anger roughening his voice. "We're all contestants. Trying to bully everyone at once is plain disrespectful." "Too far." Song Tianjua laughed, the sound frosty. He tapped the lion's skull. Its pupils flared, and in the blink of an eye its tail sliced through the speaker's beast, piercing its heart. With a wet thud, the massive crimson organ was torn free, blood spraying across the square. The lion licked the splatter from its muzzle, clamped down on the heart, and chewed leisurely. It happened so fast most people didn't even blink. The Feng clan's platinum beastmaster stared helplessly as his junior's beast was destroyed. The contestant's eyes flooded with blood, then went deathly pale as he collapsed, coughing up Crimsona Contract's backlash. "Young man, that's enough," Feng Rongbiao growled, killing intent rolling off him. He flicked his sleeve, and a giant beetle surged forward, its violet-black shell humming a platinum-grade beast of his own. From the lion's back, Song Tianjua looked down, voice dripping disdain. "A mere king-grade beast, and you dare bark at me?" The lion roared, its violet monarch aura flaring to the limit. Fire elements boiled, shoving every other element aside. Scorching winds howled, and the very air warped with heat. This was the power of its monarch or elemental plunder. Bang! Bang! The fire element in the air churned until it was almost molten, so dense it left no gap, wrapping the Zitsong Nyochong in an instant. "Li!" The beetle shrieked, its wings beating frantically. Lightning danced across its carapace, but the flames only turned the current into a catalyst. Thunder and fire tangled together, bursting into a string of sharp explosions. "Damn it! Elemental suppression? Impossible." Feng Rongbiao looked as if he had seen a ghost, and every onlooker felt the same shock. Everyone knew lightning normally countered fire, yet the scene before them was completely reversed, and both beasts were platinum rank. Song Tianzuo's expression stayed calm, a trace of scorn on his lips. Elemental advantage only applied within the same grade. How could ordinary lightning suppress an extreme fire attribute? Roars rang out. The golden flame lion bathed itself in fire, its power pushed to the limit by an unseen hand. Every swipe of its claws landed heavier than the last, hammering the Zitsong Niachong's cold shell until bones shattered inside. The beetle screeched, folding its armored plates tight just to stay alive, unable to strike back. Impossible. Feng Rongbiao's teeth ground so hard they clicked. The Zitsong Nyochong was his pride, a platinum 3-star unit that rarely met an equal in Qinghe Prefecture, yet it was being crushed by a junior's beast. "I concede." Through the pact, he felt the beetle's life force plummet and could only bow his head with a bitter smile. "Uncle Biao." Members of the Feng clan were stunned. The family's trump card had yielded to a youngster. Elders of other houses fell silent, while their young heirs fell to chill. So this was a top prodigy from Tianhe City. The gap was suffocating. Song Tianjua could not even be bothered to lift his brows. His cold stare swept over the people of Qinghe Prefecture. "My patience is limited." The golden flame lion bared its fangs, iron claws prying apart the beetle's mandibles, ready to tear it in two. The insect trembled like a leaf, wailing for mercy. Feng Rongbiao's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse with despair. "Sir, I truly don't know this Jiang Cheng you keep mentioning. Must you drive us to death?" Several clan heads nodded beside him, faces full of grievance. Whatever Jiang Cheng had done, why should they pay the price? Most of them had never even heard the name. Song Tianjua remained unmoved, a look that said, "Solve it yourselves." The golden flame lion's claws tightened, cracks spread along the shell with a crisp crunch. "I know." After a long silence, Chai Jing spoke. Every gaze turned to her. With an even expression, she opened her palm, projecting a hologram. "Jiang Chong. That's him." Song Tianzuo's breathing turned rough, violence surging in his eyes as he grabbed Chai Jing's shoulder. "Where is he? Tell me." Pain shot through her shoulder, yet Chai Jing kept her composure. "He killed my elder brother. The Chai family already sent men after him. He's probably dead by now." "What?" Song Tianzuo's fury exploded. "You think the likes of you could do it? Only I get to break him." The death of his brother, Song Tianza, had shattered whatever calm Song Tianjua gained from years of travel. He now raged like a beast. Elsewhere, Jiang Chong released the Icefire Demon Hound, stored Air Shah in his pet space, and followed the chubby Yang Tianbao into an old street on the east side of Longhu town. Brother Jiang, this is the biggest trading hub in Longhu, Yang Tianbao said eagerly, gesturing around. It may look remote, but everything here is rare. Some goods even come from longest archaeological digs. It's better than the Luochuan Grand Auction. Jiang Qing nodded lightly, eyes glinting. He hoped to find materials for his next divine pet or items to advance Zhu Jiuyin and the Icefire Demon Hound. Jiang Chong, I feel something inside is calling to me. From his pocket, Zhu Jiuyin poked out its tiny head, tapping his hand with a paw. Oh, that convenient. Jiang Cheng's gaze brightened with anticipation. Maybe today would bring a real harvest. Longhu Market was neither large nor small. A bluish-gray flagstone street ran straight ahead, with stalls set out haphazardly on both sides. At first glance, it looked no different from the vendors' row in Luochuan City's Commons Quarter, but a practiced eye could tell the difference at once. The stall keepers were anything but ordinary folk. The weakest of them had reached mid-tier battle king, and the stronger ones carried an air of bloodlust, each attended by a guardian beast in case trouble broke out. The crowd was thin, yet almost everyone present was a young prodigy chosen from the 13 provinces. They browsed on the surface while secretly sizing one another up, strands of killing intent crisscrossing like silk threads. Yang Tianbao lowered his head and counted on his fingers, feeling several fierce pressures around him. The usual carefree look vanished from his face, replaced by caution. Every one of these people had trained in the warrior path, and none of them were weak. Worse still were the beasts behind them, each sitting at the very peak of gold rank, their quality downright terrifying. That earth bear we just passed, he measured silently. Its aura is already brushing against platinum. Across the way, Candle Juyin's draconic pupils lit up. The little claws pointed toward a stall tucked in the far corner. Over there, Jiang Chong followed its gaze. In the corner stood a shabby booth, cluttered with materials and sundries. The vendor wore a bamboo hat and a black robe that hid his face. Squatting beside him was an ice blue otter with 3 bony spikes on its head. White fangs showed through the frost that leaked from its breath. Beast name, Frostbane Otter. Rank, Platinum, 3-star. Quality, Royal, Supreme. Skills, 1. Immortal Hex LV.2 draws on a trace of immortal power to drain all life from its target and condense it into a flower of vitality, extremely vicious. 2. Ice Domain LV.5. 3. Glacier Blight LV.3. Status, loafing around. Attributes, Ice Curse. Profile, 1. An ancient otter subspecies from the Nordic polar border, mutated through genetic chain tuning. It commands both ice and sorcery. 2. Temperament, cruel and brutal, fond of tormenting prey with curses. Weaknesses, light and extreme flame. Evolution paths, 16 in total. This companion beast is absurdly strong. Jiang Chong pulled his gaze back, frowned, and strode toward the stall without hesitation. Inside his pocket, Candle Jiuyin blinked. The strong signal it had sensed a moment ago vanished. Scratching its head, it muttered, "Weird," the resonance cut off again. "Jiang Chong, I think this stinky snake is playing us." The Icefire Demon Hound complained, raising a paw. "I say we dock a month of its canned food. Drop dead. You fat pig, you idiot." Candle Jiuyin shot back, half furious, half embarrassed. Dragon and Hound immediately launched into a spit-flinging quarrel. Jiang Chong sighed and recalled the big dummy into the pet space. As for Candle Jiuyin, still needed its treasure-seeking talent. Ancient dragon breeds are born misers, and their sense for rare valuables far surpasses ordinary beasts. Anything that stirred its greed had to be exceptional. Humph. Candle Jiuyin folded its arms and puffed out its chest. That overfed simpleton wants to compete with me? Ridiculous. Continuing the scan. Before it finished boasting, Jiang Chong flicked its forehead and said evenly, "Focus." Wicked Jiang Chong, exploiting child labor. The little dragon clutched its head and stamped its feet in protest. "Brother Jiang, do you really think we'll find anything worthwhile here?" The chubby Yang Tianbao studied the stall with suspicion. None of the items stirred the slightest ripple in him. Everything was painfully ordinary. No wonder no one had bothered to stop here. Either buy something or get lost. The vendor, who had been lounging with his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. His gaze was razor-sharp. What kind of attitude is that? Yang Tianbao froze, cheeks flushing with a mix of shame and anger. Seriously? I'm a paying customer, and you're already yelling at me? Did you wake up chewing bullets? The vendor snorted, closed his eyes again, and said nothing more. Chained to one side of the booth, a Bingshi demon otter lifted its head. It flashed a row of needle-sharp, snow-white fangs, the smile on its muzzle cruel and unnerving. A chill crawled up Yang Tianbao's spine. The creature was clearly dangerous. Still, catching sight of Jiang Chong beside him, he puffed out his chest and tried to look unfazed. Jiang Chong ignored both the vendor's rudeness and the otter's provocation. His calm gaze drifted across the stall, and lines of information floated through his mind. Item, Helfian Spider Leg 3. Can synthesize, Dread Wolf Spider Leg Component 1. Can dismantle, 10 material shards. Grade, B. Item, vermilion dragon fruit. Effect, contains a trace of fire element law, enhances fire-type beasts, also a top-tier, scarce alchemy ingredient. Grade, A. After a quick scan of everything on display, his verdict was simple, perfectly average. No surprises. Then his eyes landed on a pitch-black, spherical stone, and his expression finally changed. Item, fragment of the Earth's heart. Assessment, perfect quality, age 3,000 years. Description, a shard from the eternal heart buried deep within blue star, imbued with supreme law power. Can synthesize, Earth King Beast Core. Missing materials. Can dismantle, 100 material shards. Rating, S+. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. The firelight dancing in their depths. It was the highest grade material he had ever seen. The dossier had flashed 3 words: Earth King Beast lineage, and his heart tightened. It had to be an exceedingly rare and powerful gene for beast taming, priceless if synthesized. He steadied himself, a faint smile lifting his lips, and pointed at the pitch-black stone egg in the center of the stall. How much for this heart of the earth? The vendor, half drowsing a moment ago, snapped his eyes open and followed Jiang Cheng's finger, surprise coloring his voice. You want that thing? Jiang Cheng nodded. Beside him, Yang Tianbao scratched the back of his head, peering at the egg for a long while yet finding nothing remarkable. I hauled it up from the depths of Dragon Lake, the vendor said, spreading his hands as if hiding nothing. I don't know what it does, but my gut tells me it's anything but ordinary. He narrowed his eyes. If you want it, show me something that satisfies me. Oh, and what counts as satisfying? Jiang Cheng asked mildly, one brow arched. 10 ice type, gold-grade demon cores, or a beast-taming elixir of 3rd rank or higher, the vendor drawled. The hell, why not just rob someone? Yang Tianbao burst out. It's just a rock. How could it be worth that much? Jiang Cheng ignored the outburst, frowning for another reason. Beside the stone egg lay a seemingly worthless, yellowed strip of beast hide. That's the one, Zhu Juyin murmured from inside Jiang Cheng's sleeve, a tiny claw pointing at the hide. The scrap looked like discarded contract parchment, utterly devoid of energy. Item, death contract incomplete. Extractable, 0.1% death law. Rating S. Although 1 tier below the heart of the earth, its note was chilling, capable of killing or grievously wounding a low-rank war sovereign. Relief washed over Jiang Cheng. He had yet to reach the divine sea realm, and his 2 contracted beasts were limited in strength. Facing a war sovereign would be suicide. With this trump card, his odds of survival rose sharply. He pointed at both the hide and the stone egg. 5 ice-type demon cores for the pair. The vendor glanced at the beast hide, muttering under his breath. The kid sure had an eye for offbeat merchandise. Maybe he did know something. His face darkened, and he sneered. That's not how you bargain, youngster. I've changed my mind. 15 cores. Jiang Cheng said nothing. He flipped his palm, revealing 5 ice-type demon cores, frost swirling around their lustrous surfaces. 5. Take it or leave it. Gulp. Across the stall, the ice-edge otter swallowed hard, aqua-blue eyes locked onto the cores. If its master gave the word, it would pounce, crush the crystals in a single bite, and savor every drop of their sweet, potent energy. The vendor fixed his gaze on Jiang Cheng, searching for any flicker of hesitation, yet Jiang Cheng's expression never changed, his resolve unshakable. Seconds slipped away, the surrounding cries of hawkers fading until only the silent pressure between the 2 men remained. At last, the vendor released a long, resigned breath and was about to nod when a clear voice chimed beside them. How much for these 2 items? The voice belonged to a slender woman with an almost otherworldly air. Her jet black hair lifted in the breeze, and her dark, crystalline eyes were so pure that any refusal seemed destined to dissolve under their gaze. Cradled in her arms lounged a creature no larger than a house cat. It looked like a cross between a cat and a tiger, its violet-blue coat hugging its body and gleaming like metal in the lamplight. 2 delicate horns curved from its brow, and its round eyes blinked innocently. Yet Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes as pale gold text streamed across his retina. Beast name, Luai's Xian. Grade, Platinum, 2-star. Rarity, Imperial, Medium. Skills. 1. Luai's domain LV3 field type, 3,000 meter radius, lethality, A. 2. Unending suppression LV3 mental type, intensity 1,000,000 Hz, imposes psychic pressure on all targets within range. 3. Dragon summons LV4 summon type, note. Data incomplete, analysis pending. State. Content. Attribute, divine. Description, bears the bloodline of Bien, one of the mightiest draconic beasts, and wields extreme lightning power. Classified as a Bien variant. Likes. Arguing, logical debates, acts of justice. Weakness, fears turtle shells. Evolution paths, 8 in total. Note, divine lineage. The dense data glimmered coldly. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened, and he exhaled under his breath. This adorable violet feline harbored Bien blood still a notch below the candle dragon, yet far beyond most beasts of its tier. His thoughts raced as he concluded that divine beasts had not vanished entirely from Blue Star, fragments of their bloodlines still survived. The stall keeper's eyes flickered when another customer approached, keenly aware that these two items were anything but ordinary. Yet the longer he studied them, the deeper his doubts grew. The heart of the earth felt smooth and warm like jade, but showed no other sign of power, while the beast-hide scroll was so tattered it barely held together, completely void of energy. Had the material not been peculiar, he would never have bothered to pick it up. Setting the objects down, he looked up. What do you have to trade? Wu Xingyue frowned, thinking. A sudden gleam flashed in her palm, and a crystal-clear, amethysthed fruit appeared from nowhere. Its rich fragrance spread instantly, and the surrounding aura was drawn in like a tide. Cultivators at nearby stalls turned their heads, a dozen fiery gazes fixed on the purple fruit. A Leishua fruit, the stall keeper blurted, breath-catching. Feeling the covetous eyes around him, his hands trembled, yet he stuffed both the heart of the earth and the death contract into Wu Xingyue's arms without hesitation, sealing the deal. Once the fruit was his, he took a greedy, deep breath of its scent. The grin under his bamboo had impossible to conceal. He packed up at once and let out a shrill whistle. The Bingxi demon otter crouched nearby instantly swelled in size, kicked up dust, and man and beast fled toward the outskirts of Longhu town. From the shadows of an alley, several auras stirred and slipped into silent pursuit. Robbery and murder were everyday affairs in Longhu town. A single Leishua fruit was temptation enough, but most onlookers belonged to the 13 provinces' top powers and clans. Worldly as they were, they merely looked on in surprise. Inside the Longhu secret realm, fortunes far grander than a Leishua fruit would be waiting. Luai's, did I just get swindled? Wu Xingyue wrinkled her delicate nose and tapped Luai's Jian on the forehead. Luai's Jian rolled over with an innocent look, tail flicking lazily as if to say, I only sensed something unusual. I never promised it was priceless. Humph. If it turns out worthless, I'll toss you in the stew pot. Wu Xingyue threatened, trying to sound fierce. Luai's Jian. Elsewhere, the Zhu Jiuyin in Jiang Cheng's arms lashed its tail in disgust. Outrageous. Jang Chong. That woman and her little furball stole our prize. I'd have taken them down myself. Give me the cat. You handle the woman deal? You're sure you can manage? Jiang Chong flicked its head, helpless. Why died? The little dragon snapped back. Jiang Chong. How dare you doubt my strength? That half-grown kitten one swipe, and it's done. It's a platinum 2-star by invariant. Jiang Chong observed calmly. Zhu Jiuyin froze, lowered its head, and began counting on its 10 claws, apparently calculating just how many stars it lagged behind Luai's Jian. Gold 4-star against platinum 2-star, full 7-star gap. The little creature had been holding its head high, but now it sagged like a punctured ball. With its thunderous snort it changed its tune. Lord Dragon isn't feeling well today. Give me a few days and see how I smash it then. Jiang Chong chuckled, pushed the curious candle Jiuyin back into his sleeve, and shifted his gaze to Wu Xingyue and the Lei Zheji Han in her arms. Miss, I believe I was the first to set my eyes on those 2 items, wasn't I? Huh. Wu Xingyue blinked, finally noticing him. She had assumed he was just another bystander and ignored him. Now she blushed, knitted her brows, and hesitated. But he's already sold them to me. It's all right. I'm willing to trade you something else, Jiang Chong said calmly, a faint smile on his lips. The young prodigies clustered around Wu Xingyue immediately scowled at this, looked like outright coercion. One youth with a rifle opened his mouth to protest, but the words caught in his throat, and his eyes bulged. Somehow a fist-sized crystal had appeared in Jiang Cheng's palm. Its facets were razor-sharp, and purple-blue light pulsed within it, while arcs of lightning crackled along the surface. The thin ambient lightning element suddenly roared to life. Static sizzled across the street, slate clouds churned overhead, and serpents of electricity writhed in the distance. An immortal thunder crystal, someone in the crowd gasped. In an instant, every gaze in the market snapped toward Jiang Chong. Breaths grew heavy. The very air trembled as several deep auras and mental probes swept over, proof that hidden powerhouses had been stirred. The Lei Zheji in Wu Xingyue's arms was equally excited. Silver fur bristled, violet-green pupils shrank, and desire gleamed in its eyes. Lightning flared over its body as its aura climbed higher and higher. If the Thunder Shuo fruit from earlier was already a rare treasure, then this immortal thunder crystal was nothing less than divine. It held not only pure lightning essence, but even the very laws of thunder, making it a holy relic coveted by every lightning-aligned beast or ability user. While the crowd's eyes burned with greed, Jiang Chong only scratched his head, looking puzzled and a bit annoyed at the crystal. Isn't this just a lightning-type trinket I exchanged for 15 material shards? My friend, sell it to me. They'll trade you 3 no, 4 platinum-grade wind cores. The moment the shout rang out, the once stunned crowd erupted, every fiery gaze locking onto the immortal thunder crystal in Jiang Cheng's hand. When they snapped back to their senses, their feet moved as one, forming a loose half-circle around him. A calm yet urgent voice rose above the murmur. They'll give you a pound of life elixir in exchange. Does that please you? Life elixir? Several spectators drew sharp breaths, followed the sound, and, recognizing the speaker, nodded in understanding. A scion of the Gu clan from Jiufeng Prefecture. The Gu family's influence spans Jiufeng and Mu prefectures and the Thousand Feather Forest, and for generations they have prided themselves on bonding lightning beasts. Anyone who can casually offer a pound of life elixir must rank high within the clan. Is that Gu Luolong, Jiufeng's greatest prodigy in a century? Whispers rose and fell, then faded. No one dared raise the bid. After all, a pound of life elixir is worth no less than an immortal thunder crystal. If Jang Chong has any sense, he should accept. He frowned slightly, his gaze sliding to Gu Luolong, and the three's hang-tall bear looming behind him. Bestiary entry. Name, Polar Thunder Bear. Rank, Platinum, 3-star. Grade, Royal High Tier. Element, Pure Lightning Assault. Skills. Description, a Kodiak brown bear mutated by lightning essence, retaining staggering defense and brute strength while gaining control over electricity. Temperament, highly aggressive, craves the flesh of any lightning-based material or beast. Weakness, massive frame hampers mobility and leaves it vulnerable to kiting tactics. Fwoosh, the polar thunder bear snorted twin jets of white mist from its huge nostrils, eyes fixed on the immortal thunder crystal, drool threatening to hit the floor. If you'll make the trade, I, Gu Luolong, will remember the favor, he said with an assured smile, as though the deal were already sealed. Wu Xingyue stood nearby, brows knitted, silently regretting that she hadn't spoken up sooner. To any lightning beast, an immortal thunder crystal is sacred, and Luai's is no exception. She parted her lips, a faint blush crossing her face, but held her tongue and focused on Jang Chong. The crowd thought the matter settled, only to see Jang Chong give a slight shake of his head. He casually handed the crystal to Wu Xingyue. The girl froze, then broke into a radiant grin, hastily trading him the Heart of Earth and the Death Covenant. Luai's senses had told her the two artifacts were extraordinary but perhaps not suited to him. Better safe than sorry. Trading them for the immortal thunder crystal was the wise move. Besides, giving up only a single thunderripe fruit for such a treasure was pure profit. After a brief calculation, Wu Xingyue's crescent brows arched, her smile blooming like a flower. Nestled in her arms, Luai's the Qilin hugged the crystal tighter and drew in a satisfied breath of its power. The electro-arctic bear stared wide-eyed, its massive body crackling with arcs of lightning. If Gu Luolong had not forbidden it, the foolish creature would have lunged to snatch the loot long ago. Jiang Chong accepted the Heart of the Earth and the Death Pact, brushing their surfaces with a fingertip as the sun cast a dense, metallic sheen across them. With a single immortal thunder crystal worth 15 material shards, he had secured a return of at least 300, and the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to hide. The onlookers began to murmur. In their eyes, ignoring the priceless life essence and choosing 2 lumps of junk was sheer madness. Even Gu Luolong looked baffled and finally spoke up. Friend, are you sure? This is a whole pound of life essence. He produced a pale green jade bottle, pulled the stopper, and a surge of spiritual energy mixed with raw vitality washed over the crowd. Just one breath of it felt as if it could stretch a waning life for years. Several veteran beastmasters, their blood and chi already fading, stared reedied from the crowd, yet none dared challenge the Gu family or defy Longhu town's laws. After all, a single drop of life essence was worth thousands of gold coins. Jiang Chong glanced at the bottle's mouth, and his interest instantly cooled. A line of faint golden data flashed across his retina. Material, life essence. Description, a liquid energy drawn from a life vein, capable of powering beasts and extending the lifespan of its user. Rating, B. Recyclable, 10 shards. Once he saw the numbers, he turned away without breaking stride. Gu Luolong froze, nearly dropping the jade bottle, and the spectators exchanged bewildered looks. At that moment, a gentle yet reproachful voice cut through the crowd. You little girl, leave you alone for one moment, and you dart off again. The speaker was a tall young man with sword-shaped brows and clear, starry eyes. His black hair was tied back neatly. Though his aura remained completely restrained, everyone nearby felt their hearts skip, as if a mountain had settled on their chests. Which province's top prodigy is this? Many contestants wondered in silence. Gu Luolong squinted, then his face drained of color. You're Wu Shiluochen Wu Shilua? The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd collectively gasped and backed away. The infamous executioner, whose name was written in blood across the regional rankings, had appeared here. The young man arched a brow. Oh, you recognize me? He turned to Gu Luolong and offered a slight smile. You're from the Gu family, aren't you? Yes, Gu Luolong answered, drawing a steadying breath. Not bad, Wu Shilua remarked offhandedly. Then, as if remembering something, he sighed. Brother Qingfeng didn't show up this year. Our last bout in the secret realm was enlightening. I was hoping for a rematch, but alas. His casual tone hid a razor-sharp killing intent. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Luolong's forehead, and everyone understood the implication. Battles in the Longhu secret realm were never friendly sparring matches. They were fights to the death. Wu Shilua lifted an eyebrow and stayed where he was, yet a glacial aura rolled off him. a viscous killing intent that seemed to squeeze the very air from the surroundings. Sensing its master was being threatened, the thunder polar bear tensed, a deep growl rumbling in its throat as its massive body prepared to charge. In that flash of lightning, a smear of blood-red shadow flickered silently, and the air was suddenly occupied by a crimson creature taller than a man and a half, its entire body sheathed in scarlet fluid, a vertical eye on its brow glinting with a cold light. Someone could not help but cry out, Helajura, a name that was both a title and the designation of a rare beast. Since your brother doesn't dare to show up, he'll use you for practice this year, Wu Shiluo said, a smile tugging at his lips yet laced with a chill that made the skin crawl. Luolong's heart clenched. He stumbled back several steps, his face draining of color he had once thought himself unmatched, only to discover there were peers far more terrifying hidden among them. No wonder even the prodigy Guqing Feng had refused to confront this monster again. But the feud had been declared, there was nowhere to retreat, and he had no choice but to fight. Boy from the Wu clan, don't go too far, a voice boomed as the void shuddered, and an overwhelming pressure descended from above. The third elder of the Gu clan, a war emperor, had intervened. Luolong breathed out in secret relief, yet shame gnawed at him. Letting a battle between the younger generation escalate until an elder stepped in was an admission of his own weakness. The onlookers, however, were not surprised. The shadow Wu Shiluo had cast 3 years ago was too deep, and no one dared guess how strong he had become since then. Rumor had it that among this year's contestants, only a handful could hope to rival him. Oh, the youngster is scared, so the old man shows up? Wu Shiluo drawled with an indifferent smile. Perfect. I could use you as a sparring partner. His words set the crowd buzzing. Had just openly challenged the Gu clan's war emperor. Was it reckless ignorance, or did he have something up his sleeve? The void thundered as a cold snort exploded, arrogant. The war emperor's fury surged. Just as swords were about to be drawn, Wu Xingyue tugged helplessly at her brother's sleeve. Brother, stop making trouble. Wearing a woeful expression, she thought to herself how her brother made enemies everywhere and dragged her into everyone's crosshairs as well. Fine, for my sister's sake, I'll let you off for now, Wu Shiluo declared, casually reigning in his murderous aura. Without so much as a backward glance, he swept past Luolong and left with Wu Xingyue. Boom. From the clear, tranquil waters of Dragon Lake came a deep, resonant call, like a slumbering colossus stirring. In the next instant the surface bulged, waves shot several stories high, and spray burst outward as though the whole lake had begun to boil. The shock rippled across the water, the very air seeming to shudder, while fish and lurking monsters scattered in terror. Thud. Successive crashes rolled across the sky. Above the boundless expanse of the lake, countless dim lights were drawn by an unseen force. They converged, swirled, and swelled until they formed a vast wormhole blazing with white light. The secret realm had finally opened. The cultivators of Longhu town sensed the terrifying surge at once. Streaks of light and beastly shadows shot skyward, their auras interweaving. The wormhole kept widening, its rim flickering, still too unstable for anyone to enter. Even so, waves of spiritual energy poured out, sweeping in every direction and leaving the onlookers awestruck. A single crack in the portal was releasing more power than Dragon Lake had gathered over the past 3 years. So this really is one of the sources of that cosmic upheaval. A battle emperor exclaimed, eyes blazing. If only we could open a permanent passage. Keep dreaming a permanent passage? Mo Qinjue scoffed, standing on thin air. Blue Star's spatial energy is already in chaos. Let it leak any further, and you'll trigger another cataclysm. So what if we do? Chaos breeds opportunity. The other emperor shot back, gaze still burning. If Blue Star awakens again, it could be the chance of a lifetime. Mo Qinjue let the matter drop, chuckling and shaking his head, mockery plain in his eyes. He understood that another wave of spiritual revival would favor a handful of elites while dooming the masses. A century ago, Blue Star's sudden transformation had shattered humanity's dominance. Vast regions remained under the beast's control even now. Only the rise of several monarch-level beast tamers in various nations had kept the beast sovereigns at bay. If the first revival had been so devastating, who would risk a second? Enough. The battle emperor from the Su clan of Tianhe cleared his throat. Once the wormhole stabilizes, the lake beasts will go berserk. We need to decide how to hold the line. The assembled powerhouses traded looks, gazing toward the lake's center with furrowed brows. Almost everyone present was a battle emperor, save for a platinum-tier beast tamer sent by Mu Prefecture. Battle emperors weren't necessarily stronger than platinum tamers, but Dragon Lake's peculiar force sealed all elemental and flight abilities, leaving beast tamers far weaker than a high-tier battle king. Senior Su is right, Jihong said, golden light flickering beneath his feet. If we can't contain the lake beasts, all of Qinghe province could be in grave danger. His steady aura belied the fact he had only just advanced to battle emperor. Contain them? That's the Qinghe king's problem, someone replied. Our job is to make sure nothing from the lake interferes with the wormhole. Suddenly, a deep, weather-worn voice rang through the air. A crimson silhouette flickered overhead, then strode out of the warped void, his entire body wrapped in heat waves as scorching as the noonday sun. Song and I didn't expect to see you here as well. The war emperor of the Tianhe Su clan felt his chest tighten, a rare look of gravity and even a hint of fear crossing his face. Beyond Tianhe, the other provincial war emperors exchanged puzzled looks. The name Song and I clearly meant nothing to them. Beside them, Imo Qianjue drew a sharp breath and involuntarily backed away, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he muttered, "Damn, even that madman showed up." "Senior, those words are rather out of line," Ji Hong said, frowning but steady. "You and I are pillars of the Donghua Empire. Guarding the realm is our duty. How can we simply walk away?" "Oh, are you telling me what to do?" Song and I arched a brow, and flames seemed to leap from his eyes as twin golden beams shot forth, a crushing aura surging toward Ji Hong. The very air shuddered, and the scorching currents soared. Everyone felt as if a blazing sun had erupted above their heads, the blinding light stabbing at their eyes. Fewer than 10 people could keep their lids open, their faces turning ashen with shock. "He's too strong. That's definitely the aura of a high-tier war emperor. Why would someone like that lead an expedition into the Dragon Lake secret realm?" At the center of that glare, Ji Hong bore the terrifying pressure, molten heat running over his skin. Had his golden body not shielded him, his flesh would have been torn apart already. His breathing grew ragged as the flush on his face faded to pallor, veins bulging on his forehead. His pulse became erratic, yet he forced himself to stay conscious and resolute. To the onlookers, such a loss of composure was no disgrace. Everyone knew the chasm that separated a low-tier war emperor from a high-tier one. The fact that Ji Hong could keep his golden body intact under Song Ni's gaze was enough to make war emperors a star or two above him sigh with envy. At that moment a cool voice drifted from the eastern shore of Dragon Lake. "Senior Song Ni, Brother Ji has only just stepped into the rank of war emperor. Isn't this display a bit excessive?" As the words faded, a colossal beast that blotted out the sky took shape, the Tianxian dragon alligator. Its body was an icy blue, its scales razor-sharp, and its terrifying demonic aura spread across half of Dragon Lake. On the monster's back stood a lone figure, hands clasped behind his back, robes snapping in the wind, the king of Qinghe, Su Luo. The secret realm had opened. Was a battle about to break out? In the heart of Longhu town, Yang Tianbao tilted his head and stared at the sky. Up above, several terrifying auras clashed, the blazing, flame-like Song Mi facing the Tianxian dragon alligator that blotted out half the heavens. The pressure pouring down felt almost solid, making his heart pound. Jang Chong, however, never looked up. His eyes were riveted on a spatial rift hanging midair. Pale silver energy seeped from its rim, and he clearly sensed a thread of exceptionally pure elemental force mixed within it. Brow furrowed, he silently tracked its source and flow. Jiang Chong, a strange power is spreading across the whole area, shutting down elemental abilities, Zhu Jiuyin muttered from his breast pocket, its head tucked inside. Even through the fabric it sensed every change with ease. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow and nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the outer teams were almost all martial specialists while high-level beast tamers were scarce. With elemental power suppressed, a tamer's edge was nearly gone. Heh, if that dimwit got loose now, had be no better than a stray mutt. But 2M completely unaffected. Zhu Jiuyin flicked its dragon tail smugly, crystal eyes fixed on Jiang Chong as if saying, "See? Now you know how valuable I am." Jiang Chong offered no reply and simply walked on. He had searched most of Longhu town, yet still hadn't found the three who had fought Shun Yiningongsu and Wu, Chu Longxiong, and Yun Chenao. Yang Tianbao trotted after him and couldn't help reminding, "Brother Jiang, she asked us to hurry back. Now that the secret realm is open, a beast tide could break out any time." "I know." Jiang Cheng's voice remained calm, his stride steady. With King Qinghe leading so many provincial elites, the chaos would stay contained unless a diamond-rank beast emerged from the depths of Long Lake. His real goal was Shun Yunyun's trail. Once he found those three, it mattered little to him whether the realm opened or not. High above Long Lake, Songmi narrowed his eyes and withdrew his gaze. Opposite him, Ji Hong stood pale and soaked in sweat, a wry smile on his lips and fierce battle light in his eyes. Armed with his refined Yunyang battle manual, the Prodigy knew that given time, he could catch up to and even surpass these peak masters. When Su Luo appeared with the Tianxian dragon alligator, every provincial powerhouse immediately shifted focus, some to Su Luo himself, others to the colossal beast. As expected of a creature born in the Long Lake secret realm, the mysterious force can't suppress it at all, someone remarked casually, though he stayed on guard. Everyone knew Su Luo's background. Word had long since spread that the dragon alligator hailed from the realm. Because of that, the elites all reined in their edge when they saw the beast, growing even more cautious. An untethered platinum-rank companion beast, one actually empowered by the suppression, was almost catastrophic for an ordinary war emperor. Beast tamers still dominated this world. Sensing their shifting thoughts, Su Luo let a faint smile curl his lips, fixed his gaze on Song Mi, and spoke with playful irony. So the mighty Song family's top martial expert has come all the way to Long Lake only to bully a newly promoted war emperor. I must say, I'm surprised. He wasn't exaggerating. Ji Hong was at least 20 years younger than Song Mi, so the term young man was quite literal. Song and I ignored the sarcasm in Su Luo's words. With his hands clasped behind his back, he smiled calmly. I merely glanced at him. How is that oppression? We share the same realm, surely he can withstand a single look from me? Several low-tier battle sovereigns winced and cursed inwardly. The same realm? A low-tier battle sovereign and a high-tier one are worlds apart. Su Luo's lips curved as he spoke again. Senior Song, you seem quite confident in your strength. How about I keep you company for a bout? I don't spar with people who rely on spirit beasts, Song and I replied, narrowing his eyes. He wasn't afraid, he was weighing the odds. The secret realm was about to open, and clashing with the heavenly abyss dragon crocodile now would be courting disaster. Even if he scraped out a win, it would be a Pyrrhic one. According to the latest intel, that creature was at least Platinum 7 sterno to crush an ordinary height-ear battle sovereign. You've misunderstood, Su Luo said, his eyes frosty. I'll fight you myself. The crowd froze in shock. Mo Qinjue rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard, and stared at Su Luo in disbelief. Song and I stared for a moment before speaking in a strange tone. You? Su Luo, did you take the wrong pills? I'm serious. Su Luo's voice was calm, yet razor-sharp. You pride yourself on your mastery of the way of the warrior. If I defeat you with the heavenly abyss dragon crocodile, you won't accept it. Let's settle this with pure martial skill. He smiled again. The entire man was like an unsheathed sword, its cold edge flashing. Brother Su Jihong frowned and looked up, only to see a chilling light in Su Luo's eyes. The aura around him was so cold it seemed to solidify. He jumped down from the dragon crocodile's head. His footsteps seemed weightless, and he, too, remained suspended in midair. Has Su Luo been hiding his cultivation? Did he already step into the battle sovereign realm? A battle sovereign of the Su clan from Tianhe murmured, then shook his head. No, there's no trace of the way of the warrior on him. That's power fed back from the heavenly abyss dragon crocodile. Song and I stayed indifferent, a cold sneer playing at his lips. You think a beast's reflected power can defeat me? Foolish dreamer. Su Luo, you have no idea how terrifying a high-tier battle sovereign can be. As the word terrifying left his mouth, the power of heaven and earth surged like a tide. Song and I casually raised his right hand. Heat churned in the distorted air, and an orange-eared orb condensed in his palm, as though he had birthed a miniature sun. Several watching battle sovereigns felt their hearts quake, their eyes filled with envy and awe. An ordinary battle sovereign can only manipulate worldly energy. A high-tier one can refine it, and with a casual gesture split mountains, shatter valleys, and sever rivers. Scorching heat spread, the temperature soaring by hundreds of degrees. Steam billowed from the lake below, the water roiling like a giant cauldron. Su Luo let out a short laugh. Two icy blue rays flared deep within his obsidian eyes. A bone-chilling cold clashed against Song Ni's scorching heat, and Su Luo moved. As Su Luo moved, his ice-blue eyes swept across the surroundings, and everything they touched froze solid. The humid mist rising from Dragon Lake turned to frost in an instant. Great clouds shattered like broken glass, scattering glittering shards of ice that tumbled through the air. Duckweed on the water and reeds along the shore iced over in a heartbeat. A wave of cold racing down the bank and making the spectators shiver, some even imagining the entire lake had been sealed in ice. Overconfident, Song and I sneered. A surge of searing power pooled in his palm and crashed down like a tidal wave of molten rock. The crimson flood towered more than 30 feet high, as if a second sun had exploded overhead, its scorching shockwave heaving the lake into a wall of backward rolling water. Beasts lurking on the bottom screamed as they were blasted onto the shore. The violent energy rippled outward, the air warping as though set alight. From the crowd came a chorus of sharp intakes of breath, and many experts instinctively retreated hundreds of meters, afraid to be caught in the aftershock. If it were me, I doubt I could last a single exchange, murmured a battle sovereign from Su Mingzhou, awed yet unwilling to speak louder. All attention locked onto the storm's core Su Luo and the massive Tianxian dragon crocodile beside him. The beast lay lazily at the water's edge, its thick tail slapping the lake, not even bothering to lift its eyelids, as though certain its master could not be harmed. A heartbeat later, Su Luo's next move made every pupil contract. He strode forward like a wild goose gliding through the sky, skimming across the exploding ice fragments. The magma-like force roared around him, yet a veil of invisible frost held the heat at bay, leaving him untouched. He's ignoring that power altogether. Several battle sovereigns gasped, stunned. Ji Hong's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the twin crystal horns on the dragon crocodile's head, where dim light pulsed through the scales. Wait. A battle sovereign of the Tianhe Su clan suddenly widened his eyes, his lids twitching uncontrollably as he stared at the faint aura around Su Luo. He drew a trembling breath. the Dozhuan Xingyi Grand Art. His shout cracked over the crowd like thunder. Most had no idea what it meant, but leaders of the Tianhe clan and a few regional overlords went pale. Shock, greed, envy, and fear flashed across their faces, and even hidden masters spying from the shadows held their breath. The Dozhuan Xingyi Grand Art sounded like an esoteric combat skill, but in truth it was a supreme beastmaster technique. Once mastered, every attack and wound meant for the summoner was shifted onto the contracted beast, perfectly compensating for the summoner's frail defenses. With such a heaven-defying effect, the art was never made public. The price for the right to study it was so steep that even a diamond-rank beastmaster might not afford it, and the training difficulty was just as daunting. Across the entire Donghua Empire, those who had truly mastered it could be counted on one hand, and every one of them stood among the empire's very pinnacle. Seeing it now on Su Luo left the crowd stunned to the point of numbness. Song and I froze for a split second, but he recovered immediately only to realize Su Luo was already upon him. The youth's face was cold, his robe snapping between waves of heat and sheets of frost. He lifted his hand and pressed forward with a light, almost casual palm strike, as though it carried no weight at all. Song Ni's body shot backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing straight through several peaks that rose from Dragon Lake. Boom, boom. Cliff faces caved in, and fist-sized rocks whistled through the air, splashing into the lake and throwing up waves several meters high. Shards fell like rain, and dust blotted out the sky. Such terrifying power made the spectators narrow their eyes. It felt as if a giant hammer had slammed into their chests. They could hardly believe that palm strike had come from Su Luo. The Dozhuan Xingyi Grand Art is impressive, but it only redirects force. Could feedback from a contracted beast really fling a height-year battle sovereign like that? Someone whispered, swallowing hard. Bastard. Far off, buried deep in the mountainside, Song and I roared. Before the tumbling boulders had even settled, he burst into the air. Golden flames exploded from within, so hot they seemed to ignite the very atmosphere. Pushing his golden body to the limit, every corded muscle hummed with power. Let me show you what real strength looks like. Xuanji Mountain, heaven-crushing fist. Bang. The air rang like a war drum as his fist aura detonated in a corona of gold, driving his presence to its peak. A scalding shockwave swept in every direction. The mountain beneath his feet split apart, rocks and trees disintegrating into dust. He's going all out. Faces went pale across the crowd as they retreated hundreds of meters, terrified of being caught in the aftershock. Inside Dragon Lake Town, the same earth-rending tremor was felt. Chu Longxing's eyelids twitched as he cursed under his breath. Which fool is provoking the Song clan's beast this time? Beside him, a Chu family elder stared at the distant golden glare, eyes burning with fervor. Song and I grow stronger by the day, may have stepped into the 8-star battle sovereign realm. No matter. Chu Longxiong waved it off, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Even a peak battle sovereign is an insect before a diamond-tier beast. The elder nodded but still cautioned softly. Young master, Song and I is our expedition leader. We'd better avoid a direct clash with the Song clan. The old brute is vicious and overwhelmingly strong. If we really fought, I'm not sure I could win. Let them swagger for now. Chu Longxiong snorted, lowering his gaze to the multicolored mark in his palm. He brushed a thumb across it, eyes flashing with chill as a sneer curled his mouth. Once we're inside the secret realm, we'll see who bows and who commands. Song and I blazed with golden light, bright as the noonday sun. Behind him a colossal mountain silhouette began to form, sharpening from a blur into something so vivid that every tree and blade of grass looked alive. To him, anyone who tried to challenge a high-tier battle sovereign with borrowed power was laughable. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Wrapped in countless golden rays, his palm lashed forward. The phantom of Xuanji Mountain quaked, forcing the air to explode in rapid shocks. Visible ripples spread through the void. As his hand fell, it was like a giant in golden armor smashing down a mountain. The weight of Xuanji Mountain crashed overhead. Even from several hundred meters away, the spectators felt their hearts tighten while their eyes locked onto Su Luo. How could he survive this blow? And surely the Tianxian dragon crocodile beside him wouldn't just watch. To everyone's astonishment, Su Luo didn't dodge at all, and the Tianxian dragon crocodile merely half-closed its pupils, dozing lazily in the sunshine on Dragon Lake. Seeing this, Song and I felt humiliated. Rage surged. The phantom mountain grew more solid, his aura soared. For the sake of your Qinghe title, we'll spare your life, he said coldly, certain of victory. The very next moment his face froze. Indifference turned to shock, shock to fear. Su Luo had slipped through the phantom mountain and now stood right before him. A seemingly weightless palm struck his chest. Boom. The golden light darkened instantly. Song and I was blasted away, smashing through more than 10 mountains before crashing into Dragon Lake. Gasps rang out. How had he done that? Even veteran powerhouses stared, stunned and bewildered. Hanging in midair, Su Luo calmly withdrew his hand. For the Song clan of Tianhe, I'll spare you, he said. A single bubble rose on the lake's surface. Nothing else moved. Song and I was still conscious, but humiliation kept him hiding at the lake's bottom. The strongest battle sovereign of the Song clan, beaten so casually by Su Luo, using only beast-fed power? The sight shook every onlooker, forcing them to reassess the new marquis of Qinghe. Now, shall we begin our discussion? Su Luo's voice drifted across the lake. Standing on the Tianxian dragon crocodile's head, he swept the crowd with a calm gaze. This time, no one refused or dared to. In Dragon Lake Town, thick mist hid the battle, but the terrifying shockwaves still made every faction nervous. That had definitely been a clash between high-tier battle sovereigns. Who was fighting? How did it end so fast? Whispered voices spread. Because the spatial rift to the secret realm was still unstable and a beast tide could erupt at any moment. All contestants had been ordered to stay in their quarters. Anyone who disobeyed would face the consequences alone. Amid swirling mist, Su Luo's cool voice drifted across the water. So the secret realm really is about to open. The King of Kings' brief remark instantly stirred the blood of every prodigy present. Holding their breath, they stared ahead with eyes full of excitement and longing. They cared less about the nominal glory and prizes of the celestial hunt than about the opportunities hidden in the Dragon Lake secret realm site that resurfaces on Blue Star once a century, teeming with rare herbs, peerless spirit beasts, and the remnants of ancient ruins. Was that the King of Qinghe who just struck? Someone whispered in the crowd. It was, Lu Shizen replied. Her brows knitted and her teeth pressed against her lower lip, shock still gleaming in her eyes. With her ocular arts, she had witnessed every detail of the clash on the lake. Su Luo had sent Song and I flying with a single casual palm. She could not help but marvel that the normally low-profile King of Qinghe possessed such terrifying power. The old woman beside her sighed softly. Anyone who can rule a province was never weak. Miss Lu, who was his opponent? A young man from Lei province asked. The battle emperor of the Song clan from Tianhe, Lu Shizen answered calmly. Meanwhile, on a deserted side street in Dragon Lake Town, Jang Chong walked shoulder to shoulder with a small dragon and a yowhound. His brows were furrowed. He had searched half the town and seen countless cultivators from other provinces, yet there was still no trace of Gongsun Wu and his two companions. Speak up if something's bothering you, Jiang Chong. This dragon will handle it. Zhu Jiuyin brightened, wriggling closer when he saw his master's gloomy face. The ice-fire yowhound curled its lip. If Jiang Chong couldn't solve it, what made that bragging snake think it could? Jiang Chong raised his hand. A holographic projection blossomed in his palm, displaying 3 photos and their personal data. Then find these 3 for me. Zhu Jiuyin thumped its chest. Child's play. I've got away. How? Jiang Chong asked, eyeing the little dragon perched on his shoulder. Temporal rewind, Zhu Jiuyin said with uncharacteristic seriousness. It's one of my innate skills. Given a target's information, I can trace their recent actions. With only photos I can go back 3 days at most, just enough to pinpoint where they've been. Jiang Chong fell silent for a moment, giving the little dragon a strange look. Zhu Jiuyin straightened up, expecting praise, but instead received a flick to the head. If you had that ability, why didn't you mention it sooner? Jiang Cheng's voice was icy, had wandered all over town for nothing. You never asked. Zhu Jiuyin protested, clutching its head and stamping its tiny claws. Damn it, Jiang Chong, you villain. The ice fire, Yaohound watched with glee. Serves the little show-off right. Zhu Jiuyin puffed up its cheeks in protest, but under Jiang Cheng's pressure it grudgingly activated its innate skill time reversal. A low dragon's hum rippled through the air as filaments of pale time threads flowed from Gongsun Wu's projection. In an instant they scattered into glowing motes, swept away by the night wind and dissolving among the trees. The direction in which those motes drifted pointed the way. Over there. Zhu Jian's 2 whiskers quivered as it raised a tiny claw toward the distance. Then it twisted its slender body and shot ahead. Jiang Cheng's eyes sharpened. With a blur of motion, he sped after it like a gust of wind. Ah Wu, wait for me. Airsha lumbered after them, panting under its own weight and cursing to itself. I was better off lounging in the pet space. Before long, guided by Zhu Jiuyin, the group entered a stretch of barren woodland well beyond the borders of Longhu town. Shrubs and brambles clawed at their feet, bird calls were scarce, and the deeper they went, the dimmer the light became. Jiang Chong halted, brows knitting. A white flame flickered in his pupils. He had already sensed several non-human Orismore like lurking beasts. Are you sure it's here? Positive. Zhu Jiuyin scratched its head in frustration. There's some mysterious force in these woods blocking my time trace. I could only track it this far. Behind them, Airsha let its tongue loll with exhaustion. You scaly fraud, I seriously doubt you. Humph, believe it or not. Zhu Jiuyin huffed back, then plunged alone into the trees. Jiang Chong, stay out for now. He'll scout ahead. The little dragon had been working hard for favor lately. Jiang Chong rubbed his forehead and followed with the ice-fire demon hound. Charging into a high-tier beast's territory with only a golden 4-star rank was no small risk. The moment they stepped into the forest's heart, a thunderous boom shook the ground as though a giant had turned in its sleep. Towering ancient trees swayed violently. Holy, what is that? Zhu Juyin was thrown headfirst into a thicket. It looked up to see a mound of earth rise from the ground, sprouting 8 massive legs. Chi 3, a piercing screech shattered the silence. 16 milky white, capsule-shaped eyes snapped open, glinting with icy light. That hill was, in fact, a colossal spider. A wave of terror rolled out in an instant. Beasts within a hundredly radius dropped to their bellies, howling, or burrowed underground to shiver proof enough that this spider ruled the domain. Crack! Its 8 iron-hard legs scraped forward with a screech, shearing ancient trunks into splinters as it advanced. Damn, it's ignoring me. Zhu Juyin bristled, yet shrank back at the sheer size before it. Suddenly a large hand gripped the back of its neck. Seeing it was Jang Chong, Zhu Juyin straightened at once and lowered its voice. Good thing I scouted first. Running into that thing Hedon would be a nightmare. Even I can't guarantee I could suppress it. Really? Jang Chong shot at a half-smile, then grew serious. That's a platinum 6-star, monarch-class beast. Beast name, Mountain Spirit King Spider. Rank, platinum 6-star. Quality, royal, high grade. Skills, Mountain Collapse, LV4. Magma Burst, LV3. Spirit Burial Rebirth, LV3. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, LV4. Temperament, aloof. Attributes, Strength Arcane. Description, a fusion of an earth spider and a deceased mountain spirit, a legendary creature of the mountain ghost line. It can command all subsidiary life forms within the range of a mountain. Weakness, massive size makes movement cumbersome. Habit, prolonged hibernation to conserve energy, sleeping cycles range from 1 to 7 centuries. Evolution paths, 26 known routes. Jiang Cheng rested his chin on one hand, watching the mountain spirit king spider barrel forward as a thoughtful light flickered in his eyes. According to the system, the spider's dormancy lasts for ages. Unless something draws it in or it needs a massive hunt to restore its energy, it never wakes without cause. Yet right now it was merely crushing every low-tier beast in its path instead of feeding, which clearly pointed to the first possibility it had been lured by something unknown. Roar! A deafening bellow erupted from deep within the wild forest. Another monarch-class beast, pitch black and half hidden in mist, fixed its icy vertical pupils on the intruding spider, the sight alone enough to make one's scalp prickle. It lowered its head and rumbled a warning. Hiss! The mountain spirit king spider reared up, 16 cold blue eyes flashing as it screeched back, completely unfazed. Its colossal legs crushed the ground while it continued straight toward the forest's heart. Roar! The second roar split the sky, scattering the clouds and revealing the beast's true form, nearly 1,000 meters long, like a floating black mountain. Cold scales armored its body, and 4 pairs of membranous wings snapped open at its waist, stirring a violent gale. Beast name, Shadow 4-winged dragon. Beast rank, platinum, 7-star. Beast grade, royal, superior. Beast skills, dark dragon flame, LV.4. Calamity nightfall, LV.4. Ultra divine sigil, LV.5. Skill description, consumes roughly 80% of its dark power to forge a divine sigil with overwhelming destructive force, delivering 2 consecutive strikes. Current state, berserk. Element, darkness. Overview, a western dragon subspecies that dwells in the netherworld. Its wings are the source of its dark power, and the more wings it has, the stronger it becomes. Preferences, places shrouded in shadow and darkness. Enjoys turning living creatures into undead. Weaknesses, pure light element forces and suppression from height-ear dragon bloodlines. Evolution paths, 16 known routes. The titanic roars of the 2 beasts made the entire forest tremble, sending countless low-tier creatures fleeing in panic toward the edge. Jiang Cheng frowned, eyes flickering. What could be hidden in those depths that roused the mountain spirit king spider from its centuries-long sleep and drove it to challenge a shadow 4-winged dragon ranked a full star higher? The mystery sparked his curiosity. Beside him, Zhu Juyin noticed the faint curl of his master's lips and instantly understood. With bright eyes spinning mischievously, he whispered, "So, planning to make a move?" "Not yet. First we find the others." Jiang Cheng's smile faded as he cast him a calm glance. Either of those high-tier platinum beasts would be a nightmare, and even if he acted now, his odds of victory were slim. "Got it." Zhu Juyin nodded, a little disappointed, then twisted his body and hopped onto the Icefire Demon Hound's head. "Oh woo." The big lug widened its eyes in protest and growled. "Can't you walk on your own for once? You climb on me every time. Next time I'm charging you." "Brother Airshaw, you've changed. You never used to be like this." Zhu Juyin sighed dramatically, flicking Airshaw's skull with a tiny claw. "Get lost." Airshaw glared furiously, his eyes blazing. Jiang Cheng stood amid the underbrush, listening to a dragon and a hoe converse in low, rasping voices. His scalp tingled, but he sighed inwardly at the strain and pressed on. He had chosen a winding trail that veered away from the clash between the mountain spirit empress spider and the shadow 4-winged dragon, both to avoid the fallout and to reach the best vantage point. At the boundary between the outer and inner wilderness stood a colossal mountain shaped like a natural rampart. Towering ancient trees swayed against the sheer cliff, their branches rasping against the rock with a deep rustle. A figure in white stood on a rocky ledge halfway up the slope. His robes were pristine, like freshly fallen snow. His sharply arched brows framed eyes that burned as they fixed on the mountain spirit empress spider and the shadow four-winged dragon. The tension of the impending clash made his breathing quicken. Gongsun Wuao, refined young noble whose elegance could not hide his ambition, licked his slightly dry lips, a greedy light flitting through his eyes. He tilted his head toward the depths of the forest, sensing the faint pulse of a mysterious awakening, and murmured, "The fabled earth element supreme beast bloodline crystal." Years ago, while poring over documents on the Dragon Lake secret realm in his family archive, he had stumbled across a certain entry. 80 years earlier, a surge of primal energy in the Dragon Lake secret realm had spat out a core densely packed with earth element. At first, people assumed it was merely the core of a low-tier earth beast or a naturally formed earth element crystal. Yet soon afterward, the surrounding forest underwent a wild metamorphosis under an unknown catalyst. Ordinary plants shot up into primitive giants several hundred meters tall, and high-ranked beasts platinum grade. Even diamond grade began to appear one after another. Imperial scholars arrived to investigate and confirmed that the power did not stem from the realm's routine energy leakage. They sampled the elemental composition of various zones. The tests revealed an unusually high proportion of earth element, imbued with extraordinary activity. To explain the phenomenon, the academic community advanced several hypotheses. Among them, the theory of an earth element divine beast bloodline crystal remained the most compelling. Boom! The shadow quad-winged dragon struck first. Its 8 leathery wings beat down hard, unleashing gales that sliced across the ground and toppled swaths of ancient trees in a heartbeat. It threw back its head and bellowed, the draconic cry echoing over the desolate forest. At that instant, the sky turned to ink, daylight vanished, and the world was swallowed by darkness, calamity, nightfall. Pitch-black disaster energy poured from the heavens like a legion of ravenous wraiths. Wherever it swept, nothing survived. Massive primeval trunks snapped, smoldered, and drifted away as ash. Ruhar! The shadow quad-winged dragon roared again, its icy vertical pupils fixed on the mountain spirit king spider, as if issuing a final ultimatum. The spider refused to back down. 16 bloodshot eyes flashed crimson, and its 8 steel-like legs suddenly coiled. With explosive force, its mountain-sized body launched hundreds of meters into the air. Mandibles spread wide. It hurled itself at the dragon, intent on ripping everything apart. Roar! 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 Fury boiled inside the shadow quad-winged dragon, a mocking glint in its gaze. A casual flick of its 4 wings sent its massive frame sliding aside like a shadow, just beyond the spider's reach. The mountain spirit king spider struck empty air and crashed into the forest already reduced to cinders. A heartbeat later, Calamity Nightfall's energy hammered down like a storm, crackling against the spider's carapace. The armor, once hard as iron, instantly pitted and dented. Black miasma churned, its corrosion clinging like a malignant blight. Black-violet ichor oozed down the shell, filling the air with an acrid, scorched stench. Moments later, pure white power surged from within the spider, dousing the corruption in a single sweep. A violet halo tens of meters across rose around its body, a perfect grade monarch aura. The shadow quad-winged dragon answered with a long cry. Its 4 wings unfurled, eclipsing the darkness below. Another radiant violet halo flared to life around the dragon, likewise a perfect monarch aura. A deep rumble built in the dragon's throat as a sphere of pitch-black flame swelled, amplified by the aura until its power peaked. Dark dragon fire poured down like an inverted river of magma. The mountain spirit king spider shrieked, spewing blood-red silk that blazed like fire and collided with the light-devouring inferno. 2 annihilating forces tangled in midair, detonating again and again as searing shockwaves swept outward. Elsewhere, Zhu Jiuyin and the ice-fire demon hound watched with relish, trading the occasional comment as though enjoying a casual spectacle. Jang Chong, however, turned away. A wisp of white flame danced in his eyes as he gazed into the deeper forest and murmured, "Someone went in Gongsu and Wu, perhaps?" With that, he grabbed Zhu Jiuyin by the scruff and strode into the shadowed woods, the simple-minded hound wagging its tail as it followed. Jiang Chong, I feel there's definitely treasure in there. At first, Zhu Jinyan bristled at Jiang Cheng's rough handling, but having no choice, it complied. Now it even seemed to enjoy the treatment, narrowing its eyes and lifting a claw to report. Do you even need to ask? Jiang Cheng shot at a casual glance. Anything that could drive the mountain spirit king spider to tear into a shadow 4-winged dragon without regard for its life had to be priceless. But what exactly was it? He suppressed his curiosity, eyes narrowing. As they pressed on, the earth element in the air grew denser. Gravel crunched underfoot, and a gray haze of rock dust all but blocked their view. I'm suffocating here. Air Shah growled from the rear. Stripped of its ice and fire elements, it felt like a fish flung onto dry land, struggling to breathe. Quit whining. Zijinian snapped, hands on hips, wearing a bully's smirk. Shove off. Air Shah glared, its round canine eyes locking on the stinking snake, nearly bristling on the spot. Enough. Jang Chong barked, rubbing his temples. The two spirit beasts fell into sullen silence. Suddenly a crisp cry split the dusty air like a blade. Jiang Cheng turned toward the sound and saw a crane, green and white feathers gleaming coldly even through the dust, standing amid the rubble. 3 legs protruded from its belly, and its long, sharp beak tapped at a pale yellow shard of stone. Thump, thump, thump. Before the crane stood an enormous stone chrysalis, its translucent shell glowing with gentle amber light. The terrible energy and vibrant life force inside pounded like a giant's heartbeat, squeezing the breath from Jiang Cheng's chest. His eyes sharpened, and the system's long silent notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Synthesis material detected. Earth element divine beast bloodline crystal. Current materials. Heart of the earth. Earth element divine beast bloodline crystal. Missing materials. Indigenous blue star beast essence. Powdered magma demon bullhorns. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The stone cocoon was enormous, brimming with a powerful earth element and encased in a thick layer of brown-yellow crystal. The beak of the 3-legged Qingtian crane was razor-sharp, yet each full-force strike only carved off a sliver no bigger than a fingernail. Oblivious to fatigue, the foolish bird kept diving and pecking like a pile driver, pale yellow shards scattering through the air. Perched on Jiang Cheng's shoulder, Zhu Jiuyin craned its neck and blinked, baffled. Is this bird even dumber than Air Shah? Why not use its innate skill instead of pecking all day? Air Shah bared its fangs, eyes blazing red. The creature had noticed the snake's growing arrogance, and Jiang Cheng never intervened. Suddenly it realized that Zhu Jiuyin had been clinging to Jiang Cheng these past few days to curry favor, trying to push it aside and monopolize the canned food. The thought chilled Air Shah to the bone. It clenched its paws, expression deadly serious of fight, for favor was inevitable. Jiang Cheng took no notice of the silent rivalry on his shoulders. White flames danced in his twin pupils. His sword-like gaze swept the surroundings, then narrowed sharply. At almost the same instant, the Qingtian crane shrieked and beat its wings, leaping skyward. Cracked lines had surfaced around the stone cocoon, writhing like living things and flashing with blinding golden light. Just as I thought. High in a towering ancient tree, Gong Sun Wu watched from the foliage, eyes dark and steady. He had seen mention of an array powered by a divine beast blood essence crystal only once in an old text. Normally, even a low-grade crystal would render a Thessanli radius a dead zone. Yet this wasteland was lush, teeming with beasts, even high-ranked fiends. Only when the golden lines appeared did the truth click. Incredible. Someone actually used the entire crystal as the array's core to maintain this contract formation. Gong Sun Wu's voice was low, a slow smile curling his lips. If the crystal fell into his hands, the collapse of the array and whatever befell the forest would be none of his concern. A clear cry split the air. The 3-legged Qingtian crane fluttered down onto the branch beside him, nearly snapping it in two. Gong Sun Wu's face darkened. He smacked the giant head. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? Well, one incense, am not fat. The crane whimpered. Gong Sun Wu ignored the protest and fixed his gaze on the stone cocoon. He had ordered the crane to peck a breach so the blood essence could leak out slowly, forcing the long-dormant formation to its limit. As expected, the contract array, nurtured for years, would soon be pushed to the brink then crumble to dust. Gong Sun Wu didn't know much about contract arrays, but he could still tell that this formation, sprawling across the entire wasteland forest, was a high-grade energy conduction array. He also understood that arrays of this caliber usually came with a fatal flaw. Their operating rules were so exacting that any deviation spelled disaster. Now that the divine beast bloodline crystal powering the core was showing signs of instability, he was certain the massive array could never hold together. Deep down he muttered to himself with conviction, way was he buying it. Booming thunder rolled. Deep in the forest, the ground throbbed like a beaten drum while countless shafts of yellow light burst from the earth veins. Centered on that stone chrysalis, rings of fissures spread outward, hurling rubble and dust skyward. It felt as if some ancient beast, dormant for 10 millennia, was clawing its way free. Earth element essence in the air was so dense it almost congealed. Every tremor compressed the loose crystals into solid matter, and before long a towering citadel of rock had risen atop the chrysalis, its shadow swallowing half the forest canopy. Holy crap, did someone just nuke the place? That noise is insane. Perched on Jiang Cheng's shoulder, Zhu Juyin was jolted bolt upright, dragon eyes round, tail rigid, his voice brimming with disbelief. The array's been forced online. Jiang Cheng's expression stayed calm as his gaze swept the widening cracks that crawled across the ground and cliffs. Golden runes flowed like living creatures over the rock walls, converging on the chrysalis until it blazed with blinding light. Earlier, a Qingtian crane had tried to sabotage the array by stabbing its beak through the chrysalis, letting the crystal's power leak out in hopes that the runaway energy would make the entire contract array collapse. The plan was clever, and fortunately for the crane, Jang Chong had been there. The leaking power had instead kick-started the array, reforging its contract lines, and now the whole thing was teetering on the brink of a runaway surge. Jang Chong, what do we do now? Zhu Jiuyin watched the snake-like fractures slither across the ground. His voice dropped to a whisper that still trembled with panic. We wait for the prey to walk into the snare. Jiang Cheng's lips curved into a half-smile. With a casual wave, a sheet of milky white, utterly pure innate true essence spread out, wrapping around Zhu Jiuyin and the nearby ice fire Imoho. The barrier lifted them gently into the air, safely above the hail of broken stone and dust. Jiang Chong is freaking awesome. The dim-witted mutt blinked its canine eyes, raised a paw, and tried to give an ingratiating thumbs up. Jiang Chong shot the goofy dog a puzzled look, while the hound merely lolled its tongue and grinned, radiating simple-minded adoration. Boom. At the center of the stone cocoon, violent currents of energy crashed into one another, flattening hundred-metertal primordial trees as though they were mere weeds. The tempest kept growing, sweeping across the entire wasteland at breakneck speed. Its aftershocks even whipped toward Longhu Lake. Roars and shrieks erupted. Beasts driven to the forest's edge sensed the danger first and wheeled around in panic, their scales, fangs, and blood forming a raging torrent. From deep within the woods came thunderous explosions and a low, ominous bellow, the aura of a diamond-grade monster. Inside Longhu town, countless experts felt their eyelids twitch. Their gazes snapped to the forest, pupils constricting. A beast tide was about to break loose. One battle sovereign shot skyward for a better view and saw a steel-gray flood pour out thousands of beasts, the weakest already gold-grade, enough to obliterate a prefecture-level city. With disaster imminent, several battle sovereigns and high-tier platinum contract beasts unfurled their wings and charged toward the horde. Standing on the head of his Tianxian dragon crocodile, King Qinghe frowned, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Yet before the first wave could be met, another threat appeared. From the depths of Longhu Lake came a muffled roar, the surface exploding as water columns soared. A blue-black torso as thick as 8 wine vats side by side thrust upward. Dozens of heartbeats later, the crowd finally made out the Leviathana Zhangba serpent dragon, nearly a kilometer long. If 100 meters marks a power tier, something this close to 1,000 in its adult stage, it's at least platinum 7-star. A platinum-class beastmaster stammered, terror flickering in his eyes. Before anyone could regain composure, an even more fearsome silhouette surfaced. The creature was mountain-sized, its swollen neck heaving with each breath, 3 jagged horns crowning its skull. Short, stocky limbs radiated explosive strength, and its body bristled with spikes that glinted like cold steel, a grotesque fusion of toad and lava bull. Even the proud Song and I felt his heart race as he forced out the words, "Diamond rank Earth Howler." Battle Sovereign Su Shao of the Su clan from Tianhe turned ashen and confirmed the name in a low voice. Behind these 2 titans, the beast tide looked even more horrific. 1 diamond, more than a dozen platinums, hundreds of golds, and an uncountable swarm of silvers, nearly 40% of them carrying draconic blood. Go Clan Battle Sovereign from Jiufeng Prefecture spoke softly, his gaze sweeping the crowd, eyes filled with doubt and resignation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we really stop this? Damn it. Why is this year's beast tide so terrifying? Didn't we wipe out a whole swarm of them 3 years ago? We can't hold them back forever, but if we don't try, the rift will close, and the entire Qinghe Prefecture could be reduced to rubble. Mist churned above the center of the lake, where experts from 13 prefectures hovered, whispering among themselves. Yet every gaze settled on the massive Tianxian dragon croc, atop whose head Su Luo sat with eyes closed, as though the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Song and I took it all in and let out a cool, brittle laugh. If you ask me, there's no point fighting. The secret realm will open again in 3 years. Why risk everyone's life now? At his words, brows knitted across the crowd. Su Luo stayed silent, and hesitation spread, more than a few quietly favored Song and I's view. Jihong's brow tightened. Senior Song and I, this isn't a private argument about access to the realm. It concerns the lives of an entire prefecture. How can we simply retreat? Song and I chuckled again, open contempt and glee in his eyes. That's your Qinghe problem. What does it have to do with us? Isn't your proud king of Qinghe frightened now? If it were our land, could we stop this tide either? The mocking tone dripped with scorn. Jihong's face went iron gray. He swept his gaze around, seeing only hesitation and apathy, and rage flared in his chest. They were all subjects of the Donghua Empire, yet they had forgotten that if one lip is lost, the teeth soon grow cold. These so-called champions were pathetic and absurd. Golden light crackled over his skin, and icy resolve filled his eyes. He was about to face the beasts alone when Su Luo's unhurried voice drifted down. Anyone unwilling to fight may leave now. From this day forward, however, The Dragon Lake's secret realm will never again open to your clans. He paused, a faint sneer lifting his lips. The declaration sent the crowd into an uproar. Su Luo, are you serious? The Dragon Lake realm only happens to lie in Qingya, don't own it. Even the always composed Su Shao frowned and questioned him coldly. Faces darkened across the gathered powerhouses. Fury and ridicule glimmered in many eyes. Song and I laughed louder. Do you really think the title king of Qinghe carries any weight? Frog in a well. Any random clan from Tianhe could erase the Su family without effort. Where did you find the courage to speak like this? They had all seen Su Luo's strength, yet none believed he could oppose the elite houses of 13 prefectures, much less Tian's ruling clans on his own. The gap was beyond measure. A deep roar rolled across the water. The Zhang serpent dragon beast on the far shore reared up, throwing walls of spray skyward. Behind it, countless monsters churned restlessly, burning eyes fixed on the rift, eager to burst through Dragon Lake and seize the realm's mysterious power. Sensing the danger, cultivators around the lake fell back hundreds of meters to a safer perimeter. Each clan gathered its people, ready to flee. Song and I noted it all, his cold smile deepening as he threw another mocking look at Su Luo, wanted to see how Su Luo planned to stop a beast tide that even fielded diamond drank monsters. Su Luo's expression, however, remained calm. He raised a hand and slowly stroked the Tianxian dragon croc's rough, iron-studded hide. Roar! The dragon croc's eyes snapped open, deep-sea blue lightning swirling within. Its bellow split the heavens, a crushing pressure radiating from the lake's heart. A ring of light more than 100 meters across rose around its body, blazing gold like living flame. Legendary rank monarch's aura. Platinum tier beast tamers gasped in horror, their voices cracking. Fissures raced across the ground like a spider's web, spewing blinding light that forced anyone nearby to look away. At the center, a stone chrysalis encased in rock convulsed, shards cascading as scorching waves of energy rose one after another. A pillar of dim yellow light shot skyward, its oppressive force sweeping across the desolate forest in an instant. CHCH. Roar. Outside the woods, two shadow four-winged dragons locked in brutal combat suddenly broke apart, their restless growls rattling the leaves. Beating for membranous wings, each beast abandoned its foe and dove toward the forest's heart. At the same moment, the Shanlian king spider's heavy iron carapace quaked, 16 gray-green eyes gleaming with greed. Its mouthparts writhed, releasing sounds like a demon whispering in an unknown tongue. Within the ruined grove, the corpses of fallen monsters jerked upright under a sinister pull, their dark red blood still glistening. Threads of icy soul mist coiled through the air, congealing like putrid liquid. Swish, swish, countless crimson points flared open, the baleful glare of awakened ghouls. The burial of souls had stirred. 100 ghosts now roamed the night. These were the twin innate gifts of the Shanlian king spider, and since ancient times any creature able to drive corpses and command spirits was called a Shanguai mountain ghost. So it really is a crystallized divine beast bloodline. High above, Gong Sun Wu stood on the back of a three-legged Qingtian crane, his gaze fixed on the hexagonal crystal inside the chrysalis, its dim yellow halo pulsing. His breathing grew ragged, knuckles whitening as his heart pounded. Anything tied to a divine beast was a treasure beyond compare. News of it would lure even diamond drank and higher beast tamers into a fight. Yet right now the prize lay within reach. Unable to hide his grin, he urged the crane into a slow dive. When only a few meters remained almost close enough to grasp. Roar! A thunderous dragon cry exploded overhead. An instant later, a maw lined with fangs and reeking of hot, rancid wind lunged at the crane's head. Damn it, dodge! Cold sweat drenched Gong Sun was back. Cree! The three-legged Qingtian crane shrieked, emerald plumage flaring. Boom air shattered as it zigzagged away at supersonic speed, barely evading the bite. But black mist surged from all sides, an invisible barrier snapping shut. Calamity Nightfall had unfolded again. The shadow four-winged dragon hovered beyond the barrier, draconic eyes blazing with frost and fury. Insignificant human, die? The low, rumbling words carried a chilling force of doom, sealing every escape. Feeling the dragon's pressure bear down, Gong Sun Wu glanced at the earth element crystal beneath him, a wild fire igniting in his pupils. Fortune favors the bold, he muttered. To hell with it, time to risk everything. Xian Gui, block it. As Gong Sun Wu bellowed, cerulean lightning flashed in his eyes, and brilliant bestial markings flared across the skin of his right arm. Roar! The indigo beam burst apart, revealing a turtle swathed in viscous blue liquid. It was small, no more than an appetizer next to the mountain's eyes shadow four-winged dragon, yet the razor aura that followed its arrival made the air tremble like glass. Two slender twin serpents coiled on its shell, violet lightning crackling along their bodies. For serpent eyes spat laser-cold beams and locked onto the dragon. Beast name, Xinming Rift Turtle. Beast rank Platinum, 4-star. Beast grade Imperial, lower tier. Beast skills Thunder Roar of the 8 domains, LV.4. Xian Guard LV.3, Ocean Rending Surge LV.3. Beast Disposition Aloof. Beast Attribute Pure Lightning. Beast Lore, a turtle-type spirit beast born in the ancient Weakwater. It carries a trace of Xuanwu blood and inherits the lightning element of the profound thunder turtle, making it formidable in both offense and defense. Evolution routes 19 in total. As the data scrolled past, Jang Chong paused for a heartbeat, then locked his gaze on Gongsun Wu, who was about to seize the divine beast blood essence crystal. His brows drew together, and a single thought filled his mind. I've hunted for days finally. I've got him. This prodigy from Yunming Marsh was the one who had crossed blades with Shun Yunyan more than anyone else. Jiang Chong, that big spider's coming in, and it's brought its lackeys. The Candle 9 underworld perched on his shoulder twitched its whiskers and whispered the warning. Meanwhile, the Xianming Rift Turtle and the Shadow Four-Winged Dragon clashed. Though 3 stars weaker, the turtle showed no fear. The twin serpents on its shell opened their jaws and spewed thunder. Crackling bolts coiled through the air like venomous spears. It was the first to charge, more like a young tiger craving the hunt than any tortoise. The Shadow Four-Winged Dragon roared, sovereign might flooding the sky. For pairs of leathery wings beat violently, whipping up a gale. It dived, pitch-black void fire gathering in its cavernous maw, its blistering heat warping the air-dark dragon flame. Lightning and fire intersected savagely, turning the heavens to blinding day. On the far side of the battlefield, Gongsun Wu, astride a 3-legged azure sky crane, slipped through the chaos toward the floating divine beast blood essence crystal. A long-absent ease flickered in his burning eyes. He drew a deep breath and let a smile curl his lips. This time, I want drop the ball, right? He reached out. A sudden hand appeared. Damn it. Gongsun Wu's heart leapt when a hand lunged out of nowhere. Realizing that the stranger meant to wrest away the divine beast blood crystal he had spent so long refining, his rage shot to the heavens after all his hard work. Was it really going to become someone else's prize? No chance. Stop him, he bellowed. The 3-legged Qingtian crane spread its wings. Emerald light exploded, and every feather turned into a razor that streaked toward Jiang Chong. Halfway through the air, however, the blade slammed into an invisible wall, shuddered, and then clattered to the ground under crushing gravity. A gravity field? Cold alarm pricked Gongsun Wu. The serpent draped across Jiang Cheng's shoulder lifted its head, scales gleaming. Beasts that controlled gravity were rare enough. But when Zhu Jiuyin cocked its head, the jade bifurcated horns, for claws, and serpentine body came fully into view. This was an ancient dragon. Terror struck Gongsun Wu like lightning. Jiang Cheng's gaze blazed. Where did she go? She. Who? Gongsun Wu was utterly lost. Not only had this man hijacked his crystal, he was now spouting riddles. Jiang Cheng frowned, but offered no explanation. You're coming with me. I have questions. The tone allowed no refusal. Gongsun Wu shook with fury. First the crystal, now he wanted to drag him off as well. Had never been treated like this in his entire career. He was about to lash out. The sky darkened. A dragon's roar cracked with thunder. The Shadow Four-Winged Dragon smashed the Xianming Li turtle with a claw, sending the huge shell and the 2-headed snake riding Itinto a crazy arc straight toward Jiang Chong. Gulialu. From every direction came howls and ghastly laughter. Beast corpses reanimated by funeral spirits surged forward, and pitch-black wraiths floated overhead, cackling. Boom. Another giant burst in the mountain spirit king spider. Its vast bulk crushed the earth, 16 eyes spun, then fixed on the earthen divine beast blood crystal in Jiang Cheng's hand. We're finished. The big spider's here too. Zhu Jiuyin shivered, its ancient dragon pride crumbling as it dove into Jiang Cheng's arms. Pathetic snake, Air Shah spat. Jiang Cheng's brow tightened. He knew all too well how troublesome mountain ghost beasts could be. The Shadow Four-Winged Dragon roared again, throwing itself at the mountain spirit king spider to buy Jiang Chong and Gongsun Wu a moment's reprieve. Gongsun Wu eyed the advancing corpse tide and drifting wraiths, then shot Jiang Chong a frosty glare, a cruel smile curving his lips. Tired of living, kid? You dare steal from Mediday brother, Wu will set you straight. With a single thought he barked, Turtle, 8-domain thunder roar. The Xianming Li turtle lifted its head and bellowed. The twin-headed snake on its shell writhed, and 2 pairs of pupils fired dazzling beams of lightning. The growl was low yet shockingly loud. The thunder in the air boiled at once, turning into violet-blue particles that, in a blink, thickened into lightning vines as wide as a baby's arm, spreading densely across a 100-meter radius. Raging bolts wove an electric net that forced the restless ghouls and monster corpses to retreat, raw fear etched on every face. In the flickering light, Gongsun Wu flexed his limbs and let out a vicious laugh. Kid, let's have a fight between men. Jiang Chong stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. Was this guy an idiot? He actually dared to challenge him. The Zhu Jiuyin cradled in his arms widened its dragon eyes, watching Gongsun Wu with pity. The ice fire, Imoho licked its fangs, gloating another fool was about to suffer. Seeing Jiang Cheng's indifference, Gongsun Wu snorted, though he didn't dare lower his guard. Crack! Lightning burst in his palm. With a snap of both arms, the current stretched into two thick whips. He sprang forward and blurred into the wind, speed and power hitting the limit of human capability. Strangely, no battle aura rippled around him. Every ounce of strength came solely from beast feedback. Jiang Chong narrowed his eyes. In the months since arriving in this world, almost every beastmaster he had met also trained as a warrior. One who relied only on his beasts, like Gongsun Wu, was rare. Sensing Jiang Cheng's surprise, Gongsun Wu halted and called out proudly, surprised? A true beastmaster never borrows other power beasts, are the only path. Lightning danced in his pupils as he pointed ahead. Witness the strength of a real beastmaster. Thunder rent the air, and serpentine arcs skittered along the ground. Gongsun Wu's figure pushed past human sight, agile as a top-tier speed-type monster. His quickness came from the three-legged azure sky crane, his lightning control and raw strength from the Xianming Gui turtle. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, feeling the deep bond between the man and his two beasts stronger even than a spirit contract yet, that was all. Outside, the clash of his own giant beasts was growing fiercer, and he had no wish to stall. Innate true yuan surged in his chest like a boiling sea. He chose to end it quickly. Runes flared in his palm as the fearless tiger's sigil reached its peak. Roar! A golden-white tiger leapt from the void, immense and wreathed in razor-edged metal chi, its first bellow shaking the heavens. Another beast? No, that's a battle art. Suspended in midair, Gongsun Wu's mind reeled, yet the lightning head gathered left him no retreat. He could only meet the strike Qilin. In the next heartbeat, the lightning-clad Gongsun Wu and the white divine tiger wrapped in metallic force closed on each other, their power already at its peak. When Gongsun Wu felt the terrifying aura of the white divine tiger at close range, his expression changed drastically. The power was far more violent than he had imagined, like an entire mountain crashing toward him, leaving no room to dodge. Roar! The tiger's claw, wreathed in a chilling gunmetal force, cleaved downward, shredding the air itself. Even with the heavy defenses he had inherited from the Xianming turtle, Gongsun Wu's arms were ripped open in an instant, flesh curling back as his bones vibrated audibly. Bang! He shot backward like a kite with a broken string, a metallic taste flooding his chest. The three-legged azure sky crane cut through the sky just in time. With a sharp cry, its snowy wings snapped shut around Gongsun Wu, sweeping him into its embrace. The Xianming turtle lunged in front of them, lightning dancing across its massive shell. Planting all 4 feet, the two pairs of vertical pupils on its back locked onto Jiang Chong, a deep growl rumbling through its body as it vowed to guard its master to the death. You fight without honor. Gongsun Wu gasped between the crane's wings, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Chong, his voice thick with rage and exhaustion. Darkness closed in before he could finish, and he fell unconscious. Jiang Chong never slowed, his sharp gaze cutting through the drifting debris as he pressed forward. Sensing its master's peril, the Xianming turtle unleashed a burst of thunderous power and dismantled its protective barrier, the 8-realm thunder roar, pouring everything into the enemy before it. With the barrier gone, piles of demon beast corpses and pitch-black wraiths flooded in like a tide, their howls shaking the air. The azure sky crane let out a long screech and exchanged a quick signal with the turtle. Hold him off, he'll get the master out of here. In the next instant, its wings blurred into afterimages, a streak of cyan light sweeping up Gongsun Wu and shooting into the sky. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned icy. With a flick of his arm, a long sword of azure light condensed in his palm, its edge emitting a piercing whistle, ready to launch after them at any moment. Oh well. Ershah had already caught his master's intent. He threw back his head in a furious howl and unfolded an ice-fire domain. Jagged spears of frost erupted from the ground like a forest of pale lances, halting the surge of corpses, while molten crimson fire rolled in behind, reducing the less heat-resistant bodies to ash. Above, spectral wraiths were being hunted by Zhu Juin. The candle dragon's soul was born to counter evil spirits. Each casual swipe of the little creature's paw erased another swath of darkness. So boring, it yawned, lazily poking 2 more ghosts into oblivion. Suddenly, it twitched its nose, eyes falling on the hollow left by the earlier extraction of the divine beast bloodline crystal. At the bottom, a pinecone-shaped obsidian gem pulsed with an eerie violet glow. Oh, something nice. Zhu Juin's eyes lit up, and it wriggled over at once. The moment it left, the ghosts found an opening and surged forward on a gale of black wind. Ershah, stationed at the flank, nearly had his tail torn open. Oh well, you rotten snake. He roared in fury, cursing non-stop while struggling to keep the ice-fire domain intact. Out of my way. Jiang Chong snapped his wrist, sending arcs of sword light slashing outward, but the blasts smashed uselessly against the turtle's thunder-armored shell. Watching the azure sky crane carry Gongsun Wu farther and farther away, his gaze grew ever colder. the Xianming turtle remained formidable in both offense and defense. Even after being wounded in its earlier battle with the shadow four-winged dragon, it fought with relentless ferocity. Were it not injured and its master unconscious, Jang Chong might have had to unveil his deepest trump cards to match it at full strength. At that moment, Jiang Qing chose to hold nothing back. Deep within his eyes, two short blades of white flame coalesced, and his aura soared to its peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The azure longsword in his hand flickered between substance and illusion. The surging spiritual power forced the grain of the blade into stark relief. Ancient sigils, wriggling like tadpoles or earthworms, climbed from the guard to the tip, glinting with a cold, bone-white light. 18 constellations of the immortal realm, empower my Tianshan sword. Jiang Cheng's clear shout rolled across the lake. Yet beneath the triumphant cry, a flash of pain and tangled memories crossed his eyes, as though an old wound had been ripped open in his chest. Such overwhelming sword intent, gasped a cultivator hiding in the shadows. That has to be at least Grandmaster level, right? More than that. Anyone who can let sword intent blanket half of Longhu is already a Dao patriarch. A patriarch? There are only a handful in the entire Donghua Empire. Why would one appear here? All across the battlefield, powerhouses and young prodigies who had been locked in combat with the beast tide froze when the sky-rending sword song rose from the wildwood, exchanging uneasy glances. Every gaze was drawn to the air above Longhu. A solitary figure stood against the wind, his robes snapping like banners. Opposite him, the Tianxian dragon croc, scales shattered and body streaked with blood, still reared back to roar at the heavens. In that instant, the crystal waters of Longhu were dyed a heavy crimson. The churning lake was littered with severed limbs and shattered bones. Most conspicuous was the corpse of the Zhangba spear serpent, nearly 1,000 zhang long. Its locomotive-sized head floated on the surface, vat-sized vertical pupils still wide open, glaring at the sky even in death. The lingering demonic miasma made the surrounding waters hiss and boil. Qinghai King, how terrifying, someone whispered. More cultivators stared with a mixture of reverence, dread, and even fanatic devotion. Single-handedly, he had suppressed the entire beast tide of Longhu, gravely wounded a diamond-ranked earth howler, and personally slain the Zhangba spear serpent along with several high platinum tier fiends, achievements beyond ordinary imagination. Even Song and I, who had watched with cold detachment, quietly wiped the sweat from his brow. The way he looked at Su Luo grew heavier than ever, tinged with an instinctive fear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Chong seemed to fuse with the teal longsword in his grip, his entire body radiating a terrifying, razor-sharp aura. A surge of sword light rushed inward, etching fine cracks across his once-tough skin. Beads of crimson seeped out and rolled down his arm. He was wielding the Tianshan sword sect's famed Yinjian technique, whose might is judged by the number of drawn swords. Even the weakest double draw can sever rivers and cleave mountains. Back when he was only at the Shanhai realm, Jiang Chong could summon 16 drawn swords at once, and had even slain a Xuandu expert far above his rank, an achievement unmatched in 3,000 years of D-Star history. Swish, swish, swish. For translucent sword phantoms took shape in rapid succession. Moments later, 2 more burst skyward. 6 drawn swords now orbited Jiang Chong, exuding an icy chill. The sword light pulsed with every breath he took. For someone still in the Xiantian realm, 6 draws were already the limit. The rippling sword force shredded fallen leaves on the ground into powder. Not far away, a Xianming thunder turtle, its shell pitch black, trembled under the sword pressure, yet held its ground. In its amber eyes burned a desperate determination to protect its master. No threat must reach him. Out of my way. Jiang Cheng's gaze turned frosty. He knew the 3-legged azure sky crane could spirit Gongsun Wu away at incredible speed, so he had to break the turtle in an instant. He raised his blade, and the 6 drawn swords flared with cold cyan light, converging like 6 baleful stars. In the next heartbeat, every ounce of sword intent poured into the weapon in his hand, when a piercing wail suddenly ripped through his mind. Oh, it's poison. Jiang Chong, it hurts. My stomach's on fire. The tiny Zhu Juyin curled into a ball, scales darkening to a sickly red. Its limbs convulsed, little claws digging into the soil, each breath laced with the faint smell of scorched flesh. It writhed in agony, tail thrashing. Beside it, Air Shah stood drenched in blood, still shielding the creature, silently rending any ghost or beast that dared approach. Muddy, blood-tinged water pooled at its feet. In that split second of distraction, Jiang Chong caught sight of the distance. The azure sky crane had already vanished beyond the wasteland with Gongsun Wu on its back. Seeing this, the Xianming thunder turtle withdrew its head and limbs, then charged after them, its shell plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground all under Jiang Cheng's gaze. His brow tightened, yet he chose not to give chase. Instead, he slashed downward. Boom. The sword chi exploded, cleaving every corpse and specter within 100 zhang radius clean in half. The very earth split into a ring-shaped trench, exposing scorched rock. Nearly a kilometer away, in another clash, the mountain spirit king spider shuddered violently as residual force disrupted the energy within its body. All 8 legs faltered. The shadow four-winged dragon roared, seizing the brief opening. Its iron-black talons stabbed into the gaps of the spider's carapace. Ryup! A sickening tear echoed. The spider shrieked in terror as the dragon pried open its heavy rear shell like a crab being cracked alive. Milky fluid gushed out in torrents, rivaling the flow of a raging river. The mountain spirit king spider's 16 pairs of eyes whirled in panic as it shrieked for mercy, but the shadow four-winged dragon showed none. Cold pupils gleamed, jaws yawned wide, and rows of frosted fangs snapped shut, ripping the platinum 6-star lord of the outer wildwood clean in half. Limbs scattered, blood rained. The mountain spirit king spider was no more. Wah! Am I going to die, Jang Chong? I swear I'll never eat random stuff again. Zhu Jiuyin rolled on the ground, wailing and hiccuping. Oh, whatever if I'm doomed. Give me back my claw phone. I still have one episode of Victoria's Secret to watch. Jiang Chong frowned. He drew on the power of his soul sea to probe its meridians and dragon core, while the little creature rambled on, its chatter straying further off topic. Shut up, he snapped, eyes like blades. Scolded, Zhu Jiuyin tucked in its claws and closed its mouth, sulking. What exactly did it eat? Jiang Chong asked Airsha. The ice fire demon hound scratched its head, then pointed a claw at the crater left by the fallen blood crystal. That stinky snake dug something black out of there, kind of looked like an Oreo. Drop dead. Zhu Jiuyin glared, but the moment it spoke, flames churned inside it, the searing pain making its whole body convulse. Jiang Chong knelt beside the pit and pinched a trace of black powder. The grains clung to his fingertips as a stream of system data appeared. Material name, Dishak Dragon Heart Fragment 1. Assessment, a heart fragment from the Western Divine Beast Dishak, infused with a trace of ancient Eastern dragon blood. Can serve as one of the primers for the ancient dragon line Qinchi. Grade S. Can be synthesized into Dishak Dragon Heart. Can be dismantled into 200 material shards. Qinchi? Jiang Chong muttered, his frown deepening. Qinchi is a mysterious rite handed down among the ancient dragon clans, somewhat akin to a human comingafage ceremony, yet far more arcane and intricate. Only by surviving Qinchi can a hatchling shed its skin, truly mature, and awaken the dormant genes of its elder bloodline. Closing the ancient beast's chronicle acquired at the cost of 5 material shards, Jiang Chong shifted his gaze to Zhu Jiuyin, who was writhing on the ground, his brows knitting in rare concern. He could not help. Qinchi was a trial a dragon had to face alone. Hang in there, Jiang Chong sighed. That's what you get for being greedy. Zhu Jiuyin shivered in agony, eyes rolling back as its tail thrashed. It hurts, it hurts. Before the words were out, a thread of violet flame burst from the gaps between its crimson scales, surging like a fountain along its spine until it engulfed its entire body. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Zhu Jiuyin shrieked in terror. Airsha lunged forward at once, spewing a blast of bone-chilling mist in an attempt to smother the flames. Instead, the frost mingled with the violet fire as though dousing it with oil, and the blaze flared even higher. What? I didn't mean to. Airsha spun in panic, ready to charge into the inferno, but Jiang Chong caught him around the waist and held him back. It's useless. That's dragon soul fire, Jiang Chong said, shaking his head. Whether it survives depends on its own strength. With that, he sat cross-legged. 6 guiding swords, together with their azure shadows, rose into the air and wove a curtain of steel, sealing the area against outside interference. It was the only help he could offer Zhu Jiuyin during Qinchi. The dragon soul fire burned without limit, scouring Zhu Jiyin's mind to a blank void. Suddenly, countless ancient and majestic dragon roars welled up within, sometimes soaring and piercing the clouds, sometimes deep as rolling drums, each obscure syllable brimming with indescribable power. It was high draconic, said to be the most perfect language ever spoken. The scene flipped abruptly, as though time itself were flowing backward. Where am I? It blinked awake, rubbing its eyes with a claw. Towering blades of grass thousands of zhang high filled its view, alongside primeval god mountains that pierced the heavens and beasts whose bodies radiated terrifying auras. 10 blazing suns hung side by side overhead, while milky strands of primal chaos drifted through the void. The ancient continent, the familiar oppression, lay buried in its draconic blood, prompting it to draw in a breath of chaos energy. Its scales lifted and settled in pleasure. Boom. The sky dimmed. A bass roar rolled overhead. Gale winds whipped past, making heaven and earth quake. A sky-blotting leviathan shaped like a flying fish tore through the air, trailing the furious waves of the southern sea and ascending 90,000 li in a single breath. Its colossal body stretched for thousands of li, vanishing beyond sight. Kuanping! Zhu Jiuyin screamed, scrambling head over tail into the nearest hollow log. Kuanping and the ancient dragons were mortal enemies, each species feeding on the other. It had no wish to become someone's snack. Roar! At that moment, another shrill, piercing cry split the air. The eastern sky suddenly blazed crimson, as if an endless ocean of flame were surging over the clouds. A wave of scorching heat rolled out, and from that fire a vast scarlet bird burst forth, its wings eclipsing the heavens, each feather seemingly forged from divine fire and shimmering with prismatic light. Its eyes erupted with radiance as it looked down upon the ancient continent, and its long tail cut the sky like a burning comet, leaving a searing trail behind the vermilion bird. Zhu Jiuyin jolted in shock, but there was no time to stare. More ancient gods and beasts appeared one after another, and awe quickly gave way to numbness. Xuanwu carried a vast serpent upon its mountainous shell. Qinglong coiled for thousands of li, its roar shaking the firmament. Baihu wielded the power of metal, its claws gleaming like blades. Deeper in the void, titanic figures flickered in and out of the haze of chaos, indistinct, yet unmistakably the legendary deities of antiquity. Wait, isn't that Shah's ancestor? Zhu Jiuyin caught sight of several Ho, creatures with twin horns, half wolf and half dragon. Eyes wide, it muttered, talk about a gap in the family tree. Shah must be a mixed breed. The Ho before it radiated terrifying power, a far cry from the dopey Shah it knew. These beings had nothing in common, many of them sworn enemies, yet all of them were racing in the same direction. What could possibly draw them together? Unease churned in Zhu Jiyin's chest, and it swallowed hard. Forget it. Staying here is a bad idea, I'm out. Shaking its head, it shrank back, trying to make itself smaller. The auras overhead felt as though they could crush it at any moment. Danger lurked across the land. Any random creature here could end its life with ease. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly missed Jang Chong, and the sense of safety beside its master. This world was far too terrifying for an adolescent dragon. A stabbing pain pierced its mind. The ancient draconic chant returned, sharper now, like 10,000 bones grinding together. Then a deep, gentle voice echoed through its consciousness. My child, welcome home. Zhu Jiuyin looked up. High above, a crimson dragon coiled among the clouds, stretching for miles. Its body serpentine, yet bearing a human face. The candle dragon. Bathed in divine light, she fixed her gaze on Zhu Jiuyin, eyes filled with encouragement and hope. In the blink of an eye, the world shifted yet again. Zhu Jiuyin now stood upon an ancient, colossal altar. What are you trying to do? Zhu Jiuyin stammered, staring at the colossal clansman before her, a dragon thousands of miles long whose entire body radiated divine might. The ancient candle dragon lowered its gaze, lifted her gently, and with its immense body carried the pair toward the altar's center. The surrounding darkness receded, revealing countless particles of light that shimmered with an uncanny brilliance. Peeking cautiously, Zhu Jiuyin realized that every particle was a living star, and the altar beneath her stood at the very heart of the starry sea, ancient and immense. This is your Qinchi, the candle dragon said, a brilliant smile tugging at its lips. Hosting a hatchling's Qinchi was a rare delight in its tens of thousands of years of life. Well then, are you ready, little one? It stopped above the altar, lowering its massive head. The blinding radiance below almost swallowed the entire scene. No. Zhu Jiuyin clawed at the air, shaking her head furiously. There's no backing out. Every dragon must pass this trial. Do your best, I'm eager to see what gift you bring back from Qinchi. Before the last word faded, the claw that could crush stars slammed down onto the altar's center. Boom. Scorching golden light surged across the platform. Countless intricate lines and tadpole-shaped runes surfaced, while the outer stars shifted, following some primordial trajectory, to form a colossal map. Roar. Oh whoa. Roar. 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 Dragon cries burst through the void, high, deep, and hoarse, all different, yet unmistakably ancient. Wrapped in a sphere of gold, Zhu Jiuyin was drawn downward by the altar's power, sinking into an ocean woven from countless particles of light. Jang Chong, help. I won't eat random things anymore. My head is splitting. I'm burning up. Her screams weakened until her figure vanished into the sea of light. Outside, Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted. Sweeping his divine sense over Zhu Jiyin's body, he was shocked to find her life force draining at an alarming rate. Something's wrong. He frowned, pressed a hand to her head, and sent his soul sea power inside, only to discover that her spirit was completely gone, leaving behind an empty shell. What's wrong with the stupid snake? Did something happen? Shah saw Jiang Cheng's grim expression and craned its neck in panic. Her soul is missing, Jiang Cheng said heavily. With the strength of his current soul, nearly half of what he possessed in his previous life, comparable to half the spirit of a near-mortal, still could not trace Zhu Jiyin's soul. Then what do we do? Shah froze, its voice trembling. It gently bit Zhu Jiyin's body and shook her, whimpering, stupid snake, wake up. I won't fight you for canned food anymore, and I'll stop tattling on you. Watching the scene, Jiang Cheng felt a tangle of emotions. He had never imagined such deep affection between these two little rivals. Taking one more look at the nearly lifeless Zhu Jiuyin, he sighed. Then, eyes resolute, patted Shah on the head, and said calmly, stay here and guard her. We'll bring her back. Air Shah tilted his head at Jang Chong, who sat motionless like a monk deep in meditation, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Yet he obediently stood guard and watched the surroundings with wary attention. He quickly sensed that something was wrong. The shadow four-winged dragon had not returned, and no other life signs could be detected nearby. Everything was deathly still, as if all vitality had been drained away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and held his breath. At the light touch of his will, the boundless ocean of his soul began to churn, but such ripples were nowhere near enough to retrieve Zhu Jian's scattered spirit. He needed a soul sea poised at half a step from unity, a reservoir at the threshold of immortality. A thunderous roar rose as the sea raged beneath his command, waves of condensed soul water towering into the sky. Yet more than half of its surface was still locked beneath a heavy sheet of frost. Only by shattering that ice could he break the remaining shackles. Beneath the frozen crust gaped a massive fissure scarred by storms of lightning and sculpted again and again by sword chi. A miniature figure formed from Jiang Cheng's consciousness, barely a foot tall, looked down on the ruin below. His gaze grew complicated, and he sighed. The fissure was the mark left when he failed to force his way through Qingtian Gate. Any ordinary peak-level cultivator would have died from such a wound, yet he survived, stumbled into another world, and bonded with a mysterious system. What lies beyond Qingtian Gate? The thought drifted through his mind. He had been one step away from the legendary portal to the immortal realm, but everything on the other side was blank, as though wiped away by some unknown power. He reined in his thoughts, pressed two fingers together into a blade of cold light, and slashed at the frozen sea without hesitation. Cracks spread like a spider web with a sharp hiss. In an instant, every ice sheet shattered, the entire soul sea was freed, and towering waves of soul power hammered against the far shore. Jiang Cheng drew a deep breath of long-lost freedom, only to go pale a heartbeat later. Unsealing the sea carried a price. Agony like 10,000 needles pierced his fingertips and surged into his skull, but he forced it down and seized control of the vast power now at his command. By reflex, he swept his spiritual sense across the area. In Longhu town, the young elites and top masters still mopping up the beast tide felt their hearts seize. Several near-platinum monarch-grade beasts trembled violently, bellowed, and collapsed to the ground. That gaze felt like a god looking down from on high, inescapable and untraceable. War Emperor-level fighters from every province went ashen and exchanged uneasy glances, shock roiling in their eyes, yet no one spoke a word. The sensation reached far beyond Longhu town. Across half the Donghua Empire, anyone with spiritual power above 10,000 Hertz warriors, Dao cultivators, high-rank beast tamers felt the same chilling impression of being watched. High above the sea of stars, the silver river arced across the sky. A colossal, pure white beast drifted among the clouds, its enormous body quivering, round eyes filled with innocent confusion. On its head stood a medium-built man in a thin black autumn jacket, stubble shadowing his jaw. His pupils shrank. What terrifying spirit power! Has the creature in the Mariana Trench awakened? No, it was never this overwhelming. Then who is it? He frowned so deeply it seemed he could wring water from his brows. While countless experts throughout the empire still reeled in fear and confusion, Jiang Chong fell silent once more. With his soul force restored to its peak, he easily followed the trail of Zhu Jian's vanishing spirit. Yet when his power touched a certain hidden node, it abruptly disappeared. At the center of the altar lay a vast polno. Calling it a pool was far too modest. It was an entire sea. Countless motes of light drifted through the air like fireflies, sprinkling down on a boundless surface that shimmered with sacred radiance. Every particle seemed to imprison the most profound and overwhelming force imaginable. Zhu Jiuyin now floated leisurely above this luminous ocean, his whiskers twitching as he snored in gentle, steady breaths. Suddenly, a black speck blinked into existence from the void. No larger than a grain of dust, it glimmered oddly before bursting with a muffled pop and releasing a ghostly silhouette. The phantom quickly solidified, taking on the form of Jiang Chong. The moment Jiang Chong opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed by the sight before him. Each particle loomed as large as a distant star, emanating a divine brilliance and a soul-shaking pressure. Worse still, there were billions, perhaps tens of trillions of these particles, merging into a true ocean. Even with his soul at its peak, he could not help but feel as small as dust. Huru huru. A sudden, thunderous snore yanked him from his awe. Suppressing his racing thoughts, he traced the sound with his senses to discover which great being could sleep so soundly here. An instant later his face darkened. A small, scarlet snake was sprawled on the glowing surface, for tiny claws pointing skyward, its round white belly on full display. The picture of shameless comfort it was none other than Zhu Jiuyin. Jiang Chong felt equal parts annoyed and amused. He had assumed the little creature had run into trouble in Qinchi. Yet here it was, napping without a care. With a single thought he split off a wisp of consciousness and jabbed the exposed white belly. Hey, who's ambushing me? Zhu Jiuyin jolted awake, cursing groggily until he recognized Jiang Cheng's miniature soul form. He shivered, rubbed his eyes with a paw, and whimpered, Jiang Cheng? You finally came to rescue me. The snake wriggled, trying to burrow into Jiang Cheng's arms as usual, but the avatar was only a projection. Zhu Jiuyin passed straight through him, cheeks puffing in frustration. Jiang Cheng chuckled. This is only a soul projection. Oh, Zhu Jiuyin blinked, hope lighting up his face. Then hurry and get me out of here. This place is creepy and miserable, full of terrifying monsters. It's no habitat for an underage dragon. Jiang Cheng surveyed the surroundings, brow furrowing. I can't. This altar space is completely sealed by a tremendous power, and it seems some truly terrifying entity is standing guard. What? So I'm stuck in this dump for life? Zhu Jiyin's spirit deflated, his eyes dimming in despair. Jiang Cheng glanced at him and thought, keeping the little fellow here might not be so bad after all. This sea of particles is steeped in extraordinary divinity. Toss a street mud in for a decade, and it'd probably emerge a divine hound. For Zhu Jiuyin, who already carries sacred beast blood, the benefits could be unimaginable. Sensing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Zhu Jiuyin froze, shock and outrage written all over its face. Bristling with righteous fury, it thrust its tiny paws into the air and howled. Unbelievable. Jiang Cheng, you're really going to abandon me? After all these years at your side, maybe not earning merit, but at least putting in hard work, you out just cast me off? Fine. We're finished. From now on, you mind your business and I'll mind mine. Watching the creature launch into a full-blown melodrama with lines worthy of a low-budget TV series, Jiang Cheng's cheek twitched. A moment later, a playful glint crossed his eyes, and he sighed theatrically. If that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. What? That's not how this is supposed to go. Zhu Jiuyin yelped. It spun around, blocked his path, and instantly shifted to fawning mode, words tumbling out in a rush. Brother Jiang, I was joking. How could a master as handsome, dashing, and kind as you ever leave someone as adorable as me? Jiang Cheng casted a cool glance, but said nothing. Instead, he closed his eyes and sent out a wisp of divine sense to probe the surroundings. The altar chamber was silent and oppressive, its chill cutting to the bone. After a long while, he opened his eyes. Meeting Zhu Jiyin's hopeful look, he exhaled slowly, his voice unusually grave. The whole space is sealed. Even my soul power can't break through. There's barely a crack anywhere. Still, I can faintly sense an exit above us. Above? Zhu Jiuyin looked up. Thick chaos churned overhead, purple and white flashes rippling through it, while crushing gravity weighed down each inch higher, multiplied its bodous burden many times over. It pointed a trembling paw at the maelstrom and swallowed hard. Yes, that's probably where Chinky's real destination lies, Jiang Cheng said. Just as he withdrew his divine sense, a violent tremor shook his mind. Roar, roar, roar. From deep within the chaos came a low, powerful dragon's cry. A terrifying pressure descended, obliterating Jiang Cheng's probing consciousness in an instant. Being laid bare to that force felt like ice boring into bone, cracks spiderwebbed across the tiny golden figure of his nascent soul, spraying light. Jiang Cheng gave a bitter smile, turned to Zhu Jiuyin, and spoke one last time. Whether you get out depends on you alone. Staying here isn't necessarily bad. One day you might wake up a divine beast. With that, his consciousness shattered and vanished. Damn it, I'm not rotting in this cursed place. Zhu Jiuyin clenched its little claws, lifted its head toward the chaos, and a hardened resolve flared in its eyes. Outside the altar, at that same moment, a colossal candle dragon, thousands of miles long, suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were like twin black suns, radiating a terrifying light. In a deep, slightly puzzled voice it murmured, an unusual soul. At the heart of the ancient altar, in the boundless sea of light, a tiny crimson serpent fought upstream. The forked, crystal horns on its head met the crushing pressure heated, while its little claws churned the water. Every inch of ascent multiplied the weight that slammed into its body. Damn it, I will not rot in this cursed place. Zhu Jiuyin growled inwardly. A rare resolve flashed in its draconic eyes as it forced itself higher, enduring the scouring storm of divine particles. It had no idea how long it struggled. Blood soaked its frame until the fiery scales blazed like living flames. Then the surroundings shifted. The sand-like motes of divinity vanished, replaced by a violet gold liquid that was bone-deep cold. In an instant, the chill sucked the molten heat from its blood, almost freezing it solid. I can't quit. Zhu Jiuyin clenched its jaws. A fiercer fire seemed to ignite in its pupils, and its body began to swell, growing stronger before the eye. In the violet gold liquid, torrents of icy energy surged into its veins and organs, reshaping its flesh. Outside, Jiang Cheng's eyes flew open. He spat blood onto the ground, his face deathly pale. Wiping the stain from his lips, he stared at the husk Zhu Jiuyin had left behind. The shell of scorched scales hovered in midair, haloed by flashing brilliance, as though some unknown power were stirring inside. Oh whoa, Jiang Cheng, something's moving over there. Ersha, on watch, galloped over. Its keen ears had caught the rush of beasts from every direction drawn, it seemed, by Zhu Juyin. Roar! A deep, resonant dragon cry burst across the sky. A howling gale rose, and a black shadow swallowed the light. An umbral quad-winged dragon unfurled its 4 pairs of membrane wings, blotting out the sun, its vast pupils locked on the floating dragon shell. The wind had barely died when several platinum-rank beasts arrived, their gazes fixed on the ancient husk, bodies trembling. Greed, longing, fear, reverence, even self-loathing flickered in their eyes. Every one of them carried dragon blood. Confronted with a true ancient dragon, their emotions surged uncontrollably. Gulp! Several draconic beasts swallowed hard, their hoarse breaths thick with craving, oily green eyes gleaming with feverish light. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed. As his gaze swept over the newcomers, data surfaced in his mind. Beast, blue jiao wolf, grade, platinum 4-star. Beast, death dragon ant, grade, platinum 5-star. Beast, venomous dragon lizard, grade, platinum 4-star. It was obvious they had set their sights on Zhu Juyin. For any creature of dragon blood, devouring an ancient dragon's lineage was a lure as potent as the deadliest poison. Huff! The shadow 4-winged dragon beat its wings, white vapor jetting from its nostrils. It parted its jaws, and rows of fine, razor-sharp teeth grated against one another with a shrill metallic screech. Those ghostly blue pupils locked onto the stinking serpent's corpse below, naked greed and hunger blazing in their depths. Only then did Shah sense the danger. Baring its fangs, it planted itself in front of the serpent and growled at the circling beasts. Yet noble blood could not make up for power. Stuck at gold 4-star, it had no hope of intimidating platinum-rank monarchs. Its growl flickered like a candle in the wind, devoid of threat. Jiang Chong scanned the surroundings, a chill spreading outward from his eyes. The pallor brought on by exhaustion was replaced by a fast-rising flush of color. With a quiet sigh, he rose to his feet that had already paid a steep price to save this little creature. His crystalline hand lifted, and a jade-green sword shadow flashed into being. At the same time, 6 phantom blades appeared in the air, all points leveled forward, their frostbright edges gleaming. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, his killing intent undisguised. Jiang Cheng knew how irresistible ancient dragon blood was to any draconic creature. Only one option remained. Cut down every predator, or the Zhu Juyin's hatchling would be lost. The shadow 4-winged dragon, soaked in viscous blood, roared so loudly the sky trembled. Between the pair of narrow, curved horns on its head, a jet-black sigil coalesced, radiating pure destruction. Its innate skill, the Ao rune. Even in its duel with the mountain spirit king spider, it had never used this power, yet now it targeted Jiang Chong without hesitation. All around, several draconic beasts, the wyvern wolf among them, unleashed their own gifts, their auras spiking higher and higher. Every gaze fixed on Jiang Chong. As platinum-rank monarchs, they possessed keen intelligence. Defeat the human and the coveted ancient bloodline would be theirs. In an instant, the sky filled with intersecting torrents of violent energy, spiritual power surging like a tide. Shah's shoulders tensed. It edged behind Jiang Chong, crouching low to stay out of sight. These titans were foes it could not hope to challenge. Just as battle was about to explode, the Zhu Juyin above them suddenly changed. Bones snapped like firecrackers as its once 1-meter body expanded with breathtaking speed. 3 meters, 6, 9 in a blink it surpassed 30. Though still smaller than the shadow 4-winged dragon, it was now tens of times its earlier size. The 33-meter form hovered in the air like a high-speed train suspended against the sky, and the weight of ancient dragon might crash downward. The hybrid draconic beasts felt it most acutely. Their half-formed skills sputtered out, and they dropped flat to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Even the shadow 4-winged dragon couldn't ignore that pressure. Its blue pupils shrank, long-forgotten fear flooding its eyes. A lazy yet majestic dragon song echoed across the battlefield. The Zhu Juyin opened its eyes. Golden pupils blazed with terrifying light, as though an inexhaustible sacred fire burned behind them. I'm out. Wait, what? How did I get this huge? The moment Zhu Juyin opened its eyes, exhilaration surged through it. But looking down, it saw a massive, unfamiliar body, thick limbs and hard, sculpted muscles that seemed cast from molten gold, and it froze on the spot. Holy smokes, growing overnight feels amazing. A tide of mixed emotions rolled in. Relief, sadness, and a trace of nervousness. It recalled the posts it usually scrolled through on its Poffinivrion online, agreed that the smaller and cuter a beast was, the more its master adored it. If it was suddenly this big, wouldn't Jiang Chong lose interest? While it was overthinking, a warm current welled up from deep inside, bursting through like a flood and racing along veins and meridians. Zhu Juyin frowned, clearly feeling its strength multiply. I've gotten so much stronger. It raised imaginary eyebrows, tentatively extended a claw, and gave a light squeeze. Boom. Air imploded with a muffled crash, followed by a shrill scream. The nearest platinum rank, Monarch-class blue Jiao wolf found the space around it wrung dry by an invisible force. A heartbeat later, it was crushed into a heavy slab of flesh that splattered to the ground. The sight even stunned Zhu Juyin. It stared wide-eyed at its own claws. All I did was casually pinch it, right? Standing to the side, Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered as a pet status panel surfaced in his mind. Beast name, Zhu Juyin. Level XX mid-growth stage. Grade XX mid-growth stage. Skills. Status, bewildered. Just underwent the Star Awakening. Currently evolving toward maturity and needs ample time to digest the sudden surge of power and spatial laws. Attribute, divine. Evolution paths, 16. Both level and grade were displayed as question marks, proof of the enormity of this transformation. Judging by the crude yet tyrannical spatial law, it had just wielded enough to erase a platinum-ranked beast with one swipe. Was already beyond ordinary monarch class. Once it finished absorbing the power granted by the Star Awakening, Zhu Juyin would make a qualitative leap. The thought curled Jiang Cheng's lips into a rare smile. After raising this little thing for so long, it's finally showing promise. Haha, Jiang Chong, am I awesome or what? Zhu Juyin caught the look on its master's face and puffed out its chest, fishing for praise. So, Jiang Chong replied with a casual glance. What? Zhu Juyin yelped, stunned. Look again, will you? With that, it stretched out its claw once more. Crackle. Hiss. Tangible golden draconic might swept outward, and the remaining 3 draconic beasts instantly went white, collapsing under the pressure like puddles of mud. They couldn't even struggle. They could only let out soul-rending howls and beg for mercy. Please, be a good dragon, have mercy. The first to perish was the death dragon ant. Its icy, metallic carapace, normally hard as steel, crumpled under the terrifying spatial force as if it were no more than tissue paper. The moment its armor shattered, a sharp crack rang out, and blinding white fluid mixed with shredded flesh sprayed in every direction, flooding the clearing with a heavy stench of blood. Death came so swiftly that the platinum-ranked beast never even managed to scream. The light faded from its compound eyes in an instant. In any primeval jungle, it would have reigned supreme, yet here it was reduced to nothing more than an ant. Candle 9's raised claw froze midway, revulsion and shock washing over it. All it had meant to do was lift the ant with spatial law to test its strength. A casual squeeze had turned the creature into pulp. Impossible. I definitely held back. Frustration churned inside it, as its gaze shifted to the toxic dragon lizard sprawled on the ground. The lizard's throat bobbed violently, its scales bristling in terror as the shadow of death loomed. On the brink of despair, it let out a piercing screech, unleashing the power hidden within its body. Its jaws snapped open, and with a sharp pop, the venom sac beneath its fangs burst. A dark green mist, thick enough to corrode metal, gushed out like a breached dam, blanketing all sight. Seizing the moment, the lumbering beast scrambled to its feet and bolted madly into the distance. You think I'm a fool? Candle 9 snorted. Learning from its earlier mistake, it hooked a claw, silently collapsing and freezing the surrounding space. A kilometer away, the toxic dragon lizard had just tasted the elation of survival when its spine convulsed, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. An invisible force lifted it gentle for half a heartbeat. Then the pressure surged. Bones exploded like muffled thunder, and its flesh was compressed into a mangled mass little better than the ants. What is going on? I'm being careful. Candle 9's brow furrowed, frustration threatening to boil over. Only the shadow 4-winged dragon remained. Trembling, it fluttered its 4 membranous wings, lowering its massive head in submission. A deep, ancient rumble rose from its throat, punctuated by several awkward syllables, the language spoken only among elder dragons. Uttering those words proved it carried a trace of ancient dragon blood. Candle 9 blinked in surprise, raising an eyebrow as it seemed to understand the clumsy draconic plea. Its eyes brightened, and it turned to Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong, it wants to acknowledge me as its master. Should I accept? Rumble. The shadow 4-winged dragon dipped its enormous head, hesitated for a beat, then spat out a clump of black crimson blood essence. With painstaking care, it stretched out a claw and traced an ancient pattern in the air. Watching from the side, Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. The blood mist sigils interlocked one after another, clearly forming a spirit-binding array, one tailored for dragons and far more stringent than an ordinary pact. Among dragons, rank is absolute. Higher dragons rule, lower dragons serve. That is why, in antiquity, even childless ancient dragons could command vast lineages. The so-called branches were merely the descendants of their dragon thralls. Whoosh! The blood-red array compressed into a single point of light and shot toward Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin casually lifted a claw and caught the mote in his palm. In that instant, unseen chains locked the 2 great dragons' auras together. The shadow 4-winged dragon lowered its body with a guttural growl, its vertical pupils brimming with submission. Basking in that heated, reverent gaze, Zhu Juyin tipped his head back proudly and flicked his tail toward Jiang Chong. I've got a pet of my own now. Ursha muttered nearby, "Lucky snake." Staring at the newly tamed behemoth, he scratched his head, secretly wondering if he could nab a pet as well. Jang Chong studied the mountain-sized shadow four-winged dragon platinum 7-star, a monarch-class beast, an unexpected bonus. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled, about to land, when a sudden dizziness washed over him. His huge body wobbled. "Jiang Chong, my head's spinning. I'm taking a nap." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Tinjong dragon shrank to mere inches, turned into a crimson streak, and burrowed into Jiang Chang's right arm. A crooked little serpent pattern surfaced on his skin, radiating gentle warmth. Jiang Cheng wasn't surprised. The little fellow had just completed its celestial awakening. Residual energy still flooded its body, so sleep was inevitable. What did surprise him was the new beast seal. Only beasts of platinum rank and above could dissolve into a seal on their handler, and such a mark signified a higher level feedback. Powerful tamers often gained one or more special abilities from it, which explained why elite beastmasters remained terrifying even without summoning their companions. For now, he could only sense Zhu Juyin snoozing soundly within the seal. Any further benefits were still dormant. Roar? The shadow four-winged dragon lay flat on the ground. Seeing Zhu Juyin vanish, it froze for a moment, but dared not harbor the slightest rebellion. Lifting its head cautiously, it offered Jiang Chong a soft, flattering growl. This was its master's master, one it must never offend. Smack! Before Jiang Chong could say a word, Ersha stretched out a paw and swatted the shadow four-winged dragon on its massive head, snarling. "Who told you to roar? Can't you see you're bothering Brother Jiang?" The dragon jerked its head back, clamped its jaws shut, and glared resentfully at the swaggering ice-fire demon hound. Once a platinum 7-star overlord, it would never have deemed a mere gold 4-star creature worthy even as a snack. Yet now it was being treated like a punching Baga tiger fallen to flatland, bullied by a dog. With a low sigh, it could only hope that the master of its master had a better temper and would not be as overbearing as this foolish mutt. Catching Ersha in his peripheral vision, Jiang Chong frowned to himself. This fellow's ego is getting out of hand. I'll have to knock him down a peg. Once Zhu Juyin awakens, my overall strength will skyrocket, and as my first divine pet, Ersha can't afford to lag behind. He needs to reach platinum rank before we leave the secret realm. Fixing the goal in his mind, Jiang Chong turned to the mountain-like shadow four-winged dragon and activated his pet space. In a flash of light, the aggrieved dragon vanished and an instant later found itself standing, utterly bewildered, inside Jiang Cheng's pet space. As I thought, the system-granted pet space isn't limited to creatures I've personally tamed. Jiang Chong arched a brow, pleased. A platinum 7-star shadow four-winged dragon is serious firepower. Once we're inside the secret realm, few will be able to threaten it. Roar. Suddenly, a deep, resonant bellow rolled across the sky like a distant war horn, making the air hum. It was the voice of the Tianxian dragon crocodile. Immediately afterward, King King's cool voice echoed through all of Longhu town. Everyone gather behind the town. The secret realm will open in 1 hour. Miss it, and your qualification is forfeited. 3 minutes later, beyond Longhu town and along the banks of Longhu marsh, a throng of young prodigies from every prefecture had converged. High overhead, several battle emperors hovered, their auras crisscrossing in midair. Their mounts, the weakest, still mid-platinum, hung bloodied beneath them, wings snapped and scales shattered, crimson dripping from fangs and feathers. Even under the secret realm's suppression, the beasts had stood shoulder to shoulder with their masters and crushed the ferocious beast tide. The air was thick with a sickly, metallic heat. The lake had turned dark red, and splintered bones bobbed like shards of ice, tapping together with a brittle click each time the wind stirred them. Amid the rolling blood waves lay the Tianxian dragon crocodile, its hill-sized chest torn open in a deep gash, scales upturned, blood gushing. Yet its sea-blue slit pupils remained frigid, firmly supporting the tall figure on its Hetsu Luo. The top fighters from the 13 prefectures had long since put away their contempt, their gazes flicking between man and beast with unprecedented gravity. Qinghe Prefecture had always ranked dead last, few powerhouses, even fewer promising youths. Now, on Su Luo's strength alone, that image lay in tatters, had crippled the diamond-tier earth howler, personally slain the Zhang snake dragon and several other high-platinum monsters, and cut down so many gold-tier beasts that no one could keep count. Such a record was rare, even across the 13 prefectures. Someone whispered to a teammate, "Once we're inside, go easy on the Qinghe squad." Nods followed, each expression complicated. Who'd have thought the new king of Qinghe was this terrifying? That croc alone must be diamond tier. Thank heavens he showed up. We never would have held that tide by ourselves. But why was this year's beast tide so out of control? A diamond tier earth howler, synchronized riots in the wildwood, the murmurs spread, questions mounting. Several Tianhe battle emperors and beast tamers exchanged dark looks and fell silent, as if privy to secrets they dared not voice. Amid the commotion, Su Luo's voice rolled down from the dragon crocodile's back. The secret realm is opening. Those with identity tokens proceed to the staging area ahead. Everyone else, keep out. Any clan or faction that refused to fight just now has lost its qualification. The announcement hit like a stone in a pond. All eyes snapped to the few bystanding teams, each one an elite house, none more prominent than the Song clan of Tianhe. Song Tianjue stood frozen, unable to accept that anyone would dare strip the Songs of their place. Song Ni's face went black, tendons bulging on his clenched fists. Had he not witnessed Su Luo's power, he would already have struck. Su Luo, are you provoking the Song clan? He growled, voice low yet dripping with imperious disdain. The heritage of Taiyan's great houses is beyond your imagination. Most onlookers stayed silent, narrowing their eyes at the Tianhe contingent. It was true, whether in young geniuses or in their battle emperor escorts, the Songs shone dazzlingly. Tianhe City was hailed as the southern giant of the Eastern Hua Empire, its population in the millions, its commerce and beast-taming culture unmatched. Confronted with the tightening hostility between Su Luo and the Song clan, the crowd instinctively took half a step back, leaving only the lake wind and its coppery stench to swirl through the air. At the back of the crowd, Su Yu gave a faint, dismissive snort, her autumn-bright eyes filled with scorn for Song Ni's words. Standing off to one side, Jang Chong looked past the onlookers and locked onto the Tianxian dragon crocodile. The aura rolling off the beast made his brow rise. Diamond rank, 3 stars. In just over a month it had leapt from platinum 9 stars to this level without the slightest hint of its progress. The secrecy and speed of the ascent unsettled him. He shot Su Luo a deep, searching look. This man was anything but simple. Su Luo pulled his gaze away and fixed a cool stare on Song Ni, then swept it across the crowd. A trace of a smile touched his lips as he raised his hand and lightly patted the dragon crocodile's broad head. Roar! The deep, explosive bellow ripped into the sky. The beast's sea-blue slit pupils dilated, icy light crackling like lightning as it gazed down on Song Ni and everyone nearby. It stopped holding back, and a blinding golden halo, blazing like a miniature sun, burst from its massive Framea legendary-grade monarch aura. Several platinum-rank companion beasts caught in the halo let out muffled, panicked growls. Without their handlers' frantic soothing, they would have collapsed on the spot. Song Ni bore almost all of the pressure, the golden light surging across him. Even with his golden body art pushed to the limit, he could scarcely stand. His legs sank inch by inch into the rock-hard ground. The Song clan's foremost martial artist was powerless from start to finish. A diamond-rank beast terrifying beyond words. The king of Kinga terrifying beyond words. In that instant, every disqualified family member fell silent. Here, the king of Qinghe held absolute authority. That's what a real man should be, the chubby Yang Tianbao murmured, eyes shining as if he were living the moment himself. Boom. Above Dragon Lake, the spatial rift tore open, carving a pitch-black gash in the sky. Countless motes of energy surged out, coalescing at once into a roaring tide. At that very moment, the entrance to the secret realm finally opened. The secret realm is about to open. From deep within the fracture, ribbons of golden light erupted like blazing fire, breaking into visible motes of energy that tumbled and churned in midair. In the same instant, everyone looked up, eyes blazing, and drew a scorching breath. The warm current, brimming with power, rushed through their bodies and forced every pore to open. The beasts refused to be left behind. The gale hawk spread its wings and let the light dance across its feathers. The crimson wolf, frost leopard, and thunder tiger all raised their heads, gullets gaping to swallow the golden motes like bottomless pits. Roars and growls overlapped as the auras of humans and companions climbed in unison, wild and magnificent. Breakthroughs sounded one after another. Beast tamers who had been stuck at bottlenecks flushed red as their power exploded. Several 9-star gold-rank beasts crossed the line in a single step, entering platinum. Silver light flared around them, and their might surged. The energy tide is enormous this year. It seems the day the realm opens for good isn't far off. Lu Shitzen stood at the center of the storm, her hunting gear coated in pale gold. She spoke softly, yet a faint worry crept across her flawless face and knitted her slender brows. Clearly, she was not optimistic about this unprecedented flood of power. High overhead, several battle sovereigns leaned against the void, half-hidden silhouettes. Since the surge began, they had watched in silence, neither intervening nor speaking, as though the entire affair lay beyond their concern. Jiang Cheng's Icefire Demon Hound, Airsha, shared in the bounty. In moments its aura leapt from 4-star gold to 7-star, 3 full ranks. Jiang Chong stroked the giant beast's half-fire, half-ice skull, and allowed himself a quiet grin. I wasn't sure we could hit platinum before this ends. Now let's shoot for mid-platinum. Airsha cared little for targets. It only felt the warmth of its master's hand. It sprawled lazily on the ground, eyes half-closed, savoring the attention. The golden rain thinned. Streams of light flowed back into the fracture, and the energy tide finally ebbed. Hey, WHYD, it stop. Come on, give us a little more. Yang Tianbao cried, still unsatisfied. Behind him, the Dark Knight anaconda had swollen to nearly 40 meters. Black scales flashed with a cold gleam, and the beast had stepped into platinum, though its aura still flickered unsteadily. Don't forget what I asked for, Su Yue said suddenly, turning to Jang Chong with a cool voice. Jang Chong looked up and smiled. I haven't forgotten. Same to you when I return. I expect those materials waiting. Humph. If you come back alive. Su Yue snorted. Jiang Cheng's casual air set her teeth on edge, yet he remained her best chance to get what she needed, so she forced down her irritation. And one more thing, if you don't want to die, don't kill any monsters in the realm. Not a single one. Huh, that's a rule? Why? Yang Tianbao couldn't help asking. He had agreed to explore the realm with Su Yue, but had never heard of such a taboo. None of the veteran explorers had mentioned it. You don't need to know. With your strength, stay on the outskirts and behave, she snapped. Su Yue shot the chubby boy a glance and spoke in a frosty tone. Yang Tianbao's eyes went round, as though he had taken a barrage of hits, and his plump face turned scarlet. Jiang Qing nodded thoughtfully beside them. Given Su Yui's status and background, it was perfectly normal for her to know secrets beyond most people's reach, and he silently accepted that fact. Ahead, the Tianxian dragon crocodile coiled across the sky, its roars and hisses interwoven, a crushing aura making even the air groan. Su Luo's voice rode that pressure, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone, hold your identity tokens and step into the designated area. All attendants, withdraw to a kilometer away. Disobey, and I will show no mercy. The beast's shadow swept across the ground, sending a chill through every team. No one dared resist. They clutched their tokens and filed into the cleared stretch of land. The teams stripped of their qualifications were frantic. One captain clenched his teeth, stepped forward, and cupped his fists. Lord Qinghe, will you truly give us no chance? We failed to charge the beast tide in time only because we were caught off guard. We hold no ill intentions toward the court. Please, your lordship, show some leniency. The Yun clan will be forever grateful. Su Luo's eyes remained indifferent. If you want your quota back, buy it from me. Everyone froze, then forced bitter smiles. The new Lord Qinghe clearly intended to fleece them, but a place in the Dragon Lake's secret realm was priceless, and they could not afford to lose it. The Yun clan's battle emperor stepped up first. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a jade-green bracelet swirling with icy mist. Its chill was palpable. This is the Jilua Cold Jade Bracelet. It contains a drop of heart's blood from a diamond-drank ice beast, and several contract masters have set an array within it. It can store the cold of 10 glaciers. Su Luo lifted a finger, took the bracelet, and gave a faint nod. Accepted. The Yun clan cheered, thanked him profusely, and rushed into the clearing. Seeing this, the remaining teams wasted no time offering treasures or terms rich enough to win Su Luo's approval, and they soon reclaimed their places. Only Song Ni and his nephew, Song Tianjua, were left on the sidelines, painfully out of place. Song Ni's heart churned. He shot the boy a glance, outwardly calm, but inwardly stung. After a brief hesitation, he drew a deep breath, swallowed his pride, and stepped forward to bargain with Su Luo for a slot. Su Luo, suspended in the void, Song Niwo had just been striking an imperious pose while bargaining with Kinga suddenly roared, his voice brimming with uncontrollable fury. His face flushed scarlet, liquid golden light swirling around him, and he glared at Su Luo as though he meant to tear him apart. Moments earlier he had offered a platinum-rank 9-star beast core as payment, only for Su Luo to reject it without a second thought, an affront beyond endurance. Even worse was the dismissive glance Su Luo had given him, as if he were sizing up a piece of worthless scrap, a look that nearly choked the strongest warrior of the Song clan and left his cheeks burning as though they had been slapped a dozen times. Standing on the broad skull of the celestial azure draconic crocodile, Su Luo looked down at Song Ni's anger, feeling only mild confusion. A platinum 9-star core was certainly rare, but quality still mattered. The one Song Ni produced had come from nothing more than a royal-grade beast, so why all the fuss about being turned down? Did the man have no sense of value at all? Su Luo couldn't be bothered to explain, so he clasped his hands behind his back, expression icy. The draconic crocodile spoke for its master instead. Its ocean blue eyes narrowed, a frigid light flashing as a wave of pressure crashed over Song Ni like ice water, quenching his rage and leaving only a sullen gloom. But aside from that core, he had no other bargaining chip, leaving him trapped between advancing and retreating. Just as the stalemate set in, a calm voice drifted through the air. What about a slot for the Sea of Stars? Tianjua. Song Ni turned in disbelief towards Song Tianjua. The Sea of Stars was the only permanently open, top-tier secret realm in the Donghua Empire, home to endless star sand flow beasts and saturated with vast cosmic power. To diamond-drank beast tamers and above, its worth was beyond measure. Should one bond with a stellar-type beast there, or even glimpse a thread of the law of stars, the gain would be priceless. Compared with the Dragon Lake realm, a ticket into the Sea of Stars was infinitely more valuable. Even for the influential Song clan of Tianhe, Only 1 or 2 slots were granted each year. Oh, are you sure? Su Luo asked, mildly surprised. Absolutely, Song Tianzhua replied evenly. Song and I read the certainty in his gaze. His expression shifted several times, but in the end he raised no objection. Su Luo gave a slight nod and a quiet grunt of assent, eyes lingering on Song Tianzhua, but he no longer stood in their way. Soon after, Song Tianzhua rode a majestic golden flame lion into the area before the Dragon Lake realm. Fierce winds whipped the fiery mane into a blaze, creating a dazzling spectacle that drew the eyes of young cultivators from every province. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as people hurried aside, opening a path. So that's Tian's top prodigy? Humph, impressive entrance, but how strong is he really? Don't stir trouble. No one from Tianhe is easy to deal with. If he doesn't have a second contracted beast, I'd say I have a 70-30 chance against him. 70-30 which way? 70 for me, 30 for him, obviously. Everyone who had made it this far was proud and ambitious. Hearing such boasts, many felt unwilling to yield, hot fighting spirit flickering in their eyes. Tianhe was the largest city in the southern region, second only to the imperial capital in the entire Donghua Empire. Defeating one of its foremost geniuses in full view of the crowd would be a shortcut to instant fame. Yet Song Tianzhua ignored the whispers and provocations. He had a mission inside the Dragon Lake realm and no interest in petty rivalries. Suddenly his eyes locked onto a figure within the crowd. His pupils shrank, and the calm mask twisted into a feral snarl. A hoarse, angry voice erupted from his throat like a beast's roar, spitting out 2 words through clenched teeth. Jang Chong. Brother Jiang, that long-legged girl is Lu Shizhen, the Lu clan heiress from Summing Prefecture. The family's search for a husband has been making waves everywhere. If Qinghe weren't so far away, I'd have tried my luck. Jiang Chong and Yang Tianbao stood shoulder to shoulder. Tianbao had prepared in advance and now poured out every scrap of intelligence had gathered, matching almost every face to a name. See the young man built like a slab of granite? That's Lu Qinhu, son of the hidden king of Daluo Prefecture. He whispered, his tone grave. He forced his way to the Battle King realm on pure body refinement alone. He spends his life wrestling close combat beasts, and both of his contract beasts are platinum-grade attack types. In this crowd, he's easily top 10. He pointed to the other side, where a lean scholar in an ink-black robe was standing. The one on the right is Mo1 of the Mo clan from Jiufeng. The bird on his shoulder is this generation's Zhua spirit. Zhua spirit? Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Tianbao murmured. Old Moclin custom. 99% of their men contract a Jiufeng bird. After those birds fight a death match, the survivors are bathed in necrotic energy. The ones that make it become Wanglong birds. Interest flickered in Jiang Chang's eyes as he studied the hollow-eyed creature on Mo1's shoulder. A translucent panel appeared in his mind. Beast name, Wanglong bird. Grade, platinum, 3-star. Quality, imperial, lower tier. Skills, status, lightly wounded, indifferent. Attributes, undead arcane. Description, a Jiufeng bird swollen with deathly energy. Its eyes are corroded, and it loathes any creature with sight, wielding vicious curses. Do not look directly into its sockets. Evolution paths, 28. Another curse-type beast, Jiang Chong noted to himself, comparing it to the hex beast head seen at the Dragon Lake market, though the attributes differed. The two of them drew closer to the rift below the secret realm tunnel. The portal churned like an inky whirlpool, space rippling around its rim. Suddenly a voice as cold as iron and brimming with hatred exploded behind them. Jiang Chong, I've hunted you for so long. The half-drowsing frost flame demon hound turned its head first. A lion wreathed in golden fire strode through the air. A rigid young man Song Tian's won its back. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chong like a blade. Something you need? Jiang Chong asked, sensing the hostility. Song Tianzuo's molars nearly cracked as he forced out each word. 3 months ago, you killed my brother, Song Tianze. Jiang Chong frowned, searching his memory, recalling only a vague name. He let it go and asked calmly, so you're here for revenge? They'll tear you apart, piece by piece. Song Tianzhuo roared. Through their emotional link, the flame gold lion bellowed skyward, waves of fire fanning out as its eyes narrowed into full hunting mode. The uproar drew every gaze nearby. Geniuses from various prefectures who had been meditating or chatting quietly all looked over. This lunatic Song Tianzhuo again. What's he up to now? Chu Longxing's brows knit together. The portal would open any moment. A spatial disturbance now could be disastrous. Members of the Chai clan from Qinghe wore conflicted expression, shock giving way to disbelief, then to a faint, gloating delight. Even Lu Qingong couldn't stop this fool. Interesting, Chai Yunlai sneered inwardly. He's crossed the Tianhe Song clan. The kid's as good as dead. Farther off, Lu Shizhen also turned to look. The girl's autumn-bright eyes fixed on Jiang Chong, first surprised, then thoughtful. Her slender fingers rose and danced in midair, beginning a rapid calculation of fates. Jiang Chong glanced at the lion stalking toward him, and a stream of data flashed before his eyes. Beast name, Infernal Sacred Lion. Rank, Platinum 4-star. Grade, Imperial mid-tier. State, Berserk. Element, Pure Flame. Profile, a mutated descendant of the Swanee. Its bloodline is nearly atavistic. One of its ancestors once swallowed a fragment of the sun, granting it absolute mastery over fire. It suppresses every fire-type beast of the same rank. Evolution paths, 27 in total. The numbers were so brilliant they could almost rival Chun-Chi's former Candle Dragon. And the truly frightening part was that a mid-tier Imperial beast at Platinum 4-star was already on par with the heirs of the great clans. Jang Chong narrowed his eyes, weighing whether to act himself or simply let the Shadow Wyvern handle it. Ersha stepped forward instead of retreating, planting itself in front of Jang Chong with bared fangs and a low growl. It knew it was no match for the infernal sacred lion, yet it still warned the creature that Jang Chong was behind it. Cripple his limbs first. Song Tianzuo's voice oozed from his throat, cold and venomous. The fury in his eyes looked ready to burst free, as though he wished to tear Jang Chong and his companion to pieces. Roar! The infernal sacred lion padded closer, each lazy step reeking of bloodlust. It ran a crimson tongue over its lips, clearly unconcerned by the ice-flamed demon hound or Jiang Chong. Brother Jiang. Yang Tianba's expression tightened. He recognized Song Tianzhua at a glance, yet he did not back away. Instead, he furrowed his brow and summoned the nightmarish python. Hiss! The massive serpent, dozens of meters long, reared up. Violet slit pupils flashed with menace, and its forked tongue flicked in and out, issuing a clear warning. Every onlooker had the same thought. These two are done for. In their eyes, the only creature that could threaten the infernal sacred lion was the freshly advanced platinum nightmarish python. And even that threat was minimal, nowhere near a true match. Huh, it's him? At the front of the crowd, Wu Xingyue, black hair cascading over her shoulders, hugged Lei Zhejian and blinked her bright eyes, staring at the man targeted by the lion. She made no move to interfere, instead waiting with interest to see how Jiang Chong would respond. Anyone who could casually pull out an immortal thunder crystal was anything but ordinary. It's him? Should I step in? In the rear of the crowd, within the Daluo province delegation, a girl in layered robes with a sweet, innocent face hesitated, her hand clenching inside her sleeve. Ningxuang, don't worry. Song Tianzuo's arrogance ends here. Once we enter the secret realm, watch how Tiger Eye teaches him a lesson. From behind came the bold, confident voice of Lu Qinhu. His muscles bulged beneath his clothes as he rubbed his bald head, looking at the girl with undisguised admiration. Of course, Brother Tiger is far stronger. Suppressing her distaste, Shen Ningxuang forced a gentle smile and dutifully flattered him. Haha. Pleased by the bowtie's praise, Lu Qinhu laughed heartily. Waving off further compliments, he nonetheless stepped closer to Shen Ningxuang and struck up a conversation. Shen Ningxuang forced a patient smile while listening to Lu Qinhu's so-called feats of valor, nodding whenever necessary. Outwardly, she looked amiable, yet her knuckles had gone white from gripping her fan so hard she was leaving dents in the handle. Inwardly, she scoffed. Once she finished using this big oaf, he would pay dearly, and the fool who saddled her with this identity would spend the next century digging coal in the wastelands. Meanwhile, less than 10 meters separated Jiang Chong from the fiery demon lion. Flames flickered in the lion's eyes, its fangs glinting like frost as waves of heat rolled off its body, ready to reduce everything to scorched earth. Jiang Cheng's gaze hardened. A thread of violent, innate energy gathered at his fingertips, poised to strike. The instant the energy formed, a bone-cutting chill dropped from the sky. A cascade of icy blue light slammed down, forcing Jiang Chong, Shen Ningxuang, and the demon lion apart as frost spread across the ground. No fighting before the realm opens, Su Luo declared, his tone like steel while he stood atop the SKMYSD Drake Gator. His eyes swept past Jiang Chong and paused for half a heartbeat, a flicker of surprise flashing within them. On the rim of the wormhole, the assembled powerhouses also took note. Songmi froze, and when he recognized Jiang Chong, excitement and hatred nearly solidified in his chest. That thief who raided the Candle Dragon ruins had the nerve to join the Dragon Lake realm under the Tianhe Song clan's nose-courting death. Su Luo, king of Qinghe, might forbid action now, but once Song Tianzhua entered the realm, this kid was doomed. His only worry was whether other factions had recognized Jiang Chong yet. With that in mind, Songmi instantly sent a message back to clan headquarters. Across the way, Su Yue saw the same scene, her brows knitting. She wasn't afraid of the Song clan's retaliation. She worried Jiang Chong might not locate the crucial items if he became their target. The thought annoyed her so much she bit her lip. She should never have asked that man for help. Sharp tongue, disaster magnet. In the arena, Song Tianzhua inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he recalled the fiery demon lion. As the flames subsided, he fixed Jiang Chong with a predatory stare. Let's see if your luck holds once we're inside. Jiang Chong answered calmly. Hey Ray, some advice. Don't mess with me. Song Tianzhua was about to sneer when a rending crack erupted from the wormhole overhead. The black fissure shattered and a blinding white light surged out, as though a radiant doorway had been torn open across the sky. The secret realm had finally opened. The young prodigies from every province held their breath, withdrew their beasts, and let jade-green tokens hover in their palms. Should they face an irresistible danger, they could shatter the token to be expelled at the cost of all rewards. In an even voice, Su Luo reiterated, "If anything unexpected happens inside, crush the token and you will be removed. You may enter now." Columns of dazzling white light streamed from the wormhole. Contestants caught in the beams vanished, erased as though they had never existed. "We're finally in, Brother Jiang. See you at the rendezvous." Yang Tianbao shouted as the light swallowed him, his figure winking out. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. He suddenly remembered unfinished business. Gongsu and Wu, Chu Longxiong, and Yun Chenao were nowhere in sight. Instinctively, he scanned the remaining crowd, and before his gaze could finish its sweep, a summoning beam crashed down on him. Gliding through the wormhole felt exquisite. For an instant, Jang Chong remembered soloing the maelstrom of space in a former life, forging his immortal body as agony shredded bone and flesh. Compared to that, today's turbulence was a gentle caress. A moment later, a blinding white flare erupted ahead of him, and the world flipped over. Had he arrived? He narrowed his eyes and took in the scene. The transfer had dropped him in a dense forest. The air was so thick it felt liquid. One breath threatened to burst his lungs. Towering trees reached hundreds of meters, their crowns buried in the clouds, and each trunk gleamed like polished jade. Between the branches hung clusters of violet, orb-shaped fruit, each swirling with brutal elemental energy, ready to explode like bottled lightning. Species: arcane bomb tree. Description: an ancient tree saturated with massive elemental power, extremely unstable, prone to detonation in rain or intense sunlight, often triggering a chain reaction. Jiang Cheng glanced at the hovering data window, then at the countless bombs. His face twitched, he drew a deep breath, and hurried away without a word. There had to be 10,000 of those fruit. A stray spark could level the whole forest, and he had no intention of dying for free. Woof. Clear of the danger zone, he released the frost-fired demonic hound from his pet space. The moment Air Shah hit the ground, its fur bristled, and its furious bark set the leaves trembling. It had just spent far too long crammed in with a shadow four-winged dragon. The dragon hadn't dared maul it outright, but had seized every chance to kindly scratch its back with iron claws and, worse, to accidentally pass gas. A dragon's fart, tinged with durian, was worse than any skunk's. Air Shah could still smell it in its nostrils. Dragon farts are truly vile. Jiang Cheng ignored the sulking hound, leaving it to air itself out while he looked ahead. A swamp stretched before him, thick black mud bubbling and occasionally rippling as if something lurked beneath. Oh no, swamp. He opened a holographic projection and pulled up the Dragon Lake secret realm map that Su Yue had given him. It was far more detailed than the versions circulating outside, yet it still covered barely a tenth of the realm. That meant he was still on the outskirts. Dragon Lake was vast beyond measure. Its true treasures along with its worst dangers lay deeper within. Ono Swamp alone sprawled for tens of thousands of square meters. Only by crossing it could he reach the inner zone. He was in no rush. Right now he cared more about locating Gongsun Wu's trio, or the spot where Shun Yunyan had last appeared. Boom. While Jiang Cheng was lost in thought, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly erupted behind him, shaking the earth and sending towering mushroom clouds billowing into the sky. Holy crap, what just happened? Irshad jolted and spun around. The blasts were coming from the forest they had just left, and it was obvious that the magic bombs buried there had been detonated. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. With his keen soul sense, he clearly caught the screams of humans and the roars of their beasts deep inside the woods. He summoned the shadow four-winged dragon from his pet space. Roar? The dragon, yanked from its lazy stupor, blinked once, then folded its wings and bowed its head. Master, what do you need? Fly over there and see if anyone's still alive. If you find survivors, bring them back. Jiang Cheng didn't even look up as he spoke, still studying the detailed map and marking several key points with white dots. At once, my lord. Bending low, the dragon unfurled its 8 wings and beat them with a gale that hurled its mountainous body toward the enchanted forest. Whether by accident or design, the wind from those wings slammed into Air Shah and sent him rolling several meters away. Ice-fired demonic hound, damn it! He snarled, jumping to his feet. Jiang Cheng cast him a cool glance. Your bloodline and potential are greater than his. If you want your pride back, train harder and stop thinking only about eating. You're my battle pet, not a mascot. As his first divine pet, Air Shah really had been slacking off. Ever since they left the triangular killing grounds, he had barely contributed to any fight, not because he lacked potential, but because, unlike Zhu Juyin, he had found no lucky breaks and lacked the drive, content to coast along. Jiang Cheng, Air Shah's face flushed for the first time. He clenched his jaws, determination flaring in his eyes. Don't worry. Before that stinking snake wakes up, he'll be stronger than it is. Off in the distance, the shadow four-winged dragon let out a low roar. Beating its 8 wings, the colossal creature swooped back, blotting out the sky, and in its talons it carried 2 struggling figures. Sir, when I got there only these 2 were still alive. The shadow four-winged dragon swept over the smoke-choked ruins, its 4 leathery wings beating the air before it landed heavily beside Jang Chong. Its thick talons loosened, and it set down 2 people, a young man and a young woman. Their clothes streaked with blood, but their wounds far from fatal. One glance told Jang Chong that their dark, elaborate robes marked them as members of a noble family from the 3 southern border prefectures. State your names and your background, he said flatly. Blood still seeped from the young man's brow. At the sound of Jiang Cheng's voice, he looked up, his pupils contracting. You. When the gigantic beast had appeared, he had thought death certain. Only now did he realize that this creature powerful enough to rival a mid-tier monarch was Jiang Cheng's own familiar. Jiang Chong had stayed silent even when facing Song Tianjua, yet now revealed such formidable strength. A storm of suspicion exploded through the young man's mind. The girl beside him had no time for schemes. She struggled to her feet, eyes red, her voice breaking as she confronted Jiang Chong. My beast is still alive. Why didn't you save it? Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. The shadow four-winged dragon scratched its head in puzzlement. Its master had given no order to rescue anyone else's familiar. The girl bit her lip, then suddenly pointed toward the depths of the ruins, her voice sharp and commanding. Do you have any idea how valuable my beast is? I order you to go. Save it. Now. Jiang Chong watched her in silence. The dragon's nostrils puffed twin streams of white vapor. Its muscles twitched, waiting for the next command. Liang Feiyao, calm down, the young man hissed, grabbing his cousin's arm. Cold sweat broke across his forehead as he bowed to Jiang Chong. Sir, please forgive her. My cousin was spoiled from childhood. That familiar means everything to her, so she spoke without thinking. Jiang Chong still said nothing. The air grew heavier. The dragon's wings flexed, stirring a fetid wind. Panic tightened the young man's throat, but before he could say more, Liang Feiyao jerked free, her voice rising an octave. Why are you afraid, cousin? We're from the Liang prince's estate. Does this nobody dare defy an order from the estate? If he does, Brother Jun Xiao will never let him get away with it. At the mention of Brother Jun Xiao, her eyes shimmered with admiration, as though invoking an all-powerful prodigy. Oh, so this is my fault now? Jiang Chong finally spoke, an odd amusement in his gaze. Missing the sarcasm entirely, the girl lifted her chin. Since you admit you're wrong, hurry up and bring my beast back. If you manage it, I might be generous enough to reward you with a few treasures. Liang Chao fell silent, a stampede of curses thundering through his mind. Before they set out, had heard that his cousin was hopelessly spoiled, but now he realized she wasn't just high-maintenance, she was outright deranged. Very well, Shadow. Grant her wish, Jiang Chong said, his voice calm, yet glacial. To the left, the shadow four-winged dragon, large as a mountain, paused, then understood. It bared rows of fangs, shot down an iron-like claw, and snatched Liang Feiyao, as if she were a chick. 8 membranous wings beat furiously, whipping up a shrieking gale as the colossal creature lifted off toward the still exploding magical forest. What are you doing? Liang Feiyao shouted, her clothes snapping in the icy wind. Didn't you want to find your bonded beast? I'm just sending you back, Jiang Chong replied, a cold smile tugging at his lips while his eyes followed the dragon like blades of ice. Help! This is murder. Cousin, save me, she screamed, turning ghost white at the sight of the firelit forest looming ahead. Liang Chao lowered his head in silence. People bring ruin on themselves. There was nothing he could do, certainly not against that dragon. Bastard. Animal. Jun Xiao will make you pay? Her curses stretched thin in the wind, then vanished beneath its roar. Midair, the shadow dragon let out a low growl, folded its wings, and abruptly released her. The slender figure plummeted like a severed kite into the forest. Boom. The impact triggered another explosion, a wave of flame and smoke that swallowed her last scream. Jiang Chong is ruthless, Shah muttered, hugging his sunflower seeds. He clenched his paws, vowing silently to grow stronger or risk losing his place at Jiang Cheng's side. The blast's echoes rolled through the gorge. Jiang Chong shifted his gaze, bared a row of gleaming teeth at Liang Chao, and asked in a half-smile, Now, are you ready to talk? He'll talk. He'll talk. Liang Chao blurted, scalp prickling under that stare. Within minutes, Liang Chao had laid his entire life bare. He described every person he had met in the enchanted forest, every clash he had fought, and even the chain of events behind the explosion, withholding nothing, not even his birth in the Liang Prince's manor of Southern Yu Prefecture. The words Southern Yu Prefecture, Liang Prince's manor, made Jiang Cheng's eyebrows twitch. A moment later he raised his hand, and a pale blue light coalesced into a holographic image, the back of an astonishingly beautiful woman, the one suspected to be Xin Yunyan. Have you seen her? Jiang Cheng's voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable edge. Liang Chao squinted at the projection for several seconds, then shook his head awkwardly. Sir, With only a silhouette, I really can't tell. I might have seen her, or I might not. Jang Chong dismissed the hologram, as if he had expected that reply, and murmured a quiet, I see. Then he rattled off several names. Gongsun Wu, Yun Chenao, Chu Longxiong, do you know them? Liang Chao nodded emphatically. Of course. Across all 13 prefectures, they're peerless prodigies. Whether they know me, though, is another matter. Then where are they inside the secret realm? Jiang Qing asked. A Liang Chao spread his hands in defeat. The teleportation here is random. Unless I'm a god, how could I know where they landed? Jiang Chong gave a second indifferent grunt. In that case, you may leave. Someone who knew nothing useful held no value to him. He still needed to check the coordinates where Shan Yunyan had appeared. The white marks were already glowing on his personal map. Sir, may I travel with you for now? Liang Chao blurted. His companion beasts had survived the blast by sheer luck, but were severely wounded and unable to fight. Venturing alone was suicide. Jiang Chong threw him a half-smile, half-sneer, and said nothing. Philanthropist had never been one of his titles. Panic tightened Liang Chaos' chest, and he hastily added, I can pay handsomely. Once we find the Liang Prince's team, they'll leave immediately. I won't slow you down. Payment. Jiang Chong didn't so much as blink. Coins or beast materials held no appeal for him. Seeing the other man still unmoved, Liang Chao ground his teeth. I know an ancient god's ruin. Jiang Cheng's eyebrow lifted. Oh, let's hear it. The world tree. Liang Chao virtually roared the words. Legend says the divine tree that pierces all the way through Blue Star stands deep inside the Dragon Lake realm. There's a 70% chance that a certain ruin marks the place where its roots anchor, and I've already narrowed down the general area. At last, Jiang Cheng's interest was truly caught. He fell silent for a moment, eyes glinting like blades. Inside, Liang Chao sneered to himself. The lure of the world tree was indeed irresistible. The world tree, what is it? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked. Liang Chao stared, as if he had just heard the impossible, before he finally found his voice. Someone who doesn't know the world tree actually exists? He drew a deep breath and spoke each word clearly. There are two prevailing theories. First, it is a divine tree left from the era of the ancient gods, its roots reaching Blue Star's core and wielding supreme power. Second, it is the very source of Blue Star's century-long awakening, an invasive, god-spawned species from beyond. Liang Chao rattled off the whole story to Jiang Cheng in fluent, rapid-fire speech. Jiang Cheng's brow tightened, but the glimmer in his eyes ignited. When he heard the phrase alien world, his heart gave an involuntary jolt. After all, he himself was a traveler from elsewhere. Maybe I really can go back and take a look, he murmured, forcing the surge of emotion back down. All right, he said with a nod, sealing the deal. Thank you, sir. Liang Chao bowed again and again, terrified the chance might slip away. Roar, roar. Thunderous howls split the depths of the forest. With one earth-shaking bellow, a colossal Xianming turtle hurled packs of starving green wolves back into the brush. Overhead, a three-legged azure sky crane beat its wings. Razor feathers glinted, firing off like blades that thudded into tree trunks. Damn it. If we weren't stuck in this secret realm, I'd teach you much a lesson you wouldn't forget. Gongsun Wu, stretched out on a thick branch, was jolted awake by the racket and erupted in curses. Sleep ruined, he swung down and landed squarely on the turtle's shield-like shell. Time to get to work, he muttered, chewing a foxtail stem while he unfolded a map. A bright red dot blazed on the parchment, the ultimate goal of this dive into the Dragon Lake's secret realm. Gotta hurry. Too many heavy hitters are after it this year. Folding the map, he recalled the beating Jiang Chong had given him. His face flickered green and white as he snarled. Next time, I'm done playing fair. I'm unleashing the turtle the moment I see him. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. 3 eerie cries detonated among the trees. Gongsun Wu whirled around. A gourd-shaped mouth bristling with needle fangs lunged for him, a barbed crimson tongue flicking inside. At the same instant, 2 identical monsters stepped out to flank him. Each beast loomed like a small hill, its wart-crusted hide oozing pus. 2 bulging fish eyes glowed an eerie green. What the hell is that? Even a veteran like Gongsun Wu felt his scalp prickle. The pressure rolling off them screamed at least 5-star platinum. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. He bolted without hesitation, vaulting onto the azure sky crane because speed is life. As for the tanky, damage-soaking Xianming turtle, someone had to cover the getaway. My lord, there's a no-flee zone ahead. The shadow 4-winged dragon froze in midair, all 8 membrane wings vibrating as it hovered. In its lantern's-eyed slit pupils flickered a fear it could not hide. Jiang Chong had already sensed the disturbance ahead, yet a mysterious force blocked his soul-sea probe. He lifted an eyebrow and gave a crisp order, descend. You can't be serious. That's the Onuo Marsh down there. Liang Chao, standing beside Jiang Chong on the dragon's back, leaned forward. The boundless gray-green mire below made his scalp prickle. By human-beast tamer standards, the Longhu secret realm was divided into B, A, and grade zones, and the Annual Marsh ranked solidly a grade deadly by definition. If you don't want to fall, stand firm. Jiang Cheng's reminder was cold and brief. The dragon's four wings flared wide, and the massive body dove. A gale roared, tugging at robes and whistling through the gaps between scales. Oh well, Air Shah was nearly flung off, but its claws hooked into the scales just in time. Liang Chao went deathly pale, clutching Air Shah's tail even as barbed scuds sliced his palms. The dragon's shadow plummeted toward the mire, churning the shallow waters below. A swamp that had slumbered in silence jolted awake. Turbid waves rolled as dormant creatures surfaced. Zing, a piercing screech split the air. A huge, grotesque head burst from the reeking mud, followed by a thick bald body coiling upward in segments. Nearly 10 meters emerged without showing its full length. The annelid trunk oozed slime, while its savage bovine head was the spitting image of a magma bull. Beast named Marshworm Bull. Level Gold, 9-star. Grade Royal, Medium. Skills Regeneration LV4. Psychic Screech LV4. Status Bloodlust. Attribute Mutation. Description: once a subterranean drake of the Annual Marsh, it devoured a sinking magma bull and, under Oeen energy, fused into this mutant beast. Traits: social, ruthless, attacks anything that passes. Weakness: holy light. Evolution paths: 36 in total. Jiang Chong skimmed the system panel, and a thought flashed. Powdered magma bull horn was one of his synthesis materials. But the horns on this creature had fused into its skullwood. They still count? He paused only an instant. Starlight gathered at his fingertips, and a razor-sharp strand of primordial chi formed an invisible dowblade. A flicker of light just as the marsh worm bull opened its maw. Both horns were sliced clean off. Ding. Material obtained, magma bull horn. Ding. Missing material, native blue star creature. Please locate and synthesize promptly. The system prompt echoed in his ears, and a faint smile tugged at Jiang Cheng's lips. Before he could sheath the blade, Liang Chaos panic shout rang out behind him. We're surrounded. No one knew when it started, but all around the swamp, grotesque magma bull heads were breaking the surface, dark red eyes glowing in the filthy water. Mud churned as thick segmented bodies followed. In every direction, thousands of them. They had blundered into a vast marsh worm bull colony. Trap them. Jiang Chong stepped into midair, thousands of sword shadows crossing behind him, their icy light ripping through the sky. Air Shah didn't hesitate for a moment. He threw back his head, roared, and detonated the ice fire domain. After his recent breakthrough, both the reach and lethality of that domain had grown monstrously strong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless particles of ice gathered overhead, and in the blink of an eye the muddy swamp below froze into solid crystal. The marsh wormoxen that had been about to spring up were caught mid-leap, their gaping maws emitting guttural howls. The screams of tens of thousands of wormoxen merged together, shaking the air. It was a raw psychic blast, as if 100,000 ants were tunneling through everyone's skulls. Mental resonance. A single gold-rank wormox wasn't alarming, but when thousands launched that attack at once, even a high monarch-tier beast with weak psychic defenses could die instantly. That was exactly the shadow four-winged dragon's plight. The dragon reared back and screamed, scales bristling like knives, its four membranous wings flailing wildly. Crimson flooded its eyes, and the agony made it want to tear its own skull apart with its steel talons. Liang Chao turned deathly pale. Clutching his chest, he felt his heart vibrating with the psychic shock, ready to burst. Damn it, my head's splitting. Jiang Chong, can you kill these things or not? Air Shah was also near his limit. His mental force fractured, and cracks spidered across the ice fire domain. Jiang Cheng's brows knitted. Suddenly he raised a hand, and the vast power of his soul sea surged out, condensing into a soul greatsword 3 meters long. He brought it down without a hint of hesitation. In a flash, the Weirmoxen's psychic link was severed. The torrent of soul power shattered the minds of more than a dozen beasts on the spot. Boom, boom. The surviving Weirmoxen scattered, screeching as they burrowed into the mire's depths. Do we actually drive them off? Gasping for breath, Liang Chao stared at Jiang Cheng's back in disbelief. One man had routed an entire swarm. Stay sharp, Jiang Cheng warned coldly, never relaxing his guard. The shadow four-winged dragon froze, and Air Shah understood at once, bolted more than a kilometer away. Glug! A giant bubble bulged in the center of Ao Nuam Marsh, and an earth-shaking roar erupted. Beast name, Marsh Wirmox King. Rank, Diamond, 1 star. Grade, Royal, lower tier. Skills, Undying Body LV4, Psychic Scream LV6, 0G, Domain LV6. Status, Bloodcrazed. Attribute, Mutation. Profile, Ruler of a Marsh Wormox Swarm. Its psychic power exceeds 1 million Hz. Traits, Fiercely territorial. Only one king may exist in a large herd, and it wields absolute control. Evolution paths, 36 known routes. Moo. Tragically, the king of the swamp worm cattle herd let out an ox-like bellow instead of the strange rumble typical of its kin. Only a section of its body rose from the myria neck more than 70 zhang long, completely seamless. If the exposed neck was this frightening, how enormous was the rest of its body buried in the sludge hundreds of zhang, perhaps thousands? Even the shadow four-winged dragon, a living mountain beside it, served only as a backdrop. My god, Liang Chao craned his head, staring at the creature that seemed ready to punch through the sky. His lips quivered, and the words stuck in his throat. The image of Jormungandr, the world-encircling serpent from Norse myth, sprang unbidden to his mind. A diamond-rank beast. Jang Chong drew a long breath. The realm had only just opened, and already, on the very edge of Onuo Marsh, they had encountered a diamond-class monstrosity. What lay deeper inside? Fighting was out of the question. He gave a curt shout. Move. They had barely turned when the shadow four-winged dragon called out in panic. Master, the air ahead is sealed. It beat all four wings frantically, yet hung frozen, as if slammed against an invisible wall. Get in there anyway, Jiang Cheng snapped. Behind them, the herd of worm cattle swelled their throats again, their psychic resonance merging into one vast roar, but the figure that truly unnerved him was still their king. Moo. Violence gleamed in the creature's scarlet eyes, and steam jetted from its cavernous nostrils. A gigantic halo appeared around its titanic frame, purple light erupting in all directions, a flawless monarch aura. In the next instant, Jiang Cheng felt weightless, like a sheet of paper whisked skyward by a terrifying force. It was a gravity domain. Unlike Zhu Jian's true dragon domain, which multiplied gravity, this one reduced it to nothing, absolute weightlessness. Holy! Shah, who had been climbing the dragon's scales, lost all weight and shot upward. The shadow four-winged dragon was equally helpless. Its bulky form drifted, roaring in frustration. Jiang Cheng's brow tightened. Innate true energy surged inside him as he forced himself to hover, but the rapid drain of power soon made drifting unavoidable. Amusement flickered in the worm cattle king's blood-red eyes. It loved nothing more than hurling prey 10,000 meters high, then withdrawing the weightlessness so they fell like stones and shattered on impact. Hey, Jiang Chong, what's going on? A puzzled voice suddenly came from the fiery red snake tattoo on Jiang Cheng's wrist. Unleash your domain. Jiang Chong sensed Zhu Jiuyin stirring from its slumber and arched an eyebrow. The little dragon's gravity field was exactly what he needed. Okay, Zhu Jiuyin answered drowsily. It didn't understand, but obedience was a baby dragon's duty. A heartbeat later, the crimson snake tattoo on Jiang Cheng's wrist flared to life, blazing so bright it seemed ready to ignite the air. A high, piercing dragon's roar tore through the still sky. The shadow four-winged dragon shuddered. All 8 membrane wings nearly locked in place. True dragon pressure rolled outward, blanketing thousands of kilometers. Half of Ono Marsh trembled as hidden monsters thrust their gigantic heads above the mire, screeching in confusion. Farther below, herds of marsh ino were slammed into the thick mud as if pinned by an invisible hand. Even the diamond-rank marsh ino king was ruthlessly suppressed. It threw back its head and bellowed, scarlet pupils flickering with terror. A weightless domain it prided itself on had been crushed to nothing. What in the world was hiding inside this human? Jiang Cheng was just as startled. Apparently, the Qinshi energy Zhu Jiuyin had absorbed was far beyond expectations. It had casually overpowered a diamond-rank beast's domain. Is that your full strength? He asked. No clue. Zhu Jiuyin blinked. I just rolled over, and everything turned out like this. And aren't these wormy uglies way too weak? Jiang Cheng paused, then pointed at the colossal creature. What about that one? Can you kill it? Zhu Jiuyin sent out a thought. The marsh ino king jerked as if electrocuted, terror flooding its blood-red eyes. The mental pressure matched that of the marsh's supposed ruler, the bone skull spirit monkey. Its fighting spirit snuffed out at once. Desperate, the ino king tried to burrow back into the murk, but its struggle only excited Zhu Jiuyin. Its true form was still sealed in the beast-taming sigil, yet its command of spatial law was unimpeded. Boom. Mud and water erupted, tearing a massive crater in the swamp. Spatial force rampaged, shredding the lurking ino in an instant. Momo. Even the mighty ino king shrieked as the spatial force dragged it out of the muck, its massive body trembling violently in midair. When it hung fully exposed, the shadow four-winged dragon swallowed hard. Proud of its own hulking frame, it felt genuine inferiority for the first time. Holy hell, look at the size of that thing. The creature stretched for thousands of zhang, coiling across miles of sky, its segmented body hovering in midair with hundreds of thick sections. Yet such an outrageous bulk belonged to a single diamond-rank beast, the swamp earthworm bull king. By monster lore, size normally mirrors strength. Were this colossus to appear in the outside world, even the Donghua Empire's sole monarch-class familiar, the infernal sky dragon, would struggle to match its mass. Yet now the behemoth trembled like a sieve, faint whimpers leaking from its blood-stained maw. Its opponent was merely a crimson shadow hidden in the void. Zhu Jiuyin. Haha, Jiang Chong, am I awesome or what? Zhu Jiuyin asked, chin lifted in smug pride. For once Jang Chong offered no retort. He simply nodded, eyes alight with delight. Zhu Jiuyin had shattered his expectations, crushing the swamp earthworm bull king, with casual ease placed its power at least at diamond tier. More importantly, the little one had yet to fully digest the strength inherited from Qin Chi. The thought of its peak, once it reached maturity, set Jiang Cheng's heart ablaze. Ugh, I'm sleepy again. Jiang Chong, they'll finish off this oversized worm, and then take a nap. I'm exhausted. Zhu Jiuyin yawned long and lazily, the soft voice unable to hide its fatigue. As the words fell, the beast-taming badge on Jiang Cheng's wrist flared scarlet, and the surrounding space twisted with a thunderous wrench. Squelch. Moo. The swamp earthworm bull king let out a tragic bellow, its colossal body exploding beneath an invisible pressure into a rain of blood that spattered across the mire. Hissing and shrieking, the remaining worms wailed as if mourning their monarch. Yet within moments, several larger kin slithered over, jaws gaping to devour the scattered flesh. A new struggle for the throne had begun. The upheaval no longer concerned Jiang Chong and the others. Liang Chao exhaled a long, shaky breath. The vision of the king being crushed burned into his mind. One thought remained. This man was terrifying. Killing a diamond-rank beast with a flick of the wrist didn't look like a contestant at all, but a monster in disguise. Because Zhu Jiuyin had stayed unseen, Liang instinctively credited the power to Jiang Chong, and his shock only deepened. Roar. A jarring psychic ripple burst from the depths of Ono Marsh. A massive primate-like beast broke through the fog, its ghost-white skeleton looming in the damp haze. Eyes sharp as torches, Jiang Chong focused on the emerging data. Name, skeletal spirit ape. Rank, diamond, 9-star. Grade, imperial high. Skills, necrotic plague, LV.8. Soul erasure, LV.7. Gate of Hades, LV.9. Disposition, indifferent. Attribute, undead. Profile, also called the Lord of the Dead. It commands supreme power over the gates to the underworld and can control all lifeless matter. Recommendation, engage with caution. Evolution paths, 2 available. Diamond, 9-star, the undisputed monarch of the Dragon Lake's secret realm. Jiang Chong sucked in a cold breath and barked, keep moving. The shadow four-winged dragon felt the terror surging behind them as well. Without another moment's hesitation and caring little whether the airspace ahead was forbidden, it tucked its wings and dived forward. A slate-blue mist drifted over the stretch of land just ahead of the Ono Marsh. High above, the shadow wyvern's four membranous wings froze as if seized by an invisible giant hand. Its massive body spiraled out of control and plummeted. Jiang Chong was dragged down by the same unseen force, but a surge of innate true essence flared inside him and blossomed into a pale gold barrier that eased both gravity and wind shear. Boom, 2 figures slammed into the ancient forest below like falling stars, gouging twin craters of uneven depth. The shadow wyvern was the first to haul itself out, scattering broken scales, yet moving with calm deliberation. Airshaw tumbled across the ground, his skull ringing. Even shifting into his draconic form almost hadn't saved his bones from shattering under the backlash. Liang Chao had blacked out, but his survival instinct kept him clamped to the wyvern's mane. When they hit, he was only dazed rather than broken. Jiang Chong vaulted from the shallower pit and narrowed his eyes, taking stock of their new surroundings. RRH. Not far away, a small brown bear had watched the whole crash with saucer-wide eyes. It licked honey from its paw, pupils gleaming. Was there anything in the world sweeter than honey? Well, maybe the legendary ancient tiger bee honey. The memory of that cloying aroma made the cub drool anew, but the last time it had raided a tiger beehive it had nearly died, and the thought left it sighing. Jiang Cheng's gaze fell on the cub, one brow arcing. Creature, brown bear. Level 0. Status, normal. Description, Kodiak brown bear and polar bear hybrid. Untouched by psionic energy, no mutations detected. Ding. Synthesis material discovered, native life form of blue star. Ding. All required materials gathered. Eligible for synthesis, epic earth monarch bear. The system prompt, absent for so long, caught Jiang Chong off guard. The moment he looked up, the cub bared its teeth at him in a fierce little warning. Woohoo! 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 The shrill cries exploded from the treeline. Shrubs and dead branches were torn aside as more than a dozen grotesque beasts thundered forward, each the size of a hillock, skin pocked with boils and cysts, their lifeless fish eyes glowing sickly green. Worst of all was the mucus-slick head, like a skinned, swollen boar's skull. Beast, bearskin Zonchio. Rank, platinum, 5-star. Quality, none. Skills, corrosion LV, 7. Spatial blink LV 6. Status, bloodthirsty. Attribute, spatial. Notes, saprophytic monsters native to dimensional rifts, evolved under ancient psionic influence. Traits, savage, skin-flaying, limited spatial talent, pack hunters. Recommendation, do not engage, avoid encirclement. Evolution paths, 26 available. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted, nearly 20 of them, all platinum 5-star or higher, each wielding frightening spatial power. No fighting. Move. he ordered at once. And take the cub. The shadow wyvern hesitated, then obediently ducked, scooped the bear cub up between its jaws, and strained to take wing only to be slammed down by the flight band force. It could do nothing but tear through the forest on foot, an oversized, grounded chicken. What's going on? Liang Chao groggily opened his eyes just in time to see his Zankius gourd-shaped maw yawning toward him, and his soul nearly fled his body. Holy Zanchio! His face went paper white. Before they'd entered the secret realm, the clan elders had hammered one rule into his head. If you meet a Zangqiu, crush the teleport talisman immediately. No one, they said, survives the jaws of a spatial Zangqiu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bearskin Zangqiu were as thick as small hills, yet they moved at a ridiculous speed more precisely. They didn't run, they blinked. Every time a dark blur flashed by, they reappeared at the party's flank or rear, silent as shadows, and no matter how fast Jiang Cheng's group sprinted, they could not shake them off. Master, I can't hold on. The shadow four-winged dragon panted. Inside this no-flee domain, its huge wings were useless, so the massive beast had to thunder forward on foot, each step gouging deep holes in the mire while its stamina drained before their eyes. Jiang Cheng's gaze turned icy as he glanced back at the Zangqiu pack tailing them at a leisurely pace, as if toying with prey. Since they couldn't outrun them, then we kill them all. True essence surged from his palm, and a giant jade-green sword materialized at his back, ripples spreading along the blade like a tide. Bro, don't do this. That's a whole pack of Zangqiu. Liang Chaos' heart clenched when Jiang Chong stopped. Nearly 20 of the creatures the weakest, already mid-platinum, each one gifted with terrifying spatial talents. If a fight started, he was sure he'd die here. He bitterly regretted begging to stay for protection. A herd of marsh Inyo, now a swarm of Zankia traveling with this man, was proving deadlier than going alone. Roar! The shadow four-winged dragon suddenly wheeled, spewing a torrent of pitch-black flame. Boom! The dark dragon flame poured out, its waves fiercely corrosive. SSSSSS. Several Zangqiu up front were swallowed by the black fire, letting out gut-wrenching shrieks. Yet the rest over a dozen pairs of eyes glowing green vibrated their throats, finishing a silent exchange in a flash. The four largest Zangqiu vanished, then reappeared around the dragon, razor fangs ripping at wing membrane, hooked claws raking across scales. Roar! The dragon bucked, leathery wings punctured and bleeding. It lashed back, smashing one Zankius' ugly head into pulp, red ichor splattering everywhere. But the numbers were overwhelming. The moment it tossed one aside, the other three lunged. Roar! 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 With each bellow, the great dragon's body gained another wound. Black blood poured out, its four wings reduced to bloody shreds, every movement growing heavier. In the distance, Ersha shielded the little brown bear, watching helplessly. This battle was far beyond its limit. All it could do was open its frost and flame domain, hardly enough to scratch a Zangqiu. Damn it! I have to get stronger. Ersha clenched his paws, renewing his resolve to become stronger. Goo 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 woohoo! Goo 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 woohoo! The remaining dozen skinless Zangqiu suddenly let out eerie screeches. Deep in their coarse throats, clusters of inky light rapidly formed. In a heartbeat, dozens of jet-black streams burst forth, stinking of acid as they poured down like a torrential storm. Thud! 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 The surrounding ancient trees were smashed through at the base, splinters flying everywhere. Jiang Chong narrowed his eyes and glanced at the back of his hand, where the corrosive fluid had splashed. An open wound was sizzling. His pupils contracted. The filthy liquid could pierce his innate true aura and devour his golden body. Whoosh! 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 The Zangqiu spat out another surge of inky liquid, merging in midair into a thick curtain that all but swallowed the light. Corruption. Liang Chaos' face turned ashen, eyes shut as if awaiting death. That black glow was digestive fluid from a Zankius gut, its corrosive power terrifying. Ancient texts state that even a battle sovereign with a body of gold and bones of jade can withstand this corrosion tide for only seconds before not even bone dust remains. Jiang Chong drew a deep breath. His gaze swept the battlefield and settled on the little brown bear hiding behind Ersha, and his decision was made. Come forth, epic Earth King Bear. For the first time he uttered such an over-the-top summoning line, yet a confident smile curved his lips. Ding! Synthesizing. As the system prompt chimed, the little brown bear looked up in confusion. Rar? A split second later, a blinding white beam shot from Jiang Cheng's brow and swallowed the cub whole. Roar! With an earth-shattering bellow, the little brown bear wrapped in swirling white currents began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In a heartbeat it stood 10 meters tall. At the same time, the divine beast bloodline crystal gave off a low hum, dazzling gold flashing across its hexagonal surface. A phantom appeared. Sishake, the western mythic beast known as the aloof king of the land, its silhouette blotting out the sky, twin golden eyes burning like suns. Almost simultaneously, the earth element in the air boiled over, coalescing into a massive vortex that greedily drained every shred of earth energy in the vicinity. Azo! The little bear screamed in agony as its hide split beneath the violent flood of earth power. The obsidian heart of the land flared molten red gold, melted into ink-black liquid, and spread across the bear's torn body. Who needs a dash of cumin? Jang Chong raised a Vajra mantra barrier, blocking the corruptive surge unleashed by the swarm of Zongqiu, then flicked his wrist and dusted the lava demon bullhorn powder evenly over the bear. Boom. The instant the powder touched the black gold liquid, it triggered a reaction. The white light cocooning the bear expanded like the midday sun, so bright it stabbed every eye on the battlefield. As the glare subsided, Liang Chao was the first to see what stood ahead, a majestic new beast and a golden halo suspended in midair. His pupils tightened. Thighs, a legendary monarch's halo. The epic Earth King bear had arrived. Though shorter than the skinless Zongqiu looming nearby, its former brown fur had crystallized into translucent tubes, and a pair of golden feathered wings now arched from its back, nothing like the membranous wings of a shadow four-winged dragon. The gleaming feathers and sacred halo complemented each other, as if an archangel's wings had been grafted onto a bear, a sight so striking it could convince anyone they were seeing an angel-ursid hybrid. Beast name, Epic Earth King Bear. Beast rank, Platinum 6-star. Beast quality, Imperial Peak. Beast skills, Terra Surge LV6. Earth Spirit Monarch LV7. Unbreakable Body LV7. Holy Light, Domain, LV7. Beast status, healthy. Beast attribute, divine. Description, a native life form of Blue Star, member of the Earth King lineage, absolute sovereign of the land. Born with innate amplification from Blue Star's laws, supreme ruler of Earth element, and carrying a trace of Holy Light bloodline. Evolution paths, 14 in total. Jang Chong skimmed the full data, satisfied but unsurprised every ingredient he had used, aside from the lava demon bullhorn powder, was an exceedingly rare treasure, and everything was unfolding exactly as planned. The bear lowered its head, studying its millstone-sized paws. The tremendous power roiling inside left it standing there, speechless. Woohoo! Woohoo! All the Zongqiu with their bare, leathery skins had their attention seized by the sudden arrival of the epic Earth King bear. The highest-ranked Zongqiu at the front flashed a savage light in its eyes, and several guttural snarls rumbled from its bloody jaws. Before the cries faded, several companions vanished in a gust of rank wind, reappearing an instant later to the bear's left, right, rear, and overhead, their gaping maws aimed at its vital points. Caught off guard, the epic Earth King bear threw up a thick arm on instinct. The single sweep sent earth elemental energy boiling and made the air vibrate with a deep hum. The Zongqiu had no time to bite down. Their bodies jolted as heavy stone walls rose soundlessly, boxing them into a tight space. Pale ochre runes flowed across the rock, carrying a unique law that severed their spatial talent. They writhed in fury but could not break free. Kill them, Jang Chong ordered from nearby, his tone allowing no argument. Ow! The epic Earth King bear glanced back in confusion at the young human who had kidnapped it, yet somehow felt innately familiar. A deep-rooted sense of dependence made it nod at once and comply. With a roar, it clenched its paws, grinned, and slammed both arms into the ground. Boom! The earth split open, countless fissures racing outward as dust billowed sky-high. Cracks spread like a spider web, the tremor intensifying as though the blow had punched through the mantle into the core. Bang! 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 Thunderous detonations rocked the battlefield, throwing everything into chaos like a magnitude 10 quake. Fall back! Jiang Cheng barked, shocked by the bear's raw power. The shadow four-winged dragon, covered in wounds and dripping blood from its tattered wings, struggled to drag itself clear. Ursha stared at the newcomer with envy, jealousy, and a creeping sense of crisis. It was Jiang Cheng's first contracted beast, yet in both rank and strength it now sat at the bottom of the roster. 1,000 miles away, a party of a dozen suddenly halted. There's movement ahead, probably a high-tier beast. Stay alert, said a medium-built youth with short hair, frowning. The blood-red, pitch-black bat on his shoulder twitched its wings, having just mapped the vibration with ultrasound. What's there to fear? With Brother Junxiao and Brother Chao Long here, nothing short of a high platinum tier can touch us, someone chuckled. Clad in iron armor, Chao Long narrowed his eyes at the path ahead. Better stay cautious. We're already near the inner zone, he said steadily. Behind him coiled a giant python 20 zhang long, black and white stripes gleaming as its 3 vicious heads swept the area with cold stares, aura surging with oppressive force. Dressed in snowy white, Liang Junxiao brushed his sleeve and agreed in a gentle voice. Brother Chao is right. Any farther, and we may well meet a high platinum tier beast. He was the prodigy of Nanyue Prefecture, heir to Prince Liang's estate. With their 2 leaders speaking, the rest stowed their easy smiles, faces turning solemn as they summoned their own beasts. The billowing dust finally settled, revealing the scene within. Liang Chao drew a sharp breath, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the giant bear at the center, horror written across his face. Within 100 meters, every tree and blade of grass had been obliterated, the ground caved into a crater dozens of meters deep. Suspended at its heart floated the epic Earthlord bear, snowy wings fluttering lightly behind it while a dazzling, golden legend-grade monarch aura blazed like the descent of a god. The skin bear Zanchio that had been rampaging moments ago now lay twisted in the mud, bones shattered, bodies limp. The few high-tier Zanchio still breathing were barely clinging to life, scarlet eyes replaced entirely by terror. A ripple of space had only begun to form before an invisible force crushed it. The epic Earthlord bear lowered its head and grinned, a childlike smile framed by dagger-like fangs. Twin pupils burst into blazing gold, like two suns, and it flared its wings, the white feathers looking even more sacred beneath the halo. A silent roar swept out. A massive sphere of light gathered above its head, and in an instant a torrent of holy radiance poured down. The Zangxio howled in despair as their strength was stripped away, forced to watch their flesh be devoured inch by the sacred light. So terrifying. Those were the only words left in Liang Chaos' mind. Even the mighty shadow four-winged dragon sucked in a cold breath. It knew these Zangxio were at least platinum 5-star and gifted with spatial affinity. With its own platinum 7-star power, it could handle 5 at most. Yet the epic Earthlord bear had erased them all with a single strike. Watching from the sidelines, Air Shah fell into instant gloom. The ice-fire demon hound bit the hem of Jiang Cheng's trousers and complained sourly. Why is it so strong the moment it shows up? Am I really that useless? Jiang Cheng shot at a sideways look and said offhandedly, you were fused for 50 cents. How can you compare to something that cost $100? I am worth 50 cents. Air Shah felt as if lightning had struck, its head buzzing. No wonder it was weak. No wonder its master didn't care. Cheap goods just couldn't match high-end builds. Zhu Juyin was already overpowered, and the epic Earthlord bear was even more brutal. Woof. Normally carefree, Air Shah was actually sensitive and craved its master's approval. Jiang Cheng's casual remark hit it right where it hurt, and it lowered its head, utterly dejected. Jiang Chong, however, seemed pleased. Seeing the dog frustrated, he felt a touch of satisfaction. At last the silly mutt had developed a competitive streak. Be boss. A soft, childlike voice suddenly piped up, completely at odds with the bear's burly frame and unintentionally amusing. Jiang Cheng nodded and pointed at the downcast ice-fire demon hound. That's your big brother, Air Shah. From now on, you'll be San Pao. The epic Earthlord bear blinked, then nodded eagerly and bowed deeply to the hound. Second brother, hello? I'm San Pao. Please take care of me. Air Shah, still nursing its wounds, was stunned by the cute introduction. This bear is so happy. Is that name really that impressive? Off to the side, the shadow four-winged dragon quietly swallowed. This lord's taste in names is truly unique. Haha, I have a name now. The epic Earthlord bear was overjoyed, trembling with excitement at the thought that it might be the first bear ever to possess a real name. Night came quickly in the Longhu secret realm, where day was brief and darkness lingered. No stars pierced the sky, only a solid wall of black, the kind that swallowed even an outstretched hand. Beneath that shroud, the primeval forest felt bleak and cold, as if razor fangs waited deep within, ready to tear into anyone who strayed too far. Knowing how treacherous the night could be, Jiang Cheng chose caution over bravado. He settled beneath an ancient tree whose trunk was nearly 10 meters thick, sitting cross-legged against its roots. The shadow quad-winged dragon folded its 8 leathery wings, heavy breaths rumbling as the vigor of its dragon blood sealed the gashes crisscrossing its body. Nearby, the epic Earth King bear San Pao kept watch, golden eyes sweeping the darkness and the slick, muddy ground. I'm just a security guard who loves little bear cookies, San Pao hummed, unable to hide his grin. Jiang Chong had promised him 3 whole barrels of the ancient tiger bee honey had been craving as payment for standing guard. Only a small patch of dry earth remained beneath the great tree. Liang Chao dropped onto it, then realized everything else was mud. He looked up at the bear hogging the dry spot and whispered, a bro bear? Mind sliding over? I'd like to get some sleep. Why should I? San Pao rumbled, voice like distant thunder. He saw no reason to indulge someone who wasn't his master, especially without a payoff. Cursing the damn bear under his breath, Liang Chao knew better than to push his luck. He produced a fingernail-sized crimson crystal and offered it with a sunny smile. How about this for your trouble, bro bear? What kind of junk is that? San Pao sniffed the crystal, face twisted in disdain. That's the core of a scarlet enchantress, Liang Chao murmured. Essence of an illusion beast. Swallow it and you can slip into any dream you like, where you're the boss and can do whatever you want. That powerful? San Pao's brow shot up as he rolled the core in his paw. Liang Chao nodded, greed and malicious glee flickering in his eyes. He didn't mention the crystal's darker side effects, mental intrusion and nerve paralysis. His gaze drifted to the barely breathing Jiang Chong, then to the wounded shadow quad-winged dragon. They still hadn't forged a spirit contract. Decision made. He ducked into a hollow within the tree, a sly smile on his lips as he waited for his chance. Jang Chong remained motionless, eyes closed, yet the curve of his mouth held a mocking edge. He knew perfectly well someone was walking straight into his trap. Elsewhere, the ice-fire demon hound Air Shah stared into the depths of the night. It lifted a forepaw, hesitated, then stepped boldly into the underbrush. Relax, Jiang Chong. When I get back, you'll see a brand new Air Shah. With barely a sound, it vanished into the darkness. Ral? The shadow quad-winged dragon raised its head, confusion glinting in its huge slit pupils out the slate. Off for a midnight hookup? Moments after Air Shah left, Jiang Cheng's eyes snapped open, lightning flashing in his gaze as shards of spiritual energy swirled around him. He had reached the very limit of the Xiantian realm. Long-lost Xiantian true essence thundered through his meridians. If he could just draw in a wisp of refinable elemental force, he would forge a divine sea and break through in an instant. But no suitable force descended from the heavens. Where's that dumb dog? Jiang Chong scanned the area. All was silent, and the ice-fire demon hound was nowhere in sight. Immersed in cultivation, he hadn't sensed Air Shah leave. Hoo-hoo. Elsewhere, San Pao had swallowed the crimson enchantress core and immediately drifted into a thunderous sleep, drool dangling from the corner of his mouth as he dreamed sweetly. Inside a tree hollow, Liang Chaos' eyes gleamed darkly. He carefully drew out a sharp dagger and an ornate purple-gold scroll. Master, Air Shah seems to have gone the shadow. Four-winged dragon's deep voice rumbled. Wrapped in 4 layers of membranous wings, its wounds were still unhealed. After a moment's thought, it stretched out a claw and pointed deeper into the forest. Oh, Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow and strode in that direction. Before long, he looked down and saw a crooked line of words scratched into the ground. Jiang Chong, I'm leaving. Next time we meet, I swear I won't slow anyone down. Don't worry, Air Shah. Stupid dog. Jiang Chong cursed under his breath, yet he couldn't help laughing. The mutt had clearly been pushed too far this time. But with only an 8-star gold rank, wandering a forest packed with platinum-class beasts was tantamount to suicide. He rubbed his temples, then focused, using the beast-taming contract to trace the ice-fire demon hound's aura. Air Shah was too far away. The sense was faint, giving him only a rough direction. Boom. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy exploded behind him. Purple gold light shot skyward as the scroll hovered above the Earth King Bear's head, layer upon layer of hexagonal runes blooming far more complex and ancient than a standard contract. Liang Chao stood behind the scroll, his face twisted with greed and fanaticism. After witnessing the bear's power, he was certain it was at least imperial grade, maybe higher. If I can bind it, Liang Chao muttered, fingertips trembling. He already pictured himself unleashing the Earth King Bear to sweep aside every prodigy and ascend to the peak of Nanyue Prefecture. Heir of the Liang Prince's estate, time for an upgrade. What exactly are you doing? Jiang Cheng's voice cut in, playful and mildly amused as he watched, making no move to interfere. Thanks for delivering such a fine beast, Liang Chao said, licking his lips and grinning at Jiang Chong. I rather like it, and as a courtesy, I'll make sure your death is quick. Oh, are you sure? Jiang Chong chuckled and ambled forward without the slightest haste. A murderous glint flashed across Liang Chaos' eyes. He growled 2 words, courting death. After shadowing Jiang Chong for several days, he was convinced he had seen through the man completely at best. Jiang Cheng's true cultivation was only at the warlord level. The strike that had obliterated the swamp wormox king, Liang Chao had long since written off as borrowed power. Jiang Chong had never used that strength again when facing the flayed Zonchio swarm, which made it clear he couldn't reproduce it anytime soon. Besides, the only beast at his side was a half-crippled shadow 4-winged dragon, hardly enough to stop a slumbering epic Earth King bear. So to Liang Chao, the bear was already in the bag, thanks to the purple gold scroll hovering above his head. As the scroll unfurled, a hexagonal array rotated slowly, resembling an ordinary beast-taming contract, yet actually a 5-star soul blood pact. The pact was vicious, granting the host absolute control over the beast. Great god of the abyss, I offer my soul. Let this beast be bound by an unequal pact, I the master, it the slave, for all eternity. The eerie chant slid from Liang Chaos' throat. He lifted a dagger, slashed his palm, and let the blood drip into the center of the array. With a roar, the runes flared, coalescing into a violet sphere that darkened to black. Tens of thousands of black threads burst forth like a spiderweb, racing toward the sleeping Earth King bear. It's working, Liang Chao exulted. He shot Jiang Chong a cold glance, his voice thick with triumph. Kid, you're too full of yourself, didn't even bind your own beast? Remember that in your next life. Don't worry, once you're dead, I'll make sure this bear's name resounds across the Donghua Empire. Consider it an honorable end. While the man kept monologuing, Jiang Cheng's lips curved into an odd smile, secretly admiring Liang Chaos' vivid imagination. Then he spoke 2 calm words, San Pao. RRR. The epic Earth King bear, snoring like thunder a moment ago, heard Jiang Qing's voice and instantly cracked open its bleary eyes. How is that possible? Liang Chao went ghost white, staring at the now-awake epic Earth Overlord bear while cold sweat soaked his back. A moment ago he had seen the stupid beast swallow the crimson enchantress crystal core, something that could scramble the mind of even a diamond rank monster. How had it recovered so fast? Jiang Chong left him no time to wonder. His eyes were icy. Finish him. Roar. Jared back to reality. Sanpeo's murderous intent flared. So this punk dared to drug Lord Pao? Dead man walking. You can't kill me. I'm from Liang Palace. Feeling the bear's claw slicing the air above his head, Liang Chao shrieked. I know where the world tree is. Kill me, and you lose everything. Jiang Chong remained unmoved. Greed always carries a price. The bear's paw, heavy as a boulder, plummeted toward Liang Chaos' skull. Just then a streak of emerald light flared in the distance, and a mid-sized falcon ripped through the sky. Scaled feathers overlapped like blades, its legs were forged from mechanical joints, and electronic eyes glowed blue. Traveling at triple Mach speed, it closed on the epic Earth Overlord bear in a blink, clearly intent on saving Liang Chao. That's cousin Jun Xiao's azure-eyed mech falcon. Liang Chao shouted in delight. Jiang Chong arched a brow, interest sparking in his gaze. Monster, azure-eyed mech falcon. Level, Platinum 4-star. Grade, Class A non-organic. Does not follow the standard scale. Skills, Impregnable Armor LV.2, Death, Bite LV.2, Psychic Resonance LV.1. Status, Combat Mode. Type, Mechanical. Description, a relic of the Steam Age, mutated by arcane psionic energy. Possesses limited self-awareness and qualifies as a semi-living entity. Recommendation, target the power core. Evolution paths, 3. Get lost. The interception ignited Sanpeo's fury. Lava light surged in his golden eyes, and a massive claw struck boom. The falcon's spine shattered, its body exploding into flying parts. Less than a heartbeat later, the scattered components hovered, drawn together by an unseen force, and reassembled. Stop. Footsteps rang out. Liang Junxiao, clad in snow white and elegant as jade, led his squad. Seeing Liang Chao trapped, his brow tightened. Sir, he belongs to Liang Palace. Jiang Chong only spared them a glance, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Cousin Junxiao, help me. The man's a butcher. Sister Fei Yao, and the rest all dead by his hand. Liang Chao clung to his last hope, eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse. What? Where's MOK? Wu Wensheng, a short-haired prodigy from Nanyue province, blanched. MOK was his fiancée. Sister MOK. Liang Chao put on a pained look, sneaking a hint toward Jiang Chong, letting the silence speak for itself. Monster. He'll kill you. The implication was clear. Bloodshot, Wu Wensheng roared. The Redan black primordial bat on his shoulder sensed his rage and vibrated its throat, releasing an ultrasonic scream near the limit of sound. Easy, Wensheng. Chao Long restrained him, eyes wary of the grinning epic Earth Overlord bear. His beasts are no joke. Rushing in helps no one. He then addressed Jiang Chong. Sir, anything you'd like to say in your defense? Liang Zhengxiu's gaze turned glacial. If Liang Chao spoke true, this man had to die. Idiots. The childish yet disdainful voice didn't come from Jiang Chong, but from the epic Earth Overlord bear. It swept the humans with a contemptuous stare. Hypocrites, if you're going to fight, then fight. Quit yammering or ruining my master's mood. Courting death. Wu Wensheng's eyes burned scarlet as he pressed 2 fingers to his lips and unleashed a shrill whistle. Swish. A Redan black primordial bat burst upward, splitting the air with a thunderclap. Its membrane wings spread mid-flight, swelling to 3 men in height. Veins of eerie, writhing patterns crawled across the leathery surface like living worms, sending a chill through anyone who looked. Boom, and explosive crack followed as the bat broke the sound barrier, even faster than the azure-eyed mech falcon that had come before it. A jet-black wake streamed from its tail, the dark smear of a comet. Chao Long and the others merely watched, confidence written on their faces. They trusted Wu Wensheng's strength. If he could not win outright, he would at least never lose quickly. Jiang Chong looked up at the bat, one brow arching. Beast name, Primordial Wing Bat. Rank, Platinum 4-star. Grade, Royal Mid-tier. Skills. Status, Bloodthirsty. Element, Darkness. Description, a subspecies of the ancient tiger spirit bat. It pierces prey's throats with needle fangs to drink their blood. Its ancestral membrane wings carry a null magic lineage that shrugs off all spells. Evolution paths, 16 in total. By now the bat had already dived over Jiang Cheng's head. Instead of relying on its fangs like an ordinary bat, it chose to strike with the reniched wings. Bang! A flash of gold. The wings clapped together, turning the entire creature into a gilded longsword that howled downward at Jiang Cheng's crown. Interesting. Jiang Cheng's surprise flickered into growing curiosity as he stared at the runes pulsing across those wings. He's dead meat. Wensheng's wing bat has a lock-on ability. Those wings slice through anything, even mutated diamond. How stupid do you have to be to drop your guard against a speed-type beast? Chao Long's squad whispered among themselves, already picturing Jiang Cheng's corpse. The next second, their expressions froze. Just 3 inches from Jiang Cheng's head, the bat stopped dead, its whole body trembling under an unseen force. It could not move. A towering figure stood silently behind its epic rank Earthlord Bear. Golden light crackled around the bear's body like chains of brilliance, the unmistakable aura of a monarch. Epic rank. Monarch aura? Gasps filled the air. Even Chao Long and Liang Junxiao went pale. A beast capable of projecting a monarch aura at epic rank had to be at least imperial grade, perhaps even a legendary sacred beast. At last they realized Jang Chong was anything but ordinary. For the first time, jealousy flickered in Liang Junxiao's heart. A blue-white sigil flashed on his wrist. Roar! Another enormous bear erupted from the ground, its fur an icy azure bristling with cold light. A ridge of razor-sharp frost spines stood erect down its back, and its sea-blue amber eyes gleamed like blades. This was Liang Junxiao's second contracted beast, the frost spine bear, already platinum 6-star. The moment the blue-eyed mecha falcon and the frost spike bear appeared side by side, everyone around them gasped, their eyes brimming with envy and reverence. Across the provinces, contracting a single platinum-tier beast is enough to earn the title of Prodigy, yet Liang Junxiao commanded two of exceptional quality. Such strength could be counted on one hand, even across all 13 provinces and the Tianhe realm. While the crowd was still reeling, a shrill screech exploded from the other side. The primeval winged bat thrashed wildly, but Sampow, the epic Earth King bear, wrenched its membranous wings apart with terrifying force. Runes blazed along the spreading fissures, and blood spurted through the cracks. With a sharp rip, Sampow tore the wings free, leaving the bat drenched in blood and plummeting to the ground. It landed with a thud, and Sampow's massive paw came down mercilessly, grinding the creature into pulp. Wu Wenqing clutched his head, pain splitting his skull. His eyes reddened as he pointed a trembling finger at Jang Chong, disbelief written across his face. His primeval winged bat had been instant-killed. Ding! A cold system notification chimed. Material discovered, spirit sealing bat wing. Description: membranous wings etched with anti-magic runes, impervious to all spells. Uses: can be installed as a prosthetic or used for beast advancement. Rating: A. Can synthesize, spirit lock skywing. Can dismantle, 100 material shards. Jiang Chong stowed the blood-soaked wings, feeling an unexpected surge of satisfaction. Isn't this going a bit far? Chao Long's voice was icy, and the pitch-black three-headed serpent behind him hissed menacingly. The others exchanged glances and shifted their footing, surrounding Jiang Chong with practiced ease. Brother Chao, what's there to discuss with a thug like this? Let's take him down together, Liang Junxiao said coolly. The ever-proud youth set aside his arrogance and called for a joint assault, startling the entire group. Cousin Junxiao, save me first. Bound and helpless, Liang Chao felt a chill run through his heart as the danger escalated. Yet Junxiao gave no reply. Instead, Sampao's thick paw settled gently on Liang Chaos' head, kneading it, as if it were a toy. Brother Bear, I didn't mean it. Liang Chao trembled, staring at the Earth King Bear's bared fangs as cold fear shot down his spine. Too late, Sampao rumbled. The paw twisted slightly, exerting a force no human body could withstand. Liang Chaos' corpse crumpled to the ground. His face rotated a full 180 degrees, frozen in terror and regret. Swooshersha sprinted through the woods, paws skimming fallen twigs and leaves. The farther it ran, the heavier the frustration and doubt in its chest. Weird, so long out here and not a single monster in sight. Whoosh! A sudden gale tore through the trees ahead, like a giant hand wrenching them from the earth, opening a breach wide enough for a leviathan. Startled, Ursha crept forward, parting vines with its forepaws. A heartbeat later, its bright canine eyes bulged, the twin horns on its head catching stray shards of light. Food, nothing but food. Beyond the gap lay a meadow encircled by forest, packed with plants exhaling dense spiritual energy, rare treasures at first glance. But all eyes were drawn to the colossal tree in the center, leaves studded with crystals, branches draped with rows of glistening dried fish. Erza's eyes lit up. A good meal is truth itself. Without hesitation it launched. Boom. The instant its paws hit the ground, a golden barrier flashed into being, sealing the field from the outside world. Damn caught. Ursha face-planted, its nose plowing dirt. When it looked up, it froze. The earth roared. Giants of rock and clay erupted from the soil, each 100 jong tall. As some arcane power poured into them, their eyes snapped open, rainbow beams shooting from stone pupils. The statues came in all forms. 1. A wolf-head humanoid, left side weeping, right side grinning, every feature eerily lifelike. 2. A primordial deity, serpent-bodied with a human head, hair coiled into a halo that on closer look was a nest of venomous snakes. 3. An angelic figure with 6 pairs of wings, its whole body awash in golden light, twin pupils bright as day. More statues awakened, immortal aura seeping from their surfaces lofty, terrifying. The pressure pinned Ursha to the ground. It didn't dare breathe. Flattened in the mud, it whispered, "You can't see me, can't see me." At the far end of the ashen forest, a three-legged azure crane swept down, letting Gongsun Wu dismount in one fluid motion. Shaking off travel fatigue, he unfolded a holographic map, eyes gleaming. Finally hope the intel checks out. Drawing a deep breath, he pulled a pitch-black jade pendant from his pocket, pressed it reverently to his chest, and kissed it lightly. Then he strode to the sheer cliff ahead. This was the mountain's hidden face, its surface dense with ancient script. Gongsun Wu fit the pendant into a recess, poised to press his palm. Buzz. The entire cliff face came alive, characters writhing like countless tadpoles, erupting in blinding golden light. What the? Someone got in ahead of me? Gongsun Wu stood frozen for several seconds, watching his face shift from stunned to livid. He had schemed for months and raced here through dust and wind for this ruin, only to be beaten to the punch. Boom. The entire mountain, its surface etched with divine glyphs, suddenly shuddered. Thunderous rumbles rolled across the land as a thick pillar of light speared upward from the summit, dazzlingly bright, announcing the ruin's complete awakening. Every contestant in the Dragon Lake's secret realm felt their hearts jolt at the same time. A ruin just opened? Move. It's over by the ashen forest. Half the realm erupted into motion. Figures soared into the air or urged their mounts forward, all heading in the same direction. Damn, it was the brat wrecking my plans. They'll skin him alive. Sensing several powerful auras closing in, Gongsun Wu spat curses and strode through the slowly opening gateway, seething with frustration. Elsewhere, Jang Chong was about to let his epic-tier Earthlord bear flatten his opponents when the bond with Air Shah suddenly went blank. His brows furrowed. Chao Long and Liang Junxiao also noticed the distant beam. A ruin? They exchanged a glance, teetering between retreat first and kill first. Their teammates' fighting spirit had already wavered. Every gaze was locked on the sky-piercing column, eyes blazing. A ruin. That's the greatest prize in the Dragon Lake secret realm. Someone whispered about a rumor. The sky prison blaze dragon serving the Lord in Daijing had hatched from an egg found in a ruin. Others claimed the dragon had existed since before Blue Star's century-long revival and had never been blessed by that mysterious energy. Whatever the truth, one thing was clear: ruins meant treasure. Go. Liang Zhengxiu's eyes flickered before he finally chose between rush to the ruin and finish off Jang Chong. Chao Long nodded hard and barked at the team. Everyone mounted their beasts, ready to sprint toward the light. Kill them all. The cold voice belonged to Jiang Chong. True essence surged in his hand, condensing into a longsword. The contract told him Air Shah was safe. If so, he would deal with these people first, then go find it. Roar. San Pao bared its fangs and flared its white wings. Under the monarch's aura, the feathers refracted blazing gold, both holy and lethal. Behind it, a towering phantom took shape. The Earth Spirit King. Roar. The colossal phantom behind the epic Earth King bear solidified bit by bit amid a deafening bellow, rising from the ground like a mountain. In an instant, Earth element energy seethed through the air, forming visible brown currents that drove every other element away with absolute dominance. What's going on? My flame sparrow can't use its skills. Mine either. Are our elemental powers being suppressed? The teammates traded shocked glances. In today's battles, elemental beasts rule the field. Losing that control is like clipping an eagle's wings. Combat strength plummets. Roar. Roar. Accustomed to ice energy, the frostthorn bear was smothered by thick earth essence, thrashing and roaring like a fish on land, helpless to move. Element deprivation. Chao Long drew a sharp breath, staring at the epic Earth King bear bathed in holy golden light. Beside him, Liang Zhengxiu's brows tightened. A flicker of regret crossing his handsome face. The foe before them was far tougher than expected. Sir, there's no need for this. The ruin is about to open. Must we fight to the death and let others walk away with the prize? Chao Long judged the situation and shouted, abandoning any thought of battle. Is it too late to regret now? Jiang Chong laughed softly, contempt glinting in his eyes. Swish. He broke the sound barrier in a flash. His true chi longsword gleamed with icy light, slashing straight at the element-stripped flame sparrow and aqua lizard. Are you insane? Even without elemental power, my flame sparrow isn't something a mere human can withstand. Its master, the tall and alluring Shui Qinxua, lowered her gaze. Hot pants hugged her long legs as a contemptuous smile curved her lips. A platinum rank, 3-star flame sparrow could crush any ordinary battle king with brute strength alone. Peck out his eyes. The beauty parted her lips and issued the venomous order. Scree. Feathers dim yet lethal, the flame sparrow shrieked. With a single beat of its wings, its knife-sharp beak shot toward Jiang Cheng's face almost faster than sight. Ha! Courting death. Seeing the precise strike, Shui Qinxua laughed triumphantly. Casting a mocking glance at her still terrified companions, was this brute really worth their fear? Qinxua, your neck. A teammate's voice quavered, finger rigidly pointing. Shueqinshua looked down. A crimson line split her snow-white throat, blood gushing out. She tried to scream, but the severed windpipe let out only a wet gurgle. Both hands clamped over the wound, yet the torrent would not stop. A heartbeat later, Jiang Cheng's innate true chi flared again. A streak of sword light flashed, her head rolled to the ground. He landed without a sound. A slight flick of his wrist vaporized the blood on the blade. The masterless flame sparrow convulsed under the backlash of its spirit pact and crashed to the earth. Flash! Jiang Chong showed no mercy, finishing the flame sparrow with a single stroke. Ding! Loot acquired. Flame sparrow feather. Can be dismantled into 25 material shards. Target the beast tamer first. That's the fastest way to neutralize any contracted monster. Too bad most tamers aren't foolish enough to step into the line of fire themselves. Roar! On the other side, Sampow finally unleashed its power. Behind its massive frame rose the phantom of an Earth Spirit King, its overwhelming aura sweeping in every direction. The earth element in the air, as if tugged by an invisible hand, instantly coalesced into a storm of stone swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades poured down like rain, their thunderous detonations deafening. Qiaolong's face paled. He hurriedly ordered the Sanyang blood-crowned python to deploy its true yang domain. The moment the field took shape, the ground swelled as though something colossal was writhing beneath it. Boom! Dust exploded outward. A gigantic stone arm burst from the earth, its clawed fingers snapping shut around the python's tail and dragging it underground by sheer force. Hisses! The triple-headed python lashed its tongues and shrieked. Its muscular tail fired scarlet beams, hybrid rays hotter than tens of thousands of degrees, able to punch through armor like miniature warheads. Yet the stone hand ignored the assault, knuckles tightening bit by bit as it pulled the serpent deeper into the ground. Junxiao, help me! Qiaolong screamed, panic cracking his voice. What answered him was Sampow striding forward. The epic-grade Earth King bear planted itself before Liang Junxiao, fists on hips, golden eyes blazing. It grinned. Come on, big dumb bear. Grandpa Cannon will entertain you. Roar. The ice-spined bear roared back without a shred of fear. It, too, was a mutant Urson evolved from a polar bear. Before the Great Awakening, the polar bear was king among bears. How could it tolerate provocation from a Kodiak brown bear? Thud. The ice-spined bear lunged, swinging its arm like an artillery shell and slicing the air with foot-long claws. Sampow licked its lips, too lazy to channel any elemental power. It left crowd control to the Earth Spirit King behind it and opted to pummel the dumb bear with nothing but brute strength. Roar, roar, bang, bang, bang. The two titanic bears traded bone-crushing blows, claws raking flesh as mobile mountains collided. Shards of rock, shards of ice and clouds of dust flew in every direction. With the ice-spined bear keeping Sampow busy, Liang Junxiao finally exhaled. A thought command sent his azure-eyed mech falcon into the sky. Its mission was to sever the stone hand and free the triple-headed python. If they could rescue the serpent, the two beast tamers could gang up on Jiang Chong and end this fight in one decisive strike. Liang's mind raced, but he overlooked a lurking threat. The mech falcon had barely cleared the treetops when a cold dragon claw reached down from the clouds. Crunch! The mechanical falcon never even got the chance to screech. It was crushed into a wad of twisted scrap. Darkness swept overhead as the shadow quad-winged dragon blotted out the sun, its dusky eyes surveying the field with icy indifference. Inwardly it sighed. A high-tier monarch-class beast, and they all treated it like thin air? How does that make any sense? Another monster? At least platinum high-tier. A voice in the crowd quavered. Their high-rank beast tamer was trapped, and the Earth Spirit King had stripped their own beasts of elemental control. They were lambs to the slaughter. Sir, I surrender. All of this was Liang Junxiao, and Qiaolong's idate had nothing to do with me. The tamer of the azure water lizard was the first to drop his weapon. Average in looks and build, the young man had gone ghost white. Cursing his own stupidity, given another chance, he would never have joined Qiaolong's squad. Once someone took the lead, the other members quickly raised their white flags as well. The squad had been a last-minute patchwork of contestants from Nanyue province and neighboring districts. With shallow ties, they were faster than anyone else when it came to saving their own skins. Qiaolong watched his team crumble, lungs about to explode, eyes almost spitting fire. A bunch of spineless cowards, not one of them worth trusting. Oh, Jiang Chong came to an unhurried stop and swept his gaze over the crowd, a half-smile playing on his lips. Tell me this: if I lose to you, what happens to me in the end? The owner of the azure lizard opened his mouth, but managed no sound. The others fared no better, eyes darting everywhere, but at Jiang Chong. Everyone knew what the end meant. They would carve him up like prey. Since you can't answer, you can all die. A mocking chill flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes as he passed silent judgment on these so-called accomplices. Roar! The shadow quad-winged dragon's growl rolled like thunder. It lowered its massive head and grinned, interlocking fangs gleaming like knives. Sir, must we really fight to the death? One of the survivors shouted, forcing bravado onto a bloodless face. His answer was a pillar of flame so black it seemed to devour all light. Sizzle. The dragon flame reached him in a blink, vaporizing both man and the earth beneath his feet into a charred void. No figure, no breath, not even bone dust remained. His beast, a savage horned ox with crystalline twin horns, watched its master vanish. Blood flooded its pupils as it fought the backlash of their spirit-binding pact. The crystal horns glowed with eerie light, and colossal power gathered in its skull. Boom. Both horns detonated, fragments spraying outward. A fist-sized cavity punched through its head, gray matter twitching like earthworms. Self-destructing its core? Even in terror the onlookers sucked in a breath. A beast's core lay in its skull. To blow it meant certain death and agony beyond measure. Yet the ox might as well have been forged of iron. Resolve hardened its features, tears shimmering in blood-red eyes. Its master was gone. It refused to live on. Jang Chong's expression wavered. In this age of beast taming, the human-monster bond took many forms: family, friend, comrade, or slave. Few humans would die for their beasts, yet beasts often spent their last breath for their humans. Crash. A second deafening blast shattered the core completely. Flesh became a soaring blood mist, and a shockwave ripped across the field. The dragon's obsidian scales were scored by a few shallow cut-smear scratches from a low-tier platinum beast's suicide blast. Run. The remaining tamers cried, seizing the opening and fleeing with all their might. The dragon's eyes were midnight cold, disdain flickering within. Letting you go would disappoint my lord. It tipped back its head and roared, for wings beating with lethal force. A sudden darkness swallowed the sky, and a force of calamity poured down, engulfing the area in an instant. Calamity nightfall. Someone cried in alarm. A pitch-black fog descended like an overturned lid, hissing with corrosive vapors. The fastest runner thrust out a hand to part the gloom, but half his fingertip dissolved on contact. The bone laid bare as he screamed in agony. No choice break, the teleport token. Driven into a corner, the aqua lizard's own-era medium-built youth pulled out a jade talisman, his teeth grinding. Cold emerald light flickered in his palm. He looked back, fixing Jang Chong with a venomous glare. He had spent a fortune and his family's resources to seize this secret realm slot, only to leave empty-handed. Kid, I hope you're still this arrogant when you get out. He spat. He inhaled sharply, crushed the token with a snap, and vanished in a swirl of green light. Once someone took the lead, the remaining beast tamers hesitated no longer. Faces grim, they shattered their own tokens. Harsh, ragged breathing echoed one more heartbeat, and the black fog would have claimed their lives. Just before teleporting, they fixed Jiang Cheng's face in their memories, eyes icy as they plotted the welcome awaiting him outside. Jiang Chong merely cast them a casual glance. Since they had fled, he had no interest in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, only Chao Long and Liang Junxiao were left. The frost-spine bear lay pinned beneath Sampao, its once snowy fur now a bloody, tattered mess. Not far away, the Sanyong blood-crowned python, stripped of its elemental control, was bound by the Earth Spirit Monarch, thrashing like a toothless tiger. Together, Sampao and the bear were forcibly suppressing two monarch-level beasts. Liang Junxiao's face turned ashen as he stared at the wargod-like Earth King Bear and the terrifying Shadow Four-Winged Dragon. For the first time, helplessness and despair surged inside him. Monsters like this existed among his peers, and he had run straight into them. He drew a long breath. Azure light flared from the beast control emblem on his wrist, and the disassembled azure-eyed mecha falcon clattered back together, though its aura had clearly weakened. Brother Chao, take care, he called, leaping onto the mechanical falcon and shooting skyward like a gust of wind. At the same moment, another emblem flashed ice blue, and the frost-spine bear's broken body turned into a streak of blue light that flowed into him. What? He still dares to run? Sampao hadn't had enough of the fight. His ursine face scrunched in displeasure. He kneaded his paws, glanced at the bound Sanyong blood-crowned python, then grinned, baring ivory fangs. Guess he'll vent on this ugly Snakino, vent my anger. Moments later, Chao Long's near-desperate roar echoed through the mist. Liang Junxiao, curse you and your whole clan. Hiss, hiss. Deep in the forest, the shrill cries of the Sanyong blood-crested python rose and fell without pause. Sampao seized the snake by the neck and kneaded its barrel-thick body back and forth like dough, the crack of splintering bones making one's scalp tingle. Beside him, Chao Long's eyes were bloodshot, but the Shadow Four-Winged Dragon's chilling aura had him pinned in place. He didn't dare move a finger. Jiang Chong stood with his arms crossed, watching with a strange sense of irony. Anyone would think he was the wicked villain here. And from the Chao family of Datong Prefecture, Chao Long blurted, forcing down his fear. Killing me won't benefit you. Let me live, and I can give you rewards beyond measure. Oh, Jiang Chong curled his lip and pointed casually at a headless corpse nearby. He just tried to bribe me with information about the World Tree. It was Liang Chaos Remains. At the mention of the World Tree, Sampao hugged the python and grinned at Chao Long. still gleefully twisting the snake in his hands. Indifferent from him, Qiao Long blanched and rushed to explain. He was only a side branch of Prince Liang's household. His intel was probably hearsay. I truly know where the world tree is. Jiang Qing's expression showed he was willing to listen. It's at the center of a cluster of ancient god ruins, Qiao Long began, then added, you may not be familiar with that era. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. He clearly was not. Qiao Long continued patiently. According to research institutes, before the century of revival and the beast-taming civilization, roughly 45 to 46,000 years ago, an ancient civilization appeared. The ancient god civilization? Jiang Chong prompted. Exactly. Qiao Long nodded, growing more animated. It lasted only 1,000 years, yet it outshone countless ages. In those days, humans or ancient gods held supreme power. Nothing was beyond them. They could swallow the sun and moon, inhale mountains and rivers. Blue Star was not their home, but merely the cradle of their culture. They preferred roaming the stars and exploring the universe. Jiang Qing cut in. Why are you certain they originated on Blue Star and weren't alien invaders? Impossible, Qiao Long answered flatly. In the recorded history of the known universe, Blue Star is the only life-bearing planet. If they came from an unknown universe, the journey would take hundreds of millions of years. Our timelines don't match. Since the century of revival, humanity has never stopped exploring the cosmos. Unknown universes might exist, but they're far too distant, and even ancient gods wouldn't live that long. The argument made Jiang Cheng's pupils contract. If Qiao Long was right, then the Earth of his previous life lay somewhere in that unknown expanse. Sensing he now held the advantage, Qiao Long pressed on. But around 46,000 years ago, that dazzling civilization vanished. Not a single ancient god remained on Blue Starnly ruins. Over tens of thousands of years, their records eroded into folklore, yet I'm certain they were real. And the Dragon Lake secret realm is very likely built atop a cluster of their ruins. He inhaled deeply like a fanatic, eyes gleaming with greed and reverence. Silence was his only reply. Sampow stared blankly, scratched his head, and returned his attention to the python. The shadow four-winged dragon folded its wings and half-closed its golden slitted eyes, looking drowsy. Jiang Chong remained calm. In his view, so-called ancient gods were merely stronger humans or beasts, roaming the stars. He had already managed that in his previous life, once he reached the Tongshan realm. I know how to open the old god's ruins. Set me free and he'll share the method with you. Better yet, we can team up and enter together. Qiao Long spoke unhurriedly, a confident smile tugging at his lips. He was certain no one could refuse. The only reply was a blade of icy sword key. You? Why? Steel light fell. The edge tore through Qiao Long's throat. Clutching the wound, he felt blood gush between his fingers while confusion and terror filled his eyes. Jiang Cheng's face remained impassive. No one in this world knew what a soul search was. He had no need to bargain. Lifting his right palm, he pressed into the air. Ripples of crystalline light formed a screen that ripped through what was left of Qiao Long's memories. A moment's immersion passed. Jiang Cheng's gaze flickered. A decision had been made. He looked toward the eastern sky, where a pillar of light pierced the clouds. His voice was calm, but brooked no objection. Sampow, quit playing. We have work to do. Right. The burr-sized Sampow bobbed his head. Between his paws, the Sanyong blood-crowned python hung limply, every bone shattered like a rag of meat. Humiliation and madness burned in the serpent's eyes. Its master lay dead, and it had been reduced to a toy. How could it accept that? The instant Jiang Chong finished speaking, the python dredged up one last shred of strength, slipped free, and streaked toward Jiang Chong as a crimson blur. Boom. A blinding scarlet flash ripped the air. The beast detonated its platinum-grade, six-star body, spraying the sky with blood and flesh. The shockwave toppled giant trees, yet the golden aura around Jiang Chong never wavered, blocking every fragment. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. I let my guard down. Sampow stared at the wreckage, panic draining the blood from his face. He feared Jiang Chong might rescind that jar of ancient tiger bee honey. Jiang Chong shook his head with a sigh, scolding as if to a child. Sampow, it's fine to kill, but never to torment. Don't do that again. Got it, got it. Sampow nodded furiously. Nearby, the shadow four-winged drake lowered its eyes, an indifferent gleam flickering as it surveyed the mangled corpses. On the eastern edge of the ashen forest, an arc-shaped chasm had been torn through the once continuous mountain range by some unfathomable force. From above, the gap resembled an upside-down gourd. At its narrow neck, the rock had collapsed into an enormous underground cavity, and a torrent of white light surged upward the base of the sky-piercing pillar. Outside the entrance, dozens of teams had gathered, more than 100 people in total, over half the contestants destined for the Dragon Lake secret realm. Incredible Lu Shizhen gazed up at the pillar, her delicate features washed in blinding radiance. It has to be an ancient site, maybe even the lair of a divine beast. Chu Longxiong, freshly arrived, was just as shaken, fervor all but spilling from his eyes. Everyone nearby was awestruck. A Thusanli mountain range had been pried open like a door, the inverted gourd's mouth pouring out dazzling light, the very source of the pillar that split the heavens. How do we get in? Everyone stared at the beam of light that pierced the sky. The entrance to the ruins was right there, yet no one knew whether death lay inside. Nobody wanted to be the first to test it, and the air felt frozen. A violet glow suddenly flared in Lu Zison's eyes. She crossed her hands over her chest and flashed through an unfamiliar seal. A crushing psychic pressure rushed toward her, yet she forced her eye technique to keep running, trying to pierce the secrets behind the light. But a splash of blood burst from the corner of her mouth. Miss Sheetson, guards from Su Ming's house side rushed in to steady her. I'm fine, Lu Sheetson said, raising a hand to stop them. Using the back of her finger, she wiped away the streak of blood trailing from her eye and spoke gently to the crowd. The psychic force inside that pillar is terrifying. It shattered my eye technique. But one thing is certain, the entrance is free of traps. It's safe. Oh, Miss Lu, are you sure? A youthful prodigy from Datong Prefecture asked, his eyes glinting. My lady never lies, answered the broad-shouldered young man beside her, his honest face belying the faint golden sheen on his skin. One look at his sharp gaze showed he had already forged a golden body. Yinpa, someone whispered, and heads immediately turned. 3 years ago, this martial prodigy had single-handedly slaughtered 2 nine-star war kings and wiped out the Su Mingxiao clan. Now he was serving as Lu Zison's bodyguard. After annihilating an entire family, only the Lu clan had dared to take him in. Even powerhouses from other prefectures had heard the tales of Yunpa, and their eyes carried a hint of wariness. Interesting. Not far away, the Wu siblings stood side by side. Wu Xiluo arched a brow, battle intent surging, clearly wanted to test himself against Yunpa. Brother. Wu Xingyue glared at him and whispered, we haven't even gone inside, and you already want to fight? With Lu Zison's assurance that the entrance was safe, people's eyes began to shift, yet no one wanted to be the first bird out of the cage. Even the prodigies from Tianhe merely watched in silence. What are you cowards afraid of? A lazy voice from the direction of Daluo Prefecture cut through the hush. Lu Qin, who swept the crowd with a contemptuous look, then strode toward the pillar as though eager for the spotlight. Behind him, Shen Ningxuang wore a complicated expression. She opened her mouth to speak, but finally sighed. Doesn't that fool know the tallest nail gets hammered first? If he dies, fine, but what if he wrecks my plans? Forget Itans were inside the ruins, I'll deal with him myself. Shen Ningxuang's eyes flashed with ice-gold resolve, and from the sleeve of her jade-like hand a snow-white snake with delicate wings slipped out its head. Don't worry, Ningxuang. Lu Qinhu boomed, brimming with confidence. Your brother who will be back in no time. He turned and shot her what he thought was an irresistibly roguish smile. Shen Ningxuang stayed silent, seemingly too indifferent to bother replying. Lu Qinhu, lost in his heroic fantasy, studied the look in her eye. She was sure it was concern. The thought warmed him. Women, he mused, sharp tongues, soft hearts. His footsteps grew lighter. The nearby cultivators watched as Lu Qinhu strode toward the relic entrance, swallowed by white light, scarcely daring to breathe. After a few steps he abruptly stopped, smacked his forehead, and blurted, wait, almost forgot. A blue gleam flared from the storage bracelet on his wrist, and an aged yet sturdy suit of armor materialized. Faded crimson etchings glimmered beneath the light, heavy with the aura of bygone centuries. Several onlookers twitched. Meteor in armor. No wonder the man was so fearless. Lu Qinhu donned the armor with relish, steel plates locked together with a ringing clang. Rolling his shoulders, he basked in the mixture of awe and annoyance around him, then marched toward the glowing pillar. 10 meters. 8. 6. With one step left he paused, swiveled, and sent Shen Ningxuang an exaggerated air kiss. Expressions turned awkward, lips twitched all around. Shen Ningxuang trembled, murderous intent nearly spilling forth. She longed to cast off her disguise and cut the narcissist down. Oblivious, Lu Qinhu nodded, touched. See, she really is worried about me. Satisfied, he faced forward, hesitated no longer, and stepped into the pillar of light. Did he make it through? Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lu Qinhu's reply. The pillar of light remained eerily silent for a long while. Something's wrong, isn't it? Someone whispered, and suspicious glances slid toward Lu Zisonhan. She sworn the path was safe? Damn it. Just then, Lu Qinhu's voice burst from deep inside the beam, sharp and shaking. Fythis, you have to see this for yourselves. The triple stutter alone betrayed how hard it was for him to put what he saw into words. Once they were sure there was no lethal danger, their courage returned. Several figures shot forward, every one of them the Tianhe prodigies who had been watching from the sidelines. Chu Longxiong, Ning Dulong, Song Tianjua, Lu Mingyun. Those cowards, the other contestants cursed under their breath. When danger loomed, the Tianhe elite stayed put. The moment it was safe, they were first through the gate. No one confronted them outright, but that air of arrogance rubbed many the wrong way. TSK, second largest city in Donghua, and that's the best manners they can muster? Wu Xiaoluo folded his arms, voice dripping with sarcasm. If you've got a complaint, take it up with Song Tianjua, Chu Longxiong called back, stepping into the light last, and flashing a smile. In this age, power rules. Can manners fill your stomach? Glad to put that to the test, a calm voice answered. People finally noticed Yun Chenao, usually all but invisible. At the last Songling hunt, he had upended the rankings, a genius among geniuses. I feel the same, came a cool female voice. In the Detangzu squad stood a tall, lithe woman in a scarlet dress that clung to every curve. Behind her hovered a hanglong bird beast, its scale-like feathers blazing with fire every bit as striking as its master. She's here too? Wu Zayuo's pupils shrank. Beauty aside, her presence made his skin crawl. Datang's his demonis Luo Qingzhu. The name rippled through the crowd, sending a chill down every spine. Inside the pillar, the Tianhe group had fallen utterly silent. Heads tilted back, faces went rigid with disbelief. A new world? A lost civilization? Or were they dreaming? Su Wen of the Su clan stared blankly, murmuring to himself. Before them stretched an immense complex of ancient structures. Each building was as lofty as a mountain, the tallest speared straight into the clouds, thousands, perhaps 10,000 zhang high. Their designs bore no resemblance to anything the human race knew. Thick ancient trees and root-like vines as large as pythons wound through the ruins, branding them with the weight of ages, while the colossal walls themselves glimmered with a muted blue light. The vines slithered across that glow, draping the entire city in an aura of primeval mystery. No windows, no floors, not even a doorway. What lay before them looked less like a cluster of buildings and more like a forest of sky-piercing columns laid out in some unfathomable, yet flawless order, cold, forbidding, and tinged with an eerie sense of discipline. That alone might have merely sparked curiosity, but what truly shook them was the sky overhead. The night should have been serene, sprinkled with stars and a solitary moon, yet it was brutally torn apart by 10 blinding suns. The glare forced everyone to squint until they finally discerned 10 golden crows, their bodies wreathed in molten flames. Each bird hovered in silence, wings spread, like silent deities gazing down on creation, ready to incinerate all sin with the holy fire in their eyes. Opposite that radiance, the firmament was swallowed by a void of pitch-black stillness, as though a blade had sliced open day and night, leaving a jagged boundary between light and shadow. "What is that?" Lu Mingyun whispered, her slender finger pointing into the darkness, astonishment flooding her eyes. They followed her gaze, hearts hammering, air frozen. Suspended in the gloom were 9 colossal shapes, immune to gravity, yet aligned with some higher law. Dragons, 9 five-clawed black dragons. Chu Longxiong managed the word, his voice raw, his worldview shattered once more. Each corpse stretched for miles, like obsidian mountain ranges across the sky. Except for crystal horns, their scales shimmered with an icy black sheen. Dragons had always been myth on Blue Star. Even after magic's return, the rare living specimen inspired primal awe. Yet the pressure rolling off these 9 carcasses rivaled, perhaps surpassed, the infernal prison dragon that served the lord of the imperial capital. Song Tianju exhaled shakily, a chill running through him. The infernal prison dragon is a king-class beast, someone breathed. So these must be 9 king-class black dragon corpses. But why are they displayed like this? Look behind them, Su Wen suddenly shouted. They followed his finger and glimpsed tails vanishing into the dark, where an ancient, enigmatic war chariot lay yoked behind them. 9 dragons pulling a chariot. Gasps erupted. And on the other side, Lu Qin, who swept the crowd with a disdainful grin and pointed at the flaming golden crows. "You call yourselves Tianhe Prodigies and missed this?" Ignoring his sneer, they looked again at the 10 blazing birds. Through leaping flames, they now saw thick chains driven through each golden crow, fixing them to a predetermined orbit. No matter how violently their wings thrashed, they could not break free. Where were they? Cyclopean pillar cities, 10 imprisoned suns, 9 king-level dragon corpses hanging in eternal night, every uncanny sight fused into a single, breathtaking tableau. One thought rose in every heart. This newly opened ruin is anything but simple. It is terrifyingly extraordinary. Unbelievable. Lu Shizen and the others who had been trailing behind came to an abrupt halt. They looked up at the vault of the sky, their faces frozen, unable to speak. A soft white arc of light hung over the ruin like a miracle. "Is this a divine beast site?" Someone whispered hesitantly. "No, most likely not. But it's no less valuable, and may be worth even more." Yun Shenao, usually unflappable, drew a long breath, his voice low yet certain. Boom. The ground beneath them suddenly shook. Ahead, rows of towering cylindrical structures, blackened by time, seemed to awaken. Ancient stone walls blazed gold. Each pillar nearly 1,000 zhang tall moved with mountain-shaking power, gliding through the light, as if the earth were water, grinding out a deep, resonant scrape. Moments later, the last pillar slid into place. The complex formed an open arc, like a girl spreading her arms, silently beckoning them. "Does that mean we're supposed to go in?" Someone gulped, his voice shaky. "This is freaky as hell." Lu Qin's eyelids twitched. He sidled up to Shin Ningxuang and lowered his voice. "Little Ningxuang, there's definitely something wrong here. Should we let them go first? No, maybe the middle path is safer. Xin Shuang ignored him. Her autumn eyes stayed fixed ahead. Strange, there's no spiritual energy inside at all. On Blue Star, spiritual energy powered every martial art and beast advancement. Yet this ruin was utterly dead, even while it moved those colossal pillars. What was driving them? Everyone paused again, instinctively turning to Lu Shizhen. She spread her hands. Some unknown force is cloaking the place. I can't see what's inside. Soho's going first? Wu Xiaoluo folded his arms, amusement barely masking impatience. You're all scared stiff. If I didn't have to guard Wu Xingyue, I'd be in there already. Eyes flickered around the circle. The weaker members shuffled uneasily. You too, step forward. Song Tanzuo's voice cut the air, cold as steel, as he pointed to a pair of youths at the back. The young man wore a simple blue and white long shirt. Behind him stood a trihorn iron rhinoceros, panting heavily, its horn throwing sparks across the stone. The girl beside him flushed with anger. They're from Jifengzhu, someone muttered, but nobody spoke up for them. Why us? The young man snapped, stepping forward. The rhino pawed the ground, hot breath fogging the air. Because I'm stronger. Song Tanzuo's gaze was flat. He raised a hand, and the golden flame lion behind him bared its fangs, white teeth wreathed in fire. In the next instant the lion blurred into a streak of light. Splurt! Blood burst from the rhino's belly. 5 deep gashes nearly severed its spine, torn flesh curling back to reveal glistening organs. The fiend fire's sacred lion flicked out its crimson tongue, licking the shredded flesh that clung to its steel claws, cruelty blazing in its eyes. The long-sleeved youth who owned the trihorn steel rhino flushed with equal parts shame and fury while dread tore at his heart. His own platinum-rank beast, armored like living plate mail, had been ripped open in a single swipe as though it were paper. Just how strong was that lion? Was this the true power of a Tianhe prodigy? The onlookers sucked in a collective breath. If you want to live, get in there and scout, Song Tianzhua ordered, hands clasped behind his back, his voice as hard as iron. The youth's face went ashen, but the gap in strength was obvious. Resistance was pointless. The acquaintances from Jiufeng Prefecture who had arrived with him now stood aside, content to watch the show. Iyue, wait for me, he said after a deep breath, gazing at the girl for a long moment. Every unspoken thought distilled into that plea. The girl called Iyue was deathly pale. She clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened, then nodded heavily. Hold on, he said, both of you are going in, Song Tianzhua added, his tone playful and cruel. Song Tianzhua, don't push it. The youth roared, hatred boiling in his eyes as his nails bit into his palms and drew blood. You have no choice, Song Tianzhua replied coolly, raising a hand. The fiend fire lion narrowed its eyes and growled, lifting a massive paw while murderous heat rolled off it. That's enough. One is plenty, Luo Qingzhu said with a frown. Behind her, the scarlet firebird ruffled its burning feathers, a wave of searing heat locking onto the lion. Oh, you're going to back them? Song Tianzhua narrowed his eyes at her. Enchantress of Daluo Prefecture, I've heard the stories. I'd like to see if your strength matches the rumors. Anytime, Luo Qingzhu replied, red lips curling. Chu Longxiong drawled, send one in. If he dies, send her next. Saves lives all around, doesn't it? Wu Xiaoluo stayed silent, amusement flickering in his gaze. Wu Xingyue caught the despair and fury in Yu's eyes and felt a faint stir within. Lu Shizhen frowned but ultimately held his tongue, while the rest remained indifferent spectators. Fine. He'll grant you that, Song Tianzhua said, lowering his hand and stepping back. Malice and despair flashed in the long-sleeved youth's eyes as he bent to whisper a few words into Yu's ear. The fiend fire lion snorted a gust of hot air, urging him on. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the ancient complex. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the ruins, Jang Chong propped his chin on his hand, studying the pillar of light that pierced the clouds. According to his spirit contract, Erza's trail ended here. Could that dumb hound have opened the site? Whatever. He would figure it out inside. With that, he looked away and stepped into the beam without hesitation. The shadow quad-winged dragon and the epic Earth King bear were already stowed in his pet space. As the long-sleeved young man stepped inside, every eye turned to him. He walked slowly but placed each foot with care. Behind him lumbered a triangular iron rhinoceros, its belly slashed open, hot air snorting from its nostrils, while heavy hooves echoed through the empty ruins. After only a short distance, he stopped before the first screeching stone pillar and lifted his head to stare at it. Protruding grooves and tiny tadpole-shaped characters covered the pillar, so dense they formed, at a distance, half a grand painting. Golden Rooster fights the serpent. The 5 words slipped from his dry lips as he stood entranced. In the next instant, the ancient script seemed to wake, glowing gold. The carved lines bent the light into strange colors that merged into a huge python soaring upward. Atop the pillar, a phoenix-like divine bird appeared, graceful, its feathers shimmering, its twin eyes sparking like cold lightning. The bird gazed down with regal authority, as though warning the python not to cross the forbidden line. Roar! The python defied it, spreading enormous wings and surging into the misty sky. Hiss! The bird answered with a piercing cry. Thunder rolled, golden feathers burst outward, and lethal intent filled the air. In a flash, bird and serpent were locked in combat. What's wrong with him? They realized the long-sleeved youth had stood motionless before the pillar for more than half an hour, eyes vacant, pupils fixed. He must be trapped in some sort of illusion. Lu Shizhen whispered, brows knitted in concern. Exchanging uneasy looks, they all felt the same alarm. These ruins were truly lethal. Yintian, wake up! Yu forgot all decorum, her face bloodless as she screamed herself hoarse. Her cry was cut short. Bang! The young man's body crumbled like weathered stone, bones, flesh, and organs turning to gravel that clattered to the ground. The iron rhinoceros shattered with him, leaving only scattered rubble. Yintian! Yu's scream echoed through the ruins, tears mixed with blood welling in her reddened eyes. Hiss! The others sucked in their breath. A platinum-ranked 2-star beast and a battle king had been pulverized without a sound. If it had been them, they would not even have had time to call for help. This place is cursed. We should get out of here. Lu Qinhu was the first to falter, lifting a foot to retreat. Danger walks hand in hand with opportunity. Shen Ningxuang stepped forward, her voice clear and eyes alight. These ruins are far more extraordinary than we imagined. Are you really willing to give up a chance that comes once in a lifetime? Her words rang out like both temptation and challenge, pulling every gaze back to her. Ningxuang, have you lost your mind? Lu Qinhu froze, staring at Shen Ningxuang as if she were a stranger. Was this really the sweet, lovable heiress of the Shen family he remembered? Shen Ningxuang's words hit like a bucket of ice water, freezing any lingering hesitation. Chu Longxiong swept his gaze around the crowd, a faint smile on his lips. Since you've forced your way into the Dragon Lake Sanctuary, you clearly don't plan to leave empty-handed, he said calmly. This ruin must hide a great secret. Perhaps someone here will seize the chance to raise a legendary spirit beast, wouldn't you agree? His golden pupils narrowed as his eyes slid over everyone, as though choosing prey. The prodigies from each province stiffened under his stare, minds racing to weigh their options. Within the Jiufeng contingent, a young cultivator edged behind Ge Luolong and whispered, Brother Ge, are we really staying? Once they're done with Xiaoya, won't we be next? Another added, exactly. Those Tianhe people aren't being kind. They just want a few more guinea pigs to lead the way. Everyone knew Jiufeng was the weakest province. Earlier, when the long-sleeved youth and EU were forced to test the formation, no one from Jiufeng had dared to speak up for that very reason. Ge Luolong clenched his jaw, chest heaving. If we try to leave now, it might end even worse, he muttered. Though the strongest of Jiufeng, he was still no match for Song Tianjua or Chu Longxiong. A strained silence settled over the group. No one dared to leave. Chu Longxiong noticed and a faint, chilling curve tugged at his lips. Standing beside him, Song Tianjua said coldly, enough talk. Send her in again. Every eye swung toward Yu. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes bloodshot, yet a scorching hatred gleamed beneath the moisture. She let out a hoarse, cold laugh. Greedy fools, take a guess if I die in there. Who's next? You, him, or her? With a trembling yet resolute finger, she pointed at several of the weaker cultivators. Their faces went deathly pale as they instinctively huddled together. Don't trouble yourself, Song Tianjua said, voice like ice. He clamped his fingers into Yu's hair and yanked her forward, clearly intent on throwing her into the shattered ruins. A soft cough cut through the tension, accompanied by unhurried footsteps. The crowd turned and saw Jang Chong stroll out from a collapsed stone archway, sunlight dappling his shoulders. He paused at the chaotic scene, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and said with an almost innocent air, Did I come at a bad time? Bastard. Heaven offers a road, yet you refuse it, and instead hurl yourself into hell? Song Tianzuo's eyes ignited with blistering hatred the moment Jiang Cheng appeared. He flung Yu aside like a rag, and curved his lips into a frigid smile. Well, it's you. What a coincidence. Jiang Cheng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression almost indifferent, though a faint smile tugged at his mouth. The spectators quickly recognized the newcomer, the same young man who had clashed with Song Tianjua at the Secret Realm entrance earlier. Hey, isn't that the guy who fought Song Tianjua outside? Talk about timing. He looks unfazed. Must be capable, but I've never seen him before. Who is he? No clue. Let's just watch. The chatter faded into hushed whispers, and every eye fixed on Jiang Chong. Shen Ningxuang bit her lip, brows knitting. She saw only two paths. Reveal herself now and seize Zhu Jiuyin from Jiang Chong, or keep silent and risk Song Tianjua killing him. After a moment's struggle, she exhaled and chose to wait. Elsewhere, Wu Shilua caught the shift in Wu Xingyu's expression and chuckled. Isn't that the kid who sold you the immortal thunder crystal? What? Taken a shine to him? Need your brother to step in? Shut up. Wu Xingyue rolled her eyes, her tone unusually serious. He's strong. He might actually match Song Tianjua. Oh. Wu Shilua arched a brow, interest sparking. The crowd stepped back in unison, clearing a broad ring for the fight. Seeing Jiang Cheng's placid face, Song Tianjua felt a spike of unease. He was overbearing, but never care less. A lion still gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Demon fire, crush him. Roar. The demon fire's sacred lion threw back its head and howled. Golden flames burst to a blazing peak, scorching like a small sun. A violet halo coiled around its massive frame, imperial pressure sweeping out, far stronger than when they first met. A quick glance at its stats told Jang Chong it had reached Platinum 6 star. Clearly, the secret realm had treated it well. Incredible. That lion's Swanee bloodline is pure enough that one more evolution could make it a legendary sacred beast. Its fire control is so intense it's dampening my great son golden ape. Several fire element tamers blanched. The pets they prided themselves on dimmed the moment the lion's flawless monarch aura spread. Only Luo Kingzu's red flame Lule sparrow remained unaffected. Die! The lion's roar shook the sky. Its crimson tongue swept across its fangs, savoring blood in advance. It kicked off the ground and became a streak of gilded flame, a tidal wave of heat crashing down to engulf Jang Chong. Yet Jang Chong stayed eerily calm, hands clasped behind his back. He didn't even lift an eyelid as the inferno descended. Holy hell, that's some swagger. Lu Qinhu froze, stunned. Even someone as addicted to showing off as he was couldn't help screaming in his head. Ancestor, are you insane? Was the guy really staking his life just to look cool? This kid is done for, he muttered inwardly. At this range there was no time to summon a beast. Unless Jiang Chong could stop that demon flame's sacred lion with his bare hands, he was finished. Beside the arena, Wu Ziyuo's brows tightened. Shun Ningxuang clenched her teeth, anger blazing in her autumn-colored eyes, while she clung to one last shred of hope that the rumored guardian beast was truly an ancient dragon. When Rangoiner's gaze flashed cold, she was ready to reveal her identity and take the fatal blow for Jiang Chong. Yet Jiang Chong spoke only two calm words, Sanpao. A roar split the air. Space rippled, and an epic Earthlord bear appeared out of nowhere. It blinked around, then spotted the demon flame sacred lion lunging toward it. A grin spread across its broad face. What a plump little kitty. Lord Pao had just been looking for a warm-up. Blazing golden light flared from the white feathers on its back, crackling with mountain-crushing power. It swung a paw the size of a fan and slapped the lion square in the face. Boom. Caught completely off guard, the demon flame's sacred lion was swatted away, its massive body tumbling dozens of meters through the air. For fresh claw marks scored its muzzle, and molten blood trickled from its nostrils. Roar. He'll kill you. The humiliated bellow was deafening. The lion spewed a lance of blinding gold fire, a laser-like beam that ripped through the air straight at the epic Earthlord bear's chest. To everyone's astonishment, San Pao didn't dodge. He met the blast heat-in, flames engulfing his torso. Before the fire had even faded, he closed in and landed another ringing slap across the lion's face. Impossible. It took the solar ray heat-in? Song Tianju stared at the bear's unscathed chest, shock crashing through his mind like a tidal wave. Sanpao, the epic Earthlord bear, began to glow with a sacred golden light, its towering frame seeming to be cast from pure gold, utterly unbreakable. That radiance was its innate skill impervious titan form. All elemental and physical damage is reduced to a mere 10%, while its strength soars to 2 to 4 times its usual level during the effect. Boom boom. Bam. Muffled detonations rattled everyone's eardrums. While the spectators were still in shock, the Hellfire Sacred Lion was already sent tumbling through the air by a massive paw. Moments ago the Lion King had been arrogant and untouchable, yet now it was flung about like a battered toy. Roar, roar, roar. Shrill cries of pain echoed across the field. Sanpao's paws rained down like a storm, pounding the lion's head over and over until the once fearsome visage buzzed with each impact. Before long the Hellfire's Sacred Lion's skull had ballooned into a giant welt, one golden eye swollen half shut, and deep bear claw imprints were stamped into its face. The lion's few counterattacks amounted to little more than scratches against the impervious titan form, posing no threat at all. The gap in power was a yawning chasm. How is that possible? Silence swept the arena. Wu Xingyue covered her lips, her eyes wide with shock. She had known Jiang Chong was hiding his strength, but never dreamed it was this extreme. Chu Longxiong clicked his tongue, thinking that even a second summoned beast might not break that defense. Song Tianzuo's face darkened, yet he still sneered, fixing Jiang Chong with a cold stare. You little bastard, impressive trick. But you're still going to die today. He was about to reveal his trump card. The Tianhe team's eyes gleamed, and even the usually silent Ning Julong raised his head, focus sharpening. Sensing something big, everyone else stepped back, widening the battle zone. Jiang Chong arched a brow and looked at Song Tianzuo's wrist. A pitch-black sigil pulsed wildly, a terrifying aura leaking from its lines. Song Tianzhua scanned the crowd, a frigid smile curling his lips. No one knew how dreadful his trump card truly was. Roar, roar, roar. A hoarse, guttural cry bored into everyone's chest, like a night owl's wail mixed with rusty metal scraping a throat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chill wind swept the field, laden with a black, decaying stench that chilled the soul. Elemental beasts grew restless, roaring in agitation. What in the world is that? Lu Qinhu muttered, warily summoning 2 platinum-tier beasts, the explosive azure tiger, platinum 3-star, and the blood-soaked dire wolf, platinum 4-star. That Lu Shizhen sensed the disturbance first. Her eyes brushed the shadow behind Song Tianjua, and her lovely face went deathly pale. Splat! 2 streaks of blood-red tears slid down her cheeks, making her pallor all the more tragic. My lady. Yunpa instantly stepped in front of Lu Shizhen, his whole body awash in flowing golden light like newly forged armor. A vast, heaven-shaking power rippled around him, and his aura had already broken into the Battle Emperor realm. From the shadow came a crackling, static-like cackle that made everyone's scalp tingle. The creature was vaguely human, over 10 feet tall, its shriveled frame charred black like burnt wood, oily green light blazing from its eyes. 3 skull-like faces hovered above its shoulders, wreathed in black mist, giving off the sickly sweet stench unique to rotting corpses. Most striking was the talisman stuck to its forehead. The yellow paper looked fresh, the ink strokes twisting like dragons and snakes, intersected by intricate Sanskrit lines that hinted at unfathomable seals. Jiang Chun Lu Mengyun bit her lip until it bled and forced out the name, her voice tinged with fear for the first time. A collective hiss of indrawn breath swept the arena. Has the Song clan lost its mind? They actually raised such an abomination? Suwen could hold back no longer and barked in fury. Jiangchen, the progenitor of vampiric Jiangsha, was rumored to have merged with the ancient corpse of a Ho, strong enough to rip mountains apart. Refining a corpse king like this consumed the blood of living people numbers beyond counting. Good grief, they hid this well. Chu Longxing's eyelids twitched, and his pupils shrank. He had planned to unleash a second royal beast later to humiliate Song Tianjua, but a chill now crawled down his spine. Against Jiang Chun, 2 more beasts would only be marching to their deaths. Shut up. Since when does my Song clan need your advice? Song Tianjua snorted. Before his words faded, Jiang Chun grinned at Su Wan. Rows of bone-white fangs bared while viscous saliva dripped to the ground. Bang! The 3 spectral faces burst apart, one twisted in a grin, one weeping blood, and the third forever turned away. In the blink of an eye, the bloody face slammed into Su Wan, hurling him several yards before he could even summon a beast. If not for the Su clan's sake, you'd already be a corpse, Song Tianjua said coldly. The threat plunged the venue into silence. The ever-proud Wu Ziyuo's face went ashen as he hastily summoned his Helajura for protection. Luo Qingzhu knitted her brows and ordered the crimson Lily K to unfold its perfect grade violet monarch aura, raising a wall of searing flame. Boy, how do you want to die this time? Song Tianjua ignored the others, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chong as if looking at a dead man. Jiang Chong frowned slightly, staring at the grotesque Jiang Chun. A stream of data suddenly scrolled through his mind. Beast name, Jiang Chun. Level, Platinum 9-star. Grade, Quasi-Sacred. Skills, Sea of Blood LV. 9. Flight and Burrowing LV. 8. Undying Body LV. 8. Condition, critically injured, extremely weak. Attribute, demonic. Description, a body molded from an ancient Ho, soulless and bloodthirsty. Head and limbs as hard as steel, immune to blades and bullets. Eyes that fire cutting beams, capable of swallowing sand, stone, and fierce beasts. Recommendation, suppress with a higher tier sacred beast. Evolution paths, 27 in total. Sampao also sensed the danger. He tossed aside the sacred lion of demon fire, now swollen with bruises, and used his massive frame to shield Jiang Chong. Brother Jiang, this thing is no pushover, he rumbled, voice lowered with rare gravitas. I know. Jiang Chong narrowed his eyes and frowned. The creature before him, Jiang Chun, exceeded the epic Earthlord bear by a full tier in both rank and quality, and that was while heavily injured. At its peak, the power it could unleash was unimaginable. As he weighed his options, a vast shadow spread out behind him, the shadow four-winged dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, the frigid aura ahead made its scales stand on end, a cold light flashing in its eyes. Another high-tier monarch beast. The spectators were still reeling from Jiang Chen's presence, and Jiang Cheng's second summon left them gasping. With 2 high-tier monarch beasts, he would rank in the top 5, perhaps even top 3 among all prodigies of the 13 provinces. But would that be enough to stop Jiang Chen? Doubt still gnawed at them. Kid, it seems I really can't let you live, Song Tianjua snarled, shock quickly giving way to murderous resolve. Without the secret art his father left him to control Jiang Chun, the sacred lion alone would have cost him his life today. Kill him, he commanded, eyes ice cold, spitting out a string of guttural syllables at Jiang Chong. A shrill howl burst from the black mist, and Jiang Chun vanished. My lord, look out! The shadow four-winged dragon reacted instantly, rearing back and unleashing a torrent of dark dragon fire, sealing the sky above Jiang Chong in blistering flames. But with a rasping screech, a claw's nails long and sharp as blades ignored the flames entirely, piercing the firestorm in a flash and striking for Jiang Cheng's throat. He stayed calm. A glint flashed in his eyes, and a golden shield hummed into being, blocking the fatal blow. The Vajra barrier shattered a heartbeat later, yet the instant of delay was all he needed. He looked up, voice low but clear. Divine guidance, heavenly thunderstrike. Boom. High overhead, a disk more than 30 meters wide blossomed from thin air. Esoteric script intertwined with intricate lines like, yet unlike, the 8 trigram siege groove blazing with violet light, arcs of lightning writhing like newborn serpents. A contract array? But he didn't use a scroll. Gasps rang out, no one daring to blink. In the very next heartbeat, lightning poured down. Each bolt, as thick as a child's arm, tore through the sky with annihilating force. Roars echoed as Jiang Chun was trapped in the storm, howling in agony while the 3 hideous human faces coiled around his torso convulsed. Thunder is the bane of corpses and other abominations, Sampao, Jiang Chun said, face pale, yet voice steady. On it. Sampao answered. The angelic wings on his back spread to their fullest, radiant golden halos orbiting his massive form. Its eyes erupted in white light, and a holy aura flooded from the bear's body. The moment its claw hit the ground, hexagonal runes flared across the rock, blooming like a sudden sacred array. God declares, thou art guilty. Sampao's childish voice turned hauntingly clear as golden radiance washed over him, making him look like an ancient golden bear. Swish, swish, swish. The hexagonal star pattern raced outward. Columns of white light burst from the lines and fused into a sanctuary of light. In the next breath, 2 spears of judgment pure, solid light took shape and, without pausing, punched through Jiang Chen's eyes, pinning his rotten body to the wall. At the same time, the light within the field surged upward, determined to scour all sin, searing dense pits into Jiang Chen's flesh. Roar! His agonized bellow made the air vibrate, yet his presence withered visibly and vanished. The 3 human faces spinning around him broke apart like smoke. Dead. Everyone stared at one another. Had the fearsome Jiang Chun really been wiped out in a blink? Wait's cheating. Sampao's triumphant grin vanished. Still skewered to the wall, Jiang Chun twisted his mouth into a grotesque smile, ivory fangs poking past his lips as a cold, shrill laugh crawled from his throat. Crack! Both spears of judgment were crushed to powder in his claws. He stamped the ground, and the sanctuary shattered like broken glass, spiderweb fissures racing in every direction. Can any of you truly grasp Jiang Chen's terror? Song Tianzuo's lips curled into a chilly smile. He was utterly unmoved. When the Song clan had captured this beast, they had paid with 1 diamond-ranked beast dead and another maimed. Roar! Jiang Chun howled at the sky, the 3 human faces orbiting him in a frenzy. The shout nearly froze everyone's blood. Wu Xingyu's pretty face turned ashen. Only the faint lightning that Li Zhezian released from her arms blunted the invisible shock wave. It's about to start eating people. Wu Ziyuluo's gaze sharpened. The infernal Azura beside him raised twin blades, cold glints flickering in his eyes. Ruhar, Ruhar, Ruhar. The crying face spun toward the crowd, death-pale skin rippling like a tide. Faces flashed past in a blur, a tender child, a burly man, a stunning woman, a withered elder. Delicious, delicious. A grinning mask drifted overhead, scattering eerie laughter. SHHHK, SHHHK. Twin beams of blood-red light spewed from Jiang Chen's ruined eye sockets. Behind him rose a crescendo ordinary moon, but a crimson one. A thick, metallic stench poured out, flooding every nostril. An ocean of blood surged in all directions. Blood mist spiraled upward from dozens of bodies, and everyone felt their blood surge backward, faces blanching in panic. Song Tianzhuo, what are you doing? Yun Shanao shouted, veins jumping beneath his skin as the same force pulled at his blood. A vast sea of blood was pressing down on the field. Planning to drag us all down with you? Wu Ziyuluo's eyes narrowed, his voice icy. Even he was stunned. Jiang Chen's command over blood was nightmarish, as if crimson blossoms were about to burst from his flesh and drain his essence dry. Do you really want to make yourself the target of us all? Luo Qingzhu said coolly. Behind her, the crimson fire Lulai sparrow screeched in agitation, its scorching blood also reversing. Shut up, Song Tianzhuo barked. His own limbs were pinned by the tide of blood, and no matter how he pushed the cursed king talisman, Jiang Chun refused to budge, as though completely beyond his control. A chill stabbed his heart. Looking up, he saw crimson threads crawling over Jiang Chen's rotted black body, weaving a web that linked to every person and beast present. Hiss, Jiang Chen grinned, fangs gleaming beneath the talisman in a smile that chilled the marrow. Damn it. It's broken freer. The talisman never worked at all. Song Tianzuo's pupil shrank, cold running down his spine. It was pretending the whole time, luring us and so would feed it fresh blood and restore its strength. Roar. Jiang Chen opened its maw, foul wind surging as a claw hooked one of the blood threads and yanked. Ah! A cultivator screamed. His body convulsed, then burst, veins bulged like earthworms, and a dazzling spray of blood exploded into the air, filling it with a sickening stench. Delicious, delicious, Jiang Chun growled, snatching the remains and tearing huge chunks away, devouring flesh, bone, and blood. Its aura swelled even stronger. Song Tianjua, are you insane? Members of the Tianhe group spat. Remembering Su Wen's fate, Ning Julong and Lu Mingyun summoned their beasts at once. Ning Julong called forth a massive centipede, its carapace flashing violet as arcs of lightning danced over it, its presence brushing the 6-star platinum threshold. Lu Mingyun released a pure white ermine, sleek and lithe, black eyes sharp-hand apex predator from the Siberian tundra that wielded spatial power, anything but a common pet. Thud! Another wet pop echoed, like a watermelon splitting. This time a man from Jiufeng Prefecture died. Jiang Qin's claws punched straight through him, and the monster devoured blood, flesh, and bone without a trace. Standing off to the side, Mo Wen's pupils contracted while cold sweat soaked the clothes on his back. Jiang Chun was so fast that even the dead dragon bird on his shoulder hadn't reacted. If that strike had targeted me, I couldn't have stopped it, the thought flickered through his mind, leaving him half frozen inside. As the blood mist dispersed, an eerie stillness fell over the field. Eyes glinted all around, killing intent surging like a tide as everyone closed in on Song Tianjua. Is this lunatic trying to get us all killed? Does he really think the Song clan of Tianhe is untouchable? Curses muttered from every direction. Gage tasty, tasty. Laughing and crying faces spiraled around Jiang Chen's body, their grotesque features splattered with fresh blood. The metallic scent hit everyone's noses, sending a chill down their spines. Song Tianzuo's face stiffened. He drew a long breath, swept the unconscious fiend-fire's sacred lion into his beast ring, and hesitated. No one knew better than he how terrifying and out-of-control Jiang Chun could be. Rather than share a battlefield with that monster, he would bolt into the unknown ruins ahead, and he still had a top-grade defensive artifact on him. Decision made. He leapt, eyes half closed to avoid hidden traps, and dashed into the ancient buildings. The first stone pillar flashed beneath his feet, yet nothing happened. He slipped inside unharmed. Damn, that bastard's cold-blooded. Lu Qinhe's scalp tingled as he stared after the fleeing figure. One look told him Jiang Chun was completely berserk, and Song Tianjua had run for his life. Lu Shizhen clenched her teeth, anger and dread mingling in her eyes. Sharing a field with a berserk quasi-sacred beast made everyone lambs to the slaughter. Death could fall at any moment. Damn it, what a stupid mess. Chu Longxiong swore, and a beast appeared behind him, Bloodzung. It looked like a crimson panther, skin blood red, 5 forked tails whipping, a jade horn glinting with icy light. Its aura was fierce, yet even with Bloodzung he knew he wasn't Jiang Chen's match. Anything bearing the word sacred left ordinary demon beasts in the dust. What now? Do we take it down together? Wu Shilua asked, sweeping his gaze across Jiang Chong, Luo Qingzhu, and Yun Pa. We can try, Jiang Chong replied, brows dark. After devouring 2 bloodflower crystals, Jiang Chen's aura had surged, almost brushing diamond rank. If they didn't finish him now, they'd be the ones dying later. Exactly my thought. Luo Qingzhu nodded. Behind her, the scarlet flame stream lark unfurled its wings, fiery feathers raining down and turning to scorching air that blasted toward Jiang Chun. With Lu Zison's nod, Yun Pa burst into golden light, gathering the power of heaven and earth. Count me in. Yun Chenao shouted, Demon Scourge. Roar! A lizard nearly 30 meters long tore through the air, demonic energy boiling between its scales. Eyes glacial, the great fiend sand lizard, platinum 6-star. Everyone back, unless you want to be swallowed. Wu Shilua bellowed. The Hell Azura behind him raised twin blades, and in a blink he and the others formed a ring around Jiang Chun. A soft hiss cut through the air as Jiang Chun felt the circle closing around him. Instead of panicking, he licked his lips with glee, the emerald flames in his hollow eye sockets flickering wildly. A shrill screech burst from deep in his throat, and an instant later his figure vanished, swallowed by the darkness. Brother, look out! Wu Xingyue was the first to sense danger. Her pupils shrank as she screamed a warning. Wu Shilua felt a rank gust descend from above. His face hardened, and he barked, Rakshasa. With a sharp whoosh, Hell Shilua became a blur. The blades embedded in his forearms flashed icy light, chopping down at Jiang Chen's crown with lethal precision. Metal rang like thunder as the blade struck something harder than scrayed alloy, and the massive recoil hurled Hell Shilua backward. Jiang Chun didn't have so much as a scratch. Wu Shilua froze the blades should have sliced straight through reinforced alloy, yet Jiang Chun stood unscathed. His flesh was tougher than scrayed metal. Before Wu Shilua could recover, Jiang Chen's grotesque face lunged forward. His jaws gaped wide, viscous blood dripping from serrated fangs, shreds of flesh still caught between them. Zizi! Wu Xingyue cried, shaking the purple-furred kitten in her arms. The kitten's fur bristled, the lightning sigil on its brow flared, and with a low growl it streaked forward in a flash of violet light. Behind it rose the phantom of a Bayan, coils of lightning writhing like serpent's realm of Laze. At once, every trace of lightning in the vicinity was dragged toward the center, erupting into a localized storm. Purple-blue bolts crackled and roared. What terrifying lightning control that kitten must have Bayan blood. Spectators staggered back, awed by the Wu siblings' power. Jang Chong kept his gaze fixed on Jiang Chun at the heart of the tempest, his frown deepening. Brother Jiang, that monster's aura is soaring. Sanpao's tone grew grave. The gigantic shadow four-winged dragon narrowed its pupils and spoke in a low voice. My lord, I suspect Jiang Chun has fused with a lay house body. He's devouring lightning energy at a frantic pace. In moments he could break into the diamond tier. Wu Shiluo retreated to a safer distance and shouted, Xingyue, call Zizi off. The spirit contract's been severed. Wu Xingyue went pale, realizing she had driven the Lei Zhe Bayan into grave danger. Power surged within Jiang Chun, rising like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Panic rippled through the crowd. Many edged toward the ancient ruins, ready to bolt at any moment. Sanpao, break his concentration. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he spoke in a low voice. Without hesitation, Sanpao looked across the roiling thunderstorm, paused for a heartbeat, then planted his solid bare paw on the ground. Meow meow lies ns shrill wails pierced the turbulent air. Jiang Chen's razor-sharp claws had already punched through its body, as if he would rip it apart in the next second. Zizi, Wu Xingyu's face went ashen. Her small frame trembled with panic, and tears welled up in her eyes. Boom. The earth lurched as a massive stone hand burst from the ground, tore through the raging thunder, and clamped around Jiang Chun. Roar! 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 Jiang Chun bellowed, blood-red light surging over his hide. The violent tremors cracked the stone hand, yet he still could not break free. Ow ow ow! Sanpao sucked in a sharp breath, pain contorting his face, but he kept his paw pressed to the ground, forcing the stone hand to drag Jiang Chun under. Not bad. He'll give you 3 gene of honey afterward, Jiang Chun praised. Really? You mean it? Sanpao stammered, thrilled. He had no idea how much 3 gene Wash only knew it meant delicious, ancient tiger honey. Let's do this. He howled, and the stone hand tightened, hauling Jiang Chun down, foot by foot. Meow? Seizing the opening, Luai Jian glared with blood-red eyes and spat a bolt of terrifying lightning straight into the hollow sockets of Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen's face stiffened, his savagery erupted. He longed to tear Luai Jian in half, but the stone hand held him fast, so he could only fling his prey away in fury. Zizi, at Wu Xingyu's command, the Hell Shura leapt forward and caught Luai Jian. The once sleek purple fur was now drenched in blood. 2 ghastly claw holes gaped in its chest and belly, organs exposed. Wu Xingyue cradled her pet, biting her lip as anguish filled her eyes. At last Jiang Chun freed his arms. Green flames flared in his empty sockets, and he grinned, scarlet fangs protruding while the blood-red aura around him peaked. Brother Jiang, I can't hold on, it hurts. Sanpao screamed, arms shaking from the backlash. No amount of honey will fix this. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at Jiang Chun, data in his mind spiking. Beast rank diamond 2-star, beast grade sacred, dead aldi. Boom. Jiang Chen's blood aura shot skyward, shattering the stone hand on the spot. The sinister pressure he unleashed felt like the very evil of heaven and earth, the might of a sacred beast, nothing less. Every contracted beast in the field was forced to the ground, the weaker ones quivering uncontrollably. Diamond rank. Chu Longxing's scalp tingled, and his fighting spirit vanished. Retreat. Ning Julong and the others wore grim expressions. They had held back precisely because they feared Jiang Chen's true strength. Now there was no point in fighting on. A single diamond rank sacred beast was enough to annihilate everything here. Roar. Jiang Chen's thunderous bellow shook the sky, making every eardrum ring, while a crushing pressure the majesty of a sacred beast rolled across the crowd. Its forked tongue flicked like a viper, and crimson light danced in its hollow eye sockets as it swept its greedy gaze over everyone present. Thump, thump, thump. Hearts pounded as if struck by giant hammers. The cultivators closest to Jiang Chun turned livid, clutching their chests and gasping for air. Jiang Chun felt the same shock, yet he forced himself to stay calm. Drawing a deep breath, he locked his heart meridian with innate chi, eyes turning icy as he shouted, "Cut those blood threads there, draining your life force." Hair-thin crimson strands had silently pierced their bodies. Damn it, they want break. Someone screamed. Blades, swords, even beast-commanding arts failed to sever the threads. My blood. In just a few breaths another victim was cocooned like prey in a spider's web, his blood sucked dry until only a desiccated corpse remained. Gurgle Jiang Chun belched in satisfaction, the green flames in its sockets flaring brighter. It scanned the survivors with a chilling gaze and licked its lips once more. Damn it, the teleport token's dead? This ruin has sealed the space. A delicate young woman stared at the silent jade in her hand, panic flooding her face. Only then did everyone realize their escape was cut off. Plunging deeper into the ruins was their sole chance of survival. Those bastards slipped away again. Lu Qihu tore the blood threads from his body with brute force. Looking up, he saw Su Wan, Ning Julong, and the other Tianhe prodigies already vanishing into the ancient complex, and he cursed under his breath. He turned to speak to the Shun Ningxuang beside him and froze. A slender crack appeared on Shun Ningxuang's sweet, innocent face, then spread like a spider web. She lifted a hand, removed a mask, and revealed a face of stunning beauty. Behind her, a snow-white python as thick as a barrel surged into the air, wings unfurling. Nearly 60 feet long, it looked down with icy eyes. You're not Sister Ningxuang? Lu Qi's face turned ashen. The Ningxuang he had been wooing all this time was an impostor. Wenren Guiner's beautiful eyes were as cold as blades. She had endured Lu Qi's lechery to hide her identity, and now her resentment surfaced. You may die now. Hissed the radiant-winged serpent flicked its tongue. Its aura far surpassed what it had shown at the Tianfeng auction, clearly reaching at least mid-platinum rank. Golden vertical pupils gathered a terrifying light, a petrifying gaze of death. Every hair on Lu Qi's body stood on end under that stare, but a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Pointing past Wenren Guiner, he shouted, "Behind you! The beast is coming!" Huh! Wenren Guiner's pupils contracted. She whipped around, only to find nothing but empty air. Furious, her face turned livid as she snarled, "I will kill you. Brother, save me." Lu Qihu, as if his feet were greased, bolted toward Jang Chong with astonishing speed. You? Jang Chong had just sliced through the web-like blood threads entangling him and was catching his breath when the voice reached him. He looked up to see Wenren Guiner storming over. A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. Back at the Tianfeng auction, had loaned her a spatial scroll so she could escape. He hadn't expected to meet her again here. Wenren Guiner stopped, fixing him with an icy stare. A frosty smile curled her crimson lips. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? Perfect time to settle old debts and new ones. Shall Bai. Her sudden shout brimmed with confidence. A rush of wind split the air as a massive silver-white serpent lunged out behind her. Its scales gleamed with holy light, shot through with wisps of black mist that made its aura unstable. Jiang Cheng glanced at it, and his system panel popped up, revealing the source of her assurance. Beast name, Sacred Light Bright Soaring Serpent. Beast rank, Platinum 4-star. Beast grade, Sacred. The rank alone wasn't impressive, but the word sacred granted it power on par with a peak Platinum beast of lesser grade. In the monster hierarchy, a sacred beast occupied an entirely different tier, much like the gap between a beastmaster and an ordinary person. Yet this serpent's aura was erratic, holy one moment, sinister the next. Its grade flickered between sacred and quasi-sacred, clear evidence of a failed evolution. Sure enough, an extra line scrolled across the attribute list. Pseudo-sacred beast, defective product of a failed evolution, but still formidable. Recommendation 1. Capture and confine with a great stone orb, 12 success rate, cost 100 material shards per orb. Recommendation 2. Trigger a second evolution with pure sacred light magic. Note: during the evolution period, the beast's combat strength is reduced by at least 70%. The system helpfully offered two options. Jiang Cheng read them. A wry smile tugged at his lips, and his expression relaxed into amused confidence. Exchange. With a single thought, Jiang Cheng opened the long-neglected system shop. At the center of the steer page, the icon of a massive stone sphere pulsed with light. He clicked confirm without hesitation. A flash sparked in his palm, and a goose-egg-sized orb appeared. Its pale gold shell gleamed like metal, tiny crystals shimmering across its surface. Bang! The instructions were brutally simple. Just throw it. Jiang Cheng pitched the sphere. It traced a clean, graceful arc and hurtled straight toward the Guangming Tangsha. Bang! The orb struck the serpent squarely on the nose. Enraged, the giant snake's golden slit pupils boiled with fury. Raw power gathered in its eyes, ready to blast Jiang Cheng and Wenren Guiner. Crack! The golden ball split in two, its halves snapping open. A torrent of scorching white light erupted, swallowing the 20 Zhanglong Tangsha. For an instant, time froze. The attack it had been charging was snuffed out on the spot. What's happening? Wenren Guiner's heart lurched. She felt her bond with the Guangming Tangsha sliced away by some unseen force. The next moment, the serpent turned into a blazing streak and was yanked into the still-open orb. Clack! The sphere hit the ground and hummed, gold patterns bulging and caving in as the Tangsha battered the inside, desperate to break free. Amazing! Lu Qin's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. That fearsome beast, invincible only seconds ago, had just been captured? Jiang Cheng didn't celebrate. The catch would be complete only when the orb fell still, and right now it was shuddering hard. Clearly the Tangsha still had fight left. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 muffled blasts, the shell shattered. The Guangming Tangsha shot skyward, a cracked veil of light clinging to its body. Terror filled its golden eyes. One more heartbeat, and it would have been trapped forever. What a shame. Jang Chong sighed, though he wasn't discouraged. With a 15% success rate, failure wasn't exactly shocking. He could only blame his lousy luck. Wenren Guiner's flawless face was pale with fear. Fixing Jang Chong with an icy stare, she spoke in a low voice meant for him alone. Let me leave, or I'll make sure everyone learns you carry an ancient dragon's power. Oh, is that a threat? Jang Chong narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised she had recognized Zhu Jian's lineage. Just stating facts. Wenren Guiner smiled faintly, danger flickering in her gaze. The Guangming Tungsha coiled beside her, ready to strike or defend at any moment. This time she was truly frightened. Jiang Cheng's two monarch-class beasts and the orb that had shackled the Tungsha were beyond anything she understood, forcing the proud heiress to bow her head. Jiang Cheng stayed silent, his stare cold. Behind him, triple cannon and the shadow four-winged dragon edged forward, lethal auras cutting off every escape. Tension thickened the air. Off to the side, Lu Qin, who stood frozen, clueless about whose side to take and too afraid to speak. Roar! A piercing roar from Jiang Chun rolled across the field. It had finished devouring every human and beast corpse in sight. No one dared to hesitate now. The remaining survivors dashed toward the cluster of buildings ahead. Bro, if we don't move, it'll be too late. That thing has fully digested everything. Lu Qin, who, face ashen, backed up to Jiang Cheng and urged him in a low voice. A thick stench of blood swept over. Jiang Chun was less than 10 yards away, its twin claws punching straight through a multicolored tri-horned elk that blocked its path. Flesh spattered, and the crunch of fangs tearing meat made their scalps prickle. The elk's owner was a slender girl. Her white robe was drenched in blood, her delicate face ghost pale, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Help me. I don't want to die, she cried, voice trembling, tears glimmering as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Cheng. Wenren Guiner frowned. Seeing Jiang Chun closing in, she spurred her radiant soaring serpent and shot into the sky. Sampao lifted a hand to help, but a single look from Jiang Cheng stopped him. Let her go, Jiang Cheng said coolly, eyes still locked on the girl. In a heartbeat, the tri-horned elk large as a wild bull was gnawed down to a blood-streaked skeleton. Jiang Chun, a soulless corpse driven only by its thirst for blood, had gore smeared over its pallid, twisted face. Cold light shone in its eyes. It stared at the girl below and suddenly grinned. Ah, she screamed. Her name was Mu Xiaoxia, beloved daughter of the provincial lord of Shiqi. She had slipped into the Dragon Lake's secret realm without her father's knowledge, never dreaming she might die here. If Mu Wang, one of the 4 grand envoys of the Donghua Empire, learned of her death, the consequences would be unimaginable. The reeking claws swooped down, but stopped less than 3 inches from Mu Xiaoxia. A strand of pure white qi solidified into a chain, clamping onto Jiang Chen's wrist. Thank you. Mu Xiaoxia stammered, still shaken, looking up at Jiang Cheng. Bro, let's not meddle, that monster's a diamond-rank sacred beast. Lu Qin, who gasped, trying to dissuade him. Shut up. Take her inside. Jiang Cheng flicked his hand. His innate yuan became a long whip, coiling around Mu Xiaoxia's waist and yanking her clear of Jiang Chen's claws. Thank you. Mu Xiaoxia's voice shook. Her face flushed as she nearly collapsed. If you don't want to die, get inside. Jiang Cheng's tone was flat. His gaze passed over the others to meet Jiang Chen's again. He glanced at the tiny serpent tattoo on his wrist, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The real reason he stayed was the core hidden inside Jiang China crystal formed after the creature had commandeered an ancient host body. A host beast core held an unfathomable reserve of life essence, and, more importantly, rare divine matter. If the power of heaven and earth required to break into the divine sea realm could not be found, then he would forge a divine sea with divine matter instead. A brief blaze of fervor flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes before he calmed himself, a faint smile curving his lips. Lu Qinhu and Mu Xiaoxia gritted their teeth and sprinted into the buildings, leaving only Jiang Chong, Jiang Chun, and Sampao behind. Brother Jiang, can the 2 of us really handle that thing? Sampao whispered, scratching his head. The monster's terrifying power was still fresh in his mind. You won't have to. Jiang Cheng's smile widened. Even before his words had faded, the little serpent mark on his wrist burst into blinding light. Roar! A sky-shaking dragon cry rocked the world. Amid the blaze, a mighty torch dragon descended. Roar! Hear me. The great Lord Zhu Jiuyin has arrived again. Fully awakened, Zhu Jiuyin sprawled across the ground like a burning crimson mountain. Its dragon body stretched more than 100 feet, every inch covered in glass-like scales that shimmered with blazing firelight. The creature lifted its head and puffed out its chest, sneaking sidelong glances at Jiang Cheng as if demanding the praise it naturally deserved. Jiang Cheng sighed, reached up, and gave the lowered dragon head a pat. All right, you're the greatest. Happy now? Oof, of course I am. Zhu Jiuyin beamed with satisfaction, then raised its head even higher and shot a smug look at Sampao, the newcomer beast, eager to flaunt its master's favoritism. A harsh, sibilant hiss sliced through the reunion's merriment. From the hollow eyes of Jang Chong, two icy beams flared like blades, stabbing straight at the heart. Even Zhu Jian's imposing presence failed to deter the creature. Instead, it only stoked a ravenous greed. Instinct screamed that devouring this candle dragon would elevate its power to a terrifying height. Tasty. I'm starving. Eat, eat, eat. Three wraith-like faces swirling around Jiangshan shrieked in childlike voices that made the scalp crawl. They'll handle the eyesore. Zhu Jian's brows knitted as its twin pupils radiated divine might. In an instant, its searing flames shifted into a holy, oppressive aura. Pure-blooded ancient dragon. The shadow four-winged drake dropped flat under the crushing fear that echoed through its lineage, unable even to lift its head. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. When he pulled up Zhu Jian's status panel, rare surprise flickered across his face. Beast name, Zhu Jian. Tier, Diamond, 4-star. Rank, Mid-tier Sacred Beast. Skills. 1. Spring Autumn Sun and Moon LV 7-time affinity. Can reverse or accelerate time within an area, effect, and range scale with level. 2. True Dragon Domain LV9 subjects inside suffer 30-fold gravity, 90% speed reduction, and are scourged by true dragon fire. Duration. 3. Edict of the Void LV8. 4. Sun Moon Gaze LV7. Growth stage, adolescent. Element, divine. Description, a descendant of the northern giant god candle dragon, wielding power over space and time. Proud and Sundara, enjoys head pats. Evolution paths, 7 available. With a guttural roar, Jiang Shun sensed the danger and struck first. Beneath its withered skin, veins bulged like worms, its frame swelling several times over. Hooked talons gleamed with a cold sheen, while fangs erupted from its jaws like the blades of a meat grinder. Swish! The creature vanished from sight. It moved so fast that even Jiang Chong failed to track it. Zhu Jian only snorted, fixed its eyes on the ground below, locked onto the target, and slashed with one colossal claw. Boom! The earth shook, and shards of stone and soil exploded into the air. Zhu Jian's claw strike wrenched Jiangshan from his subterranean hiding place. With a primal roar, the giant struggled in midair, but spatial pressure closed in like a raging tide, leaving him unable to breathe. Die! Zhu Jian's draconic voice shook the sky. His left eye blazed like noon, his right deepened like midnight, and the power of time poured from them into Jiankin's body. Before their eyes, Jiankin's swollen flesh shriveled, and the blood surging in his veins congealed. Even an immortal body could not resist the erosion of ages. The proud vigor of the Ho bloodline turned cold and dry. His growl came out rough and gritty, like an ancient beast on its last legs. He did not fear true death, yet the draining of life sealed away all his strength. Zhu Jian drew a deep breath and exhaled. True dragon flame erupted, a world-searing fire forged from divine essence. Searing tongues of flame swallowed Jiangchun and the 3 phantom faces orbiting him. Boom! Everything burst apart, scattering as black dust. How was that? Pretty impressive, right? Zhu Jian lifted his head, arching an arrogant brow at Jiang Chong. Jiang Cheng's expression soured. Impressive? You didn't burn up its core, did you? He strode toward the ashes. Huh. You never said anything. I had no idea. Zhu Jian scratched his head, sulking while Jiang Chong kept silent. Not far away, Sampao and the shadow 4-winged dragon stood gaping. The terrifying Jiangshan had been erased in an instant. Was Jiangshan too weak, or was Zhu Jian simply that strong? Boss Dragon, you're awesome. Sampao hurried over to flatter him, leaving the shadow 4-winged dragon frozen and wondering who really held command here. New face, huh? Zhu Jian glanced sideways at him, settling into the role of elder brother. Yes, sir. I'm Sampa, pleased to meet you. Sampao grinned, keeping his head low. Sampao? Figures that's little Chengzi's taste. Zhu Jian clicked his tongue, then scanned the area. Hey, where's Ursha, that dumb mutt? Sampao froze. The shadow 4-winged dragon murmured. He ran away. Ran away? Zhu Jian started to ask more, but Jiang Cheng's calm voice cut in. Let's head inside. If I'm right, Ursha is somewhere in these ruins. As he spoke, a dark violet sphere hovered above his palm, lightning veining across its surface, its power making the air hum. Without the shield of his innate true energy, his hand would already be shredded. The shadow 4-winged dragon's guess had been correct. Jiankin's original form was a Lei Ho, and the divine essence inside this Lei Ho core was the strongest Jiang Chong had ever seen. The divine sea, Jiang Chong whispered, tightening his grip. Jiang Chong, there's something odd about these pillars. Zhu Jian, now no bigger than a palm, crouched on his shoulder, alert light flickering in her crystalline eyes as her brow creased. Agreed. Jiang Chong nodded, his expression darkening. He probed with his soul sea and sensed a terrifying power buried in every stone pillar, each one echoing the others as if they were a single entity. Those things up there, are they real? Sampao, who had been holding back the question the entire way, finally blurted it out, his eyes round as bronze bells as he stared overhead. 9 black dragons, and 10 golden crows coiled across the sky in a scene so grand it made the heart pound. An illusion, Zhu Jiuyin answered without hesitation, then scratched her tiny claw. I can't explain the mechanism, but my instincts say it's nothing more than a mirage. Sanpao froze, and the nearby shadow four-winged dragon nodded. Thoughtfully, ancient dragon intuition was often more reliable than prophecy. This is a mirage woven by a Shin beast. Jang Chong glanced at the contract beasts, white fire seeming to kindle in the depths of his pupils, its light piercing the heavens. These scenes really happened, just not now. A powerful Shun beast likely sealed memories of the past into this space. So that's it. Master, you're brilliant. Sanpao flattered him without a shred of shame. Zhu Jiuyin lifted her head with a proud snort, refusing to look at Sanpao. Humph, Jiang Cheng's favorite beast. Boom. As the man and three beasts ventured deeper, the towering pillars shifted again, the ground rumbling beneath them. Dust shook loose while every pillar blazed with dazzling gold light that instantly erased the stains of time. Roar. From the nearest pillar burst a shaft of white light, and a white tiger of overwhelming might stamped the earth, its body wrapped in keen metal essence that chilled the air. Another pillar erupted in flames, and a pure divine fire condensed into a vermilion bird, crimson feathers glittering, each plume both delicate and radiant. Howl! Hiss! At the same time, the remaining two pillars birthed colossal forms. A jade dragon hundreds of yards long, its scales flashing with cold gleams, its enormous eyes half-lidded and mysterious. An obsidian-shelled tortoise bearing a spirit serpent, water swirling around it, the shell half-black, half abyssal, its presence equally vast. Aren't those the four divine beasts: azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger? Sanpao cried. The pillars kept moving until they settled at the four corners of a square. The four beastly phantoms hung in the air, all of them lowering their gaze to the center, trapping Jang Chong and the three contract beasts inside. The sudden change made every beast tense. Zhu Jiyin's body expanded to full size, her dragon eyes burning with a terrifying brilliance. The four extremes formation. Jiang Chong surveyed the surroundings. The four beasts were so solid they looked alive. He sent his vast soul sea outward, and the moment it touched a pillar he was stunned. Incredible. This formation has lasted tens of thousands of years, yet it still runs flawlessly, without the slightest hitch. He murmured, eyes flashing with sharp light as he fixed them on Zhu Jiuyin. Can you trace the images of what once happened here? Of course. Zhu Jiuyin threw back its small head with pride and thumped its chest with a paw. As the words left its mouth, its eyes turned otherworldly. The left blazed like day, the right sank as deep as night. Yin and yang intertwined, pulsing with a power beyond comprehension. Sun and moon, spring and autumn, rewind time. Zhu Jiuyin growled. At the sound, the ground seemed to flip beneath an invisible hand. Distant stone pillars shrank and vanished, leaving behind a barren plain in the blink of an eye. Sanpao and the shadow four-winged dragon stared, stunned by the terrifying reversal. Then the wasteland surged again. Mountains shifted and seas refilled as creation itself rewound. A towering peak rose out of swirling dust. Time kept rolling backward, and the mountain grew higher by the second. Jiang Chong, where 10,000 years in the past, Zhu Jiuyin gasped. Heat flared between its crimson scales. It was clearly burning through its strength. Push farther, Jiang Chong said, taking a steady breath. Fine. Zhu Jiuyin forced a bitter smile. After boasting, it had no choice but to keep going. Rumble. Time continued to unwind. Vegetation, soil, and stone peeled away from the mountain, layer after layer, revealing precise patterns that flashed with golden light. Looks the same to me, Sanpao muttered, scratching his head. It isn't, Jiang Chong replied, eyes narrowed at the peak that had survived 30 millennia intact. That's a finger, a giant's finger. A finger? Sanpao went rigid, and the shadow four-winged dragon was equally baffled. What creature could have a finger thousands of meters tall that remained intact for tens of thousands of years? Such a thing did not exist on Blue Star. Zhu Jiyin's urgent cry cut through the silence. Jiang Chong, I can't hold on. Sweat poured from the candle dragon, proof of the immense strain. Shame. Jiang Chong sighed. As the power of sun, moon, and seasons snapped back, a pair of pitch-black, indifferent eyes appeared before him, staring straight through his soul. Serve me. An eerie, resonant snarl exploded in his mind, and even his vast spirit reeled. At length he steadied himself and spoke, voice low and grave. This ruin is anything but simple. He had thought the finger might belong to some being of the ancient gods, but now another possibility loomed. Hey, where did they go? Zhu Jiuyin asked, confused. The four guardian spirit beast phantoms had vanished, as had several stone pillars, leaving a gaping entrance ahead. Apparently, this was the true doorway into the ruin. The opening was wide at first, but it narrowed quickly until even the shadow four-winged dragon and Sanpao had to be recalled into the pet space just to squeeze through. Two plump Zhu Jiuyin sprawled across Jiang Cheng's shoulders, one on each side. They lifted their upper bodies in triumph. looking like twin snakes showing off. Without slowing down, Jang Chong scanned the rock walls. Dark stone was etched with ancient grooves. Rough strokes formed a time-worn mural. Titans battling monsters, a human-headed serpent god thrusting a spear, a winged seraph crossing twin blades, a wolf-head deity swinging a bone saber. Each giant, whether man or beast, struck with overwhelming force. Hey, where have I seen that thing before? One Jujuin pointed a paw at the mural's most striking figure, a three-headed dragon, one head skewering a titan's chest. It frowned and scratched its tiny brow, unable to place the memory. Jiang Cheng drew back his gaze, gave the creature a brief look, and quickened his pace into the gloom. A few steps later, a pair of oily green eyes flared in the darkness, watching them leave yet staying hidden. About half an hour later, a shaft of white light announced the corridor's end. Jiang Cheng, is Airsha here? The Zhu Jiuyin finally asked. No. Jiang Cheng reached out through the beast-taming bond but felt no response. Instead, a faint tremor rippled through his soul sea, as if some force ahead blocked all mental probes. The air is thick with lightning element, the Zhu Jiuyin muttered. Jiang Cheng stepped out of the tunnel and halted. A boundless sea of lightning stretched before him. Feral arcs surged like tides, crackling and booming, sometimes coalescing into electric flying fish or storm eels. A deep, distant growl hinted at something colossal lurking below. The cavern was so vast it felt like a pocket world, and aside from the lightning sea, there was no exit in sight. Jiang Chong, there's a hidden space inside that lightning, the Zhu Jiuyin said, eyes shining with instinctive mastery of spatial law. Jiang Chong rested his chin on one hand, staring at the deceptively calm, yet churning surface. His brow furrowed. Then he turned and fixed the little creature with a look. What? It asked, tail curling. Nothing serious. I just need a small favor. Jiang Chong answered with a disarmingly gentle smile. Moments later, the reluctant Zhu Jiuyin enlarged his body and leapt into the sea of lightning, while Jiang Chong stood steady on the dragon's broad head, both hands locked around its crystal-forked horns. Ow, ow, ow. This really hurts. Jiang Chong, I'm doing you a huge favor here. The ancient dragon's voice echoed across the crackling waters as Zhu Jiuyin complained and thrashed his thick torso, sparks flaring where his scales rubbed against the lightning, then swam deeper. The elemental density inside the thunder sea was terrifying. Every thunderclap became a solid torrent of violet bolts. Jiang Cheng unfurled the Vajra mantra, a sheet of golden radiance clinging to his skin, yet even that barrier flickered under the relentless strikes. The farther they descended, the more the lightning energy multiplied. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He murmured, could there be essence of thunder down here? Zhu Jiuyin would need that for his next evolution. The half-cup Su Yue had gifted them last time was nowhere near enough, and the very center of this sea possessed the heat, density, and pressure required for its formation. Let's check over there. Jiang Cheng pointed to the seabed's only patch of darkness, an area completely devoid of sparks. Fine, fine, Zhu Jiuyin grumbled. Scarlet light burst from his body, forming an invisible shield against the surrounding bolts, and he plunged downward. Within minutes, man and dragon entered the gloom. Strangely, the lightning element had almost vanished, as though a vacuum had been hollowed out of the seabed. Why is it suddenly so cold? Jiang Cheng, do you feel it? Zhu Jiuyin sneezed, scratched his head with a claw, and his scales trembled. Blood-hot as magma now wore a film of frost. Jiang Cheng stared into the darkness. A pale gold line of data flashed through his mind. His pupils shrank. Go, he barked. Beast name, Thunderstorm Orca. Rank, Diamond 9 star. Attribute, pure lightning. Status, awakened. Description, a thunder spirit that gestated in the deep sea for tens of thousands of years. Its lightning reserves rival those of an entire storm zone. Recommendation, avoid combat. A whale's roar deep enough to churn the currents shattered the silence, and the entire sea of lightning suddenly reversed flow as a colossal creature opened its eyes. Bolts thick as pillars lit the darkness. Zhu Juyin's eyes bulged. Holy, what a huge fish. We were right next to its mouth. Just now his 20-zhang body looked puny before the giant. The thunderstorm orca stretched nearly a kilometer long. Its mountain-like bulk was laced with rune-shaped lightning veins, while coils of electric serpents encircled it like endless railguns, making the beast resemble a massive thunder submarine lurking in the deep. It growled again, jaws gaping wide to spew a mass of lightning, as though it meant to swallow the entire region. Its gigantic eyes flashed, locked on man and dragon. What are you staring at? I'm not that easy to bully. Zhu Jiuyin stood akimbo, feigning calm while his tail twitched behind him. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed. Even after completing his Qinchi awakening and reaching Diamond 4-star, Zhu Jiuyin was still 5 whole stars below this peak-level thunder spirit, and they were in its home territory. Their chances in a fight were slim. Relax, both of you. It means no harm. A gentle voice suddenly floated up from the seabed. A faint glow blossomed from the depths ahead. In the corridor where darkness tangled with lightning, a single speck of light swelled, revealing its true form, a thunder butterfly half as tall as a grown man. It beat crystalline wings, lavender arcs dancing along the veins and sprinkling like fine rain, turning the gloom into a silent sea of electricity. Its slender figure and ethereal aura calmed the heart at a glance. An instant later, a string of system data surfaced in Jiang Cheng's mind, and his face paled. Beast name, Thunder God Butterfly. Rank, Proto-Divine. Quality, Near Mythic. Skills, Unknown. State, Calm. Element, Eternal Lightning. Description, the mightiest lightning spirit born of the endless thunder sea over tens of millennia, a remnant of the ancient god civilization, blessed by the elder thunder titan. Temperament, cherishes peace, dislikes battle. Advice, do not anger it. Evolution paths, 2. Travelers from afar, allow me to introduce myself. A voice echoed in their minds like a mountain spring. I am Lei Dai, the spirit born of this sea of storms. Oh, Zhu Jiuyi nodded, claws taut, eyes wary. Sensing the butterfly's terrifying presence as well, Jiang Chong drew a long breath, steadied himself, and narrowed his eyes. Pardon my bluntness, are you familiar with these ruins? One of my bonded beasts wandered inside. Yes, exactly. Zhu Jiuyin chimed in, clutching its paws. Certainly. The butterfly's tone was neither cold nor warm. With a gentle beat, blinding lightning flared across its wings. The storm orca blocking the path rumbled, spat sparks, and slid aside, revealing a stretch of darkness behind it. There stood a temple nearly 100 zhang tall. Jade pillars glimmered from base to crown, and broad steps rose layer upon layer into the grand hall beyond. Dust of ages mingled with lingering thunder, washing over them with an ancient, noble air. Hard to believe a palace lies beneath the thunder sea, Jiang Chong murmured. This was Lord Xian Ting's palace, the butterfly replied softly, as though lost in memory. Before we knew it, 90,000 years have slipped away. Wait, Lord Xian Ting was a lightning-type ancient god? But the ancient god civilization only spanned 45,000 years. How can it be 90,000? Jiang Cheng's brow twitched. The timeline he knew clashed with her words. Ancient god. The butterfly looked puzzled and shook its head. I do not know that term. Yet Lord Xianting was the era's greatest lightning prodigy. But for one misfortune, he would have become an eternal lightning immortal. Eternal lightning immortal. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted, knew the title well, a realm beyond unity. Beside him, Zhu Jiuyin listened in a fog, hugging its paws and playing cute. So, you need our help? Suppressing his questions, Jiang Cheng spoke in a low, steady voice. The thunder butterfly wouldn't have said so much if it didn't want something in return. Yes, the thunder butterfly came right out with it, its gaze fixed on the nearby Zhu Jiuyin, who was chewing on its own claw. Its wings quivered and a reverent awe showed plainly in its eyes. That creature is a descendant of the candle dragon, isn't it? Jiang Cheng nodded, though inwardly he wondered why the butterfly seemed so tense. After all, the candle dragon might be a divine beast, but the thunder butterfly was almost in the same league. Lord Candle Dragon governs time and space itself. The thunder butterfly answered his unspoken question, voice solemn. The gap between us is like the sun to a grain of dust. It went on. I need this candle dragon descendant to help me restart the Temple of Thunder and wipe out every trace of evil lurking in these ruins. Evil? Jiang Cheng frowned. The thunder butterfly beat its wings above the lightning sea, setting off crackling arcs. This tomb is ages old. In energy has built up and spawned all manner of foul things. I stand guard here, but I can't leave the lightning sea to cleanse them all. Jiang Cheng asked, is this Xian Ting's tomb you mentioned before? No. The butterfly's voice dipped. Lord Xian Ting vanished in that great calamity, fate unknown. Buried here are the warriors who fell in that disaster. Clearly unwilling to revisit the past, it fell silent. Jiang Cheng took the hint and asked, so how can we help you? Dragon blood, the thunder butterfly said, turning to Zhu Jiuyin and lowering its voice. Blood of the candle dragon carries the highest laws of time and space and can fully awaken the Temple of Thunder. Rest assured, I will repay you. What sort of payment? Jiang Cheng's interest spiked. The immortal thunder spear forged by Lord Xianting before he attained godhood. Lightning flared in the butterfly's eyes as a 3-meter, ancient-looking spear coalesced out of crackling light. Tadpole-like runes crawled over its shaft. Ornate patterns glinted while an overwhelming aura erupted from it. Weapon name, Immortal Thunder Spear. Weapon grade, SS. Description, a weapon brimming with fearsome lightning power, inside which the soul of a thunder dragon is sealed. Its destructive force is immense. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed at the sight of the double-strength weapon, then shifted to Zhu Jiuyin. What are you looking at? Zhu Jiuyin snapped, irritated by the stare, and fixing him with draconic eyes. Relax, I just need a little blood. Jiang Cheng stroked its head, and the dragon quickly started to purr under the attention. Fine, but only this once. It grumbled, then bit the tip of its claw. A single drop of dragon blood heavy as liquid mercury and blazing crimson floated in midair like a burning ember. Dragon blood that burned like living fire drifted onto the roof of the Hall of Thunder. The moment it touched the ancient structure, the long silent palace blazed with dazzling light, rumbling from within. Scarlet flames entwined with violet lightning in midair, as though wrapping the hall in a living suit of thunder and fire. Drawn by an unseen force, scattered lightning converged and quickly shaped itself into true dragons of thunder, each scale defined, fangs and claws bared. They coiled overhead, circling the hall until it looked like an altar awaiting a god's descent. Jang Chong stared up at the sight, wondering about the hall's origin. What was this place used for? He asked. The thunder god butterfly quivered its crystal wings, hesitated, and answered softly. It should be Lord Xianting's old preaching ground. A preaching ground, Jiang Cheng murmured, a faint light flickering in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Three ancient, heavy knocks echoed. The massive doors before Jiang Cheng swung open from within, torrents of lightning pouring out like waterfalls and hiding whatever lay beyond. Please. The thunder god butterfly's voice was gentle as ripples on water. Lightning glimmered across her wings as she slipped inside without hesitation. Jiang Cheng, could this be a trap? Zhu Jiuyin whispered from his shoulder, its golden slit pupils widening while its draconic aura swept the doorway. Though it carried the candle dragon's blood and could see the seasons turn, even it could not pierce every secret within that hall. We don't really have a choice. Jiang Cheng spread his hands and followed with a wry smile. Even if it is a trap, we still have to go. The thunder god butterfly is a quasi-divine beast and seems friendly enough, but who can swear to her true intentions? Fair point. Zhu Jiuyin tilted its head, clutched its claws, and nestled closer to his shoulder. Stepping into the sanctuary, Jiang Cheng saw that it was nothing like the gilded palace he had imagined. The inner chamber was almost austere. At its heart lay a circular stone terrace, its surface polished to a mirror sheen. Neatly arranged meditation cushions ringed the platform. The largest, carved from warm, supple jade, occupied the very center, clearly the seat of the hall's master. The remaining cushions formed concentric circles around it. All lightning arts beneath the heavens pale, before my Xianting Dao. A cold, ethereal woman's voice rang through the hall, thunderclap clear and jolting the soul. At that moment the central jade cushion erupted in radiant light, and within the beam a hazy silhouette took shape, the graceful figure of a woman whose regal presence was almost unbearable to behold. Lord Xianting, the thunder god butterfly, halted, wings folding without a sound. Misty tears welled in its eyes as it stared at the apparition, lost in a silence woven from reverence and longing. A woman? Jiang Cheng felt a jolt of surprise. He had imagined an ancient god of thunder as a harsh, iron-blooded giant, not a majestic woman. The thought flashed by, and he steadied himself. This had to be a remnant projection of the deity's will. I am Xianting. Why have you come? The phantom turned, her features veiled in chaotic lightning, only her star-bright eyes visible as they settled on Jiang Cheng and the thunder god butterfly. Meeting that gaze, the thunder god butterfly trembled. Folding its wings respectfully, it bowed. Lord Xianting, do you still remember me? Xianting's image remained motionless. Only faint crackles of electricity broke the silence. Minutes later the same ethereal voice repeated, I am Xianting. Why have you come? Every inflection was identical to the first. It was clearly a preset line, nothing more than a fragment of consciousness left behind. The projection of the ancient god Xianting before them possessed no consciousness. It was merely a fragment of stored memory. My lord, the thunder butterfly murmured, staring at the illusion that could only repeat a single line, its eyes dull and lifeless. It knew better than any creature that the hall had once held a true projection imbued with mind and memory. Now only this mechanical echo remained proof that Lord Xianting's spirit had already been annihilated. The realization flooded its chest with a crushing sense of loss. Jiang Cheng stood to the side, his gaze shifting between the apparition and the jade cushion beneath it. Suddenly, disbelief crossed his face. Impossible, he whispered. What is it? Zijinyan, draped over his shoulder, scratched its head. There's more to this cushion than meets the eye, Jiang Cheng replied as he stepped forward. Friend, what are you doing? The thunder butterfly immediately blocked his way, rare anger flashing across its features. To it, Lord Xianting was sacred and untouchable. Any outsider's hand would be desecration. Crack. Though it had not attacked, thick pillars of lightning burst from its body, as if a sea of thunder crashed down from the heavens. Even the smallest gesture allowed the quasi-divine beast to wield a fraction of its terrifying power. Electric bolts carved bloody streaks across Jiang Cheng's body, pinning his innate chi so tightly he could barely move, his breathing ragged. It was the first time he had been rendered completely helpless. At the crucial moment, Zijinyan breathed out a fiery, crimson halo that shouldered most of the pressure. Rotten butterfly, I knew you'd pull something like this. Zijinyan cursed, never letting its focus waver. A divine halo. The thunder butterfly gasped, sensing how the ring was quietly suppressing its own aura. Circulating his chi, Jiang Cheng healed the wounds in the blink of an eye and said calmly, that cushion hides a secret. My apologies. Realizing its lapse, the thunder butterfly withdrew the storm of lightning and bowed its head. For a quasi-divine beast to bow to a human was enough to shatter anyone's worldview. Jang Chong let the matter drop. Holding his breath, he moved slowly toward the jade cushion. The closer he came, the more distinctly he felt the aura emanating from Xianting's remnant drifting and elusive, like down on the wind. It was not unfamiliar. His past life knew it well. It was the breath of the Changtian Gate that appeared during the Unity Tribulation's aura of an immortal. The cultivation system of the ancient gods matches that of Earth. Could the ancient gods have been cultivators striving for immortality as well? He muttered, stunned. Two worlds, separated by time. Yet their civilizations overlapped, and their systems were almost identical. While pondering, he reached the cushion, bent down, and gave the soft jade a gentle twist, easily rotating it. Li for fire, Qin for water, Zhun for thunder, Qilin for earth, Jiang Cheng murmured, brows knitted as he kept adjusting its orientation. Moments later, the other cushions, silent for untold years, erupted in dazzling light. They arranged themselves around the white jade cushion at his feet, forming an intricate array. It really is the primordial 8 trigrams. Jiang Cheng exhaled, even more astonished. Rumble. Countless motes of light streamed toward the white jade cushion, coalescing into a glowing sphere twice a man's height. Colors flowed within it, gradually painting a scene. It revealed a vast wasteland, littered with shattered walls and toppled statues. Blood and wildfire had stained the entire continent lifeless, leaving nothing but desolation. This is an ancient battlefield. The thunder butterfly blurted out when it saw the scene. The next instant, the light orb floating above the jade cushion rippled, and a gentle force seeped into Jiang Cheng's sea of consciousness. He raised an eyebrow, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The power felt like a spring breeze, utterly harmless, nothing more than a guide, as though inviting his soul to an unknown place. An invitation? Interesting. Instead of resisting, he sent a wisp of his soul to follow the pull. In the blink of an eye, that soul plunged into chaos. Blurred lights peeled away, and the scene sharpened into the ancient battlefield he had glimpsed earlier. Endless ruins, wild flames roaring among broken stones. Long time no see, Brother Chun. A soft, ethereal voice drifted over. Jiang Cheng's soul avatar turned to find a figure standing beside him. She was tall and graceful, draped in a 7-colored gown, her bearing otherworldly, like an immortal exiled to the mortal realm. Xianting, the ancient deity? Jiang Chong remained calm, though caution flickered in his eyes. Ancient deity? What an amusing title. Xianting laughed gently and turned around. This time she did not veil her face with mist. Her features, bare and flawless, were not the kind to topple kingdoms, yet once seen they could never be forgotten. Even Jiang Chong felt a momentary daze, but he quickly steadied himself, met her gaze, and asked softly, judging by your tone, you seem to know me? Know you? Xianting blinked, her voice playful, then let out a girlish giggle. Jiang Chong frowned, about to press her further, when she lifted a finger toward the sky. Look! Boom! Thunder rolled high above. Dark clouds split as though a dragon were turning over, and amid the flashing bolts an ancient stone gate slowly emerged. That's the Qingtian Gate. Jiang Chong froze. The portal that had driven countless cultivators mad was appearing right before him. Xianting glanced at her own translucent form, self-mockery filling her eyes. Many have died for that gate. I had hoped to see the world beyond it once more. Such a pity. Her tone was wistful, tinged with regret. The world beyond, what is it? Jiang Cheng's breath quickened as he locked onto her. You're asking me? She looked back, her voice turning oddly teasing. In that era, weren't you the only one who ever walked through it? The ancient immortal gate emerged, a holy war erupted. Heroes fought and fell all for this legendary portal. Countless died, and only one victor remained, the unparalleled Emperor Chun. That was you, Brother Chun, was it not? A flood of memories slammed into him, making Jiang Cheng's scalp prickle. He had no recollection of passing through the Qingtian Gate, yet Xianting spoke as though he were the peerless overlord of that distant age. Mind racing, he stared at the rainbow-clad figure, drew in a slow breath, and said quietly, you have the wrong man. Jiang Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. No, I'm certain of it. Xianting's reply was absolute, lightning crackling in the depths of her eyes. Her voice rang out cold and hollow. I could never forget the one who once defeated me. Qinxiong, do you dare face me again? The moment the words left her lips, her rainbow-hued robes melted into radiant armor. Bolts of lightning twisted between the plates, coiling into dozens of thunderous drakes as thick as an arm. Sparks hissed through the air. Xianting closed slender fingers, and a silver-violet spear etched with ancient characters took shape in her palm, its flare illuminating the ruins as it hummed like a dragon's roar. The immortal thunder spear. She seemed every inch a goddess of storms, her blazing gaze fixed on Jiang Chong, the weight of her presence crushing. With a deafening boom, the rubble exploded, and a tide of lightning surged forward. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted. Facing this war goddess, he could only force a bitter smile. Sister, you've really got the wrong man. I've never met you. Chindi, are you mocking me? Fury surged in Ting's eyes, a layer of frost spreading across her delicate face. The spear tip leveled at Jang Chong. All thunder under heaven bends to my will. One cold command, and the sky obeyed. The firmament shook as a colossal lightning dragon awoke within the clouds, diving with an ocean of thunder in its wake. The ancient battlefield trembled. At the same time, scattered statues among the broken walls blazed with blinding light. The dreadful powers sleeping inside them stirred awake. Kill Chindi. Seize the immortal gate. A droning chant rose from nowhere, followed by countless hoarse shouts. Every statue came alive, eyes spitting golden fire, all of them locking on Jang Chong. The ancient gods who had once fallen to Chun Di now gathered again, seething with hatred. Kill Chun Di. Seize the immortal gate. Kill, kill, kill. The roar battered Jiang Cheng's eardrums and tightened his throat. These ancient gods were clearly mistaking Heimer. Perhaps some trace of that Chun Di lingered in his soul. The thought flashed by, offering no answer. He had entered this realm with only a shred of spirit. Why did they think he was Chun Di? While his mind raced, Ting was already upon him, spear gleaming. 1,000 bolts ripped open the night, the weapon's point driving straight for his heart, sealing off every escape. As nothing more than a wandering soul, he had neither the speed to dodge nor the strength to parry. Looks like a dead end, Jiang Chong sighed, yet he did not panic. Losing a fragment of soul would hurt, but it needn't be fatal. It would only make the path to divine ascension 100 times harder. Iya. A childish chirp cut through the chaos. Jiang Chong turned and spotted a snow-white little creature perched atop the rubble, its gem-like eyes filled with puzzlement. In the next instant, the entire scene shattered. The burning wasteland and the spear-wielding Ting vanished together. In their place stretched a vast, emerald grassland, the breeze gentle on his face. Only the white creature remained at his feet. It called again, as if trying to explain something. Jiang Chong stood stunned. Then a string of unfamiliar data flashed across his mind, and his expression changed. He stared at the little white beast in disbelief. Unknown beast name, level, description, and attributes, all unreadable. A divine-type creature the system couldn't identify was something Jiang Chong had never encountered before. The fluffy white cub in front of him had a round head and a stubby tail. It looked adorably clueless, yet Jiang Chong stayed on guard. Holding his breath, spiritual powers swirling in his palm, he asked in a low voice, "That scene just now, was it your illusion?" An ancient battlefield, the ancient god Xuan Ting, the awe-inspiring vision, had shattered like a mirage. Only an illusion could explain it. Jiang Chong judged that the cub probably wielded a mimicry talent, able to splice fragments of old memories into a seamless panorama, much like Zhu Jian's spring, autumn, sun, and moon. Yaya? The cub froze, its soft paws flailing in confusion. Jiang Chong frowned and motioned with his eyes. Yi. The little beast grew even more frantic, pushing off the ground and aiming straight for his shoulder. Smack! His hand shot out, pinching the scruff of its neck and dangling it in midair. Studying it up and down, he sighed. "What are you trying to say?" Swinging in the air, the cub kept squeaking nonsense. "How about I take you outside first?" Jiang Chong suggested on a whim. To his surprise, the creature fell silent at once, nodding eagerly. Even its yee sounded cheerful. "You could have said so earlier." Jiang Chong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Whoosh! With a quiver of soul power, he turned into a streak of light and burst out of the mysterious space, the cub safely wrapped in his aura. Inside the main hall, Thunder God Butterfly and Zhu Juin stood guard before a pitch-black orb of swirling light. Zhu Juin was already restless, dragon eyes locked onto the rippling surface, claws scraping the floor. "Don't," Thunder God Butterfly warned softly. "It's a spatial wormhole. If you smash it, the resulting chaos won't be worth it." "So what then? What if Jiang Cheng's trapped in there?" Zhu Juin snorted twin jets of white mist and glared. "If you hadn't fussed so much, he wouldn't have been stuck inside for 3 whole days." "My apologies," Thunder God Butterfly replied, still calm. With any other quasi-divine beast, that tone would have sparked a fight. Whoosh! Space rippled, and a figure appeared. Zhu Jian's eyes lit up. It twisted its body, ready to leap onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder, only to find a fluffy white cub already sitting there. The dragon froze, rubbing its eyes in disbelief. Joy turned to dismay in an instant, as though betrayed by the heavens. Jiang Cheng'd secretly adopted another pet? And it was another deceptively cute little vixen. Yaya sensing Zhu Jian's stare, the white cub waved a paw in greeting. "Vixen." Zhu Jian snarled through clenched teeth. Jiang Chong failed to notice the change in Zijinyan's expression. Instead, he turned to Leishindi, pointed at the white little creature on his shoulder, and in a low voice described everything that had just happened. He laid out how his consciousness had been dragged into an illusion, how he escaped, and the strange abilities the small beast displayed, omitting only the part where he was mistaken for the Celestial Emperor. Leishindi hovered in midair, the lightning markings on its wings flickering as it listened intently. When Jiang Chong finished, it pondered for a moment. then fixed its gaze on the meek bundle of white fur on his shoulder. Its voice was gentle yet certain. Your guess may be right. Some descendants of divine beasts are born able to reassemble scattered fragments of time. The illusions it weaves are likely events that truly took place. Humph, reversing time? This dragon can do that too. Zujinyan lashed its tail, disdain filling its pupils. Lei Shindi cleared its throat, its tone calm but firm. Dragon friend, you misunderstand. Reassembling time fragments isn't mere reversal. It gathers every shred of time lingering here and binds them into a complete event. You think I don't know that? Zujinyan snorted, scales quivering, a mix of anger and embarrassment. The standoff broke when Jang Chong spoke. So my task is done. By their agreement. He had helped Lei Shindi open the hall. The eternal thunder lance was now his. Lei Shindi folded its wings. Its gaze swept the vast hall, disappointed at not seeing a true projection of Xianting, the ancient god, yet it kept its word. Clang. Lightning condensed in midair, forming a long, deep violet spear. Ancient runes crawled along the shaft. Thunder pulsed, divine light seething. A spark lit Jiang Cheng's eyes. He reached out and wrapped his hand around the weapon. Friend, be careful. Lei Shindi meant to warn of the malice lingering inside the spear, but stopped short. The eternal thunder lance, once buzzing and unruly, fell silent the instant Jiang Chong grasped it, as if recognizing its master. Excellent spear. He flicked a finger across the runes. They came alive, lightning crackling along the grooves. The next moment, he thrust the tip forward. A ripping sound tore through the hall as finger-wide black fissures appeared, one strike strong enough to rend space itself. Excitement surged in Jiang Chong. With this spear he might slay a Shinhariam cultivator while still at the Xiantian stage. Yet weakness followed, reminding him that the blow had drained nearly 3/5 of his vital energy. The cost was high. Roar! A chilling howl cut through the sea of thunder, making the white jade pillars tremble. Lei Shindi spread its wings, fine arcs dancing across its scales, anger flaring. Those creatures again. Do they really think I can't leave the Thunder Sea? Humph! Within Lord Zuanting's hall, every filthy thing dies. It turned to Jiang Chong. If you're looking for your contracted beast, go to the primordial statue ridge. It's the tomb's other entrance. The hint to leave was clear. Lei Shindi needed to secure the Thunder Hall, activate the tomb's killing arrays, and purge the lurking evil. Jiang Chong nodded. From the moment he entered the ruins, he had sensed unseen eyes. That howl confirmed that malevolent spirits were indeed stalking them. Lei Shindi spoke once more, solemnly. Friend, if danger strikes, draw the eternal thunder lance. It has other uses within this tomb. With that, it tore open a vortex of woven lightning and pushed Jiang Chong and Zujinyan out of the Thunder Sea, adding one last gentle reminder as they left. In a narrow stone corridor, the group staggered forward. Nearly everyone looked battered, their clothes stained with blood. A sudden, piercing roar erupted behind them, its shrill echoes ricocheting off the walls. Faces blanched. The cry seemed to slice straight through their hearts. One timid girl went chalk white and stammered, "What do we do? Those things are right behind us. Keep moving." Wu Shiluo narrowed his eyes and barked the order. There's nowhere left to go. The scouts in front protested, frowning at the bronze wall blocking the passage. The metal surface was seamless, not even the thinnest crack visible. Damn it! I never should have followed you idiots. Chu Longxiong cursed, slamming his fist against the ancient bronze and making it ring. He had thought safety lay in numbers in this trap-ridden ruin, but since teaming up with them had done nothing but spring traps and draw the attention of those undead phantoms. A dozen or so people remained, yet the party had started with more than 30 and every missing member had died a gruesome death. Shut it. No one forced you to tag along, Wu Shiluo shot back. Yun Shanao and the others looked equally grim. Typical Tianhe scum cling to you when things are easy, blame you the moment they're not. Wu Shiluo, are you looking to die? Chu Longxiong exploded. Red light flared from his wrist, and a blood-red creature shaped like a leopard materialized, single horn rising from its brow. Icy eyes fixed on Wu Shiluo. You are the one courting death. Wu Ziyuo's voice was like a blade. Blood shadows gathered behind him, coalescing into a double-bladed Hell Azura. Beside him, Wu Xingyu's pretty face frosted over. The wounded laissez beast in her arms rumbled, ready to spring despite its injuries. Tension spiked like powder on a fuse. Cultivators from other provinces all backed away, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. Enough. If you want to die, leave me out of it. Luo Qingzu's cold voice cut through the standoff. Instead of bickering, try using your heads. This wall isn't a dead end. I can feel a mechanism hidden inside. Miss Qingzhu is right. It's a mystic gateway, Lu Shizhen said at last, purple light flickering in her eyes as she activated a pupil technique that seemed to pierce the bronze. Her words soothed the others a little. Yun Shanao stepped forward and ran his fingertips over the wall. It was uneven, etched with secret patterns, yet offered no hint of a hollow mechanism. A mystic gate, powered by an array, Lu Shizhen murmured, lifting a slender hand. A palm-sized yaodial appeared in her grasp, carved from milky jade and topped with a slim silver needle etched with arcane runes. At the sight of it, everyone grew solemn and instinctively held their breath. Divination is a subtle art, and pinpoint accuracy demands absolute silence. Inside the dank, icy passageway, Yun Tian stood behind Lu Shizhen, golden light swirling around him like a steadfast barrier that shut out every noise. Lu Shizhen pressed a slender finger onto the silver needle of the jade divination plate. A bead of blood slipped from her fingertip, its crimson glow mingling with the jade's pale luster until a hazy aura rippled across the disk. Carried by that light, invisible currents seized the needle's swish, swish, making it whip up, down, left, and right, even stabbing toward the onlookers without ever resting. Her brows knitted, Lu Shizhen inched the plate closer to the bronze wall, whose ancient carvings emerged in sharp relief under the faint glow. The plate spun faster, the needle blurring into a single silver streak. Roar! A shrill howl erupted from the tunnel's depths, half cry, half laugh, its echo crashing against the stone and raising gooseflesh on every arm. Miss Lu, have you solved it yet? Those ghosts are on us. Shrieked the girl in a yellow dress from Jiufeng Prefecture, her face bloodless, the hem of her skirt splattered with dried gore from an earlier clash. Hurry, we're out of time. Others shouted, panic edging their voices as footsteps pounded and the air thickened with a sickly, rotten stench. Do not disturb my lady, Yun Tian warned, golden light flaring in his eyes, his tone hard as steel. Chu Longxiong stayed silent, gaze locked on Lu Shizhen. Behind him, Shuizhen crouched like a hulking shadow, each breath rumbling like distant thunder. Knowing time was slipping away, Lu Shizhen bit her lip and poured a torrent of mental power into the plate. In an instant, 3/5 of her energy drained out of her mind. Her face went sheet white, and the plate tore free of her palm to hover in midair, vibrating. Clang! The needle froze. Catching that split-second pause, Lu Zison's eyes flashed with triumph. The gate of Can. Who has a water-type beast? I do. A sturdy young man stepped forward, a pale blue glow circling his wrist as a massive, spiny-backed croc turtle materialized the water element, Bishui croc turtle. Channel your water element there. Lu Shizhen pointed to a spot just below the center of the bronze wall. He nodded and issued the command. The croc turtle's throat swelled, then with a hoarse cough it fired a razor-sharp jet of water. The blast struck the indicated spot deadened. Boom. The bronze wall groaned. Dark engravings at its center began to spin, and the entire slab slowly twisted inward. Grrrr. Behind them, shadows churned. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of ghostly green flames opened malevolent eyes, hatred rolling off them like a storm tide. Damn it, they're here. Wu Shilua swore, his face dark as iron. The gap in the wall was still too narrow to slip through. Wu Shilua shoved Wu Xingyue forward. Women first hold them off. He barked, while his Hellshura beast crossed its twin blades and stepped to the front line. Yun Chenao advanced with sword in hand. The blade quivered, Swordora surging like a tide as a Battle King's pressure flooded the corridor. The display drew a ripple of awe. Even Yun Tian, himself a Battle King, raised an eyebrow in surprise. This passage is too cramped. Large beasts won't fight well here, Yun Chenao remarked calmly, sensing the crowd's gaze. Chu Longxiong gave Yun Chenao a long, thoughtful look. He had clearly underestimated the others. Geniuses were hiding in every province, not just in Tianhe. The bronze gate kept grinding around with a thunderous rumble. The gap had widened just enough for a single person, and an agile girl slipped through first, her silhouette swallowed by the darkness. The rest of the youths hesitated no longer, raising their hands to summon their beasts. Some creatures were far too large to squeeze through the crack. So, following Yun Chenao's example, their masters drew personal weapons for close combat. On the steps, every beast master who had ever trained in martial arts was forced to show their hand. Whoa. Shapes emerged from the depths of the corridor, and with every step the air grew colder. In the dim glow the crowd saw them clearly, bodies shrouded in murky mist, toes suspended above the floor, eyes flickering with green fire, eerie and malevolent. Probably some kind of wraith. Chun Mo, owner of the azure crocodile turtle, muttered, his face hard as molten iron. Ordinary wraiths would have been manageable, but these shadows were far worse. Fire, lightning, I see no matter the element hurled at them, or the blades and fists of skilled warriors. Everything was swallowed like smoke and turned against its sender. Even worse was how they killed. The memory of a companion being flayed alive, his screams still echoing in their heads, made their skin crawl. If not for powerhouses like Wu Shilua and Yun Chenao standing in front, they would have bolted long ago. Surprised you didn't rush in first, Wu Shilua said, shooting a barbed glance at Chu Longxiong. Save it. You're more qualified than I am. Chu Longxiong retorted coldly. You looking for a beating? Veins bulged on Wu Ziyuo's temple as the twin blades of his Hell Shura beast crossed behind him, their tips aimed at Chu Longxiong. Ewo Shuizhen let out a low roar, its fangs glinting coldly. Yun Chenao pressed a hand to his forehead and said sternly, Gentlemen, this is no time for ego. Think about how we're going to survive these things. Wu Shiluo drew a deep breath, eyes fixed on the advancing shadows. His voice was low but clear. Nothing in this world is flawless. They must have a weakness we haven't spotted yet. I don't need your advice, Chu Longxiong scoffed, arms folded, disdain written on his face. Idiot, I already know what they are, Wu Shiluo said icily. The words made everyone perk up. Even Chu Longxiong paused, surprise breaking through his arrogance. Then what are they? He prided himself on his knowledge, yet had never heard of creatures like these in the Chu family archives. Divine will, Wu Shiluo pronounced, then explained, I found a passage in the 9 secrets of the Yuan clan. In one era there was a practice that abandoned the flesh and cultivated pure spirit. If your mind reached the absolute peak, it could leave the body and achieve immortality. But every path has its dangers. So divine will refers to the remnants of those who failed their breakthrough. Lingering shards of psychic power? Yun Chenao asked quietly, eyes gleaming. Probably. Wu Shiluo lifted his gaze to the shadowy figures surrounding them. They're likely the divine remnants of fallen powerhouses, condensed from every scrap of hatred they carried in life. A holy light beast would keep these things in check. Holy light? Who among us has one? Chu Longxiong shook his head, and everyone's expression tightened. Such beasts were rare to begin with. Here in the ruins, the only one that came to mind was the epic-grade Earthlord Bear 3 cannons that had crushed the fiery Saint Lion earlier. As they debated, someone suddenly exclaimed, We've been talking all this time, and those wraiths still haven't moved. They all tensed. The shadows simply formed a silent ring, dozens of eyes burning green as they stared, motionless. Is there something inside that even scares them? Chu Longxiong muttered, a prickle of dread creeping up his spine. If these spirits were afraid, what lay beyond the bronze door might be worse. Go in. There's no way back, Yun Tian said quietly. Behind them, the bronze door rumbled to a halt, leaving an opening wide enough to enter. Wu Shiluo looked over his shoulder, then stepped through first with his Helshira. His sister was already inside. As her brother, he would not shrink. The others traded grim looks and followed. As Yun Tian had said, the doorway might still offer a sliver of hope. Staying here to face the wraiths was certain death. Chen Imo went last. While walking, he counted the figures ahead and suddenly frowned. Hold on, did it feel like there was one extra person? Eee. Yaya yaya. Babyish squeals echoed through the quiet corridor. Give it a rest, you noisy lizard. Zhu Juyian's ears were already numb. He flicked his tail and glared at the snow-white fuzzball perched on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Jang Chong was just as frustrated. The little thing kept chirping, yet he couldn't understand a single word. Sampao, can you make any sense of that? He asked the Earthlord bear lumbering behind them. No idea. Sampao scratched the back of his head and spread his paws helplessly. Jiang Chong hesitated, then tried Zhu Juyian's nickname for the first time. Little Ying? Even he felt awkward saying it. Little Ying? Little Ying? Of course I understand. Zhu Juyin lifted his head proudly, then shot a sideways glance at the white puff. It wants food. Shameless, huh? Yaya. The creature's glossy black eyes locked onto Jiang Chong, shining with pleading innocence hard for anyone to refuse. Jiang Chong blinked, opened the system store, and pulled out a can of supreme beast ration. Clink. A tiny claw popped the lid, revealing oily black meat. The beast sniffed, eyes lit up, and it dove in. Snort, snort, snort. It must have been starving. In a few gulps it polished off a can that weighed nearly a fifth of its own body. Is it really that good? Sampao stared, dumbfounded, at the smear of meat left inside. Better than honey? Unbelievable. Zhu Juyian's dragon eyes widened. He and Ersha had bled in the triangular killing grounds for a single can of that stuff. Yet Jiang Chong had handed it over without blinking. Beast tamers were all heartless. Yaya. The little beast burped contentedly, shivered, then spat out a purple pearl. Crystal clear, it pulsed with gentle light, like endless life wrapped in glass. Jiang Chong caught it. A translucent interface appeared. Item, life essence. Effect, on par with a holy panacea, cures all ailments and restores vast life force, equal to 1 gene of life spring fluid. Grade, A. Decompose, 100 material shards. Nice. Jiang Chong rubbed the beast's head, already seeing a brand new money trail. Life spring fluid was priceless on the market. A single gene could fetch tens of thousands of gold, and even then, it was hard to find. That was exactly why Su Yue had asked him to explore Dragon Lake's secret realm. Humph. Zhu Juyin turned away in a huff. Spit out 1 pearl, and Jiang Cheng's wrapped around its paw. So unfair. Brother Jiang, something's moving up ahead, Sampao whispered suddenly. As a saint of earth, his senses within the reach of the land were nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Chong pocketed the pearl and looked down the dim corridor ahead. He was almost certain a fierce fight had broken out here moments ago. Nothing else could have left such a thick scent of blood hanging in the air. Less than 5 minutes later he led Zhu Juyin, Sampao, and Lei Shun Dai to the end of the passage. A half-open bronze gate stood there, its surface mottled with dark red rust, and the smell of blood poured out through the gap. Beyond lay an inner hall whose darkness seemed almost liquid, and the occasional rustling inside made his scalp tingle. Sanpao's silver-white wings trembled, holy light welling beneath his feathers as he prepared to illuminate the hall. Jang Chong raised a hand. Don't startle whatever's in there. He could feel filthy creatures lurking inside, most likely the malevolent spirits Lei Shindai had mentioned. They'll go first, Zhu Juyin said. Flicking its serpentine tail, it slipped into the blackness. Jang Chong chuckled and followed close behind. A wave of metallic blood smell slammed into them, as though they had stepped into a slaughterhouse. Lo, hoarse chewing filled the dark, like starving beasts tearing at flesh. Now, white flames flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes as he scanned the hall, then signaled Sanpao. Sanpao snapped his wings, and a torrent of holy light burst forth, flooding the chamber. Blood and flesh carpeted the floor. Mangled companion beasts and human corpses lay everywhere, easily dozens of them. No wonder the stench was almost solid. Over the bodies crouched several pitch-black creatures with tumor-like scales on their backs. They froze at the sudden glare, but did not retreat. The largest creature dropped half a thigh bone, raised its gore-stained head, and bared its teeth at Jiang Chong. Detection data appeared. Monster, she die? Level, Platinum, 3-star. Grade, Royal Mid-tier. Description, dwells in darkness. Most senses degraded except an extremely keen sense of smell and touch. Craves carrion and blood. Jiang Chong arched a brow. These remains clearly belong to Dragon Lake contestants, all at least platinum rank. Could a Fushi Dai really slaughter them all, or was someone else involved? One Shidai hissed, its slit pupils flashing red. A crimson, barbed tongue shot out, capable of stripping flesh or severing a throat in an instant, and the creature lunged at him. It never got close. With a muffled bang it burst into a mist of blood. Zhu Juyin had merely twisted a claw, and a spatial shock pulped the creature. The little dragon lifted its chin and snorted, as if to say, see? In the useful one. Shower me with praise. Jiang Chong laughed to himself. The little tyrant was obviously jealous and working extra hard today. The remaining Shidai dropped the bloody bones in their claws and bolted. Running? Ask Grandpa Pao if he agrees. Sanpao roared with laughter and slammed a palm to the ground. With a crack, massive stone arms burst up and grabbed each fleeing Shidai. The stone arms tightened without mercy, crushing the creatures into pulp. Blood gurgled down the walls. Have those things left yet? Deep inside the inner shrine, a pitch-black chamber barely large enough for two crouched behind a stone wall. Lu Qinhu and Mu Xiaoxia huddled in a corner while the shrill screams of the Shidian outside, torn apart moments before, slipped through the hidden vents and drained the color from their faces. Since passing through that ancient complex, they had been traveling with a team of about a dozen. Halfway through, a Shinji Nian ambushed them. The creature loved stripping living people of their skin for clothes. In the blink of an eye the group was dead save for these two. Driven into a corner, they triggered a mechanism and tumbled into this secret room, surviving by pure accident. But the cell held no spiritual energy, no food, only a gleaming golden skeleton sitting rigidly opposite them, its hollow eye sockets pricking at their nerves like needles. Counting days on his fingers, Lu Qinhu was convinced they would go mad inside a week. Miss, maybe you should step out and take a look first? He whispered. I'm not going anywhere. Mu Xiaoxia glared at him. A grown man sending her to scout? His skin was thick enough to plaster a wall. Then what? If we stay here we're finished. What if our bony friend suddenly wakes up and takes a swing at us? Lu Qinhu stared miserably at the skeleton. The golden bones remained motionless, yet they still chilled the air, the empty sockets seeming ready to ignite at any moment. Damn, did that skeleton just move? It wasn't in that pose a second ago, was it? Lu Qinhu's eyes went wide. Stop talking nonsense. Mu Xiaoxia shrank back, but she had seen it too. The skeleton had moved. Kriak joints rasped, shredding the silence. A heartbeat later, two tongues of golden flame leapt up in those sockets and locked onto them. 10,000 alpacas stampeded through Lu Qinhu's mind. He longed to slap himself for jinxing them. Mu Xiaoxia covered her eyes and screamed. Pampered since childhood, she had never seen anything like this. Outside the chamber, Jiang Chong had just turned to leave when his brows knit. Did you hear something else? I think so, Zhu Juyin muttered, looking around. Sanpao nodded. Definitely, just can't tell where it's coming from. The palm-sized white beast on Jiang Cheng's shoulder chirped and pointed a claw at the stone wall on the right. The wall looked seamless, not even a fingernail could slide in. Jiang Chong approached, conjuring the indestructible Thunder Rumble spear. Innate true essence surged into it, thunder light crackling. Crack! A black fissure split the rock. The spear roared, and the wall exploded into dust. Behind it lay a hollow space. A golden skeleton nearly 4 meters tall was slowly rising, molten flames dancing in its sockets. Lu Qinhu and Mu Xiaoxia curled into a ball as debris rained down. When they recognized Jiang Chong, shock turned to joy. This was the man who had slipped away from Jiang Chen himself. Surely he could handle a skeleton. Jiang Cheng ignored them, eyes fixed on the bones. His face was grave. For a body to remain intact for tens of millennia, the owner's power in life had to be terrifying. Xianting? A faint mental ripple drifted from the skeleton. Jiang Chang's surprise deepened. The thing wasn't truly dead. A fragment of soul still clung to it. Who are you? He asked, channeling the sea of his spirit. I am Zhuoqing. The thought flickered like a candle in the wind. Gate the gate. Do not. The flames died before the sentence could finish. The massive frame collapsed with a crash, and the lingering soul dispersed into nothing. Gate. Qingtian gate. Jiang Chong tightened his grip on the spear and drew a long breath. That era, that cataclysmic war, there had to be more to the story. So it was nothing but a show of force? The moment the golden skeleton fell apart, Lu Qinhu let out a long breath of relief. He looked up at Jiang Chong with a beaming smile. Brother, I'm Lu Qinhu. Thank you for saving me twice. May I have your name? Once we get out of this secret realm, I'll make sure to repay you many times over. Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong gave a brief reply, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qinhu before he raised an eyebrow and asked, Since you came in here, have you run into anyone else? We did, but most of them are dead. Only a handful managed to escape, Mu Xiaoxia blurted out first. Fear still colored her small face, and she kept her voice low. We met a pack of terrifying shadow creatures. Blades, bullets, nothing could hurt them. Jiang Chong pondered for a moment. Given the tomb's age, those shadows were likely malevolent spirits. He wasn't worried. Sooner or later the Thunder God Butterfly would trigger the tomb's killing array and wipe them out. Those shadows were sick, Lu Qinhu added, horror still in his eyes. I watched several of them skin the dead and drape the hides over themselves. Wearing human skins? Jiang Cheng's brow knitted tight. Candle Join and Sampao shivered, and when they looked again at the mangled corpses on the ground, a cold chill ran down their spines. At the same time, in a secluded hall on the other side of the tomb. What kind of cursed place is this? There isn't even a lamp, Chu Longxiong complained in the pitch-black darkness. The only light came from the subdued flame of the scarlet fire Lulai Sparrow, perched on Luo Qingzu's shoulder. It was so dim they could barely make out each other's outlines. This used to be an alchemy pavilion, Yin Shanao said. Everyone turned to him at once. How could he tell? He shrugged and pointed ahead. A bronze furnace twice a man's height stood silently, with one side open and its bottom suspended, the primitive design clearly meant for heating. From its shape, it could hardly be anything but a pill furnace. The thought that they might be in a pill pavilion instantly ignited a fiery greed in the air. Eyes flashed in the gloom, searching for any surviving elixirs or ancient recipes. Relics grew more valuable with age. Luo Qingzu's voice cut through the desire. We should focus on getting out first. No matter how precious the treasure, it's just dust if we can't carry it out. Miss Qingzhu is right, Lu Shitzen agreed. Let's find out whether there's another way out of this pavilion. Jolted from their daydreams, the others drew back their gazes, embarrassed yet reluctant. As they moved on, Chen Mo, who had been holding back, finally couldn't endure it. Guys, haven't you noticed something's wrong? Something's wrong. Wu Xiaoluo turned his head in confusion, and the others stared at Chen Mo in astonishment. The numbers don't add up, Chen Mo warned in a low voice, positioning the Bisui crocodile turtle in front of him. Haven't you noticed? We have one person too many. One person too many? Everyone's pupils contracted at once, a chill running down their spines. Losing a teammate would be scary enough, but gaining a stranger out of thin air was downright terrifying. When we fled the shadow, I counted carefully exactly 10 of us. Chen Mo swallowed, his voice hoarse. Now there are 11. Are you sure you didn't miscount? The yellow-robed girl from Jiufeng Prefecture, Guixia, asked with a tremor in her voice. I'm absolutely sure, Chen Mo answered firmly. After a brief, dead silence, Wu Xiaoluo regained his composure first. Narrowing his eyes, he ordered, everyone close in and state your name. Well, drag the extra ghost into the light. The group gathered around the glow of the crimson plume lava sparrow and confirmed themselves one by one. Lu Shitzen and Yun Tian, Luo Qingzhu, Yun Shanao, Chu Longxiong, the Wu siblings, Chen Mo, Guixia, and Datong Prefecture's quiet prodigy, Chu Xingyangtan in total. There's another one over there. Guixia pointed to a corner. All eyes turned. A patch of darkness clung to the wall. Chu Longxiong had his blood fiend take a few steps forward and locked onto the aura. Friend, we're all here, he called. Why are you hiding? The shadow remained silent for several heartbeats, then burst into a fit of coughing and rasped. It's too bright over there. I'm staying put. Afraid of the light? Or afraid we'll see your ghost face? Wu Xiaoluo sneered, crossing his Hellshura twin blades as killing intent surged. He'll bet that shadow peels off people's skins to blend in. The hide you're wearing might belong to one of our unlucky friends. A chill swept through the crowd as they tightened their grip on their beast-taming rings. Luo Qingzhu drew a deep breath. Enough talk. Let's kill it together. Kill your mother, it's me. The shadow cursed, finally stepping into the firelight. Tall and handsome, yet clearly disgruntled, he was none other than Gongsun Wu, who had entered the ruins earlier. Gongsun Wu. Several faces froze in surprise. Resigned, he spilled his story. After entering the ruins, he had been besieged by shadows and dashed into the alchemy pavilion for shelter. Trapped for days without finding an exit, He finally worked up the nerve to break out just in time to bump into the group. Chu Longxiong roared with laughter when he finished, and the others couldn't help chuckling, sympathy shining through their smiles. Quit laughing and find a way out, Gong Sun Wu snapped, then paused. Still, I did pick up a few clues these past days. Wu Xiaoluo instantly sobered. What clues? Follow me. Gong Sun Wu raised a hand toward the deepest part of the alchemy pavilion. The crimson plume lava sparrow flapped its wings, and the firelight revealed a cold silver door. In its center was an enormous disc covered with bizarre symbols and patterns. I don't know what this thing is, Gong Sun Wu said with a shrug, but I'm sure it's the exit. Lu Shizhen stepped closer, brushing her slender fingers over the carvings. Her eyes trembled, and shock flashed across her pretty face. This is a heavenly exorcist wheel. Does anyone know where contract arrays really came from? Lu Shizhen forced down her shock, drew in the dusty air, and let her clear eyes sweep over every face framed by the dim yellow stone walls. As far as I remember, the earliest record appeared in the 3rd year of the Great Revival. A scholar in Northern Europe found a parchment about contracts in some ancient vault, right? That discovery kicked everything off. Yun Chenao frowned as he searched his memory, a light sparking in his eyes. Everyone nodded. That matched the story they had heard. Wrong. Lu Shizhen shook her head, her expression turning solemn. Contract arrays are older than the beast-taming era, older even than recorded history on Blue Star. They stretch back 10,000 years. Something happened over that span that broke the line of inheritance, and only during the Great Revival were they rediscovered. Gong Sun Wu's brows locked together. Then how do we open it? His desperation to leave the gloomy chamber was plain to see. Every gaze snapped to Lu Zixen, the only person who might unlock the rune-covered gate. I can't. She gave a rueful smile. I wasn't finished. The ultimate source of contract arrays is the Tianshi Dao wheel in front of us. It holds peerless laws. Even a grandmaster of arraycraft would be helpless. What? Are we supposed to stay trapped in here forever? Chu Longxing's face went ashen, and despair spread through the group. Wu Xingyue finally spoke. Miss Lu, could you at least try? Maybe ITLL open. Her voice carried a teenager's stubborn edge. No one wanted to spend whatever life they had left in this freezing underground tomb, assuming they lived that long. Lu Zixen's voice dropped. I can try, but if I fail, the Tianshi Dao wheel will unleash a blast of soul power. At best, they'll be left witless. At worst, they'll be annihilated. The air seemed to turn solid. No one answered. No one was willing to bet a life on it. Damn it, Gong Sun Wu cursed. In that case, maybe we should charge out and fight those ghosts. Our odds might be better. Easy to say, but do you really think you can win? Wu Xiaoluo let out a long breath and stepped forward. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Wu Xingyue clamped onto her brother's arm, her voice sharp with panic. Brother, are you insane? You'll die? Wu Xiaoluo forced a thin smile and ruffled her hair. Someone has to take the risk. Standing here forever isn't a plan. Besides, your brother's soul is strong. I might just make it. No matter how hard she gripped, his arm never budged. On the far side of the gate, Jang Chong and his 2 companions, who had just doubled back, also stopped in their tracks. Before them lay an ancient, pitch-black array as deep as the void. That's the Tianshi Dao wheel. Mu Xiaoxia stared at the massive dial set in the center of the silver gate for a long time before muttering in disbelief. What on earth is this thing? The gate stood nearly 10 feet high, its silvery glow rippling coldly through the dim burial chamber, and the dial's surface was etched with layer upon layer of eerie patterns, as if it were turning ever so slowly or frozen outside the flow of time. Lu Qin, who scratched his head, completely baffled. I've never even heard of anything like this before. Ignoring him, Mu Xiaoxia kept her grave expression, turned slightly toward Jang Chong, and explained in a low voice how the so-called Tianshi Dao will had come to be. The origin of all contract formations. Jiang Chong repeated softly, surprise flashing in his eyes. When his gaze fell on the array now called the Tianshi Dao wheel, his expression turned strangely complicated. It was clearly the 8-trigram disc he had seen countless times in his previous life. Back on Earthstar, anyone with basic knowledge of arrays could dismantle such a rudimentary pattern without effort. Yet what shook him was not the array itself, but the fact that it had appeared on Blue Star and was revered as the source of every art. A bold, almost absurd notion crashed into his mind. Could Earthstar in his past life actually be Blue Star from tens of thousands of years ago? Had he not crossed time at all, but merely slept for millennia and awakened to a world wearing a new face? The thought made even his usually steady heart tremble. He drew a long breath and shook his head. Every world bears its own unique imprint. Once a cultivator steps into the connection realm, they forge a mysterious bond with that world's core. That is why the skies erupt in auspicious dragons and phoenixes when someone ascends, and why torrential blood rain falls whenever such a powerhouse dies. But here, on Blue Star, he had sensed none of the familiar resonance, proof that this planet possessed an entirely different world core. Unless a world is destroyed, its core remains eternal. What, then, is the real link between this planet and Earthstar? Jiang Chang's knuckles whitened as his fists clenched, unwilling to accept that Blue Star was a reborn sphere born from Earth Star's ashes. Jiang Cheng, what's wrong with you? Zhu Juyin felt the ripple in his emotions and spoke in a deep voice, the great dragon eyes full of puzzlement. Since when did its master ever look so dejected? Has this thing got you stumped? Humph, leave it to me. Guessing the reason for Jiang Cheng's frustration, Zhu Juyin lifted a claw with smug confidence and hurled the surrounding spatial force against the silver gate. In the dragon's view, plain brute strength was always the most direct key. Bang! The gate gave a faint metallic ring, yet didn't budge an inch, as though mocking the ancient dragon's overconfidence. What? Zhu Juyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Summoning every shred of spatial power, the beast twisted the void itself. Black fissures spread like a web and slammed wildly into the gate. Boom! The impact dwarfed the previous one, yet the silver gate still stood firm. What a formidable little snake. Lu Qin clicked his tongue in awe. With his limited insight, he failed to notice the forked horns atop Zhu Jiyin's head and took it for a giant serpent with unusual strength. Mu Xiaoxia, however, covered her lips, eyes quivering with shock. Impossible, that's an ancient dragon species. Father has dreamed of taming a beast like that his entire life. No way. Zhu Jiyin glared at the silver door, humiliation burning in his eyes. Rings of coal-black dragon scales swelled across his body as the giant creature tensed, ready to smash the mysterious barrier with brute force. Jiang Chong shook his head, grabbed the rampaging dragon, and stuffed him into his jacket pocket. His tone was casual. Power isn't always the answer. Don't copy that black bear charging around without thinking. Inside the pocket, San Pao shrank back, suspecting that the comment was aimed at him, but finding no proof. Brother Jiang, be careful. Failure could backfire on your soul, Mu Xiaoxia blurted, shaken out of her shock. Jiang Cheng was already standing before the celestial Dao wheel. With a light flick of his wrist, the 8 trigrams spun Qian, Qilin, Zhen, Sun, Can, Li, Jin, Dua snapping into their places. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, lake. Boom. The tightly shut silver door swung wide open before everyone's eyes. The group gathered behind it froze. Wu Shiluo had just finished advising his sister and hadn't even touched the wheel when the door moved on its own. Jiang Cheng paused as well. 2 teams meeting face-to-face by sheer coincidence? Then he spotted Chu Longxiong, Yun Chenao, and Gongsun Wu in the crowd and silently clicked his tongue. What ridiculous luck, running into all 3 at once. You again? Gongsun Wu exploded, remembering how Jiang had stolen the divine beast blood crystal. He instantly summoned his beasts. A 3-legged celestial crane spread its wings with a sharp cry, while a Xianming turtle fanned ghostly blue mist. The turtle's aura had already reached platinum 7-star. Lu Qihu hid behind Jiang, noticing the sorry state of the other team, and feeling a guilty thrill. Sticking with brother Jiang was clearly the safest choice. Ignoring Gongsun was posturing. Jiang Cheng raised his eyes to Yun Chenao and Chu Longxiong. Relax. I only have a few questions. What questions? Yun Chenao frowned. Had witnessed Jiang's strength outside the secret realm and knew he couldn't be underestimated. Have you seen her? Jiang inhaled, and a shimmering projection bloomed above his palm. A breathtaking figure who might be Shun Yunin. Her face was veiled in light, yet her elegance was unmistakable. Yun Chenao's pupils contracted. That silhouette instantly reminded him of a woman from 3 years ago. Gongsun Wu also Friziso. The last time Jiang questioned him, it was about this? Who is she? Where is she now? Jiang pressed, unable to keep the tension from his voice. Chu Longxiong exchanged a glance with his companions, his expression complicated. You really want to know? Absolutely. She means a great deal to me. Jiang's reply was solemn. The others traded uneasy looks, each feeling that the projection was oddly familiar. At last, Chu Longxiong sighed and answered, she is a princess of the Donghua Empire, the Taiwan princess. Is that her? The moment those words were uttered, everyone's expression changed. The title Grand Imperial Princess sent a chill through the room. The air turned heavy, and no one dared say another word. Jiang Cheng noted every reaction, feeling a faint sense of relief after all this time. He had finally confirmed her identity. Next, I need to meet this Grand Imperial Princess myself, and see if she really is Shun Yunyan, he mused, already taking a step forward. Wait, where are you going? Lu Shitzen called out. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Just now she had noticed a celestial Dao well set behind the silver gate. Now that it stood open, someone must have unlocked it. Judging by the scene, it wasn't Lu Qinhu or Mu Xiaoxia, leaving only this calm man before her. To leave, Jiang Cheng replied flatly. He had entered the Longhu secret realm only to look for clues about Shin Yunyan. Now that he had them, he had no reason to stay. Oh, and I still need to find Air Sha, he added. Wu Shiluo frowned. Isn't that the exit over there? Think again. That's a dead end too. Swarming with those half-dead creatures, Lu Qinhu said, shaking his head. What? Another dead end? Damn it. Is there only one entrance to this place? Gongsun Wu's face darkened, and the hope they had just lit was snuffed out. There is an exit, Jang Chong said impassively. His words hooked everyone at once. Luo Qingzhu pressed. Where is it? On Primordial Idol Ridge, Jiang Cheng answered without hesitation. As he spoke, he stepped into the pitch-black pill hall and shot a glance at Sampow. On it, Sampow spread his wings, and pure white feathers burst with holy light, instantly illuminating the room so clearly that every face stood out in sharp relief. At the back of the crowd, Chu Zingyang's face twisted as though had seen something vile. Fine cracks split his skin and then knit back together. The change passed in a heartbeat, unnoticed by anyone focused on Jiang Cheng. Primordial Idol Ridge? They echoed, staring hard at Jiang Cheng's back. How could this man know so much? Seriously? Brother Jiang even knows the landmarks in these ruins. Could he be a native? Someone whispered. That's downright creepy, Lu Qinhu muttered, stunned. Ever since Head started following Jiang Chong, the man had treated the secret realm like his own backyard. Quit the nonsense. Brother Jiang came in from outside just like we did, Mu Xiaoxia shot back. Still, most of them were caught between suspicion and alarm, their eyes on Jiang Chong wary. Friend, you seem to know an awful lot. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Chu Longxiong narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Everyone's eyes darted uneasily. After days of running for their lives inside these ruins, one bizarre incident after another, the young prodigies from every province had learned a brutal lesson. Never trust anyone, because the person before you might not be human at all. Why should I have to explain myself to you? Jiang Chong swept his gaze over them, amused. I was only giving a friendly warning. Whether you believe me has nothing to do with me. Frankly, even if all of you drop dead, it won't affect Jiang Chong in the slightest. Oh, you're explaining. Chu Xingyang snapped, stepping forward with an icy glare. You know far too much. We've got every reason to suspect there's something wrong with you. For all we know, you're a monster in human skin planning to lead us to our deaths. Jiang Chong didn't answer immediately. He simply scanned the crowd with a faint smile. Doubt, dread, and even murder gleamed openly on every face. Chu Xingyang pressed on, fanning the flames. Commandant, the rest of you feel the same? He knows too much. Even if he isn't a monster, he's definitely up to no good. Zhengyang. Chen Imo stared at him, stunned. The normally quiet companion looked like a different person entirely. I think he's trouble too. Guixia of Jiufeng Prefecture chimed in first. Her face was ghost white and her voice shook. We've got no way out. One misstep and we're finished. Chu Xingyang seized the moment. She's right. Let's restrain him now and get answers before it's too late. I'm in, Luo Qingzhu said after a beat, nodding. Same here, Chu Longxiong added. Count me in, Yun Chenao followed. Now only the Wu siblings, Gongsun Wu, Chen Imo, and a few others remained silent. Mu Xiaoxia's chest heaved with fury. This is outrageous. You'd suspect Brother Jiang over nothing? Don't forget who opened that door for you. Chu Xingyang turned on her, baring sharp, white teeth. Little girl, hey, some advice. In ruins like these, trust no one, friends, family, anyone. Trust you? My ass. Mu Xiaoxia spat. Unfazed, Chu Xingyang looked back at the others. Well, your call. Chen Imo met his gaze, hesitated, then nodded. He agreed. 6-5, Chu Xingyang counted, a cold grin sliding onto his face as he fixed on Jiang Chong. Hey, dumb shit, you forget about me? Lu Qinhu roared, furious that Chu Xingyang had left him and Mu Xiaoxia out of the tally. Inside Jiang Cheng's jacket pocket, a palm-sized Zhu Juyin muttered. These idiots are letting some ghost stir them up against you, an ancient dragon species. Its eyes saw through every disguise long ago. Chu Xingyang's true nature was no secret to it. So, Jiang Chong, how do you plan to deal with them? Zhu Juyin looked up, curious. What do you think? Jiang Cheng's smile lingered, but his eyes grew steadily colder. If they insisted on courting death, he wouldn't mind obliging. I object. The voice belonged to Lu Shitzen. Her willow leaf brows drew together, and her gaze, cold as starlight, fixed on Chu Xingyang. In an icy, straightforward tone she demanded, you barely spoke the entire way, yet the moment someone mentioned a new exit you reacted like this. Isn't that a little too suspicious? Chu Xingyang blanched under their stares, but before he could speak, Yun Pa's whole body lit with golden light. His eyes flashed as he, too, focused on Chu. She's right, kid. Your reaction was way over the top. Gongsun Wu narrowed his eyes, studying Chu Xingyang with a dangerous look. His voice dripped with disdain. I object as well. The ones who actually have a grudge against Jiang Chong haven't even spoken, yet you act like someone murdered your family. Brother, I think there's something off about him too, Wu Xingyue whispered. Her fair hand subconsciously stroked the Lei Zhejian in her arms. A moment ago, if Jiang Chong hadn't intervened, Zizi would have died under Jiang Shin's claws. She would not let anyone question their savior. Wu Shilua gave a slight nod, his eyes chilling. We object as well. As the words fell, the Hell Shura armor behind him shuddered, spilling a crimson killing aura. Your objections are useless. We already have 6 votes on our side. Chu Xingyang's voice was hoarse, his expression dark. The minority obeys the majority, don't you understand that? You don't speak for us, Wu Shilua replied coldly. Guisia grew anxious. Glancing around, she urged, everyone, we don't have much time. This is the best option we have right now. Even if it's a misunderstanding, we can let him go afterwards, can't we? Fool, Gongsun Wu sneered. If we're wrong, it means Chu Xingyang is hiding something, and we won't even have bones left to bury. The argument intensified, the air crackling with tension. Jang Chong, however, folded his arms casually, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He shrugged. So, how do you plan to deal with me? His calmness shook them. He seemed utterly unfazed by the prospect of facing them all at once. Lu Shizen looked at his composed face, her resolve hardening as she recalled her earlier divination. Her eyes shone. Whoever lays a hand on Mr. Jiang makes an enemy of me. As the words fell, spiritual light surged around her. Yun Pa moved in tandem, golden radiance converging as he locked onto Chu Zhengyang and the others. The same goes for us. Wu Shilua added coolly, the aura of bloodlust from his Hell Shura armor rolling out like a tide. In an instant the group split into two clear factions. Chu Zhengyang looked furious, and even Chu Longxiong, Luo Qingzhu, and the others behind him showed hesitation. Their strength was roughly equal. If they really fought, both sides would be crippled. Jang Chong had intended to end the standoff there, when suddenly his spirit master contract shuddered violently. Sha's life force was plummeting. His pupils contracted. After a cold sweep of the crowd, he tossed out, trust me and follow. Then he strode to the long silent alchemy furnace, gripped the lid with both hands, and gave it a sharp twist. Boom, the bronze walls shook, and a hidden passage opened behind a mural. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The furnace concealed a mechanism. Lu Qinhu and Mu Xiaoxia did not hesitate, and were the first to follow. Lu Shizen and the others paused only a moment before stepping in as well. It was better to chase a sliver of hope than sit here waiting to die. Should we go after them? Chun Mo whispered to Chu Xingyang as he watched the figures disappear. Go where? Chu Xingyang hissed. That guy's definitely up to something. There's probably a monster waiting at the other end of that tunnel to finish us off. However, I happen to know a passage that leads straight outside. He broke off, a sly smile curling his lips. The few people still on the field turned curious eyes toward him. The passage seemed endless. After what felt like an eternity, the party finally spotted a faint glimmer ahead, and their tightly strung nerves eased a notch. Hold up. Something's there, Jiang Chong said, raising a hand for everyone to stop. White flames flickered in his eyes like twin torches, instantly lighting the corridor before them. At the exit, a massive black silhouette blocked the stone door. Sensing intruders, it turned slowly. Two golden beams shot from its eyes, carving faint ripples through the air. What the hell is that? Lu Qinhu recoiled half a step. His left hand summoned the exploding azure tiger, his right the bloodthirsty wolf, the two beasts taking guard at his sides. He stared wide-eyed. Seriously? The statue's alive? The creature stood twice the height of a man, its entire body pitch black. In its right hand it dragged a crescent halberd whose cold edge flashed in the gloom. It looked every inch a fearsome war god. Monster name: 10 direction divine weapon statue. Grade: Emperor, lower tier. Attribute: rare. Level: Platinum 9 star. Talents: immune to all elemental attacks. 50% reduction to physical damage. Overwhelming strength far beyond peers. Eyes fire lethal divine light. Description: once a tomb guardian statue, it evolved after absorbing a trace of divinity and gained sentience. Evolution paths: 1 god grade immortal deity statue. 2 saint grade celestial general. Recommendation: destroy its core the spirit. Jiang Chong scanned the data in an instant, a thrill flashing in his eyes. A mutated statue? That's a first for me. With a grinding creak, the statue took a step forward, each footfall denting the stone floor. The golden light in its eyes narrowed to razor beams, and sparks flew as its halberd scraped the ground. Careful, everyone. This thing is strong, take it down together. Lu Shizen warned. The delicate set of her features was tense, and behind her slim waist a crystalline moth appeared, its wings shedding gentle white luminescence. The Lu family's forbidden spirit moth, for a moment, all eyes fixed on the sacred beast. Gongsun Wu chuckled, voice teasing. Miss Lu, you've been hiding that well. Only now do we see the moth. Faces around them darkened. If she had unleashed it earlier, fewer people might have died during the attack by the shadow creatures. Lu Shizen remained composed. My apologies. I had my reasons. She knew the moth had only just reached the platinum tier, and its prized nullification field could be triggered merely 3 times. Exposing it too soon would have attracted greedy eyes and turned allies into enemies. All right, gorgeous, Lu Qinhu said with a breezy grin. We're not blaming you. Let's just smash this thing already. Lu Shizen nodded lightly. Behind her, the Jinling moth shot upward. A violent beat of its wings sent a strange, ineffable pressure rolling over the crowd. A heartbeat later, glowing runes lit the ground with a resonant buzz, lines dense as a spider's web. They spread from beneath Lu Zisen's feet, snared the Shifeng divine soldier's legs, crawled over its body, and froze the half-raised stone arms in place. That's all. Jiang Chong frowned. To him, this so-called sacred beast domain looked no different from an ordinary control skill. Sensing its master's doubt, Zhu Jiuyin stuck its dragon head out of his pocket and snorted. Shows what you know. Those threads will drain every ounce of energy it has. It curled its lip. Still, it's nothing I couldn't do myself. You're making this way too complicated. Jang Chong, watch me. With that, Zhu Jiuyin clenched a claw. The laws of space crashed down like an invisible sledgehammer. The statue's surface hummed and cracked, yet it didn't budge. Impossible. Zhu Jiyin's eyes went wide. It hadn't been able to break the silver gate, and now it couldn't shatter a simple statue? Inside the glowing cocoon, a dull bang sounded. Rip! The rune thread snapped. The expressionless statue strode out, golden light lancing from its eyes like blades. A flick of its arms sliced away the remnants of the web. Not good, its diamond rank. Lu Zison's face blanched. Even as she spoke, an icy wind tore across the air and a massive crescent blade came crashing down. Miss, look out! Yinpa roared. Golden light burst from him as he caught the blade with both hands. Boom! A brutal force erupted. Yinpa was flung dozens of meters and slammed into a wall. The gold aura shattered, blood streaming down his arms. One strike had ruined his golden body. So it really is Diamond, drank Gongsun Wu, and the others exchanged horrified glances. Platinum and Diamond were worlds apart, throwing every beast they had still wouldn't stop this thing. The crescent blade swept in again, aimed straight at Lu Shizhen. The Jinling moth chirped frantically, but as a support-type beast it couldn't block a fatal blow. Lu Zison's face went ashen, her limbs icy. Was this where she died? Crack! Lightning flashed. A spear wreathed in thunder shot across the sky, clanging against the blade and forcing the Shifang divine soldier back several steps. This statue is mine. Jang Chong gripped the immortal thunder spear, excitement curling his lips. The statue's form, its potential, everything suited him. Better yet, its evolution materials were almost all single attribute source stones. Compared with his other money-burning partners, this one was downright affordable. The thought made him glance at Zhu Jiuyin in his pocket, then at the honest-faced Sanpao nearby, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. The evolution materials for those two were insanely rare and even more insanely expensive. Take Zhu Jiuyin, for instance. One key ingredient was the Bashuan Tontian leaf. Even if Jiang Cheng emptied every credit he owned, he might not scrape together enough to buy a single one. The onlookers stared, utterly shocked. One shot had forced back a diamond-tier monster. Just how powerful was this man? They had seriously miscalculated. Gongsun Wu's eyelids twitched. He had planned to settle scores with Jiang Cheng later and reclaim the divine beast bloodline crystal. But that single strike shattered the idea. Clearly, he had been overconfident. Xiao Yin, open the domain and suppress it, Jiang Cheng ordered, a grave look in his eyes. On it, Zhu Jiuyin replied. The true dragon domain spread instantly. 30-fold gravity, mixed with speed reduction, formed an invisible web that pinned the lumbering stone statue in place. A satisfied smile curved Jiang Cheng's lips. His gaze turned sharp, and he lunged like a hunting eagle. Lightning boomed around the immortal thunder spear. The thrust landed squarely on the Shifang divine soldier statue's chest, carving a jagged crack. Boom! A dull thunder rumbled inside the statue. Golden light burst from its eyes, melting nearby stone as its fury surged. Jiang Cheng was pleased. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. The spear point danced, lightning raging as arcs tore across the statue's limbs and torso. Yet the Shifang statue's material was phenomenal. Even under that storm of blows, it showed only a few extra cracks. Rumble. Beneath the crushing gravity, its bent legs slowly straightened. A glow pulsed in its chest as its energy peaked. Humph. Trying to move? Stay down for this dragon. Zhu Jiuyin lifted a tiny claw and pressed again. Gravity spiked, laced with spatial force, forcing the statue back into a crouch as if 10,000 mountains weighed on it. Can't smash you? Then I'll crush you. Good, let it burn its energy, Jiang Cheng chuckled. A black and white sphere appeared in his palm, the enhanced great stone orb. It had cost 500 material shards to craft, but boasted a 40% capture rate and rising by the second. Rumble. Stubbornly, the statue forced its spine straight again, yet the glow in its chest dimmed. Most of its energy was gone. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. In that fleeting gap, he hurled the orb. A burst of light flared like dawn, swallowing the entire Shifang statue. Thud. When the light faded, the statue was gone, leaving only a trembling stone orb on the ground. What kind of artifact can trap a diamond-tier beast? Wu Shiluo and the others were stunned. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. 5 divine pets acquired. Reward. Material shards 5,000. 10 square kilometer ecological divine pet microworld 1. Wings of death 1. The crisp prompt echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. At that moment, the shadow 4-winged dragon neglected for days awoke with a start. Its eyes widened. The once cramped pet space was now vast, filled with forests, grasslands, rivers, and even a blazing miniature sun. Iya. The small white beast woke as well. staring at the endless green. Its obsidian eyes sparkled with excitement. Yeah, a new home again. When everyone saw Jang Chong casually put away the massive stone orb, their expressions turned odd. A statue that probably possessed diamond-level combat strength had been dealt with as if it were nothing. Had they really joined Chu Xingyang in attacking him earlier, their corpses would already be littering the floor. The thought alone sent a chill down their spines. Lu Zixin's eyes shimmered as she realized her earlier judgment had been correct. "Thank you for saving our lives," she said softly. "My father is Su Mingzhou, head of the Lu clan. If you ever need anything, come to us." Wu Xiaoluo clasped his hands with a smile. "Brother Jiang, the Wu family holds some sway in the southern three prefectures and on the Qingtian Plateau. If you ever need help, just say the word." He shot a glance at his still-dazed sister. Wu Xingyue cleared his throat and muttered, "Brother Jiang, what do you think of my sister?" "Brother." Wu Xingyue snapped back to herself like a startled kitten, pinching the soft flesh at Wu Ziyuo's waist in embarrassment and annoyance. Gongsun Wu snorted dismissively, his voice like gravel in a barrel. "Kid, because you showed us the way, but let bygones be bygones. If trouble comes knocking, just drop my name, Brother Wu." Watching them take turns to curry favor, Jiangqing chuckled. It was obvious they saw potential in him. Forging ties with a prodigy of limitless prospects was a favorite investment of every great power. Even so, he kept a measure of caution. Who could say whether their attitude would remain the same once they left the secret realm? "Let's keep moving," he said calmly, withdrawing his gaze. Sampao followed quietly behind. The holy wings on its back glowed softly, lighting the path and, inadvertently, acting as a third wheel. All the while it muttered, "Honey. Ancient tiger bee honey." Jiang Chong tilted his head, half amused, and patted its shoulder. "Relax, I haven't forgotten your share of honey." Haha. Sampao scratched its head and nodded excitedly. They assumed the light ahead marked the tunnel's end, yet there was no sign of an exit. After another full hour of walking, Lu Qinhu finally broke the silence. "Something's wrong. At our pace, we've covered dozens of miles. Why aren't we there yet?" "I think so too," Mu Xiaoxiao whispered, sneaking a glance at Jiang Chong. Lu Shizhen and the others frowned as well. Suddenly Wu Xingyue pointed at a notch in the rock wall, her surprise unmistakable. "I remember that mark. We've passed it at least 4 times. If it isn't natural, we're just going in circles." "Brother Jiang, I feel the earth element here is exactly the same every time," Sampao added, confirming her suspicion. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed deeper, yet even with his sword pupil he could detect nothing unusual. Lu Shizhen produced her jade dial, pricked her finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the needle, her bright eyes fixed on the direction it would spin. To everyone's surprise, the silver needle kept spinning without the slightest pause. "I think I've figured it out." The girl looked up, disbelief written across her delicate face. "This passage forms a circle." "A circle? Impossible." Gongsun Wu shook his head. "We've been walking straight this whole time. How could it be circular?" The others were equally doubtful. "It is a circle," Jiang Chong said suddenly, his gaze tracing the rock walls and the strange patterns carved into them. "The intersecting lines create the illusion of a straight corridor, but we've been looping around the same ring. Damn it. Which idiot designed this tunnel?" Gongsun Wu slammed his hand against the wall, cursing the designer's ancestors. Wu Xingyue took a deep breath. "If the passage is circular, there must be a reason." "I think I know why," Wu Xiaoluo said in a low voice, drawing everyone's attention. "I read about it in an ancient text," he continued. "The early ancients had a mysterious practice. They trapped beasts with a circle. You draw a circle, and the beast is trapped? Give me a break," Gongsun Wu scoffed. Wu Xiaoluo gave him a cool glance. "Idiot, it's not literal. In ancient times, circle was also a divine glyph." "A divine glyph?" Everyone stared, bewildered. As the name implies, it's a character imbued with divine power. Each glyph has a different function, and the one for circle is meant to confine ferocious creatures, Wu Xiaoluo explained quietly. "Words themselves can hold power?" The idea shattered everything they thought they knew. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed, his thoughts churning. He knew this while forming a divine glyph marked the threshold of the divine sea realm. Every innate cultivator had one chance to forge a glyph at that stage. The truly gifted could create several at once. In his previous life, he had forged 9 supreme glyphs in a single breath, breaking a 3 millennia record. For those in the divine sea realm, glyphs were the wellspring of power. Just as Wu Xiaoluo said, each glyph served a unique purpose. The character for mountain could summon a towering peak to crush an enemy, while the glyph for fire could unleash endless flames with a single thought. Unable to hold back, Jiangqing asked, "Brother Wu, how do you know all this?" Wu Xiaoluo hesitated, cleared his throat, and muttered, "The 9 secrets of the Yuan clan." The group's stunned expressions instantly turned peculiar. "The damn 9 secrets again? What kind of messed-up book is that?" "Brother, don't tell me it's the same one Grandpa Taishu uses to wipe his feet," Wu Xingyue gasped. "Nonsense. Mine's never been used for that." Wu Xiaoluo waved his hands defensively. "Great. More nonsense," Gongsun Wu muttered, and everyone shook their heads in unison. "Words can hold divine power? That sounds far too mystical, someone exclaimed, but Wu stood firm, his tone unshakable. As uncertainty hung in the air, Jang Chong spoke in a low voice. White flames flickered in the depths of his eyes. She had slipped into sword eye mode. Wu Ziyuo's earlier warning had already helped him lock onto the true exit. Since this passage is etched with the circle rune, any stretch of wall will do, Jiang Cheng said, his gaze sharpening. He shot Sampao a look and murmured, blow this rock face apart. Huh. Sampao blinked, then obeyed. Clenching his fist, he gathered a surge of spiritual power. Behind him, a towering phantom rose, the Earth Spirit King. Boom. His punch landed, shaking the entire tunnel as shards of stone burst outward. No one spared a moment to marvel at Sampao's strength. Every eye swung toward the newly shattered wall. Through the jagged opening lay a vast ruin. Countless stone statues towered in ranks, most hundreds of feet tall. The two at the very center neared 1,000. The first figures to meet their gaze were beast deities, a 3-headed dragon rearing with a sky-rending roar, and a 9-headed, winged serpent. Next came hybrid forms of beast and man. 2 wolf-head, human-bodied statues stood side by side, one weeping, the other smiling, both eerily lifelike. Farther back loomed ancient gods, a human head atop a serpent's body, elaborate hair coiling behind it, each strand a venomous snake poised to strike. There were even angelic figures with 6 pairs of wings. Golden light seemed to ripple across their stone forms, and their eyes blazed like twin suns. At the center of this forest of effigies rose a colossal tree that pierced the vaulted ceiling. Its crystalline trunk gleamed like jade, branches lush with leaves and studded with crimson fruit clusters of living flame, both eerie and intense. It seems we found what Brother Jiang spoke of, the ancient effigy ridge, Wu Shuai finally murmured after a long silence. Without hesitation, the group followed the shattered rock wall downward. The space below was vast and shadowy, the clatter of loose stones underfoot echoing through the dim corridor. As they drew nearer to the colossal statues, their sense of insignificance swelled. Mu Xiaoxia looked up at the most striking figure, a 3-headed dragon. Interlaced fangs jutted from its mouths, and even the tiniest scales were carved in perfect detail. Her face went pale, and she whispered, "These statues look too real, as if living creatures were turned to stone. Stay in formation and don't fall behind," Wu Shuo warned, drawing a deep breath. The others nodded and pressed on, tense and alert. After only a few steps, Lu Qinhu yelped, "Guys, look around." In the flickering torchlight, they finally noticed rows upon rows of silent figures surrounding them, identical in posture to the tenfold divine soldiers they had seen earlier. A quick count suggested hundreds of them. Hundreds of diamond-tier monsters? Scalps tingled and breaths caught. Jiang Cheng swept the area with an indifferent gaze. Don't overthink it. They're only carvings. Lu Qinhu leaned closer. Each statue was coated in thick dust and emitted no hint of power. He exhaled in relief. Yeah, I panicked. But don't relax completely. Who knows if a few real ones are hiding among the fakes, Jiang Cheng added. Lu Qinhu shuddered and ducked behind Sampao. The burr-sized beast held up a glowing paw to light the way and snarled, "Quit blocking my light." They skirted the densest cluster of statues and finally reached the true array of primordial idols. On the outer edge stood 2 wolf-head humanoid figures, stone spears angled forward in a hellish display of menace. "Brother Jiang, is the exit really here?" Lu Qinhu asked, unable to hold back. The others halted, all eyes on Jiang Cheng. "According to the Thunder Butterfly, the exit is somewhere within this field of statues," Jiang Cheng replied, frowning. "But I don't know the exact spot. Let's hope it didn't lie to us," Lu Shizhen sighed. Since entering these ruins, they had gained nothing and encountered one bizarre incident after another. With the space sealed and all teleportation blocked, countless explorers had been trapped here forever. The more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. Jiang Cheng was equally unsettled. Moments ago he had sensed Ursha clearly through their spirit pact, yet that presence had vanished, severed by some unfathomable force. Ursha should be near the center of the statue field. Zizi. High overhead, the forbidden moth screeched, beating its wings in panic and scattering silvery powder. "Something's wrong, stay sharp," Lu Shizhen barked. For a creature so adept at sensing danger to panic like this, what horror lay hidden among these idols? She recalled how the moth had remained calm even while surveying that infamous tomb in western Hunan. Boom crash. Without warning, their souls felt as if struck by a colossal hammer. A wicked, terrifying gaze swept out from the darkness, threatening to tear their spirits apart. It was as though an unspeakably evil presence had fixed its eyes on them, and everyone shivered almost in unison. Jiang Cheng's breath caught, and his brow arched. He unleashed the vast power of his soul sea, sweeping the area in an instant. Shock washed over his face, and with a flick of his fingertip he roused Zhu Juyin, who had been dozing in his jacket pocket. Tu wasn't sleeping. The little creature protested, rubbing its eyes with tiny claws. Its golden pupils darted around, then widened. Crimson scales stood on end like a startled cat's fur, every inch of it bristling with alarm. So many terrifying auras, Jang Chong. Did you stumble into a nest of monsters? Zhu Jiuyin muttered, unusually grave. Are these statues alive? Jiang Cheng's expression turned stormy as clarity hit him. The ancients had loved to use the glyph for circle to imprison beasts, and when they shattered that single rune, they had broken the chains. Thunder boomed. The ground heaved, and the stone shells of the idols cracked apart. Blinding divine light spilled from every fissure, the force suffocating. Head deeper, these idols are waking up. Jiang Cheng barked, springing forward like a jungle panther. The others fled as well. Brother Xiong, your little brother's out of here. Lu Qin who vaulted onto his blood-soaked dire wolf. But a streak of light shot past, and he froze. San Pao's wings beat furiously. Its speed now matching Gong Sun was three-legged Qing Tian crane. The rumble only grew worse, stone shards cascading as the statues shed their final shells. We have returned. The serpent woman revived first, twin pupils burning like twin suns. Everything within her gaze turned to stone. I am Cataclysm. A dragon's roar split the heavens. A three-headed dragon shot skyward, each wing beat whipping up rivers of fire. The three heads glimmered with malice, flames gathering in its throats, ready to dive and scorch the idols still half asleep. A furious cry erupted. Nasirio, as treacherous as ever. A six-winged angel hurtled upward, swathed in holy flame. With a spear of vengeance it pierced the inferno, aiming straight for the black dragon. Gales, I didn't expect you to be alive. The dragon boomed. Humph, if a vermin like you survives, how could I be gone? The angel snarled. The spear met dragon claws with a deafening clash of metal. Next the nine-headed hydra stirred awake. 9 savage heads swept the chamber before locking greedily onto the towering sacred tree in the center. Looks like some old friends truly have fallen, the serpent woman said, surveying the still silent idols. She sighed. Better for us, let's clean up later. A voice like a waking volcano rumbled through the hall. A colossal giant of living flame rose, 1,000 feet tall, cracks veining its body as torrents of fire erupted within. Jerome. Several newly awakened gods flinched, and even the battling angel and three-headed dragon cast wary glances over. None had imagined that this eastern deity had been trapped here as well. What on earth are these things? Their aura is terrifying, probably no weaker than a supreme, transcendent beast. Jiang Chong and the others reached the base of the towering divine tree, barely daring to breathe. Gongsun Wu, stunned, kept muttering to himself. Even a supreme transcendent isn't this frightening. They might already be at sovereign level. Looks like we've kicked a hornet's nest, Wu Shilo whispered, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his temple. If these dreadful deities broke out of the Dragon Lake's secret realm and reached Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. That thought made everyone's faces darker than bark. A system prompt flashed in Jiang Cheng's mind. The deities were indeed high tier, yet centuries had eroded their power. Even the mightiest, the fire god Zhu Rong, was only at transcendent 9-star. At that level, Blue Star's top experts could still forcefully suppress them. But if these gods used any means to regain their strength, humanity could face extinction. He remembered the dawn of the resurgence a century earlier, when humanity had no beast tamers and could do nothing but become food for monsters. That helplessness was etched into his bones. Now the same dread crept back into every heart, regret seeping through them like ice water. Jiang Cheng sighed softly and lowered his voice. Maybe these idols were meant to awaken, and we just arrived early. Didn't you feel it? Since we entered the ruins, something has been guiding us here. If not us, someone else would come the next time the realm opened. Brother Jiang is right, Wu Shilua said solemnly. Our only task now is to get this information out. If we fail, history will condemn us. So what do we do? These godly monsters don't seem eager to leave, Lu Shizen asked, frowning. We keep moving, Jiang Cheng replied firmly, his gaze flicking between the trunk and the ground. I think this tree is hiding something. Maybe we can find a way to seal those deities again. Right. Everyone answered in unison, clearly taking Jiang Cheng as their anchor. They pressed on, closing in on the divine tree. Its outline sharpened with every step, the colossal trunk rising like a pillar of heaven and exerting an indescribable pressure. Incredible. Since Blue Star's resurgence, I've never seen a tree this tall. It must be several kilometers high, Mu Xiaoxiao whispered, craning her neck until it ached. Standing beneath the trunk, they couldn't even glimpse the shadow of its crown, and suddenly felt as small as ants. The texture is like fine jade, Gongsun Wu murmured, unable to resist running a hand over the crystalline bark. It felt smoother and warmer than the finest nephrite. Jiang Cheng fixed his eyes on the trunk as glowing lines of text scrolled across his mind. Item, sapling of the world tree. Rank, SSS. Description, 50,000 years ago, an enigmatic immortal sect descended upon Blue Star and sowed a divine seed. After tens of millennia, it has grown into today's world tree sapling. A world tree sapling shock flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes. This giant, easily 10 kilometers tall, was still only a sapling. A mature world tree could probably support an entire world. There's an entrance. Lu Qin who suddenly shouted. They turned to see him standing before a depression in the bark doorway, twice a person's height. Dim light spilled from within, leading toward the core of the world tree. The hollow inside the tree was far larger than anyone expected, nearly the size of 4 soccer fields, perhaps even bigger, and the dim interior pulsed with a faint crimson glow. They had barely taken a few steps when Mu Xiaoxia let out a piercing scream. Everyone froze, following her trembling finger as she pointed overhead. There's a face up there. When they looked up, they saw the dome of the hollow interlaced with scarlet threads that crisscrossed like a web woven from blood. Between the strands hung dark red cocoons, and one of them, directly above Mu Xiaoxia, bulged outward, forming an eerily human face, as if someone were curled up inside. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold, spiritual energy sharpened at his fingertips, flashing green as he slashed at the cocoon. With a sickening pop, the cocoon burst open, and a mass of viscous flesh and dark red fluid splattered at their feet, filling the air with a rancid stench. Crap! The little beast, Zhu Jiuyin, immediately retreated into Mu Xiaoxia's pocket. San Pao sucked in a sharp breath, his voice trembling. Is this hive rotten? A hive, my foot, it's a corpse. Lu Qin, who felt his scalp crawl. The mound of decomposed flesh on the ground made them all gag. Wu Xiaoluo remained impassive. Producing a long sword from Waknaware, he knelt and expertly sliced the ruptured cocoon as if carving pork. With a flick of the blade, another blood-soaked human face came into view, the very one Mu Xiaoxia had seen. Several of the women squeezed their eyes shut, shoulders quivering as low retching sounds filled the hollow. Judging by the state of it, he's been dead a long time, Wu Xiaoluo said calmly. Gongsun Wu rubbed his chin for a moment, then his eyes widened. I remember him. He was the eldest son of the Liang Prince of Nanyue Prefecture. He vanished inside Dragon Lake's secret realm years ago. The case caused quite a stir. Back then, rumors swirled about his fate. Some claimed he had been devoured by a fierce beast, others that he was assassinated. No one imagined the truth would be hidden here. Wu Ziyuluo's gaze darkened. If that's true, then this ruin was opened 18 years ago. Why has no one ever mentioned it? Everyone who entered died, so who was left to tell the tale? Jiang Chong replied coolly. As he spoke, a cyan spirit sword formed behind him. The raging sword aura howled through the air, severing every cocoon hanging from the dome in an instant. Wu Xiaoluo nudged the broken shells with his blade, ripping several more open. Without exception, they contained only clotted flesh and slime, with the occasional severed limb. This one, he's from the Su clan of Tianhe, maybe named Suhi, and I recognize this face too, a prodigy from Datong Prefecture. Rumor had it he once tamed a quasi-sacred beast as a pet. This young woman looks like someone from the Lu clan of Sumin Prefecture. Miss Sheetson, do you know her? Gongsun Wu scanned the less damaged faces and identified them one by one. Lu Zison's pretty face turned ashen. She spoke in a hushed voice. This is my older cousin. Back then she was the Lu clan's brightest prodigy. We thought she'd been killed by monsters, yet here she is. Her voice trembled. Everyone looked up. From the blood-red ceiling hung tens of thousands of dark crimson cocoons, the iron smell drifting from the hollow so thick it clogged their lungs. There must be several thousand cocoons up there. Could they be the people who vanished in the Dragon Lake realm over the centuries? Lu Sheetson asked, fighting the pounding in her chest. Lu Qin, who drew a sharp breath, cold sweat soaking his back. Are we going to end up like them? If we don't get out? Most likely, Jiang Chong replied quietly. Lu Qin, his face went white. He clutched his hair in despair. Damn it. I'm only 20 and still a virgin. I refuse to die like this. The words dragged everyone's spirits lower. If they failed to escape, their fate would mirror the cocoons overhead. Jiang Chong, however, let out a faint chuckle. A man who had once touched divinity, he saw life and death clearly. Only one thing mattered now. If he had to die, it had to mean something. Let's go. If I'm right, the real mastermind is waiting for us inside. His tone was mild, yet his eyes were as deep as night. The others traded looks and nodded. Staying meant death. Breaking through was their only chance. Moments after they stepped into the tree tunnel, the candle 19 in Jiang Cheng's pocket wrinkled its nose. Jiang Chong, space itself feels frozen here, it whispered. He gave a low grunt, true energy surging beneath his skin, ready for battle. A piercing scream suddenly split the dark. Ah, that's Guixia. Several of them recognized the voice at once. I knew Chu Xingyang was trouble. Lu Qin, who spat. Move. Jiang Cheng's gaze iced over as the immortal thunder spear formed in his right hand. Behind him, Sanpao glowed with holy light, entering its indestructible state. Eyes open. Wu Xiaoluo warned, summoning Hellshira. Twin blades crossed, he took the lead. The others called out their beasts. Beastless now, Mu Xiaoxia bit her lip and followed. The scream led them to the heart of the tree, where the air felt frozen solid. Mu Xiaoxia doubled over and retched, while splattering the stone. Lu Sheetson turned aside and shut her eyes. Blood clots crusted the floor. Flayed human skins hung like torn canvas. The most shocking sight was the corpse before them. Chest split open, body kneeling as if in silent repentance. Wu Ziyuluo's face twitched. That Chinemo? A bisected tortoise shell nearby, sent a chill up every spine. Guasia's cries erupted again. No, don't eat me. Imal won't eat her instead. The voice came from below. Jang Chong crouched. Tap the vine-laced floor. Hollow thuds answered. It's under us. Brace yourselves, he warned, nodding to Sampow. The massive bear swung a paw. Vines and wood exploded, exposing a gaping hole that belched a storm of blood-scented air. They dropped through together just in time to see what waited below. The hideous creature bared its fangs as it fed, and the meal clutched in its talons was none other than Guasia, who had been screaming only moments before. Beneath the vaulted ceiling of the inner hall, several blood cocoons hung half-suspended, their surfaces wrapped in threads of still liquid gore. The trapped faces Luo Qingzhu, Yun Shenao, and Chu Longshan could still be seen, their breaths faint, their expressions filled with despair. Across the cracked floor lay the bodies of several demon beasts, strewn about in uncertain life or death. When Guasia saw the intruders, a flicker of hope crossed her eyes, but in the next instant she shrieked hysterically, "They taste better. Eat them, not Meplis, not me." Everyone had expected her to plead for rescue. None had foreseen such selfishness. Clearly, in her mind Jang Chong and the others stood no chance against the monster. Wu Shiluo fixed the creature with an icy stare. "So you were the problem all along," he said quietly. "But tell Mui lure us here instead of striking on the road?" Behind him, the phantom of the Hell Shura unfurled, crimson lights surging as his twin blades locked together into a massive double-edged sword. A rasp like rusted metal grated from the monster's throat. "Curiosity ill-suits you. You're not worthy of the answer. You are ants, nothing more than food." Its arrogance was absolute. Jiang Chong and the others darkened, killing intent rising. The creature, unhurried, extended claws as sharp as forged steel. Their tips settled on Guasia's shoulder like hooks ready to pierce bone. Guasia quaked so violently that a yellow stream trickled down her legs. The monster frowned in disgust. "Tch, now you'll taste terrible." Cold light flared in its eyes, and it yanked. Rip! With a sound like tearing cloth, Guasia was torn clean in two. Blood erupted, splattering the walls scarlet. Her eyes froze in hollow terror as her life winked out. Licking the scraps of flesh from its lips, the monster swept its firelight gaze over the group. "So," it rumbled, "who should I eat next?" Jiang Cheng's eyes went glacial. A dark suspicion took shape inside him. The others could no longer hold back their rage. "Together kill it!" Wu Shiluo roared. The Hell Shura blurred into motion. A gale exploded, and its blade slammed into the creature's chest, yet it felt as though it had sliced through empty air. The monster did not budge. It caught the Hell Shura's arms, swung him around. Boom! The floor caved in, dust billowing. The Hell Shura crashed down, his body limp, the snap of bones echoing sharply. "Impossible!" Wu Shiluo cried aghast. On the other side, the Xianmingli turtle's thick shell and the three-legged Qingtian crane's wings struck in unison, but both were instantly suppressed. The monster flashed like lightning, its twin claws piercing straight through the crane's chest. Squelch blood sprayed everywhere. The Xianming sun turtle lasted a few seconds longer thanks to its rock-hard shell, but the creature's poisoned claws still found a way through. Under that terrifying strength, a shell tougher than titanium was smashed to pieces. Gongsun Wu's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. His three prized spirit beasts were annihilated in the blink of an eye. "It's useless. That thing is at least diamond tier inside the blood cocoon." Chu Longshan's voice was barely a whisper. Even his strongest bludgeoning had met the same fate. Jiang Chong studied the monster for a moment, then chuckled. "Let it keep you company for a while." Boom. The ground trembled as a massive statue crashed down the direction war god Jiang Chong had tamed earlier. Golden light flared from its eyes, and a great crescent blade hung poised to strike. "So it's that thing. How did you bend it to your will?" For the first time the creature sounded unsettled, but its only answer was a blade descending from above. Bang! The strike missed, carving a canyon into the earth and sending stone flying. The statue moved awkwardly, yet never lost the monster's aura, hounding it with relentless arcs of steel. Meanwhile, the little Zhu Juyin in Jiang Cheng's pocket muttered, "Why not let me finish it off? That ghoul doesn't seem so tough." "You've got another job," Jiang Cheng mouthed silently. Hearing the instructions, the dragon's eyes brightened. "Got it. On my way." It twisted free and slipped into the tangled vines, racing off in the direction Jiang Cheng had pointed. Inside the combat ring, statue and monster were locked in a vicious stalemate. Each swing of the blade missed by a hair, but it boxed the creature in, limiting every dodge. The counterattacks were just as terrifying. In mere moments, dozens of cracks spiderwebbed across the statue's surface, far more than Zhu Ji's spatial crush had managed earlier, proof of the beast's brutal power. Frustration finally boiled over. The monster roared, white vapor billowing from its nostrils. "Human, you've truly angered me." Its claws interlocked, knuckles popping as it wove a complex seal. Blood-red energy gathered, forming a banner in midair. Ancient characters slowly emerged on the cloth sea. With a flash of crimson, the banner expanded dozens of times and swallowed the Tendirection war god whole. "So it's you." Jiang Cheng suddenly laughed. The monster froze, eyes narrowing. You know who I am. Of course. After all these years, to think you've survived in this pathetic form, how pitiful. Jiang Cheng's tone dripped with scorn, his gaze as deep as time itself. Who are you? The creature faltered. He could hear in Jiang Cheng's voice the aura of the same forgotten age. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, his voice turning icy. Abomination, do you still not recognize your lord? Jiang Cheng's expression turned imperious. An immortal thunder spear coalesced beside him, and a flicker of soul sea power poured out, pressing the creature under a crushing weight. Lord Xinting. The monster reacted as if it had seen a ghost. Its spectral eyes locked onto the crackling spear, a hoarse, trembling rasp squeezing from its throat, while its bony limbs shook uncontrollably. Some primal instinct had recognized a horror it could not withstand. Around the arena, the spectators traded baffled looks. No one had any idea what role Jiang Chong was playing now. I knew it, bang. Lu Qihu slapped his thigh, armor clanking as though he had just uncovered a world-shaking secret. What did you figure out? Wu Xingyue pressed, her voice taut with urgency. The others leaned closer. Even the usually aloof Lu Shizhen now wore curiosity and bewilderment in her bright eyes. Lowering his voice, Lu Qihu spoke with conspiratorial relish. Brother Jiang is actually the true master of these ruins. This wretch before us was probably one of his subordinates in the old days. To survive, it must have used some obscure ritual and twisted itself into this half-human, half-ghost form. He drew a finger across his throat to emphasize the gruesome desperation behind such a choice. So you're saying Brother Jiang is the real mastermind? Mu Xiaoxia's eyes went wide, her words tumbling out faster and faster. But he's nothing like that. He's kind, handsome, insanely strong, and unbelievably gentle. Tiny sparks of admiration twinkled in her eyes. She simply refused to connect Jiang Chong with any wicked plot. The group was both exasperated and amused by her insistence. Lu Qihu waved a hand and shook his head with certainty. I don't believe Brother Jiang is the puppet master either. That leaves only one option. One of his former followers is scheming in the shadows, and Jiang just happened to expose it. But Jiang clearly came in from the outside. We all saw it ourselves. How do you explain that? Wu Xingyue asked, frowning in confusion. Well, Lu Qihu wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression growing solemn. Have any of you heard of soul reincarnation? He asked, suddenly very serious. Foul beast, do you even realize who I am? Serving as my mount would be your greatest blessing, so bow now or reap the consequences. Within the hidden realm inside the world tree, Song Tianjua glared through a pale gold barrier at the defiant, radiant Qilin, who kept its nose in the air. If the shield were not there, he would have skinned the stubborn creature alive for ruining his plans. Forcing down his rage, he shifted his gaze to the sapling floating at the barrier's center. The tiny tree, clear as crystal, had leaves that reflected a blinding divine light. It was unmistakably a seedling of the legendary world tree. At last, a world tree seedling. Heaven truly favors me. With this, the secrets of immortality are within reach. Chindi, you had better still be alive, or I will have nowhere to vent my boundless hatred. He swung between manic laughter and furious roars, looking every bit the madman. In a distant corner, Wenren Guaner slowly regained consciousness. Her long lashes fluttered, and she glanced around in confusion. When she spotted Song Tianjua, all color drained from her face. How are you still alive? Song Tianjua turned, baring bone-white teeth, and casually letting out a burp. Oh, you mean that insect? I devoured him. Burp. Honestly, it's been ages since I tasted a human soul. The flavor wasn't bad. Wenren Guaner forced herself to stay calm and silently invoked her beast-taming contract to summon the Guangming Tangsha. Her thoughts met only emptiness, a chill crawling up her spine. Seeing through her intent, Song Tianjua flipped his palm. A small white snake with a pair of wings lay coiled and motionless. Looking for this? An ancient Tangsha and a sacred beast at that. Not a bad background, little beauty. What exactly do you want? She asked, her face icy. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you for now. You're still useful. Open that barrier for me. He pointed at the golden screen encasing the sapling, greed almost tangible in his eyes. Can't you do it yourself? Why me? Enough talk. Will you do it or not? Knowing she had no leverage, Wenren Guaner drew a slow breath and nodded. Fine, I'll do it. Not far away, the so-called vile beast the golden Qilin watched coldly. The world tree sapling, suspended in midair, trembled in panic and sent a message to the Qilin. Brother, whatever you do, don't let her break the barrier. If she does, we're all finished. The Qilin shook its mane, a contemptuous smile tugging at its lips. Child's play. Watch me. The golden Qilin snorted, two streams of milky vapor erupting from its nostrils and melding into a violent whirlwind that drove Wenren Guaner back, keeping her from taking even one more step toward the Dao-sealing barrier. Cursed beast, always ruining my plans. Song Tianzuo's face darkened. Were it not for that barrier, which naturally suppressed him, he would have barged in and slapped the ungrateful creature to death. The Qilin gave an exaggerated TSK, turned around with disdain, and pointed its rump straight at Song Tianjua. unleashing a thunderous three-part blast for everyone to hear. Uft, bam, boom. Each concussion made the veins on Song Tianzuo's forehead twitch. Filthy animal, once I crack this ward you're dead. He snarled, killing intent surging. Yet when Ringunner found herself captivated by the beast's magnificency, a head that was part dragon, part lion, deer antlers and tiger eyes, a sleek body like a giant elk, a swishing oxtail, scales that shimmered with radiant colors. Was this not the legendary Qilin, rarer than any ancient dragon, spoken of only in myth and never seen in the flesh? Such news would set the entire imperial beast-taming world ablaze. And still, the creature managed to look positively lecherous. She recalled its vulgar stun a moment ago, an image oddly familiar, but shook the thought aside. Her priority was finding a way to escape the clutches of this ancient monster. You come here. A cruel idea lit Song Tianzuo's eyes as they traced Wenrin Guiner's graceful silhouette. His lips curled into a sly smile, the order brooking no refusal. Don't you dare, she warned, voice icy. Push me, and we'll both go down. Oh, mutual destruction? He chuckled, lids half drooped in mockery. Little beauty, you have no idea how grand I am. Serve me. Help me fully merge with this body, and you might live. Silence fell. Suddenly, blinding light burst from her abdomen, and a tattered blade manifested before her, its murderous aura capable of detonating at any moment. A forbidden weapon? Song Tianzhuo arched a brow, then sneered. An incomplete blade that hasn't even reached out here? I could snuff it out with a snap. You dare threaten me with that? Try me, she replied coldly, refusing to yield. They stood locked in a silent standoff while darker schemes brewed behind Song Tianzuo's eyes. Elsewhere, the golden Qilin paced in boredom, muttering to itself, so dull. Why hasn't Jang Chong found me yet? I'm never running off again. It glanced at the nearby sapling that was hungrily absorbing energy and grumbled, sneaky sprout. Promised me 3 fruits for 1 day of guard duty, been 3 days now, still nothing, and I end up meeting this idiot. The idiot clearly referred to Song Tianzhuo. Just wait till Jiang Cheng deals with him, the Qilin mumbled. Whether him meant the world tree sapling or Song Tianzhuo, no one could say. Beep beep, calling Jiang Cheng. Calling Jiang Cheng. Just as Jiang Cheng cowed the hideous creature with his aura, Zhu Juyian's shout abruptly pierced his mind. Speak, Jiang Cheng answered tersely. Jiang Cheng, you're brilliant. Zhu Juyian's voice quivered with excitement. There really is a concealed pocket space in there. Humph, if this dragon weren't so gifted, even I might have missed it. What do you see? Jiang Cheng asked. Let me take a look. Zhu Juyin was silent for several seconds, then blurted, 2 of your old foes. The man who keeps the giant lion and the woman who plays with snakes. But the man seems possessed by something and is about to, well, mate with her. And there's also a little sapling and a huge golden dog. Hey, that dog's eyes look exactly like Air Shah's. Watch them. I'm on my way, Jiang Cheng ordered. He calmed himself and fixed a frosty stare on the monster in front of him. He had already decided. The creature was almost certainly another survivor of the ancient war. Its cultivation clearly wasn't top tier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have needed the lowly tactic of reviving through a so-called divine remnant. By contrast, the entity inside Song Tianzhuo had employed far subtler means. How many of them are still alive? Jiang Cheng wondered, a deeper chill settling in his eyes. He fully assumed the identity of Xianting, Lord of Thunder. Anyone else would have been exposed at once, but Jiang Cheng had been a great power in his past life. Every gesture felt perfectly natural. Lord Xianting, I truly don't know. The monster's gaze darted about as it tried to feign ignorance. Humph. A fierce light flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. His vast soul sea surged, crashing down on the creature. Even without his full cultivation, the near-immortal soul from his former life was terrifying stronger, in fact, than the real Xianting. So dreadful I can't breathe. The monster trembled, as though bearing a sacred mountain. Its bones creaked under the pressure. So this is someone who once stood closest to immortality? Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet he's still. After another moment it broke, collapsing to its knees. My lord, he'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Besides you, 3 survived that battle. Lord Xingqing of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, Lord Wuzuan of the Zhenwu Immortal Sect, and a great beast clan sovereign. Where are they now? Jiang Cheng's gaze was icy. Lord Wuzuan and the beast sovereign left a century ago. Lord Xingqing woke only recently. Not long ago he gave me explicit orders. The creature hesitated, then added softly. Those blood cocoons, did he have you make them? Jiang Cheng murmured. It seemed the true mastermind was likely Shengqing. But what was his purpose? Yes, Lord Shengqingzi intends to use the blood demon array to corrupt the world tree, the creature finally confessed. He orders me to gather sacrifices on a regular basis. He forces May dared not refuse. The monster, no more than a shred of divine will, trembled as it spoke. Clots of half-dried flesh still clung to its face. Dread mingled with a perverse relish. Jiang Cheng snorted, eyes sweeping over it. All that talk of being forced, yet the beast was clearly enjoying itself. Then how do you explain the revived statues outside? His voice turned frigid. What? Those statues awakened? Terror flashed in its eyes, as though it had heard some primeval omen. Could the legend be true after all? Its outburst reminded everyone that the statues surrounding the world tree were older than the entire Xianting era. After a moment, the creature raised its head gingerly. My lord, I've answered everything. May I leave now? One last question. Jiang Qing's lips curved, though mockery flickered in his gaze. Did you really not know that Xianting was a woman? What? The creature's mind reeled. Jiang Chong answered with a merciless slash of soul force. Physical blows had done nothing. This spiritual blade tore through the night, like lightning instant annihilation for a being made purely of divine thought. I curse you. Crimson tears streaked its eyes before the words died. Jiang Cheng's soul-forged sword split it in two. Its shattered spirit scattered, and a bloody human skin fluttered to the floor. It's dead already? The onlookers stared, stunned that the once arrogant monster had fallen so quickly. Lu Qinhe's earlier theory, suddenly, seemed far more plausible. No one's as formidable as Brother Jiang. Lu Qinhe's sycophantic shout broke the silence. Jiang Qing shot him a glance, then scanned the others. Their expressions had changed subtly, but unmistakably. Brother Jiang, are you really not of this world? Mu Xiaoxia blurted out. Jiang Qing's heart lurched, though his face stayed calm. Had they guessed he was a traveler between worlds? A breath later, he realized they'd leapt to another conclusion entirely. From what that thing implied, were you the master of this tomb in a previous life? Gongsun Wu asked, gesturing toward Lu Qinhu. The rest looked equally intrigued. Why else would the monster have cowered? If I said no, would you believe me? Jiang Chong spread his hands with a rueful smile. Their shared look turned from suspicion to certainty and awe. Lu Qinhu thumped his chest. Say no more, Brother Jiang. You saved my life. Am no ingrate. Even if my own father asks, I won't breathe a word. The others nodded solemnly. Jiang Cheng chuckled and patted Lu Qinhu's shoulder. Quick thinker, aren't you? Of course. I was the brightest kid in our village, Lu Qinhu replied, utterly oblivious. Jiang Cheng, bad news. They've found me. At that moment, Zhu Juyian's panicked voice echoed inside Jiang Cheng's mind. You've been hiding long enough, show yourself, won't you? Shen Qing's gaze remained icy as he fixed on a point in the void. Concealed in the darkness, Zhu Juyin kept its scales bound tight by spatial laws, certain no one could detect it. Yet Shen Qing's words sent a jolt through its heart. How had he found it? Tiny claws clenched, their razor tips carving faint ripples in the air. Should I just smash him now? It wondered, but Jiang Chong had ordered it only to watch. After a few breaths, bloodlust drowned the doubt. Fine, you've forced this dragon's hand. Just as Zhu Juyin prepared to emerge, violent ripples rolled through the void, and a figure stepped out. The newcomer wore iridescent armor that glittered like glass, and his 9-foot frame resembled a moving mountain of metal. Wu Zun, I didn't expect you to return, Shang Qingzi hissed, a serpent's chill in his voice, an unprecedented danger rising in his chest. This man had awakened earlier and rebuilt his divine body in less than a century. Shang Qingzi, Yuski Miryu set a blood demon formation to steal a world tree sapling, Wu Zun thundered. But you fool, do you realize the monstrous crime you've committed? Do you even know the tree's true origin? Enlighten me, Shang Qingzi replied, eyes flickering. He had simply sensed the sapling after waking and claimed it. It predates the primordial era itself and comes from the legendary age of gods, Wu Zun barked, eyes crackling with fury. Back then this tree suppressed the exiled old gods, and you dare corrode it with a blood demon formation? The statues outside have already awakened who today can subdue an old god from the age of gods. Shang Qingzi reeled at the revelation, yet after a heartbeat he laughed coldly. What's that to me? All I seek is to pierce the mystery of immortality. Fool, your ignorance is beyond cure. Wu Zun roared as violet primal chi burst from his body, coiling around him like dragons and tigers. Shang Qingzi refused to back down. 2 golden dharma wheels spun into being behind him, their blazing radiance lashing against the firmament. You think I fear you? Boom. Within a space of only a few yards their fists and palms collided, and the violent aftershocks hammered the walls, spiderwebbing them with cracks while the void itself split into jagged black seams. In the cavern's deepest chamber, Wenren Guaner huddled in the shadows, staring at the spreading fractures with her heart pounding. So these are the ancient titans? A casual exchange of blows had overturned everything she knew. Humans, by sheer power alone, could reach such terrifying heights, and their techniques dwarfed those of every warrior and cultivator alive today. Amid the deafening blasts, a familiar figure flashed through Wenren Guaner's mind. Jiang Chong. The arts he wielded were strikingly similar to, perhaps even more profound than, those of the 2 combatants before her. A startling suspicion surfaced quietly in her heart. Could he be an ancient titan as well? From its hidden vantage point, Zhu Juyin loosened its tiny claws in relief. Damn, that was reckless, the little black dragon muttered. It had planned to give Shang Qingzi a beating, but now it realized these 2 human powerhouses were far more terrifying than it had imagined. Good thing it hadn't acted on impulse. It quickly assessed their strength, committing every detail to memory for Jiang Chong. High in the air, Shang Qingzi, and Wu Zun exchanged fist imprints and divine arts. Each collision boomed like thunder, pelting the ground with shattered stone. As their powers clashed, the surrounding space cracked with a brittle snap. In the next instant the rifts burst open, forcing Zhu Jiuyin out of hiding. The wind fell silent. Sheng Qingzi and Wu Zun halted simultaneously, two piercing gazes locking onto the arm-thick black dragon. Zhu Jiuyin gave an awkward cough and shook its claws. Don't mind me, just passing through. Carry on. Candle Dragon. Sheng Qingzi's face darkened. Wu Zun narrowed his eyes, whispering in disbelief. Even a creature of myth has appeared, could Yao Lin be right? Is this truly a golden age for attaining the Tao? Inside the barrier, a Qilin bathed in golden light lay nursing its wounds. The moment it saw Zhu Jiuyin, it froze, then scrambled upright, shouting, "You scaly sneak! What are you doing here? Has Jiangchen come for me?" The familiar voice startled Zhu Jiuyin. It rubbed its eyes and stared at the radiant Qilin. Ursha, when did you mutate? Zhu Jiuyin started to joke again, but a chill swept up its spine. With a nimble flip it dove straight into the barrier, poked its head out, and snorted at Sheng Qingzi. Ugly freak, you think you can catch Lord Dragon? Maybe in your next life. Sheng Qingzi's teeth ground together until they creaked, fury blazing in his eyes. So the Candle Dragon and the Qilin were indeed accomplices. Wu Zun lowered his fists, divine light flickering in his eyes as he studied the Qilin and Zhu Jiuyin inside the barrier. After a moment he murmured, "Where a Qilin appears, there is said to be no turmoil. It seems this might truly be a golden age." He looked up at Sheng Qingzi. "He'll let the matter rest today, but here Meth World Tree is beyond your reach. If you value your life, crawl back into your bronze coffin." With that, Wu Zun blurred into a streak of light and vanished. Sheng Qingzi snorted. That fool must be insane. Even so, his gaze returned to the barrier, greed burning brighter. An auspicious Qilin, a Candle Dragon, and a juvenile world tree, any one of them would have sparked war among the primeval powers. All three together heaven's gift. I truly am favored by destiny, he chuckled, then turned toward one Ringener in the corner, patience exhausted. The feathered immortal sect possessed a grim secret art. By harvesting a maiden's blood essence, one could increase the harmony of soul and flesh. Sheng Qingzi knew its cruelty, yet he hesitated not, for it was the only shortcut to attune himself to the world tree and bypass the barrier. And now he intended to use that very method on one Ringener, merging their bodies so he could step through the barrier unchecked. One Ringener bit down hard on her lip, fierce resolve burning in her autumn-tinted eyes. She would rather die than let this ancient monster touch her. The jagged blade lodged in her dantian hummed darkly, its cold intent like a powder-packed iron tube ready to blow at any moment. A broken knife like that? I could shatter it with a flick of my finger. Hands folded behind his back, Sheng Qingzi sneered. Twin beams of black and white Dao light surged in his pupils, sharpened into arrows, and shot toward the fragment buried inside one Ringener. Bang! The crushing light splintered the blade. The rebounding blade intent slammed into her. Color drained from her face as if an iron hammer had punched through her abdomen, her organs twisting in agony. Spurt! The backlash forced Sheng Qingzi to spit blood as well. He wiped the red from his lips with his tongue, a chill smile curling. "Pretty girl, any tricks left? If not, they'll savor you at my leisure. In your dreams." Fighting the searing pain, one Ringener gathered her strength, ready to bite through her tongue. But the whirlpool of black and white in Sheng Qingzi's eyes pulled at her mind. Her vision dimmed, her breathing faltered. "Oh, it's been tens of thousands of years since I tasted a woman. I almost miss it." Sheng Qingzi licked his lips, stepped forward, and reached for her slender neck. Boom! A fist the size of a sandbag smashed into his temple with a deafening crack. Sheng Qingzi's skull rang. He staggered back, rage erupting. "Who dare strike at me? Show yourself." "Oh, were you calling for me?" A calm voice drifted from the void. In the next instant lightning raged, bleaching the world white. Then the tip of a spear wreathed in roaring thunder lunged straight for Sheng Qingzi's eyes. Sheng Qingzi staggered back several steps under the sudden, terrifying force of the spear. He stared at the weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand as disbelief filled his eyes. "Xianting? No, you're not her. Who are you to be wielding her undying thunder spear?" "The one who's going to kill you," Jang Chong replied, his voice calm, while the spear tip hovered between Sheng Qingzi's brows. Sheng Qingzi let out a wild laugh, the purple robe on his shoulders snapping in the wind. "Kill me? You, a mere insect? Clearly you don't know who I am. Hand over the origin of that spear, and I might leave your corpse intact." Jiang Cheng's gaze stayed cool, his tone unhurried. "Sheng Qingzi of the Feather Ascension sect. At your peak, you only reached mid-stage life and death realm, and now you inhabit a borrowed body barely divine sea level." As he spoke, he pieced together details from the memory shards he had absorbed after slaying those earlier creatures. Some 50 to 70 millennia ago there existed an era called Prime Dawn. Its cultivation system matched that of Earthstar, the world of his previous life, but it topped out at Spirit Connection realm, never reaching the later Unity realm. Perhaps Prime Dawn is what Earthstar's cultivators call the far side of the stars, he thought. If so, Blue Star where he now stood wasn't the same planet as Earthstar, yet the two were deeply connected. Maybe my own soul traveled an ancient stellar road to arrive on Blue Star 70,000 years later, he murmured, his thoughts growing sharper. Who exactly are you? Shang Qingzi demanded, his face clouding with suspicion. Are you another remnant of Prime Dawn? I told you I'm your executioner. Jiang Chong clenched his jade-like hands around the spear, lightning dancing along its shaft. He burst forward like a wild goose breaking through clouds, space cracking with a sharp report as the spear's murderous light locked onto Shang Qingzi. Humph, you're only at the innate realm and you dare provoke me? Sensing Jiang Cheng's cultivation, Shang Qingzi sneered. That's all. I expected more. Off in the distance, several onlookers stood dumbstruck. Yin Pa's eyes flashed gold. Their power exceeds mid-tier battle sovereign, maybe far beyond, and I've never seen these combat arts in my 20 years on the warrior path. Lu Qinhu muttered, when did Song Tianzhu become this strong? Lu Shizhen shook her head. That isn't Song Tian's has clearly been taken over by a tomb spirit. Gongsun Wu frowned. So what do we do? Just stand here? Jiang Cheng looks like he's being pushed back. Thunderous blasts shook the field. Jiang Cheng's shirt exploded under the shockwaves, revealing hardened muscles streaked with blood, yet his eyes remained cold and steady. Shang Qingzi strode forward, ghostly light gathering in his palm. So that's all you've got? Disappointing. Die. Shang Qingzi burst into arrogant laughter as a blinding golden light flared from his abdomen, revealing 3 glowing runes that pulsed with menace. The center rune, Mountain, shuddered once, unleashing a beam of gold that solidified into a colossal peak. It dropped from the air and crashed onto Jiang Cheng's shoulders. Hot blood spewed from his mouth, his knees buckled, and his bones creaked as though the weight might grind him to dust. Hey, he's got the nerve to crush Brother Jiang? This clown's asking for it. Inside the barrier, Air Shah's bovine eyes bulged while he stamped in fury, only to be yanked back by Zhu Juyin. Jiang Chong told us to stay out of it, Zhu Juyin reminded him. He can handle this. Humph, he's just being stubborn. Unless he waves 10 cans of food at me. I'm not lifting a hoof. Air Shah pouted, drool dripping as he pictured Jiang Chong begging him with tins in hand. Air Shah is as clueless as ever, Zhu Juyin muttered inwardly, though his gaze grew even darker. Jiang Chong never wagered on a fight he couldn't win. Crushed beneath the mountain rune, Jiang Chong showed no fear. Instead, he laughed aloud. Not enough. Hit me again. Deluded insect, Shang Qingzi snapped and hurled the second rune thunder. Instantly, bolts as thick as a baby's arm tore from the sky, slashing across Jiang Cheng's body. Each strike etched bloody grooves into his flesh, the air sizzling with a scorched stench. His long black hair whipped wildly, blood sliding down taut muscles, yet his eyes blazed even brighter. In his palm, a thunderhound core was soaking in his blood. Its shell dissolved, and torrents of divine energy poured into his meridians. Still not enough, Jiang Chong rasped, grinning through the pain. Shock rippled through Shang Qingzi. A mere Xiantian cultivator had survived 2 runes and still mocked him. He stopped holding back. The third rune took form light. This is a sovereign-grade rune. Let's see you endure this, he sneered, pressing his palm down. Radiance exploded, swallowing the world in a furnace-bright glare. Close your eyes, Gongsun Wu shouted, blood seeping from the corners of his own. The crowd obeyed, yet blazing pain still seared their eyelids. What kind of power is this? It's unreal. Someone gasped. Yun Pa stared straight into the light, tears of blood streaming, his face alight with fanaticism. So this is the true extent of human strength. Not far away, Wenren Guiner bit her lip, heart trembling. Though both fighters were her enemies, she found herself praying for Jiang Cheng's victory. Inside the pillar of light, Jiang Cheng's figure seemed utterly erased. A cold smile spread across Shen Qing's face. Even a spirit sea expert would be annihilated by this. What chance did a mere Xiantian have? Then his smile froze. From deep within the glare surged a vast, rising power, so fierce it made the light rune above it tremble and hum. Today, I enter the divine sea. With Jiang Cheng's booming laughter, a blazing pillar of light shot skyward. His lower abdomen swelled suddenly as terrifying energy converged in his dantian. Empowered by the divine feedback from the Thunder House inner core, golden clouds churned within him, countless particles stacking together until they spread into a vast ocean of divinity. The moment the sea first took shape, it was 3,000 zhang across. Then it swelled visibly 3,000, 5,000, 9,000 in a blink. It broke past 10,000 zhang and was still expanding madly. Damn it, he's using my power to break through. Shang Qing's shock and fury surged together, black and white Dao light flooding his eyes. Through that glow he could vaguely see a boundless divine sea forming behind Jiang Chong, and his heart trembled. That sea is at least 10,000 zhang wide. In the primordial realm, opening a 300 hang divine sea was normal for an innate cultivator. Anything beyond 1,000 marked a genius, 5,000 labeled a peerless monster. As for 10,000, legend said only the unrivaled Qin Emperor had ever achieved it. Murderous intent boiled in Shang King's chest. He must die? He summoned 3 divine runes: mountain, thunder, and light. They hovered above his head, then fused in an instant. 3 rune execution die. The combined powers formed a colossal mountain wreathed in lightning and blasting divine radiance as it hurtled toward Jang Chong. Even before it arrived, cracks spiderwebbed across the ground below, and spectators were flung away in terror. Jiang Chong chuckled. Perfect timing. By now the divine sea within him had stretched to 99,000 zhang. Brilliant light coiled around him, and 9 indistinct runes flickered in and out of view. 9 runes in a single step? Shang Qingzi sucked in a sharp breath, his killing intent intensifying. Then his pupils shrank. The 10th rune behind Jiang Chong was slowly clarifying. A blood-red character for sword. An imperial rune. The pressure of an emperor-grade rune drained the color from Shang King's face, and even his prized supreme light rune quivered in fear. As the 10 runes fully emerged, Jiang Cheng's divine sea broke the 100,000 zhang mark. His eyes blazed, and he gave a quiet command. Sword, condense. The scarlet sword character shot skyward and transformed into a vermilion blade wrapped in flame. It locked onto Shang King's life force and cleaved downward. How can it be an emperor-grade rune? Shang King's scalp went numb, yet he was powerless to resist. The scorching sword light filled his vision, and an instant later it shredded his body. His soul, having slipped free a heartbeat earlier, now hovered in midair. Hatred burned in his gaze as he stared at Jiang Chong. Then, suddenly, a flicker of greed flashed across his eyes. Since I can't overpower him with this worn-out body, I might as well take the easy road and snatch his instead. Shang Qingzi muttered to himself, the gaunt lines of his face tightening in barely contained excitement. He had always prided himself on the strength of his soul. Years ago, he had been only a step away from breaking into the divine connection realm. Possessing a rookie who had just entered the sea of divinity would be no harder than wringing a chicken's neck. Kid, your talent is monstrous, he growled, greed thick in his voice. But in the end you're nothing more than a set of wedding clothes for me. The thought of claiming not only Jiang Cheng's treasure-like body, but also the world god tree, and those 2 spirit beasts set his fingertips trembling. For blessings in one stroke. Clearly the one favored by destiny. With that, his soul turned into a frigid streak of green light and shrieked toward the center of Jiang Cheng's brow, intent on a complete takeover. Jiang Chong paused, instantly grasping his plan, and let his own soul sea lie wide open. The green light slipped in without the slightest resistance. So effortless. Shang Qingzi blinked, surprised but unconcerned. A veteran at the life and death realm overpowering a newcomer at the sea of divinity. Of course, it was a slaughter. He lifted his gaze, ready to claim this inner domain as his own, only to freeze. Before him stretched a boundless ocean of starlit soul force, its tides roaring as though they could drown all creation. His smugness curdled into numb shock, then into stark terror. Who are you? The question quavered through the vastness. The soul power he had flaunted all his life was reduced here to a speck of dust, pitiful and invisible. Even true giants of the divine connection realm might never touch such heights. Don't tell me a real immortal? I tried to possess an immortal? The absurd thought shattered his nerve. I am simply myself, Jiang Chong answered, his voice like the will of the entire world, leaving Shang Qingzi nowhere to hide. Crack! The sky of the soul sea split open, a bolt of lightning crashing down with annihilating force. Shang Qing's soul was blasted to powder, the fragments instantly swallowed by the surging tide. From beginning to end, he never so much as twitched in resistance. See an ant under a heel. Not bad. Jiang Cheng's miniature primordial spirit floated high above, surveying the scene. Deep within the sea a stretch of land had already begun to take shape, its mountains and rivers faintly outlined, a stir of life lingering in the air. If his soul grew any stronger, it might truly evolve into a complete world. A whimsical thought slipped in. Could the realm beneath his own feet have sprung from the inner world of some unimaginable giant? Yet with his current strength there was no way to probe such mysteries, so he let the notion drift away. Moments later Jiang Chong opened his eyes. The crowd around him held its breath, anxiety written across every face. He raised a hand in a calm, steady gesture. Relax. He's been dealt with. Huh. Brother Jiang, you're incredible. Lu Qin, who scratched his head and let out a booming laugh, eyes shining with admiration. From this day on you're my sworn big brother. Blood still rimmed Yun Pa's eyes, but excitement broke through. Jiang Chong. Was that the secret rune art master Wu Xiaoluo mentioned? His gaze burned, clearly shaken by the clash he had just witnessed. The others turned to Jiang Chong as well. Wu Xiaoluo himself, looking dazed, had never imagined the records in the Yuan clan's 9 secrets were so utterly true. Yes, Jiang Chong said openly, making no attempt to hide it. Then could you teach me? A flush crept over Yun Pa's usually stoic face. He clenched his fists and lowered his voice. He'll pay any price. Jiang Chong chuckled softly. Raising his eyes, he said coolly, I don't really care. But to condense a divine script, you'll have to abandon every shard of your current warrior cultivation and rebuild your foundation from scratch. Can you accept that? Abandon all my cultivation? The nearby escorts blanched. The fever in their eyes was quenched by reason, and they stepped back, shaking their heads. The warrior path is already grueling. Crippling oneself for a powerful technique is like drinking poison to slake thirst. No one could bring themselves to do it. Yunpa ground his back teeth, his expression flickering. The strength head amassed at the Battle Emperor realm wasn't conjured from thin air. It was forged through countless bloody battles and brushes with death. To cast it aside at a word, how could that be easy? He ultimately dropped his gaze, unable to reply. No matter. When you've truly made up your mind, come find me. Jang Chong wasn't surprised by the hesitation. He flicked a finger, and a thread of crystal light like a drifting firefly shot into Yunpa's brow. Yunpa felt a surge of words and images bloom across his sea of consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed. A technique completely different from the warrior path, Jang Chong explained calmly. The dragon elephant breathing method once practiced by the inner disciples of Skysword Mountain. He passed it on for two reasons. First, he admired Yunpa's relentless martial heart. Second, he wanted the legacy of Skysword Mountain to live on beneath these stars. Thank you. Yunpa clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Jiang Cheng nodded and glanced toward a nearby barrier. Inside, Ersha stood there, tongue lolling. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed in surprise. That silly dog has already evolved into a Qilin? Beast name, Gunmetal Qilin. Beast rank, Diamond tier, 5-star. Beast quality, Sacred. Beast skills, Golden Radiance, Shield LV8. Tin Direction, Slaughter LV7. Yin Yang, Dominion LV8. Soul Quelling, Roar LV7. Beast status, Healthy. Beast attribute, Divine. Beast description, a legendary holy beast of good fortune. A descendant of Jinma with the ancestral blood of Yinglong. It can dispel misfortune, sense earth dragon veins, and excels at treasure hunting. It evolved after swallowing the gunmetal sacred fruit left by a Handan, and now brims with fearsome gunmetal energy. Temperament, rather foolish, gluttonous. Evolution paths, 7. You silly mutt, run off again and it'll turn you into soup. Jiang Cheng scolded in mock anger, giving it a glare. Ersha simply grinned, tongue wagging and tail sweeping. Jiang Cheng stroked its mane. The golden fur was as smooth as satin, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. So this is what petting a Qilin feels like. He reined in his thoughts and looked toward the center of the barrier. A brilliant divine light burst from a tiny sapling less than a foot tall as it ravenously absorbed the world tree's vast energy. What's with that sprout? Jiang Cheng frowned. I'm not sure. Ersha scratched his head. It promised me 3 fruits if I protected it, so I've been standing guard. Oh. Jiang Cheng arched a brow and stared again at the sapling devouring energy. A conclusion took shape in his mind. So this is the spirit of the world tree seedling. Ahem, don't stare at me like that. Trees deserve freedom too. I've been cooped up here for 100,000 years. Can I step out for some fresh air? The little sapling coughed and lifted its branches, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Jiang Cheng nodded in sympathy, his gaze drifting over the tree. Fair enough. Now, where's the exit that leads out of this tomb? The exit you really plan to leave? The sapling gulped down the surrounding spiritual energy while casting wary glances at everyone, then shook like a rattle. I can't send you out. Before it finished, Zhu Jiuyin thrust out a claw, murderous light flashing in its eyes. Bold sprout. Refusing Brother Jiang, are you looking down on little Yin and Ersha? Two really can't. The sapling crossed 2 leaves over its crown, eyes brimming with tears. Zhu Jiuyin raised a second claw, its edge laced with a thread of spatial law. Aya! The scream echoed through the tomb before the claw even fell, leaving Zhu Jiuyin baffled. I hadn't touched the sapling yet, so why was it already shrieking? You still haven't given me your fruit. Ersha growled, lifting a paw while metal chi billowed around him. Enough. Jiang Cheng cut in, exasperated, his gaze settling on the trembling sapling. Why can't you let us out? Because I don't trust you. The sapling's leaves quivered. The only exit lies in my source world me core. You understand what that means, right? Like hell we do? Zhu Jiuyin swatted its forehead again. Ersha looked eager to join in, but Jiang Cheng suddenly nodded. You're afraid we'll betray you once we're inside your source world? The sapling bobbed its head furiously but kept silent, terrified of another blow. We're not that sort of people, Jiang Cheng said with a gentle smile. The little tree unfurled its branches, glanced at the 2 restless divine beasts, and after a long hesitation conceded. I can send the others out, but you have to stay with me. Why? Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. You're the one I'm worried about. The others are too weak to threaten my source world, the sapling explained. What? You dare question Jiang Cheng's integrity? Ersha bristled. Master, can you let that slide? I sure can't. Shut it. 3 dark lines popped over Jiang Cheng's head, then he nodded solemnly. Fine, I agree. It's settled. Bring them over, and I'll open the exit. The sapling relaxed, then quietly pleaded. Could you keep them from hitting me all the time? They have their own tempers. There's only so much I can do. Jiang Chong said with a dry cough and a meaningful glance. Haha, Zhu Jiuyin understood at once, waving his small claws with blatant swagger. Jiang Chong walked over to Wu Shiluo and the others and lowered his voice. Everyone, I've come to terms with the sapling. ITLL open the exit in a moment so you can leave. The group nodded gratefully, delighted. They had long since stopped wondering how Jiang Chong could converse with a tree. They'd also noticed the imposing figures of Sha and Zhu Jiuyin, but no one dared comment. Everyone, Wu Shiluo said solemnly, once we're out, I trust we all know what can be spoken of and what can't concerning what happened in the ruins. Lu Shizen and the others nodded with equal seriousness. Relax, anything about Brother Jiang stays buried in my guts, Lu Qin who pledged, patting his chest. Even if someone kidnapped my own father, I wouldn't spill a single word. The others were speechless. Gongsun Wu grinned and added, sounds like your father has it rough. Come on. Amid the hearty laughter, Jiang Cheng chuckled softly as well. All right, everyone, see you on the outside. Meanwhile, under the oppressive presence of Zhu Jiuyin and Sha, the sapling capitulated. Its leaves quivered, and a spatial wormhole slowly unfurled before the crowd. Brother Jiang, take care. Without another word, Wu Shiluo and the others clasped their fists and strode straight into the still-spinning spatial vortex. They all understood it was best not to ask why Jiang Chong was staying behind. At the rear of the line, Mu Xiaoxia paused at the portal. Her cheeks were rosy from the run, and in the halo of light her bright eyes sparkled. She spoke softly. Big Brother Jiang, if you have time, please visit me at the provincial governor's manor in Shiqi. You saved my life, and I have to thank you properly. The governor of Shiqi? Little Xia, you're his daughter? Lu Qinhu, who was walking behind, pricked up his ears and stared wide-eyed. Mu Xiaoxia curled her lip, impatience written all over her face. What's it to you? She still remembered how he had coaxed her into scouting ahead earlier. Rubbing the tip of his nose, Lu Qinhu sidled up with a grin. Come on, Sister Xia, you should have told me sooner. Once we're out, they'll definitely visit the governor. I've admired the four supreme envoys of the Donghua Empire since I was a kid. You have to promise me, okay? The girl eyed him suspiciously. Lu Qinhu straightened his back as though he were solemn, but the slight lift at the corner of his mouth revealed his real intention. Mu Xiaoxia snorted. Keep dreaming. He gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. Don't be so heartless. The Lu family wants to open a trade guild in Shiqi. Maybe our families can work together. Mu Xiaoxia responded with another disdainful snort. All right, if you don't go now, you might miss your chance, Jiang Chong reminded them with a light chuckle. See you, Brother Jiang. Chong, they'll wait for you outside. The two stopped wasting time. Their figures blurred and slipped into the wormhole. As they disappeared, the portal's rim shrank rapidly. Clearly the little sapling was closing its source world. Wait. Several staggering figures burst from the black mist. Chu Longxiong, Yun Chenao, and Luo Qingzhu, newly escaped from their blood cocoons. Seeing the portal, now only fist-sized, they all sped up. Jiang Chong, is this the exit? Chu Longxiong asked, panting. It is. But as the trio moved to dive in, the character Jian suspended behind Jiang Chong vibrated, releasing a blade-sharp aura that blocked their path. Chu Longxiong's face turned from pale to livid. What do you mean by this? Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, his tone calm with a hint of mockery. What do I mean? I paid the price to open this passage. You think you can stroll through for free? Besides, we're hardly close acquaintances. And weren't you following that other friend a moment ago? Why come running to me now? All three looked embarrassed. Luo Qingzhu, her lovely face streaked with blood, lowered her head. I'm sorry. I misjudged you earlier. If you'll let us through, I will be forever grateful. Yun Chenao cupped his fists as well. I was rude before. The fault is mine. Only Chu Longxiong stood red-necked and silent, his pride choking off any words of apology. Jiang Cheng cast him a bland glance. No need to apologize. Jiang Cheng glanced at Chu Longxiong and spoke in an even tone. You're free to leave, but I paid a price to open this wormhole, so a little compensation seems fair, doesn't it? The three of them traded looks while a silent pressure hovered in the air. Staying meant spending the rest of their lives trapped. Paying the price was their only way back to daylight, so they really had no choice. Luo Qingzhu stepped forward first. With a flick of her jade-white hand, an uncapped jade vial hovered at her fingertips. The warm bottle walls cradled a pale gold liquid that flowed slowly, as if a fierce bird were staring through the glass and squeezing everyone's hearts. Jiang Cheng's eyes swept over it, and data flashed before him. Item, Supreme Beast Blood Essence. Origin, drawn from a 4-star Earth Demon Tiger. Its blood is wildly aggressive, filled with murderous energy and unrivaled elixir for tempering the body, yet dangerous for those with weak resolve. Material grade. A. Decomposable, yields 50 material shards. Supreme Essence Blood perfect for Jiang Chong, who had just entered the sea of divinity and had yet to refine his body fully. He accepted the vial with a nod. Luo Qingzhu bowed in thanks, flickered, and vanished into the wormhole. Yun Chenao came next. He tossed over a fist-sized, emerald green core whose inner glow surged like waves crashing against a shell. Primal Spirit Crystal Heart, he said briefly. Contains as much energy as 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals and lets you release or absorb it at will. Market price, about 400,000 gold. Jang Chong weighed it, smiled, and gave the same verdict. Good. With approval secured, Yun Chenao wasted no time and leapt into the rift. Only Chu Longxiong remained. He produced several test tubes filled with a clear liquid that caught the light like ice. His voice quickened. This is. Jiang Chong accepted them without interest. Not enough. Not enough. They're worth at least 700,000 gold. Veins bulged at Chu Longxing's temples. He suspected Jiang Chong was deliberately making things hard. I said it's not enough, so it isn't. If you can't satisfy me, find another way. Jiang Chong shrugged, his words dropping like ice. Chu Longxiong drew a deep breath, forced down his anger, and took out another Itima palm-sized black scale with razor-sharp edges and faint star patterns on its surface. He spoke in a low voice. My grandfather found this at the border forest between Eastern Europe and the Northern Snow Kingdom, back when Blue Star first awakened. Jiang Cheng's gaze swept over it again. Item, Void Celestial Elephant Scale. Grade, S. Decomposable, yields 150 material shards. Chu Longxing's heart hung in midair, unsure whether the scale held any real value. To his surprise, Jiang Chong accepted it and stepped aside to open the path. Joy burst in Chu Longxing's chest as he dove toward the wormhole to catch, out of the corner of his eye, two divine beasts pummeling a pitiful sapling. He froze in midair, his expression turning utterly incredulous. At that moment, Wenren Gainer approached hesitantly on light feet, cradling a bronze cauldron in her jade-like hands. In a lowered voice she said, "This is the Xuanmu Ziki cauldron. 70 years ago an anomaly struck Mount Changbai, rocks tumbled down the slopes, and it appeared. A member of the Radiant Church retrieved it. Experts later determined it likely dates back to the ancient Shang dynasty." Oh, Jiang Cheng's interest was piqued. He took the cauldron, and his wrist immediately sank under its weight, a full 1,000 jin. No wonder Wenren Guiner needed both hands. A chill flowed through his palm into his meridians, instantly soothing the turbulent chi and blood stirred by his recent breakthrough, like a cool spring calming the heart. Not bad. He curled his lips in approval. Seeing this, Wenren Guiner beamed, scooped up the unconscious radiant soaring serpent, and headed toward the spatial rift that had shrunk to the height of a man. Ist. A crimson character for sword blazed into existence, barring her path. What is the meaning of this? She cried, both startled and furious. I've already given you the treasure. I never agreed to that bargain. Jiang Chong shrugged, a teasing smile on his face. Despicable. Her pearl-white teeth nearly cracked, her ample chest heaving, the curves dangerously striking. Despicable? Between enemies? Jiang Cheng's smile faded, his eyes turning icy. Sparing you is mercy enough. The sword rune hummed, its lethal intent locking onto her chi. One wrong move, and it would strike. The pressure drained the color from her face. She bit through her lip until blood welled. I never actually hurt you. She forced out, swallowing her indignation. Every assignment I've taken was ruined by you. Anyone from the Radiant Church would have been stunned. Their proud, aloof saintess reduced to this. Jiang Chong stood with his hands clasped behind him, voice flat. Yet you did attack me. Her chest rose and fell. At last she gritted her teeth. What will it take for you to let me go? Ask yourself. Jiang Chong traced the cauldron's cold engravings. Tell me, what is your life worth? Her gaze darted. She produced a translucent token the size of her palm, its face carved with a roaring radiant divine dragon. This is the Chuch's dragon token. It can mobilize 100,000 followers and ranks just beneath the high priest and pontiff. She extended it to him. Take it. Will that suffice? Jiang Chong toyed with it briefly, then shook his head. Not enough. It represents supreme authority. You have no idea how vast the Chuch's true power. Wenren Guiner's face tightened, but his indifference forced her hand. She drew out a jade plaque, pulsing with dark light. This is my soul jade. A sliver of my soul is sealed inside. Crush it, and my spirit shatters. Best case I'm left a fool, worst case I'm gone for good. Her voice was icy calm. Satisfied? Threaten me again, and you can destroy it anytime. Jiang Chong studied the plaque, then nodded. That will do. Wenren Guiner offered no further argument. With an unreadable expression, she stepped into the rift. At the instant her figure vanished, her red lips curved faintly. Every Radiant Church member carried such a soul jade from childhood to guard against heresy. She had long mastered the art of splitting the soul. Even if the plaque were crushed, her true spirit would barely be harmed. Jiang Chong, just you wait, she thought coldly, disappearing into the swirling vortex. Jiang Chong held the soul jade between two fingers and smiled in silence. Ah, big brother, spare me. A shrill cry erupted from inside the barrier. A little sapling was begging for mercy. The little sapling was a sorry sight, with only a few ragged leaves left on its branches after falling victim to Air Shah and Zhu Juyin. Humph. That'll teach you to trick me and refuse me your fruit. Air Shah planted his hands on his hips and snorted, utterly self-righteous. I never said I wouldn't share. The sapling cradled its bare crown, branches trembling like a sieve as it wailed inwardly. How long will it take to grow them back? As a seedling of the world tree, its growth cycle was terrifyingly slow. Just the sapling stage lasted tens of thousands of years, and growing a single new leaf took decades at best. Ersha curled his lip and fell silent. Beside him, Zhu Jian's dragon eyes gleamed. He lifted a claw and barked, "Fruit? I, little Yinin, want some too. No fruit, only my life, and that's not up for grabs." The sapling shook its quivering branches in firm refusal. "Heh, acting tough, are we?" Zhu Jian sneered, claws reaching out again. "Ahem, that's enough." Jang Chong, who had been watching all along, finally spoke, weary-voiced. Fine, for Jiangcheng's sake, I'll let you off." Zhu Jian pulled back his claw and turned away, still trying to look fierce. "What sin did I commit to deserve this?" The sapling was close to tears, yet still frantically drew on the surging power deep in the world tree. Jiang Chong stepped forward, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "What's the story behind those statues outside?" "Oh, those. They're exiled elder gods," the sapling explained while siphoning energy. "Later, when the celestial court fell into chaos and war wouldn't stop, the celestial emperor got tired of the mess and ordered Xuanbu Dashan, Xinlong Xinjun to seal them." "Celestial court? Celestial emperor?" Jiang Chong frowned. "Was that just one faction from the age of gods?" "Huh. Why would you think that?" The sapling looked at him in surprise, branches twitching. "The celestial court has existed since before myth itself. From back then through the age of gods, hundreds of thousands of years, it ruled everything under the stars. Humans, gods, beasts, all of them. Doesn't your era have a celestial court?" It finished with a satisfied burp and swayed its branches curiously. "No." Jiang Chong shook his head. In fact, had never found a single record of such a thing. The celestial court had vanished into the river of time. So-called immortality was apparently just the celestial emperor's empty boast. The sapling sighed wistfully, while Ersha and Zhu Jun rolled their eyes. This little tree was really putting on airs and begging for a beating. Jiang Chong was still pondering when the entire world tree suddenly shuddered and a thunderous boom echoed overhead. "This is bad. The elder gods are attacking the world tree." The sapling cried, its energy drawing pace soaring. One more 30%, and it could shed its spirit form and break free of this place. Outside, the nine-headed, serpent-bodied Shangliu had already climbed onto the trunk's enormous girth. 18 vertical pupils flashed with malice, forked tongues hissing. Its colossal tails lashed out again and again, pounding the world tree with brutal force. The other ancient deities turned at once. The yawning sockets of the serpent woman Medusa flared with a murderous light, but when the beam struck the crystal trunk of the world tree, it bounced back, slashing her own eyes. "I never thought the tree would still be here," the six-winged angel Gareth murmured, gazing at the trunk with a sigh of nostalgia. The three-headed black dragon Neltharion snorted, twin streams of fire bursting from his nostrils, while his rumbling voice echoed through the sealed chamber. "If not for this cursed tree, would never have been imprisoned. Destroy it. Our exit is right behind it." "Very well." The flame-wreathed giant Zhu Rong lifted a hand. Infernal runes blazed across his palm, molten lava coursed through the grooves, and he smashed his colossal hand against the world tree. A thunderous boom followed. The entire tree shook, its once pristine trunk now scorched and pitted, cracks exposing the veins within. "Its divine power is fading far too quickly," Zhu Rong muttered, frowning. The other old gods exchanged bewildered looks. Years ago the world tree had been terrifyingly strong, yet now it seemed brittle. "There's a parasite inside. Power leaks out on its own," Xiang Lu hissed. 9 pairs of serpent eyes glimmered as if he could see through the trunk. With a wet hiss, his 9 heads opened and spewed inky acid that sizzled on contact, carving a jagged hole into the wood. Deep inside, a sapling no taller than a fist trembled. Zhu Rong and Xiang Lu and 3 Western old gods. "I'm finished." It shook so hard its leaves rattled. For nearly 100 millennia the dragon-subduing deity had kept these monsters sealed. Why pick on a helpless sapling? Go fight the heavenly emperor, if you dare. It sobbed, both aggrieved and furious. "Stop crying and open us a way out." Zhu Jiuyin barked, tapping its crown with a dragon claw. "Two can't." The sapling squealed. "They've locked the entire space. If I expose my core, they'll seize it instantly." It now regretted ever opening its inner world. Retreat was impossible. "What? Then we're all doomed." The simple-minded Baizé roared, jets of white mist from his nostrils whipping up a gale that made the sapling quiver even more. Only Jiang Chong stayed calm. He surveyed the swirling energy vortex and asked, "How long until you're done?" "A half an horno, 20 minutes will do." The sapling stammered. "You can't use that excess energy, can you?" Jiang Chong asked, eyes flicking to the drifting divine remnants. "No, it's just discarded power," the sapling replied, then stiffened in horror. "Are you mad? That energy will tear you apart." Jiang Chong sat cross-legged and exhaled a long breath. Tiny vortices formed around him, funnel-shaped and ravenous as they sucked in the ambient god force. "What are you staring at? Drain the rest." Zhu Jiuyin snapped, standing guard beside Jiang Chong with Baizé. both shooting the sapling a withering glare. If not for that sapling, Jang Chong would never have had to risk his life at all. The little sapling fell silent and swallowed the incoming energy with reckless hunger. Jiang Chong slumped against the wall, his chest heaving faster and faster as though a phantom dragon elephant was bellowing inside him. Scalding currents tore through his flesh, splitting the exposed skin into bloody welts where dark beads dripped down. 10 divine runes circled him, their humming lights stacking into what looked like a blinding suit of armor. The rune for sword burned the brightest, flaring into an icy blue-white flame that lit the chamber like daylight. The power raging in his body was almost beyond control. Within moments his life force was in turmoil again, turning him into a powder keg that could explode at the slightest jolt. Suppress. The single word left his lips with chilling calm. Instantly his organs felt as if they had been hurled into a great furnace, refining and devouring the rampaging energy, while thunder boomed deep in his bones. The technique was heaven and earth cruciblable to seize any energy for one's own use, yet just as eager to consume the caster's flesh. Jiang Chong had no time to fear the backlash. He simply endured. Boom. The ceiling of the hollowed trunk burst open again, and a ribbon of foul, rotting air seeped inside. They're breaking through what now? Ersha shot an anxious look at Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin clenched her tiny fangs, her claws whitening. Hold them off. Even if we die, we stall until Jiang Chong wakes up. Understood. Resolve flared in Ersha's eyes. He was no longer the harmless mascot of old. Boom. A chain of detonations split the trunk, exposing them to the icy wind. The gaze of several old gods swept over like knives cold and cruel. So the spirit of this tree really planned to bolt. Xiang Lu licked his lips with a twisted grin, then let out a soft huh? His eyes locked on the snarling Zhu Jiuyin and Ersha. A mutated Qilin and a young candle dragon? Could they be that lord's bloodline? Medusa's gentle voice couldn't hide the flash of fear in her hollow pupils. Candle dragon, roared Zhu Rong, a towering titan of flame. Rage surged like a volcano, molten fire rolling down his arms. Well, a descendant of the northern titan appears. The three-headed black dragon Neltharion chuckled, fear and greed mixing in his eyes. Black dragons held their own among western drakes, but before a northern candle dragon, they were insignificant. Perfect, Zhu Rong thundered. That northern titan once butchered my people without mercy. Today he'll return the favor by slaughtering his kin. His lava-coated hand lunged for Zhu Jiuyin. Easy, Zhu Rong, don't crush it. I want to taste too, Xiang Lu cackled. Clearly these old gods already saw Jiang Cheng's group as prey. Humph. If you want my second brother, you'll have to ask me first. Ersha threw back his head and roared. A torrent of mist poured from his jaws as he stepped onto the vapor, golden light shooting from his body to weave a protective barrier around Zhu Jiuyin and Jiang Chong. It was one of its innate talents, the blessing of golden light. The radiance burst outward, forming a dazzling, invincible zone where every strike dissolved on contact, its duration impossible to gauge. Zhu Rong's colossal molten hand reached forward but halted at the rim of the golden field, repelled by an unseen barrier. His brow lifted in brief surprise. An instant later, scorching divine fire burst from his fingers' crack. The so-called invincible field shattered like broken glass. Ersha took the full brunt of that power, flung like a fly swatted by a giant palm, and slammed into the ground. Zhu Rong's energy wrapped around him, pinning him in place. Damn it, he howled, furious that even in his stronger form he was still being toyed with like a helpless chick. Little creature, how could you ever contend with an elder god? A nearby sapling tried desperately to absorb the leaking energy, its branches trembling in despair. Save the speeches and keep feeding me. Zhu Jiuyin roared. His body ballooned in an instant, the massive dragon form shielding Jiang Chong behind him. A savage gleam lit his eyes. If you want Jiang Chong, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Oh, a proud descendant of the Zhulong bowing to a mere human? Zhu Rong's eyes blazed like twin suns as he looked past the dragon and locked onto Jiang Chong, laughing loudly, every word dripping with mockery. I wonder if that northern giant would claw his way out of the grave when he hears of this. Watch your tongue, Medusa coughed softly, wariness in her eyes. That lord may not be dead at all. The other elder gods fell silent, scornful of Zhu Jiuyin, perhaps, but none daring to breathe too loudly in front of the northern colossus. Zhu Rong spoke no further. His lava hand, boiling with divine power, lunged straight for Zhu Jiuyin. Humph. The dragon snorted. His left eye shone like the noon sun, the right like the moon. Twin beams of day and night shot out, hissing, but only punched a few fist-sized holes in the molten palm, nowhere near enough to stop it. Zhu Rong's lip curled in contempt. His massive hand snapped shut, 5 fingers locking around the dragon's body. Sunbright eyes stared down at him, brimming with scorn. Let me go? Zhu Jiuyin roared, every muscle straining. Yet the crushing divine power made even resistance look pathetic. Crack! Zhu Rong's grip tightened. Dragon bones snapped one after another, scales quivering with pain. Zhu Jiuyin clenched his teeth, silent. even mocking him with his gaze. Courting death, Zhu Rong growled, pouring all his might into the squeeze. Golden dragon blood sprayed, bones shattering beyond count. Enough, Zhu Rong. If he dies completely, the flavor is ruined. Hand him over. Xiang Lu finally lost patience. 18 vertical pupils shining with wicked hunger, drool dripping. I claimed him first, grumbled the three-headed black dragon Nizaleo. Oh, then let's just split him in half. Zhu Rong smiled cruelly, grabbing Zhu Jiyan's head and tail, muscles bulging as if ready to tear him apart. Who gave you permission to touch him? The frigid voice detonated in midair, each word cutting to the bone, carrying an ocean of fury and murderous intent. Swish! A sword beam tore through the sky, so fast no one could react. Even the battle-hardened Zhu Rong felt only a jolt before the lava-coated hand that held Zhu Jiyan was sliced off, and molten blood cascaded like a waterfall. A human? With power like this? Zhu Rong's pupils shrank. Divine light churned in his eyes as he fixed on Jang Chong. The severed stump sizzled. Crimson blood boiled in midair, knitting bone, scale, and rock skin into a brand new hand in an instant. Jang Chong showed no emotion as he recalled the battered Zhu Jiyan into his spirit vault. Behind him, 10 divine sigils faded and were replaced by the towering shadows of 10 Dao palaces of life and death. Drawing on the world's furnace, he burned away lingering divine force and forced himself into the realm of life and death. Bold mortal, you dare wound a god. Zhu Rong's voice boomed like a great bell. Twin flames erupted from his eyes, threatening to vaporize Jiang Chong. I want just wound you will cut you down. Jiang Chong exhaled. The flames around him winked out. His eyes split into yin and yang as he mastered life and death. Sword come. Insolent insect. Zhu Rong's power surged like a tide. 2 lava fists rose, aiming to smash Jiang Chong to dust. Crash. A second sword beam fell, razor sharp, shearing through both arms. Sparks flared. Zhu Rong's elbows were severed. The weapon long, blood-red blade wreathed in fire radiated and icy, domineering killing intent. Molten blood spurted, congealing on the ground as 2 broken lava limbs. That human just cut off both of Zhu Rong's arms twice. Ancient gods hidden in the shadows stared in shock. In ages past, Zhu Rong's might rivaled the sky deities. Even after 100 millennia of confinement, his remaining power should have dwarfed any mortal. Ha ha ha, rather than rage, Zhu Rong erupted in volcanic laughter. Human, you're the first to cut me twice and you'll be the last. The stumps churned. New arms grew before their eyes. Day-bright fire poured from every pore, sweeping outward like a tide. Chongli primordial flame. Fire molded itself into majestic armor around Zhu Rong, his hair burning like a banner. A blazing godbow formed in his hands, its limbs etched with searing runes. Die. He drew the string. An arrow of pure Chongli flame snapped into existence and shot forward, locking onto Jiang Chong so tightly that evasion was impossible. Careful. The fire god's bow holds 9 arrows each stronger than the last. A breath of that flame can burn a divine body to ash. A sapling inside the spirit space cried while gulping down energy. Jiang Chong stayed silent, fingers tightening around the crimson sword. The 10 palaces of life and death roared, pouring their power into the blade. I wield a sword that can fell gods and immortals alike. Familiar heat filled his chest, and in his mind flashed the image of a young swordsman proclaiming the same wild oath atop a cliff. Courting death, Zhu Rong sneered as Jiang Chong stood unmoving. Locked on by the fire god's bow, he had no choice but to face all 9 arrows heated. Since time immemorial, Zhu Rong had seen only one being the mysterious heavenly emperor survive the full volley. The other ancient gods stifled their ease. Dread crept over their faces, for one misstep could spell instant death even for them. Whoosh! The first arrow, forged from Chongli Dawnfire, screamed through the air. A blazing tail streamed behind it, while the surrounding space twisted like hot iron on an anvil. Its force was terrifying. Just as the flames closed in, Jiang Chong moved. No flourish, no find, merely lifted his sword and cut. The strike looked plain, yet carried a weight that could rend heaven and earth. Even the 10 phantom Dao palaces of life and death behind him dimmed. Boom. The first arrow burst against the blade, sparks spraying. Boom. Boom. The second and third arrows followed, only to be cleaved into cinders. From the 4th to the 8th arrow the fire grew ever fiercer, yet Jiang Cheng's wrist held rock steady. Only when he shattered the 8th did the blade tremble at all. Before the 9th arrow could fully form, he swung again. A blinding arc of sword light split the sky. Zhu Rong squinted. A sudden itch pricked his neck, and he raised a hand on reflex. Flash. Head and body parted, molten blood geysered, and the overwhelming stroke beheaded Zhu Rong on the spot. The ancient god stood frozen and silent. Only Jiang Cheng's faint cough echoed across heaven and earth. The backlash of turning the world into a furnace had split his skin with bloody fissures, yet he remained upright. The little sapling stared, burped in satisfaction, and shouted, "I'm all charged up, let's go." Jang Chong nodded, stored dumb too in the spirit pet realm, and, together with the sapling, dissolved into a flash of light and vanished. Are humans nowadays really this terrifying? The three-headed black dragon Nefarian rumbled after a long silence. The old gods exchanged glances, the same thought rising in each mind. Stepping outside now would be sheer folly. Excellent, excellent. Lava churned at the severed neck. Zhu Rong suddenly straightened, a molten hand slamming his skull back onto his shoulders as though it were routine. He threw back his head and laughed, battle lust blazing in his eyes. He had thought this era abandoned, yet now, the old god found himself more excited than ever. Outside the Dragon Lake's secret realm, silhouettes lined the shore. Powerhouses from every province fixed their eyes on the wormhole shrinking above the lake, each wearing a grim expression. Why hasn't the young miss come out yet? The deeply wrinkled matron of the Lu clan leaned on her cane, thumb pressing a smooth jade life token. The token was intact, proving Lu Shizhen still lived, yet the weight in her chest remained. Suddenly the wormhole rippled, and several figures wrapped in streams of light plunged toward the lake. All eyes snapped over. At the front was Wu Ziyuo's party, with Chu Longxiong and two others right behind. Only this few? Many who could not spot their own juniors went pale, their chests tightening. King Qinghe, Su Luo, frowned and quickly counted heads, adding the dozen who had escaped earlier. There were only 38 survivors. More than 300 had entered. Were the rest still trapped inside, or already dead? Brother Zhang hasn't come out either, the chubby Yang Tianbao muttered beside Su Yue. He ruffled his messy hair and hurried to explain. Sister Su, I checked every spot you told me, but each entrance was guarded by a diamond-drank beast. I really didn't dare force my way in. Su Yue gave him a mild glance and said nothing. She had never expected him to succeed anyway. Her slender fingers tightened as her gaze stayed locked on the wormhole, waiting impassively. The other clans were far less patient. Song Ni, patriarch of the Tiana Song clan, was the first to erupt. His knife-like stare fixed on Chu Longxiong. Boy from the Chu clan, why hasn't my nephew come out? Yeah, where is everyone else? Why are there only a handful of you? Where is young Master Su Wan? I want to know too, why isn't my young lady here? What about Tang Bing? Where's my son Lu Qinhu? Questions rose in waves as powerhouses from every province turned their pressure on the 10 who had appeared last. Father, I'm right here. Lu Qinhu raised his hand in the crowd, face dark. The tower-like Lu Yangji flashed to his son's side and slapped his shoulder with a palm as broad as a fan, roaring with laughter. Good, better than I expected. Arms and legs all still attached. Lu Qinhu managed a wry smile. But before he could answer, Chu Longxiong replied to Song Ni in a low voice. Song Tianjua is dead. As for the others, their chances don't look good. What? Veins bulged on Song Ni's forehead. Impossible. Tianjua had. He was carrying a Jiangchen, wasn't he? Quite a few people died at that thing's hands. Chu Longxiong sneered, tossing the blame into the open. A Jiangchen? Your Song clan actually keeps such an abomination? Su Shao's face darkened, fury leaping in his eyes. If Chu Longxiong is right, Su Wan was probably killed by that Jiangchen. Nonsense. Don't slander the Song clan. Song Ni shot back coldly, refusing to admit a thing. The rest of the regional powerhouses fixed Song Ni with frigid stares. So much time had passed, and still their young disciples were nowhere to be found. It seemed Chu Longxing's grim suspicion was proving true. Suddenly the warped rift overhead convulsed, and several blurred figures tumbled out. Mingyun, young Lord Su Wan, Su Shao and the Lu clan's middle-aged matron sprang skyward, catching the two as they fell, their auras faint and flickering. The portal shuddered again, and a tall, graceful figure shot forth. Wenren Guaner. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, she streaked toward the horizon without pause. The Radiant Saintess? Now that you're here, forget about leaving. Su Luo froze for an instant, then his voice turned icy. A cultist of her rank carried a bounty of several million gold. There was no way Head let such a prize slip by. Roar. The SKYMYSD dragon croc bellowed, its thunderous cry rocking the heavens. Icy blue pupils locked on Wenren Guaner while a blast of frigid power burst from its throat, condensing into a storm of frozen arrows that sealed every escape. Damn it. Wenren Guaner's face went pale. If the radiant soaring serpent were awake, she might still break free, but alone she was as good as dead. Diamond Tear? I didn't know the king of Qinghe hid such depth. A soft chuckle drifted out of the void. Clouds churned and a massive shadow surfaced. With a casual breath, the behemoth swept out a gale that shattered every ice arrow. Gale Protector. Wenren Guaner brightened at once. When the mist cleared, a teal-blue giant emerged, dwarfing even the dragon croc. It resembled a whale or a Qilin, with wings far too small for its bulk. Everyone recognized the monster, the wind spirit hunter. Several veterans from Nanyue glared at it, eyes bloodshot. Years ago this beast had razed half their land and devoured nearly 100,000 people, and now it served the Church of Light. Cradling the gravely wounded Su Wan, Su Shao staggered back. Under the creature's oppressive presence, everyone felt their breath hitch and their scalps prickle. Supreme Class Su Luo's expression had never been so grave. Even the dragon croc quivered, completely suppressed by the newcomer's aura. Church of Light. You've got nerve, Su Luo said icily. Sending a supreme rank tamer into imperial territory, aren't you afraid our emperor will march over and erase your little corner of the world? Heh. The middle-aged man in a gold-patterned cleric robe raised his hand to gather the wind atop the wind spirit hunter. A light laugh drifted from beneath his silver mask. If your empire could wipe us out, it would have done so long ago. Yet here you are, death staring you in the face and still mouthing off. Ignorance really is fearless. Wondering, Gwainer leapt onto the creature's massive skull and looked down at the crowd. Protector foam, did the hierarch send you? She asked. Yes. He nodded, patting the beast's head. The hierarch sent me to escort you home, and while we're at it, to round up every high-ranking official from the 13 provinces in one fell swoop. With that he chuckled softly and murmured, old friend, it's feeding time. Roar. The wind spirit hunter opened its cavernous jaws, its rumbling bellow ripping through the air. The dreadful shockwave swept across the field, and everyone below War Emperor level felt their very blood freeze. Damn it, these cultists have no shred of humanity left. The curse exploded amid the chaos. Every high-ranked beastmaster nearby went pale. The strongest was only Platinum 9-star, a full 2 tiers below the Wind Spirit Hunter. Their Platinum-class beasts couldn't even lift their heads, pressed flat against the ground and trembling. Dad, what now? Lu Qin, his scalp prickled. When he glanced over, his father, Lu Yangji, was already sprawled in the dust, playing dead. You little brat, hit the dirt and play dead. That thing's a sovereign-class beast. Almost no one in the entire Donghua Empire can handle it. Lu Yangji hissed. Lu Qinhu hesitated, then swallowed hard and dropped beside his father. He still managed to whisper, Xiaoxia, get down too. Dad's trick never fails. Mu Xiaoxia stared in a daze. The father and son were so practiced at this that it hurt to imagine how much blood had taught them the habit. Roar. The wind spirit hunter flung its cavernous jaws wide like a bottomless abyss. A monstrous suction ripped men and beasts from the ground. The weaker were yanked into the air and swallowed before they could even struggle. Crunch, crunch, its razor teeth came together in 2 casual bites, reducing a dozen beasts and their masters to crimson mist that it gulped down whole. Still unsatisfied, its jade-green eyes fixed on the largest presence in the field, the Tianxian dragon alligator. Ice crept through Su Luo's heart, yet his spine stayed ramrod straight. Millions of lives in Luochuan lay behind him. Even if he died, he had to stall until the Empire's champions arrived. Brother Ji, go. Ring the Citian bell and call for aid, he said softly. Brother Su Jihong's eyes reddened. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. A deep, majestic dragon's cry rolled across the distant clouds. The wind spirit hunter shuddered as though it had sensed a mortal threat. Su Luo looked up. Another colossal beast emerged above the cloud bank, and relief loosened his chest. A smile tugged at his lips. The ice-armored horned demon dragon, the shepherd king of Shichi. Standing atop the wind spirit hunter, the wind envoy narrowed his eyes and licked his lips, battle lust blazing. I'd like to see just how strong one of Donghua's 4 sovereign beastmasters really is. Wenren Guainer bit back a warning. The Chuch's intel stated in black and white that the Shepherd King's ice-armored horned demon dragon was on the very verge of becoming a saint beast. The Church of Radiance, how brazen they are. High in the sky, the ice-armored horned demon dragon drifted forward like a floating glacier. A middle-aged man in a 4-clawed python robe stood on its back, hands clasped behind him, his icy gaze locked on the wind spirit hunter. You again, beast. You butchered half of Nanyue Prefecture and still dare show yourself? For the 100,000 souls of Nanyue, they'll cut you down today. Roar. The ice-armored horned demon dragon's golden slit pupils bored into the wind spirit hunter. The smaller monster trembled, primal fear flashing in its eyes. If not for the wind envoy's order, it would have fled long ago. Feng Hufa chuckled. Even Qin Jin Wang failed to keep it. What makes you so confident? Am not that useless, Qin Jin Wang. Mu Wang's voice was icy, his arrogance unmistakable. The rumor of bad blood between the 2 kings was now confirmed. The onlookers felt a jolt, then quickly shifted their gaze skyward with Mu Wang standing guard. The Holy Church of Light could stir up no real trouble. Mu Wang raised a hand and tapped the silver horn atop the ice-armored horned demon dragon's head. His eyes sharpened. Injiao, finish it. Roar. The dragon opened its jaws and bellowed. Frost and demonic energy twisted into twin dragons, one white, one black, spiraling through the heavens before crashing toward the wind spirit hunt. The wind spirit hunt answered with its own roar, a tidal wave of gale force surging forth. The opposing powers met heat-in, their shockwaves blasting the heavy clouds apart and ripping a vacuum in the sky. Impossible. Feng Hufa's face drained of color. He felt the wind force beneath him being ground to dust, replaced by endless cold and demonic corruption. One strike had shattered the wind spirit hunt's very core. Transcendent tear. Horror seized Feng Hufa. To crush the wind spirit hunt in a single blow, nothing less would suffice. He had no time to think. Retreat. The wind spirit hunt beat its wings, trying to ride the gale and escape. Running? Mu Wang snorted. The ice-armored horned demon dragon's throat swelled, releasing a vast frost that spread across the sky like a glacier, sealing every path. In the same instant it plunged its head, the silver horn fell like a meteor, driving deep into the wind spirit hunt's abdomen. Spurt. Golden blood, dense as mercury, rained from the sky. The wind spirit hunt shrieked in agony, feathers scattering as its aura plummeted. Damn, that's good stuff. Lu Qihu's eyes lit up in the crowd. Just as he was about to rush out to catch the blood, he realized his father had already produced a wash basin from nowhere and was calmly collecting drop after drop. The wind spirit hunter's abdomen was split wide open, yet it forced itself to endure the searing pain. With a furious roar it merged into the howling gale, rode the screaming air currents, and hurtled into the distance. The ice-armored horned demon dragon let out a sky-shaking bellow. The ground beneath its claws cracked as it prepared to lunge, but a cool, steady hand pressed down on its shoulder. Mu Wang's expression was calm as he shook his head. It's a wind-type beast. You may not be able to catch it. Even if you do, there's a city full of civilians ahead won battle there, and the innocent will pay the price. Lord Mu Wang Su Luo and the assembled powerhouses of the 13 provinces bowed deeply, awe shining in their eyes. Moments earlier Mu Wang had casually maimed the wind spirit hunter, a sovereign-level beast, proving he deserved his place among the 4 supreme tamers of the Donghua Empire. Mu Wang nodded lightly. Then his gaze slid past Su Luo and sharpened. The Tianxian dragon croc, its armored scales glimmering, had stepped into diamond rank. At the Imperial audience 3 years ago, that monster of yours was only platinum 7-star. How did it jump straight to diamond? Ahem, I just stumbled onto some good fortune, Su Luo replied, offering no details. Mu Wang let it drop and smiled. The young always surpass the old. It won't be long before Qinghe province welcomes another supreme tamer. Supreme tamer. The title thundered in the minds of those nearby. In a century of resurgence, an empire of nearly 1 billion souls had produced only a few dozen such figures. The praise could not be higher. Though few in number, one supreme alone could guard the wilds and hold countless monsters at bay. Su Luo clasped his hands with a smile. I appreciate the blessing. But surely your excellency didn't appear here by chance? If so, our luck is truly extraordinary. Of course not. Mu Wang shook his head, his eyes dropping to a slender figure below. He descended in a flash and landed before Mu Xiaoxia, ruffling her hair with a mix of helplessness and affection. My young lady, the next time you sneak out, could you at least leave a note? Your father has been worried sick. Mu Xiaoxia pouted but said nothing. Everyone around them, even Wu Xiaoluo, was momentarily stunned. Who would have guessed this delicate girl was Mu Wang's daughter? Where's your deer? Mu Wang suddenly asked. The rainbow antlered deer had been his birthday gift to her, and she treasured it so much it never left her side. It was eaten. Tears welled in Mu Xiaoxia's eyes, grief mingling with anger. She pointed at Songmi's party. The Song clan brought a Jiangshan here. It nearly killed us. If Brother Jiang hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't be standing here. What? Mu Wang's brows knitted as a glacial glare swept across Song Mi and the other Song clan experts who had just arrived. In the crowd, the graceful Madame Lu Rumei of the Lu family frowned. How odd, why did the Song clan send so many people? Behind Song Mi, she recognized several familiar faces: 3 high-level war emperors and 2 diamond-rank tamers. They were the brothers Song Wenlong and Song Wenhu. Hands clasped behind his back, Mu Wang spoke, his tone like ice. Does the Song clan intend to offer this king an explanation? His frosty gaze locked onto the group from the Song family. Your Grace Mu, there must be a misunderstanding here. Song and I wiped the cold sweat from his brow beneath Mu Wang's crushing presence, yet still forced out his denial. Perhaps your daughter has been deceived. The Tianhe Song clan would never shelter a Jiangshan. Indeed, Your Excellency, Song Wenlong chimed in, hoping to smooth things over. Cloaked in a sea blue robe, he carried himself ramrod straight. A Beastmaster sigil glimmered at his waist, its runes flared, and a giant ink-green, man-eating flower rose from the array, deep red petals parting to reveal rows of jagged fangs. Our patriarch has always respected you. Let's not let a minor misunderstanding sour relations between our families. Uncle Mu, I can prove Sister Xia isn't lying. The teenager Lu Qin who suddenly shouted, his voice cracking across the lake. Song Tianjua brought a Jiangshan into the ruin, and that creature slaughtered dozens. Lu Yangji shot his son a glare. Now was hardly the time to jump in. Lu Qin who muttered, Father, Lady Mu is my friend. The prospect of Mu Wang's backing for his Western market ambitions brightened Lu Yangzi's eyes. He cleared his throat, adopting a smile. Mu Wang raised a brow at the familiar Uncle Mu. Since when had he gained another nephew? He's my friend, Mu Xiaoxia explained after a moment's hesitation. A flicker of pride and caution crossed Mu Wang's face. His daughter had always kept few friends, especially male ones. Boy, how dare you spit slander? Defame the Tianhe Song clan and bear the consequences. Song Wenhu stepped forward, his massive frame blocking the sun, eyes ice gold. A mere Song clan dares threaten my son? Lu Yangji snorted. Runes ignited at his wrist, and a scarlet-furred demon tiger, 3 zhang long padded out of the void, purple sovereign aura flashing beneath its paws, murderous intent rolling off it in waves. A red-haired demon tiger, so that's the Lu Patriarch of Daluo Prefecture. Someone whispered, and the crowd instantly understood why father and son feared no song. Mu Wang swept the song entourage with an indifferent glance. Since the young man wishes to speak, let him finish. If you insist on stopping him, are you hiding something or is there more to it? Color drained from the song faces, yet they fell silent. With permission granted, Lu Qinhu clasped his fists. We entered an ancient ruin and found a field of stone statues. Omens filled the sky he laid out the last few days. The statues and portents, Song Tenzo's Jiangchen breaking free and butchering their companions, the shadow lurking in the depths sharing what mattered, skirting what must stay hidden. The crowd listened, breathless, doubt turning to shock. I can confirm it. Lu Shizhen, the Wu siblings, and Gongsun Wu called out together. We were there. Lu Qinhu was about to add how the stone statues awoke, when the crucial memory struck him, then the sky itself interrupted. Above Dragon Lake, the spatial rift that had been shrinking suddenly convulsed. A terrifying force tore the aperture wide open once more. Whoosh! Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, a blood-soaked figure shot out of the wormhole light was Jang Chong. His face was ghost white, and blood kept oozing from his lips. The backlash from the heaven and earth furnace was far worse than expected. Rampaging divine power crashed through his meridians, spiderweb cracks crawled across his skin, and fresh blood dripped between his fingers. It's Brother Jiang. Yang Tianbao blurted out. Su Yuwei's brows knitted, and she was about to leap forward when a wave of murderous intent arrived. First, the Song family expert struck all at once. He carries the Zhulong essence Gilham now. The rest are irrelevant. I've summoned the clan's reinforcements. They'll be here soon. Song and I and the others exchanged an icy glance, their attacks merciless, leaving Jiang Chong no chance to breathe. Father, stop them. Mu Xiaoxia cried. Brother Jiang, save my life. The Mu King frowned and raised a hand, ready to act. But overhead the ice-armored horned demon dragon suddenly grew agitated. It opened its jaws in a low, warning roar, freezing him in place. On the ground, Song and I stamped, shattering the bluestone beneath his feet as golden light erupted from his body. Brat die? He swung his fist, its force as heavy as a golden mountain crashing down on Jiang Chong. Look out, Brother Jiang! Wu Xiaoluo and the others shouted, but the shockwave knocked them back. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned icy as he uttered a single word, sever. A glowing rune shaped like the word sword flared in the air. A crimson blade of light grew from a hairline into a towering arc, expanding wildly in Song and I's pupils. Panic shot up his spine. Squelch! The sword light split his golden body from crown to heel. The remains plunged into Dragon Lake, where frenzied fish devoured them in seconds. One strike war emperor slain. Silence gripped the lakeshore, then a chorus of sharp inhales rippled through the crowd. Su Luo stared in shock. The youth before him was the same one who had stormed the Qinghe prince's residence with Lin Yin. Now he had felled an emperor with a single thought. Good, 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 Yun Pa shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Only then did the Song clan snap out of their daze. Song One who roared, and a soul phantom burst from his back, a colossal mammoth wreathed in flames. Its legs were as thick as ancient trees, and a 50-meter violet halo circled beneath its feet. It was unmistakably a diamond-tier contract beast. Boom! The flame mammoth's hooves shook the earth, flinging shards of stone. The monstrous body vaulted 100 yards, its scorching trunk sweeping toward Jiang Chong with terrifying force. At that very moment the wormhole above split open again. A jet-black dragon claw emerged and, with casual ease, punched straight through the mammoth's chest. Gulp! Amid the hair-raising crunch of bone, 3 brutal dragon heads pushed through the rift, saw-toothed fangs gleaming coldly. Those razor teeth worked like steel saws, effortlessly tearing the flame mammoth's flesh and bone apart. What in the world? Every eye in the plaza froze. High overhead, a colossal black dragon, its body sheathed in dark gold scales and crowned with 3 snarling heads coiled among the clouds, each lazy beat of its wings whipping up a hurricane. At first, everyone assumed a beast had escaped the Dragon Lake mystic realm, but a closer look showed its aura and form matched none of the realm's records. Roar! The frosthorn demonic drake growled first. The razor-bright horn on its brow flashed with frozen light, and the ice scales covering its body clacked tight, as if ready to tear the air itself. Though a transcendent trank overlord, it now felt crushing pressure. Cold mist collided with draconic might, turning to steam in an instant. Jiang Chong, what's happening? Su Yue steadied the blood-soaked Jiang Chong, forcing down her panic to ask in a low voice. Her slender fingers on his back felt the chaotic pulse of his qi. The sleeping old gods have awoken. Jiang Chong spat a mouthful of blood. The Dragon Lake realm is about to collapse. He drew a violet orb from his robe and placed it in Su Yuwei's palm. Its warm shell glowed, as if nurturing a tiny world within. Essence of life worth a full pound of life spirit liquid, he said, blood dripping from his fingertips. The other 2 items you wanted are still missing, but these I got them. He flipped his hands. In his left lay a blood-red ginseng shaped like a dragon's horn, its roots knotted like veins. In his right, a cerulean conch with faint cloud patterns at the lip. Dragon blood ginseng. Deep-sea cloud conch. Suyui's eyes sparkled. With these 3 treasures, her hidden injuries and her beast's lingering ailments could heal in no time. Thank you, she said earnestly. Jang Chong waved it off. Picked them up from the system, shop 200 material shards total, hardly worth mentioning. He looked up at the churning black clouds. Blood dripped from his chin, but his voice stayed firm. I've delivered what you need. Now I'm leaving. Remember to linger here. Once the old gods return and the realm shatters, the entire southern domain and even the Donghua Empire will face catastrophe. His words, carried by true qi, rang across the plaza. Old gods. The gathered powerhouses felt their hearts lurch. At that moment, the central wormhole collapsed. A jagged rift tore the sky like a canyon. Boom. A pillar of magma erupted as a 100-meter flame giant, body streaked with fiery cracks, strode out first. Behind him came the serpent-bodied temptress Medusa, the 9-headed Shangliu, and the 6-winged angel Gales whose wings nearly blotted out the sun. With the 3-headed black dragon, 5 transcendent beings appeared at once, and the air seemed stripped away. The shepherd king locked his gaze on the flame giant. Its soul-searing heat chilled even that veteran warrior's heart. Su Luo turned pale, voice shaking. With these old gods here and a beast tide following the realm's collapse, Qinghe Prefecture will fall in moments. Above the clouds, Neltharion unfurled its vast wings, casting a shadow over several prefectures. Its mental tide swept the land, no equal answered. Only the frosthorn demonic drake below posed the slightest threat. Send word evacuate the civilians, now. The shepherd king ordered Su Luo. Should we report to the capital? She asked. No need. That lord is already on the way, he replied, veins standing out on his temples. All he could do was stall these old gods and await the capital's champion. If even that champion failed, the entire Donghua Empire would plunge into an unprecedented disaster. Across the Donghua Empire, from Dijin to Qinghe Prefecture, every human city lay beneath the same sky. All at once the heavens dimmed as a shadow vast enough to blot out the sun swept overhead. Scorching dragon fire churned the cloud banks, and the onlookers caught only the tip of the creature's iceberg-sized massing black talons and scales, a serpentine body that seemed to have no end. Mom, it's a dragon, a real dragon. Children jumped and shrieked in delight, while cultivators at the street corners grew solemn. The infernal sky prison dragon has left the capital again. Is it flying toward Qinghe Prefecture this time? What in the world is happening? Rumors ripped through each city like a gale. At the fringe of Qinghe Prefecture, a desolate forest lay silent. A blinding white meteor tore open the night and screamed into the trees. Ancient trunks uprooted, dust and splinters filled the air, and the wildlife scattered in terror. That meteor was Jang Chong. His body looked like cracked porcelain, hairline fractures webbing his skin, blood seeping through the fissures and soaking his robe in an instant. Careless, he leaned against a broken trunk and forced a bitter smile. The backlash from the heaven and earth furnace was far worse than he had expected, or perhaps he had simply overestimated his current body. If he wanted to temper himself further, he first had to stop the bleeding. With a single thought, he opened his beast space, and several bonded beasts ripped through the air to his side. Jiang Cheng, what happened to you? They cried, gathering around him. Even Zhu Jiuyin, once grievously wounded by Zhurong, had recovered most of its vitality. Just a small problem. Guard me, Jiang Cheng answered, coughing up blood. Got it. Well, handle it. San Pao thumped his chest and took the left flank while the shadow 4-winged dragon covered the right. Ersha, worried sick, suddenly shouted, Jiang Chong, that sapling's fruit is amazing, maybe it can save you. Nonsense, I don't have any fruit. The newly released sapling shook like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, branches flailing. Hand it over. If anything happens to Jiang Chong, we won't let you off, Zhu Juing growled, eyes cold. The other spirit beasts glared as well, and the sapling quivered but dared not refuse. Its branches flared with crystalline light, and a white fruit the size of a clenched fist condensed in an instant. The rich aroma made Ersha swallow hard. Zhu Jiuyin cast a longing glance at the fruit, stifled the urge to taste it, then plucked it and passed it to Jiang Chong. As Jiang Chong received the fruit, information surfaced in his mind. Item name, primal source fruit. Description, born of the world tree, ripening once every 50 millennia. It gathers the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, containing staggering vitality capable of raising the dead and restoring flesh to bone. Item rank, S. Disassembly value, 500 material shards. A fine fruit indeed, exactly what I need, Jiang Cheng said, eyeing the sapling, which looked heartbroken at its loss. He suddenly chuckled and told his beasts, it's done me a huge favor. Aren't you going to treat our guest properly? Of course. We'll take excellent care of it. They chorused. Zhu Jiuyin flexed its tiny claws, and Air Shah's eyes lit. Yupit hadn't forgotten, the sapling still owed it 3 whole fruits. Jiang Chong popped an innate true source fruit into his mouth. The flesh melted instantly. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and set his cultivation technique in motion. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream split the forest. Bandits! The sapling shrieked, its branches quivering as the two beasts tugged it back and forth. Ya? The white fluff ball nestled in Jiang Chang's arms blinked up at the chaotic brawl between 2 beasts and 1 sapling, completely baffled. Elsewhere, San Pao hunched over, wielding a broken branch in his bare paw and scribbling aimlessly in the dirt. The shadow 4-winged dragon craned its massive head for a look and froze. What are you drawing? Crooked lines on the ground barely formed a 3-legged donkey with wings. This is an ancient hufeng. San Pao grinned, drool glistening. Their honey is divine, the holy grail of honey. In the bear realm, only the top-ranked bears ever taste it. The shadow 4-winged dragon could only slap the ground with its tail wings in mute exasperation. Meanwhile, inside Jang Chong, a surge of life force from the fruit washed through his limbs like warm water. Color returned to his face, and the blood seeping from the cracks in his skin stopped. Guiding the newborn power, he set about repairing his nearly ruined body. When his mind sank into the 10th sand-fathom divine sea in his dantian, he was startled to find, beside the glowing sword rune, a second golden glyph rising from the surface, the character for body. Body? That's rare, he muttered. He tried several times to ignite it fully, but failed each time. Is my flesh too weak to bear this rune? He wondered. After a brief pause, he kept channeling the life force. The cracks in his body knitted together until only faint red lines remained. He exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes only for his face to twitch at the scene before him. Air Shah and Zhu Jiuyin were hugging armfuls of crystal fruits, overjoyed, while the little sapling drooped in the breeze, heartbroken. Bandits, the lot of you. A single sacred fruit takes 30,000 years to grow, and you stripped the tree bare. Jiang Chong gave an awkward cough. Ahem, this was all their idea, nothing to do with me. The sapling stared at him, rolled its eyes, and said, sure, I totally believe you. By the way, why does that world inside you feel familiar? It meant the pet realm it had once inhabited. Familiar? Go take another look. Jiang Chong blinked, opened the pet realm, and sent a strand of his soul in with it. You never know until you step inside, and the moment it did, the sapling was stunned. The pitch-black space that had once been only 16 units across had expanded to 10,000. Sun and moon hung in the sky. Forests, grasslands, and rivers sprawled to the horizon. It had become a living world. Incredible. Your body actually hides an entire world. The sapling cried. It landed, took root, and shook violently as its roots burrowed into the dark, fertile soil. A second later, it threw its branches up and shouted even louder, heavens, this is chaos soil. This still isn't true chaos soil, just an early prototype, the little sapling told itself. Even so, it's so rare the heavenly court could scarcely scrape together a handful. The thought made its bare branches tremble with excitement. It had no flowers or leaves, yet it quivered as if an entire sea of blossoms were about to burst forth. Mama, I've taken root in chaos soil. It shouted. Jiang Chong stood nearby, his expression unreadable. He glanced down. A few black, dried pellets lay at the edge of the soil, obviously some small beast droppings. Since the sapling was overjoyed and none the wiser, he kept silent. Ahem, Jiang Chong coughed lightly. The sapling stiffened at once, driving its roots a few inches deeper while its thin twigs shook. You took so many of my fruits, can I stay here a while? I spent 100,000 years producing them. Your Qilin evolved only after eating my Gungjin sacred fruit, and now it acts like it doesn't even know me. Ungrateful beast. Seeing it grow increasingly aggrieved, Jiang Chong rubbed his temples. Fine. Stay as long as you like. Really? In an instant the sapling brightened, its bare branches dancing. With this chaos soil I can mature in just a few hundred years and start forming sacred fruit. A few hundred years? Jiang Chong raised a brow, sounding mildly disappointed. That's already lightning fast. It used to take tens of thousands of years for one harvest. If this soil were complete, I might ripen in a century. Once I'm stable, your world can tap its full potential. Spirit veins could appear at any moment. Maybe even a whole new chaos realm. A smile flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes, and he nodded. A world tree willing to do the heavy lifting was a priceless treasure in any era. When his divine sense withdrew from the pet space, Jiang Chong saw several spirit beasts sitting in a circle, far more serious than usual, as if holding a secret council. The moment he appeared, Zhu Jiuyin raised a tiny paw, amber dragon eyes sparkling. Jiang Chong, perfect timing. We've got too many members now, we need to sort out seniority. And that little white fur ball in your arms still doesn't have a name. It pointed at the white cub cradled against Jiang Cheng's chest. Jiang Chong stroked the animal's silky fur, half smiling. So what's the plan? Seniority goes by order of arrival, of course. I was the first to join, so I'm the boss, then Jiang Chong. I want a new name too. Ershah suddenly broke in, sounding urgent. Jiang Cheng's smile vanished. His gaze locked on the beast. Change it to what? Did this fellow just question his naming skills? Ershah sounds way too dumb. I want something fierce. The creature blurted out. Oh, and what mighty name do you have in mind? Jiang Cheng asked, smiling without warmth. Zhu Juyin looked on, his eyes glittering with malicious delight. Ershah really was an idiot. Jiang Cheng's taste in names might be questionable, but you couldn't just blurt it out. King Golden Scale. Ershah threw his massive head back, lowered it to admire his lustrous armor, and proudly proclaimed his new title. Jiang Chong, expressionless, raised a hand and knocked on the creature's skull. Hey, am all grown up, can I even change my own name? Ershah howled, clutching his head, his huge bronze eyes full of grievance. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly lifted a foreclaw and flicked his forked tongue. Why don't we settle seniority with rock, paper, scissors? Last one standing is the eldest, first one out is the youngest. San Pao drooped his head, staring at his broad bare paws, and realized in embarrassment that he could never form scissors or rock. He was doomed to throw paper forever. Ershah was worse off. Since advancing to a gunmetal Qilin, his forelimbs had turned into sturdy hooves, couldn't even manage paper. Beside them, the little white beast waved its fluffy paw and chirped in earnest, "Yah. No way. That stinking snake is trying to cheat." Ershah bristled at once. San Pao remained silent. Seniority meant nothing to him. All he could think was, when will Jiang Chong deliver the honey he promised? Seeing tempers rise, Jiang Chong cut in. Enough. The fairest way is by arrival order. First is Ershah, second Xiao Yin, third San Pao, and fourth pointed at the white cubby. From now on, you're Xiaobai? Yeah. Xiaobai raised a tiny paw, whether in protest or loyalty no one could tell. High above the Dragon Lake's secret realm, everyone but Mu Wang had withdrawn. Far in the vault of heaven, a serpentine black dragon thousands of li long coiled within the clouds, its obsidian scales edged with dim gold. The oppressive presence of this Tianyu blazing dragon alone kept the newly awakened old gods from acting rashly. Standing on the head of an ice-armored horned demon dragon, Mu Wang bowed and looked up at the figure atop the great dragon, awe and solemn respect mingling in his eyes. Dragon Emperor, he murmured, because of him, the Donghua Empire knows peace. The Dragon Emperor Yi Wuchen. Stand back. They'll speak with them, Yi Wuchen said, his voice ethereal, ageless. Very well. Mu Wang asked no more and guided his mount into the distant sky. Arms folded, Zhu Rong's flame-bright gaze swept over Yi Wuchen. A quasi-god human? That's rare. The nine-headed Shangliu let out a guttural laugh. 9 pairs of eyes fixed on the Tianyu blazing dragon, equal parts greedy and wary. In our prime, humans were nothing but ants. I could never compare with you, great deities, Yi Wuchen replied with a gentle smile. But in your current state, I doubt you could withstand even a few swipes from my old friend. Before his words had faded, the Tianyu blazing dragon rumbled, golden fire dancing in its pupils as an invisible pressure rolled outward like a tide. What do you want, human? The old gods blanched, forced to admit they were no match for a king-class beast. To preserve the last shred of peace, Yi Wuchen said, standing tall, his voice calm yet unyielding. If you agree to my terms, I will not strike. Though his tone was mild, it carried an authority that allowed no refusal. Jiang Chong, are you finished yet? Zhu Jiuyin blinked its sparkling draconic eyes and looked up at the hand pressed on its head. For several minutes Jiang Chong hadn't moved, and the dragon began to doubt whether this was a normal way to pet one. Jiang Chong ignored it. His mind sank inward as he carefully examined the changes brought about by the spirit-taming pact he had just formed with Zhu Jiuyin. With a snap of his fingers, a ribbon of crimson dragon fire burst forth, tongues of flame swirling while the shadow of a true dragon roared inside the blaze. True dragon fire. Zhu Jiyin's eyes widened. This was its signature move. How had Jiang Chong taken it so easily? Jiang Chong offered no explanation. He twisted his palm and tore downward. Space itself split with a hiss, leaving a hair-thin black fish-wreathed embryonic form of a spatial law. Not bad. He chuckled, clearly satisfied. Each contracted beast returned a unique ability, all of them powerful and useful. San Pao had granted him holy light purification, making any dark corruption unable to approach him. After its recent evolution, Ursha fed back a tenfold strength amplification. Though Jiang Chong had yet to finish tempering his body, that raw power would let him shatter a mountain with one punch. Your turn, Xiaobai. He focused on the little fox, white as snow, and rubbed its soft ears. Yeah? Xiaobai blinked, utterly confused. Jiang Chong pricked his fingertip, let a drop of blood fall, and deftly traced a spirit-taming sigil in the air. The moment his soul sense entered Xiaobai's mind, boom, a dazzling golden light erupted and pulverized the sigil. The trace of his soul left inside Xiaobai witnessed a golden beast phantom that seemed to prop open the heavens. Ancient and majestic, a single glance from its eyes annihilated the fragment on the spot. Interesting. Jiang Cheng's face turned a shade paler. The ancient aura was older and stronger than any old god he had fought. Xiaobai was likely a descendant of a race from before the age of the gods, perhaps even before myth itself. Seeing him dazed, Xiaobai excitedly rubbed its fluffy head against his palm. Humph. A certain dragon turned away, snorting a puff of white mist. The little fox was such a shameless show-off. Jang Chong, I'm hungry. Ursha stretched its head over, stomach growling, scratching its head pitifully. Sanpao, who had been drawing circles on the ground, brightened and sidled closer. Yeah, brother Jiang, we've been wandering this forest forever. We need energy. How about honey? No way. Meat tastes better. Ursha shook its head. Sanpao stood its ground, uncharacteristically stubborn. Honey is obviously better. Jiang Cheng massaged his forehead and spoke earnestly. Whatever you want to eat, and however you plan to get it, you're all-grown beasts now. Learn to handle it yourselves. Fine. Ursha drooped, visibly disappointed. River City wasn't the same any Moreno one handed out canned food now. Thinking of that soft, sweet and savory taste, Air Shah's stomach growled. He swallowed hard, scratched his head, and suggested, how about San Pao and I go catch something? He lowered his voice and added, San Pao, I just want honey, not meat. San Pao wasn't thrilled, but he still bounded after Air Shah into the woods ahead. Jiang Cheng felt no worry. The only things nearby that could threaten these two beasts were high-tier diamond monsters, and they were rare. Resting his chin on his hand, he planned his next move. The Grand Princess, the imperial capital. While his thoughts churned, he pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, but there was no signal, and the GPS was dead. Jiang Cheng frowned. Zhu Jiuyin, standing beside him, spotted the phone. His dragon eyes lit up, and he whispered, Jiang Cheng, can I play with your phone? Sure. Jiang Cheng glanced at the battery, 4% and smiled. But there's no signal down here. You'll have to fly up and check our location for me. No problem, mission accepted. Zhu Jiuyin hugged the phone to his chest, vibrating with excitement. He waved a tiny claw at the nearby shadow four-winged dragon. The massive creature stiffened, then lowered its head in alarm. Master, what are your orders? Take me for a spin in the sky, Zhu Jiuyin said, barely containing his glee. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. The little dragon could fly on his own, yet he still wanted a mount? The four-winged dragon didn't dare refuse, and even seemed flattered. Once Zhu Jiuyin hopped onto its back, the beast beat its wings and climbed smoothly into the clouds. Woohoo! Zhu Jiyin's cheers echoed. Then his form vanished, leaving only the four-winged dragon gliding through the mist. Before long, the forest ahead shook violently. Air Shah and San Pao were back with their catch. San Pao had a hefty one-horned wild boar slung over his shoulder. The boar's eyes were rolled back. It was long dead. With a thud, he dropped it to the ground, the earth sinking under several thousand pounds of carcass. Got it. How we eating this? Raw? Air Shah asked, scratching his head. Jiang Cheng chuckled, noted San Pao's lukewarm expression, and spoke up. Cooked tastes best. Today, they'll make you 2 honey-glazed roast. The beasts exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Cheng didn't elaborate. Forming a blade with his hand, he sent a flash of sword chi through the air, felling several wrist-thick branches. A second blur of light, and the boar was skinned and sectioned. He skewered the pieces onto sharpened branches. Dragon fire hissed to life, igniting the dry wood. Flames roared up, painting their faces orange-red. The meat turned over the tongues of fire, fat sizzling and dripping until each chunk gleamed golden and the aroma rolled out in waves. Air Shah gulped audibly. Even San Pao, usually fixated on honey, felt his throat tighten, a hungry gleam flickering in his eyes. Jiang Cheng, let me taste it first. Ursha sprang up, drool almost reaching his chin as he lunged for the glistening chunk of fat. Smack! Jiang Cheng slapped him, the crisp sound making stars dance before Air's eyes. You're still missing the most important step, he reminded. Item name, Serrated Dragon Honey 1. Item description, harvested from serrated dragon bees, creatures with draconic bloodlines and ferocious tempers. The golden honey is exquisitely sweet and can instantly replenish vast amounts of spiritual power, making it an essential treat for beast tamers. Item grade, A. Redemption cost, 80 material shards. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng confirmed the trade. A pitch-black porcelain jar materialized in his right hand. He lifted the lid, and a rich honeyed scent seemed to turn into a golden mist. Sanpao's nose twitched, his eyes reddening as he inched forward and asked in a trembling voice, Is that for me? Of course. Your master never breaks his word, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. He drizzled the amber honey over the meat, crispy outside, tender within. Hot oil met honey with a sizzle, and the aroma doubled. Cradling the jar like a priceless treasure, Sanpao dipped a tiny paw, tasted it, and began to shake. Heavens, this is amazing. Ancient tiger honey? From now on, Sanpao is a bear of distinction. Jiang Cheng watched him gush, then tore off a piece of meat for himself and chewed slowly. Yeah. Xiaobai tugged at his sleeve. I want some too. Sighing, Jiang Cheng tossed half a chunk over. Meanwhile, Ursha was already in cyclone mode, devouring several pieces in a handful of bites, mumbling through tears, "Mzu good." Suddenly, Zhu Jiyin's enraged roar echoed overhead. Damn it, Jiang Cheng, my phone's dead. The rant cut off when the scent of meat hit him. You started eating without me? Ursha, save me a piece. He leapt from the back of the shadow four-winged drake, nostrils flaring. Even the drake swallowed hungrily. I saved you one, Ursha said loyally, sliding over the smallest slice though every speck of fat was gone. You've got to be kidding me. Zhu Jian's eyes went scarlet. He lunged for the fat. Whoosh. A green blur streaked by, snatching the meat from under his nose. Bastard. Zhu Jian shook with rage. A swipe of his claw brought spatial laws crashing down, locking the thief in place. Only then did Jang Chong see clearly. An azure cub, about Xiaobai's size, eyes fierce, body scarred, ash green fur matted with blood. It clamped down on the meat and, even under the crushing spatial force, refused to let go, baring its fangs at everyone. So it's you, little kitty, stealing from me. Zhu Jian snarled, ready to strike until Jiang Cheng stopped him. Jiang Cheng watched the cub with amused interest, more a tigrin than a tiger. Abandoned by its mother and forced to fend for itself in the wild, such creatures rarely survive and are therefore exceedingly rare. This one's coat was a pale jade green, its pointed ears pressed back, slender limbs corded with tense muscle. It belonged to the Wind Demon Tiger clan, born with command over wind, a gift that had likely kept it alive in this peril-ridden forest. Gurgle. A loud rumble from its belly made its shoulder blades twitch. Driven by hunger, it ignored the oppressive aura of the towering beasts nearby and pounced on a chunk of honey-glazed roast lying on the ground, tearing at it greedily while juice and shreds of meat slid down its fangs. Want more? Jiang Qing asked, waving another piece of roast, its skin glistening with fat while the air filled with the smoky sweetness of charcoal and honey. Row. The green cub bared its teeth again, a short, low growl rumbling from its throat, yet its eyes remained locked on the meat. Here we go. Jiang Cheng's recruiting another underling, Zhu Jian muttered, scratching his scaled head with a heavy dragon claw that rasped across his armor. Sensing the moment, he lifted the spatial pressure had been exerting on the cub. Freed from the restraint, the little tigrin became a streak of jade wind, slicing through the air toward the roast in Jiang Cheng's hand. In the next instant it froze. Jiang Cheng's broad hand had clamped onto the scruff of its neck, his fingers iron-tight. The cub lashed its tail, twisted, and bit down on Jiang Cheng's right hand. Crack. The impact sounded sharp, but biting him was like biting granite. The jolt left its jaw numb and aching. Feisty little thing, Jiang Cheng remarked, withdrawing his unblemished hand. A faint smile lifted his brow. His gaze was gentle, yet resolute. Fate brought us together. You're going to be my next spirit companion. At his thought, several rare materials appeared soundlessly. Pitch-black null bat wings, a morbid wing of death still reeking of decay, a crystal-clear spirit of the gale, and 10 platinum glowing beast cores rolling and sparking with arcs of lightning. Ding. Required materials gathered. Ready to synthesize Tempest, Holy Wing Tigrin. The ethereal chime echoed through Jiang Cheng's mind. A white beam shot from the center of his brow, blossoming into a dome of light that enveloped the green cub and every component. Rayo. The cub shrieked as warm currents wrapped around it, certain at least for the moment that Jiang Cheng intended to roast it alive. The glow faded, revealing a teal-furred tiger no bigger than a calf. Dirt and grime were gone, replaced by a sleek coat and perfectly defined muscles neither bulky nor thin. Folded against her back, a pair of black gold primary wings looked as if they'd been forged from metal. When she spread them slightly, a second pair of blood-red shadow wings emerged, a flawless fusion of the wings of death and the nullbat wings. At the same time, a translucent data panel flashed before Jiang Cheng's eyes. Mystic beast name, Hurricane Seraph Tiger. Rank, Platinum, 8-star. Grade, Quasi-Sacred. Skills. 1. Gale Ward LV, 7 summons several Gale Guardians to fight alongside her. 2. Shura Wing /LV, 7 switches to Shura Demon Tiger form. Her wings can cut through anything. 3. Tempest Domain LV, 8 blankets the battlefield in violent winds. Stacked wind blades inflict cumulative damage. 4. Seraphic Curse LV, 8 unfurls all 4 wings, raising power and speed tenfold. Attacks carry necrotic corrosion. Condition, healthy. Attributes, pure wind spirit Shura. Profile, a tiger-type beast with dual forms. Shura form boosts offense, but slows speed. Tempest form does the opposite. Abandoned as a cub, she is solitary and independent, yet possesses fierce combat instincts and unbreakable will. Weakness, hates having her chin scratched. Evolution paths, 9 in total. The Hurricane Seraph Tiger stood in stunned silence, processing the upheaval. The ferocity in her eyes softened when they met Jiang Cheng's. He smiled and, in one smooth motion, sealed a Beastmaster contract. Patting her head, he said, "From now on, you'll be called Abiao." "Yes, master." Abiao nodded. Her voice was as clear as a young girl's, yet carried a tiger's natural chill. A tigress? The other contracted beasts exchanged glances. Abiao was Jiang Cheng's first female partner. Northern Jiang Province, Jianghuai City. As the province's largest fortress city, it sits at a vital crossroads linking Qinghe Prefecture with Tianhe. To the north lies the ghost-haunted Yupon Marsh, and to the west the high-tier bee-stridden Sunset Mountains. Consequently, Jianghuai's defenses are unmatched in the province. City walls forged entirely from grade A alloy can withstand any beast below the platinum tier. 108 high-energy cannons and 72 flame cannons line the battlements, the Empire's latest models, creating seamless fire coverage within a kilometer. A night wind swept across the ramparts where 2 sentries paced. Brother Chun, the younger guard asked, with all this firepower in Jianghuai, but no beast tied in decades, isn't it overkill? You don't get it. The veteran took a long drag on his pipe, exhaling a thin ring of smoke. Do you know Jianghuai's strategic value? If this city falls, the entire northern Jiang province collapses. Tianhe and Qinghe would be next. He tapped the cold alloy railing, eyes heavy. I pray we never face a beast tied here, but that's not realistic. Those creatures have been stirring more each year. One day they'll come for us when we least expect it. Yeah, the younger guard muttered, shivering at the thought. The rookie chuckled and nodded in agreement. Hey, Chun, what's that dark swarm out there? He blurted, pointing toward the horizon beyond the walls. The veteran's heart clenched, and he lifted his binoculars. Through the lenses the ground looked as if it had been drenched in ink. Countless black rat wolves were surging forward like a tide, tens of thousands at the very least, packed so tight that anyone with trypophobia would faint on the spot. The color drained from his lips, and he roared. Sound the alarm. Beast tide incoming. Beep beep. Level 7 alert. A massive rat wolf swarm has been sighted west of Jianghuai City. All combat personnel to battle stations. Civilians, evacuate to the defensive zones immediately. The rapid-fire voice of the female announcer echoed across the city. The warning had barely ended when another piercing tone shrieked through the speakers. Level 8 alert. Energy scanners show a huge cluster of unknown signatures to the north. No, wait, it's an undead skeleton horde. Even the seasoned announcer could not hide her panic. Live drone footage flooded every giant screen in Jianghuai. Skeletons surging, rat wolves charging, dust and black miasma all but swallowing the sky. Fear spread through the crowds like fire racing across dry grass. There is no need to panic. A smooth baritone replaced her. Jianghuai fields a garrison of 100,000 soldiers armed with top-grade weapons, more than enough to crush this beast tide. Citizens, move to the defensive zones in an orderly fashion. Before he could finish, savage static tore through the broadcast. The outer wall is down. Damn it. A monarch-class beast red-eyed pangolin. The shout dissolved beneath continuous artillery fire and the screams of the defenders. We're finished. Jianghuai is going to fall, someone shrieked, and the words broke whatever calm remained. People flooded toward train stations, ports, and skyports like a breached dam, jamming every escape route to capacity. At a military staging base, Su Yuntian sat cross-legged in meditation. Bang, bang, bang. Frantic knocking snapped him awake. He opened the door, irritation fading when he saw the adjutant's grim expression. General, a beast tide has hit Jianghuai, and the city is on the brink. The adjutant handed over a secure phone that was vibrating violently. His Highness is calling. Su Yuntian drew a deep breath and answered. On the other end, Prince Beijiang spoke at breakneck speed, laying out the situation in detail. Yes, sir, understood. Consider it done. Su Yuntian agreed again and again, though his brow grew darker. The adjutant lowered his voice. Sir, is the prince ordering us to reinforce Jianghuai? We have fewer than 5,000 in the Crimson Qilin army, and we're short on high-level beast tamers. Isn't that suicide? 100,000 defenders can't hold the city. Su Yuntian shook his head and exhaled slowly. His Highness wants us to extract someone. Who? The Emperor's favorite daughter, Princess Qinli. He frowned and muttered. What's the girl doing in a place this dangerous? Nothing but trouble. He strode out and gave crisp orders. Dragon Qilin squad will come with me into the city for the extraction. The rest of the units will support outside Jianghuai. Let's hope the city hasn't fallen yet. Grumbling or not, Su Yuntian made his decision without hesitation. Not bad at all. Jang Chong narrowed his eyes, standing bare-chested while the blood of a sovereign-class earth demon tiger streamed over his shoulders and neck. The scalding liquid washed his skin like molten creek water, its refined energy seeping inward, tempering meridians and bones alike, and boosting his physical strength in a way that could be seen with the naked eye. Golden body. A moment later, golden light burst from every inch of his skin, and his sharply defined muscles looked as if they had been cast in iron. Jiang Cheng's gaze hardened. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Boom. The blow ripped through the air with a shriek, pulverizing a nearby tree more than 10 meters tall into dust and filling the sky with splinters. Off to the side, Zhu Jiuyin, who had been loafing around, stared at the rippling muscles with undisguised envy. If only he could forge such a draconic physique, he thought, he could win over an entire harem of young female dragons. The golden body is only at the first tempering. Jang Chong looked at the golden sheen covering his skin and slowly shook his head. This drop of earth demon tiger blood wasn't top tier. Had it been better, I could have reached at least the third tempering. Still, it's good enough. My physique now matches that of an ordinary divine sea cultivator. The golden body he referred to was not the same as the golden body possessed by battle kings or battle emperors on the warrior path. On that path, the golden body is a one-time mutation. After years of absorbing heaven and earth energy. The body crystallizes, and further progress is almost impossible without special sacred artifacts. The golden body Jang Chong spoke of belongs to a complete body tempering system that allows repeated forging, turning flesh into metal step by step. He was currently cultivating the world-suppressing Immortal King physique. This method has three major stages: golden body, jade bones, and Immortal King physique. The golden body stage itself has 9 temperings, and each additional tempering causes defense and strength to soar geometrically. Rumor has it that, upon reaching the end, one's flesh can literally ascend to immortality. Lowering his eyes, Jang Chong looked at the faintly glowing body rune on his chest. After a moment's thought, a smile spread across his face, and he beckoned to Zhu Juyin. Coming. Zhu Juyin hopped down from a branch, not forgetting to throw the other spirit beasts a smug look, as if to say, see? Jang Chong dotes on me the most. Lend me a drop of blood. Jang Chong coughed lightly and gave its little head a casual rub. What? No way. Zhu Juyin wilted at once, clutching his chest with his claws. You want more blood? It hurts. Jiang Cheng's face darkened, and he withdrew his hand. Forget it, then. He'll go ask Air Shah. Fine. Take it. Air Shah, who had been eavesdropping for a while, immediately dashed over and spat out a drop of golden blood. Inside the droplet, the phantom of a Qilin tumbled and burned like flame. Haha, Brother Jiang, was that good enough? Can I get a can of food as a reward? Last time's barbecue would be great too. He stuck out his tongue and stared at Jiang Chong with round, hopeful eyes. Brother Jiang, take mine too. All I want is a jar of honey. Under the tree, San Pao was busy licking dragon honey off his paw. At the sound of the commotion, he trembled with excitement. A Biao, meanwhile, lay alone beneath another tree, feigning sleep. His half-lidded eyes and taut muscles made it clear he could explode into action at any second, setting him apart from the noisy crowd. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow at Zhu Juyin. See that? Plenty of beasts would kill for the chance, yet you hesitate. Fine, I'll do it. Zhu Juyin pouted, ultimately biting through the tip of his claw and squeezing out a tiny drop of blood that looked at once like fire and quicksilver, heavy as lead, with a faint divine power surging inside. Not bad, the kid can be taught. Jiang Chong smiled with quiet satisfaction, stowed the 2 drops of blood, and, eyes flashing, let golden light surge from his skin as he drew the utterly different essences of Air Shah and Zhu Juyin into his body. SSSSHHHH. The instant the first drop entered him, a ferocious gunmetal force slashed like flying blades, etching hairline cracks across his tempered golden body, and threads of golden blood seeped out. Anyone else would have been crippled on the spot, yet Jiang Chong merely laughed. Inside him, the world-calming Immortal King body thundered to life. Rainbow rays rippled beneath his skin, and the cracks healed before the naked eye. The rune bearing the character body flared to near full brightness, marking his second tempering golden body, second forging. Exhaling a long breath, he began refining the second drop. Zhu Juyin's blood appeared gentle, yet a searing fury hid within, like oil flung on a blaze. Touch it, and it exploded. When the bead met his golden aura, a wave of scorching flame erupted, reddening his skin. Jiang Chong grunted but remained seated, brutally suppressing the rampage inside him. Moments later, the body rune brightened from a soft glow to blinding brilliance. Overwhelming power slammed into his heart meridians, forcing out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed, yet his eyes shone golden body, third forging. Bang! As the rune blazed fully, golden light flooded the clearing, and behind him faint phantoms of a torch dragon and a Qilin intertwined, their pressures spilling outward. Such a vision should appear only after the 6th forging, so its early arrival surprised even him. Clearly the blood of Air Shah and Zhu Juyin was extraordinary, helping him leap several barriers at once. Test complete, he sprang to his feet, power gathering in his fist like a rainbow, and punched the air. Boom, boom, boom. The fist wind plowed ahead, shearing 10 large trees off at the base. Trunks flew sideways and wood chips rained down. Jiang Chong, you're awesome. Air Shah cheered, shamelessly flattering him. San Pao stared at his own bare paws, then bowed his head to inspect them, suddenly wondering if he was a counterfeit bear. All right, stop taking it out on the trees. Zhu Juyin shook its head, then brightened. By my reckoning, we're only a few hundred li from Jianghuai City, then I can finally recharge my phone. Jianghuai. Jiang Chong gazed into the distance and murmured. It wouldn't be long before they reached the imperial capital, and then he would meet the Grand Imperial Princess. Boom. An explosion suddenly echoed from the dense forest ahead, bringing Jang Chong and his beasts to an abrupt halt. "I'll go take a look." Zhu Jiuyin raised a claw, excitement gleaming in its draconic eyes. "Get back here." Jiang Chong grabbed it by the scruff, his face impassive. "We're too close to Jianghuai City. Humans are everywhere. If anyone spots you or Air Shah, the entire Donghua Empire will be buzzing within hours, and it won't just be you two they come after. They'll be on the list as well." After a moment's thought, he pulled a palm-sized jade bottle from his sleeve. Inside, more than a dozen pea-green pills clinked softly. "Jiang Chong, what tasty treat did you bring this time?" Air Shah shoved its massive Qilin head closer, nostrils flaring. Before it could finish speaking, Jiang Chong flicked a pill into its mouth. "So bitter." Air Shah grimaced. As it chewed, ripples of spiritual light raced across its body. The majestic horns vanished, the blazing mane thinned, and in a blink the awe-inspiring Qilin had turned into a goofy golden mutt. "Looks like it works." Jiang Chong chuckled and tossed the entire bottle to it. "One pill every 7 days. Don't forget." They were shape-shifting pills he had bought from the system store for 100 material shards. As the name implied, they let contracted beasts alter their appearance and slip past human eyes. "Same goes for you." Jiang Chong turned to the gloating Zhu Jiuyin and flicked a pill at it. The beast stiffened, then snickered. "I can change on my own." Scales rippled, crystalline horns retracted, and the fiery crimson shell faded to snowy white. Within a few breaths, a palm-thick white snake lay coiled on the ground, its obsidian eyes blinking. "Heh, don't I look cuter than that lug?" The snake-sized Zhu Jiuyin teased, eyeing the little white fox in Jiang Cheng's arms. The fox squeaked in protest. Jiang Chong pinched the bridge of his nose and ignored them. He turned to the silent, gale-winged Saint Panther. "A biao, scout ahead." "Understood." In a cool feminine voice, a biao leapt like a gust of wind into the trees without disturbing a single leaf. "Ice Queen Tigress," the newly yellow mutt grumbled. Deeper in the forest, a 6-member squad was hemmed in by nearly 100 rat wolves. "Captain, I'm afraid we're dying here today." "There's something I've been meaning to say." The blood-soaked young man Tang Wei leaned against the cold steel of a military pickup, coughing up blood, his voice weak. "Hang in there, Tang Wei. We're not finished yet." Captain Yu Xiaoyu, tall and slender, had her combat suit spattered with the creature's viscous blood. She swung her alloy saber and felled 3 more rat wolves as she spoke. "No, I have to say it now?" Tang Wei shook his head, then spit it out. Yu Xiaoyu snapped, slashing again. Black blood sprayed across her face. "You still owe me 200 yuan, damn it." Tang Wei mustered the last of his strength and bellowed. "Yu Xiaoyu, Captain, Bad news, a monarch-class beast is heading this way." A young man hunched over an energy scanner blanched and shouted in despair. The survivors tightened their grip on their blades, ready to fight to the end. In the wild woods the stench of blood hung thick. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of rat wolves pressed together in a suffocating mass, their bloodthirsty growls overlapping. Yu Xiaoyu steadied her breathing and forced herself to keep calm. "Is the truck fixed yet?" Her voice cut through the gunfire and howls. "Almost good to go, but the rat wolves have the road completely blocked. Can't break through." The mechanic answered, his hands slick with oil and worry. "Everyone on the truck. They'll clear a path." Yu Xiaoyu barked, jaw clenched. "Captain." The others froze. "Follow orders." She snapped. With a single push she shot into the horde like an arrow. The dark shapes swallowed her, but every flash of her blade burst into a spray of blood. "Quit staring, if the captain's charging in. The least we can do is get on the truck." Tang Wei shouted. Tears blurred their eyes as they lost sight of Yu Xiaoyu, but they climbed into the military pickup all the same. Suddenly someone yelled from the bed. "Tang Wei, why aren't you on?" "Screw that. I've got a trump card." Tang Wei grinned, eyes wild. He drew a short blade from his belt and advanced toward the tide of beasts, roaring, "Captain, move." Yu Xiaoyu had just severed the head of a wolf clamped on her arm. Her grade A alloy armor was in shreds, her body drenched in blood. She spun around. "Tang Wei." A larger rat wolf lunged at him, claws flashing like knives. "Bring it on." Tang Wei spat blood but laughed, almost delirious. From inside his jacket he produced a detonator no thicker than a thumb, hooking his own thumb through the arming ring. "Tang Wei, are you insane? That's micronuke grade, you'll die." Yu Xiaoyu screamed, but the crashing wave of beasts swallowed her voice. "Goodbye, Captain." Tang Wei yanked the pin. Boom. A mushroom cloud blossomed above the forest. A white-hot fireball dragged a shockwave that shredded every rat wolf within hundreds of meters into red mist. Earth, deadwood, even the pickup turned to powder. A kilometer away, a charging monarch-class beast, the silver moon direwolf, was flung aside, its howl twisted into a shriek. "Tang Wei, you idiot!" Tears streaked Yu Xiaoyu's face, but the blast's aftershock hurled her into the air. She tore through branches like a cut kite, blood scattering in her wake. The brutal recoil flung her hundreds of meters before she finally crashed to the ground. Boom. Just as Yu Xiaoyu was drowning in grief, a military pickup hurtled through the air, its panels gouged by claws and the steel warped. It plowed through a stand of trees before slamming to the ground. With the door hanging open, several blood-soaked soldiers tumbled out, the remnants of Yu Xiaoyu's own squad. "Captain, be careful." One of them propped himself up, a trembling finger pointing toward the forest. A deep, drum-like howl shook dead leaves from the treetops. Two claws thicker than a falconer's gauntlet parted the brush, and a 5-meter silver wolf strode out, a monarch-class beast, the Silver Moon dire wolf. Yu Xiaoyu's face went white. Her wounded comrades felt hope slip away. Against a monarch-class monster, they had no chance. The Silver Moon dire wolf towered over them, cold light flickering in its eyes. It lowered its head, lazily licked blood from its claws, and advanced. When only 10 meters remained, the wolf froze. A hoarse snarl rumbled in its throat, and every silver hair stood on end. It had sensed another threat. From the shade emerged a tiger-like beast, barely a fifth of the wolf's size, yet sporting black and gold wings. It ambled forward as if strolling through its own backyard. Another monarch-class beast. A windfiend tiger? Why does it have wings? Yu Xiaoyu gasped. The Silver Moon dire wolf roared, as if declaring, "This is my prey." Only primal instinct kept it from rushing the winged tiger. The newcomer reeked of danger. The windfiend tiger narrowed its eyes, kicked off, and became a streak of azure light. Black and gold wings flared like blades, slicing across the wolf's throat. Thud! The massive head hit the ground, blood fountained high, and the wolf's eyes remained wide in disbelief. It had been killed in a single blow. Yu Xiaoyu and the others sucked in a breath. Out of the wolf, into the tiger, someone muttered. To fell a monarch-class creature in one strike, a Biao had to be at the pinnacle of the rank, perhaps even diamond class. They stood paralyzed, awaiting death. Yet Biao merely bent his head and groomed the fur ruffled by his own wind-typical feline fastidiousness. "Captain, it doesn't look like it plans to eat us," a soldier whispered after several tense minutes. "Cat and mouse," Yu Xiaoyu answered softly. Their hearts sank. A cat lets the mouse run, only to catch it again. "Captain, when it moves, we should scatter," said the most gravely wounded member. A sheet of metal was embedded in his thigh. He was ghost pale, but resolute. "Xiachen, what are you talking about?" Yu Xiaoyu shot him a glare, knowing he meant to sacrifice himself for her chance to live. "Captain, Xiachen's right. Look at us, we're finished anyway, so we might as well carve out a way for you to live." The battered squad member rasped, his face ashen. Beside him, the rest of the team lay in pools of blood, barely able to move. "Shut up." Yu Xiaoyu tightened her blood-stained dagger, eyes blazing. "We're one squad. If we die together. Don't be an idiot like Tang Wei." She had barely finished when a calm, clear voice drifted out of the woods. "Abiao." In the next instant, the hurricane-winged tiger that had terrified them earlier padded obediently through the trees, wagging its tail before crouching at the feet of a young man. That storm tiger is tamed?" The squad stared in shock. Only then did they notice the creatures trailing the man. A lumbering yellow dog, a black bear with outspread wings, and a snow-white serpent coiled on his shoulder. Its slit pupils narrowed in disdain as it examined them. The man stroked the tiger's sleek fur and asked casually, "Are you from Jianghua City?" "Yes," Yu Xiaoyu answered, forcing herself upright. "A beast tide hit Jianghua. The city is about to fall. While escorting civilians, we were ambushed by Ratwolf Sand, that Silver Moon dire wolf. Casualties were heavy. If not for your companions, would have died long ago." Tears of pain and relief blurred her vision. "Beast tide?" The man Jang Chong frowned, and the white serpent on his shoulder lifted its head, dragon eyes burning with anger. "So I can't even charge my phone again." Jiang Chong muttered wryly, then asked, "How bad is it in Jianghua?" "Critical," Yu Xiaoyu said gravely. "Over half the city is gone. Of 100,000 defenders, 40,000 are still holding on. The only diamond-rank beastmaster, Lord Wei Qiu, fell in battle alongside his beast." Jiang Chong narrowed his eyes. If a diamond-rank master had died, Jianghua had to be a hell's cape. But the road to the imperial capital ran straight through it. Skirting around Qinghe Prefecture would cost him several times the travel time. He started walking again. "Sir, are you really going in alone?" Yu Xiaoyu called after him. "Other high-ranked beastmasters and warriors from Beijiang Xingzhou will arrive soon. Jianghua is too dangerous to enter by yourself." "He'll be fine. I know what I'm doing." Jiang Cheng waved her concerns away. Yu Xiaoyu watched his figure recede, glanced at the ruined military pickup and her dying comrades, and finally called out, "Sir, my people are badly wounded, and our only vehicle is wrecked. Could you take us to the nearest forward base first?" "I know it's asking a lot." Without turning, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Shadow, give them a lift." A roar split the sky as the four-winged dragon named Shadow Dove, its massive wings kicking up dust when it landed. The frigid breath that seeped from its jaws chilled their spines, yet it lowered itself gently, inviting them aboard. Another monarch-grade beast. The squad gasped. Xiachen whispered, "Captain, who is this guy? He's younger than me and already commands 2 monarch-grade beasts. Do you think that dog and the little white snake are also?" "I don't know," Yu Xiaoyu murmured, shaking her head. Her gaze lingered on her blood-soaked comrades, a strange mix of fear and relief welling up inside her. If luck hadn't intervened, their squad would have been wiped out, and but for Tang Wei's sacrifice, she herself would have fallen to the endless tide of rat wolves, drained of strength and life. Master, there are plenty of beasts ahead. Shall I clear them out? A Biao, walking point, twitched his ears at the disturbance and turned for instructions. No need, Jang Chong replied, his eyes piercing the barren woods. In the distance rose an enormous city Zhonghuai, the largest base in Beijiang province. Its walls were shattered, smoke coiled into the sky, and countless rat wolves crawled over the stone, savaging everything within. Several monarch-class, golden-eyed pangolins had already crushed the Agrade alloy defenses like toys, turning the entire metropolis into a carnival for monsters. A few rat wolves gnawing on human remains glanced at Jiang Cheng and bared their fangs, yet before they could move an overwhelming spatial pressure slammed down, pulping them instantly. Let me open the way, Zhu Jiuying growled, excitement in his voice. Jiang Cheng nodded. They were still in the outer district, where the beasts were mostly silver and gold rank no threat at all. Got it. With permission granted, Zhu Jiuying loosed a thunderous dragon roar. The true dragon domain descended in its wake, multiplying gravity across 10 kilometers. Every beast trembled and prostrated as though before a king, the weaker ones crushed into paste. Pillars of dragon fire then rained from the sky, devouring the cowering creatures until nothing remained. In one sweep the domain erased at least 10,000 rat wolves and other low-tier monsters. A deafening bellow shook the city the high-tier beasts had awakened. A residential tower exploded, rubble scattering to reveal a colossal form. Over 30 meters long, clad in pale violet fur, wreathed in a purple monarch aura, the rat wolf queen, the very peak of the monarch class. By bloodline, rat wolves should have capped at silver or gold rank, yet she had clawed her way to the pinnacle of platinum, a rarity among rarities. San Pao, she's yours, Jiang Cheng called, only to find the bear still licking honey from his paw. He rubbed his forehead. Fine, fine, they'll finish her quick, San Pao grumbled, licking off the last drop. A legendary golden monarch aura flared around him, and behind his back materialized a towering phantom, the Earth Spirit King. Squeak, squeak, the rat wolf queen fixed on San Pao, shrieking a challenge. Oh, calling me names, are you? San Pao roared, slamming his paw forward. The Earth Spirit King mirrored the move, molding the soil into a massive arm that pounded toward the queen. Though enormous, she was startlingly agile, slipping aside as her shrieks rose in pitch and fury. The hammer blow gouged a deep crater, but San Pao only sneered. Two rocky hands erupted from underground, clamping onto the queen's hind legs. Down you go, courtesy of Grandpa Pao, he bellowed, yanking hard. Yet the queen showed no fear. A sly grin split her savage muzzle. An instant later, countless juvenile rat wolves swarmed from the earth like ants. They gorged on scattered flesh, swelling several-fold in seconds. In a heartbeat, a full pack had formed. Thousands of hungry green eyes rushed in, surrounding San Pao and tearing at him from every side. Enough ants can bite an elephant to death, Jiang Cheng muttered, shaking his head. Had San Pao opened with his trump card, the fight would never have become such a mess. Jiang Cheng, want me to step in? Er Shah asked, seeing San Pao buried beneath the tide of rat wolves. No, he's still got more tricks, Jiang Cheng replied with a faint smile. Get off me, San Pao roared, buried beneath a writhing tide of rat wolves. A surge of golden light erupted from his body, vaporizing every creature clinging to him. It was the power of Bu Pafa's hen. Spreading his snow-white wings, he rode a fierce updraft into the sky. Boom! Blinding brilliance flared from his feathers. Lances of holy light formed behind him and poured downward without mercy. Screeches rang out as the freshly spawned rat wolf horde was swallowed by sacred fire. Their agonized howls snuffed out in a blaze of white. The rat wolf queen's pupils contracted in fear. With a shrill cry, it burst through the earth's crust, trying to burrow away on the strength of its massive frame. It was finished. Watching from afar, Jiang Cheng shook his head. Trying to dig in front of an epic Earth King, bear the very child of the soil, was pure folly. Hovering in midair, San Pao bared his fangs in a grin. His wings hammered downward, and a gigantic bear paw rode the gale, slamming onto the ground. Boom! Dirt exploded. A golem of stone and soil rose, arms crossed to pin the queen's limbs in an unbreakable lock. The queen shrieked, panic and rage mingling. It spat out human words, snarling, "You're a beast, yet you serve a human. The Lord Saint will never spare traitors like you." Lord Saint? And who might that be? Jiang Cheng arched an eyebrow, tone indifferent. Humph, lowly human, you're not worthy of his name. Your inferior race exists only as our food. The queen licked her fangs, voice icy. Then allow me to send you off first. Jiang Cheng's expression stayed calm. He drew the inextinguishable thunder roar spear. A flash of lightning blasted open the queen's chest, scattering flesh and blood. He added quietly, and for the record, they're not servants. They're my partners. So moving. Zhu Juyin on his shoulder clutched its chest, voice trembling. The other beasts traded looks. Ursha rolled its eyes. Drop the act, will you? Pa. I'm genuinely touched. Zhu Juyin shot back, hands on hips. Jiang Cheng's face twitched, but he recovered quickly and warned, more high-tier beasts are inside. Stay sharp. No worries. With me, little Ian, around, those ugly freaks won't lay a paw on you. Zhu Jiuyin thumped its chest in promise. Yeah. The little bai in his arms raised its tiny paws in agreement. Watching silently, a Biao thought, Master's companions, every one of them is terrifyingly strong. Zhuarong district had once been the liveliest part of Jianghuai City, its skyline crowded with high-rises and streets packed with traffic. Now it was a playground for monsters. Several monarch-level scarlet-eyed pangolins barreled through the ruins, concrete and rebar bouncing off their scales in showers of sparks. Amid the shattered buildings, greeny blood-eyed hyenas darted and weaved. Their keen noses let them sniff out every hidden human, whom they then tore apart and devoured. Inside a hotel freezer, a handful of people huddled between ice chests and slabs of meat. Outside, the roars of beasts and the screams of humans echoed nonstop. Hardly daring to breathe, they crouched in silence, terrified to make the slightest sound. The freezer was still running, sealing in frigid air that had driven the temperature down to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Their breath congealed into pale clouds under the dim light, hanging in front of their faces. 5 people, 3 grown men, a woman in a hotel receptionist uniform, and a delicate-looking girl crouched in the corner huddled together, their lips already turning purple. Someone has to go out and shut off the cooling. The man closest to the door finally croaked, his voice raw from the cold. Eyes shifted, no one argued, yet no one volunteered. Everyone understood. The blower had to be stopped, but if a pack of blood-eyed hyenas was waiting outside, whoever stepped out was unlikely to return. After a brief, stifling silence, the office worker with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his frames and casually tossed out the real question. So who goes? 3 pairs of male eyes exchanged silent looks before settling on the receptionist and the little girl. The man in glasses lowered his voice. Miss, you work here, you know the layout. Why don't you shut it off? I can't, the receptionist blurted, instinctively stepping back, her voice trembling. I usually stay at the front desk. I've barely ever been in the kitchen. The memory of monsters tearing into human flesh still flickered in her eyes. Quit the whining, are you going or not? Snarled the burly man beside her, already fraying under the cold. He slapped her hard, the crack echoing through the icy chamber. A livid welt bloomed on her pale cheek. What kind of men are you? Sending a woman out to risk her life. She cupped her stinging cheek, eyes brimming with tears. Kill me if you want, I'm not going. He'll go. The clear, youthful voice from the corner shattered the stalemate. The others froze, then almost simultaneously broke into expressions of relief. The little girl got to her feet, features as delicate as porcelain, yet carrying a composure far beyond her years. Good girl. The men urged her on. The switch is on the control panel in the back kitchen. If you can't find it, just cut the main power. The girl said nothing. She gripped the handle and pulled the metal door open, a blast of even colder air hitting her. She slipped through the gap, glanced up and down the corridor, and exhaled softly when she saw no sign of the beasts. The control panel lay only a few steps away, its red and green lights blinking. Qilin merely glanced at it, lifted her foot, and headed up the staircase instead, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. Those fools actually thought the freezer would keep them safe? They had no idea that many monster serpentine ones, for instance, hunted through infrared. In that spectrum, a cluster of warm bodies huddled in sub-zero air was the brightest beacon in the night. The people from Beijiang Palace must be looking for me by now, she muttered, tightening her grip on her smartwatch. The locator signal was already broadcasting. All that remained was for a rescue team to track it. Holding her breath, Qinli moved up the stairs, footsteps so light they were almost silent, alert for any ambush. She needed a temporary hiding place first, then she could wait for reinforcements. Even as her thoughts raced, her vigilance never wavered. Who knew what nasty surprise might spring out inside this hotel? Damn it, that little witch never shut it off? Did she sneak away, or did one of the beasts outside eat her? Inside the freezer, several people trembled with both fear and rage. They waited, but the cold only deepened, creeping into their bones until it pushed human endurance to its limits. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds struck the alloy door, denting the metal as though a giant creature were battering it. With a thunderous crash, the entire door flew inward, and a python's head the size of a locomotive pushed into the room. Cruel light flickered in its vertical pupils. It opened its cavernous jaws and lunged. Screams were swallowed at once by the freezing air and the stench of blood. 5 floors above, Qinli heard that shriek and blanched. She slipped into the bathroom, biting her lip. Scalding steam filled the space, masking her scent and confusing any serpentine beasts that might break into the hotel. All she could do now was pray that rescue arrived soon. At the same moment, Jiang Cheng's group stepped into Zhurong district. Screech, screech. Several blood-eyed hyenas with glowing green eyes spotted them and let out excited growls. Before the pack could pounce, a Biao's eyes turned icy. Black gold wings flicked open behind him, and razor-sharp wind blades flashed out, slicing the hyenas clean in half. The smell of blood drew more monsters, dozens of hyenas, and 5 or 6 jagged-toothed land sharks. These sharks had mutated from their oceanic cousins. 8 limbs sprouted from their bellies. Powerful lungs let them sprint across land, and the ones approaching were dozens of meters long, at least mid-platinum level. This time let me handle it. Ershah had been itching for a real fight since his recent breakthrough. End it quickly, Jang Chong said, gaze fixed on the distant heart of the city where artillery boomed and beasts roared, signs that the remaining garrison was still clinging to Jianghuai City's last safe zone. Got it. Ershah grinned, locking onto the land sharks. Roar. The sharks loomed over the humans, still seeing them as easy prey, while the hyenas howled for blood. In the next instant, golden light exploded around Ershah, his expression turning regal. He opened his mouth in a silent bellow, the soul-shattering roar. A muffled shockwave drilled into their very spirits. Every hyena and land shark froze, then collapsed, eyes glassy and lifeless, their souls seemingly reduced to dust. Not bad, Jiang Cheng said with a satisfied smile. Ershah's soul-piercing power had reached terrifying heights. Even a diamond-tier beast without strong mental defenses would suffer heavily. So weak, Ershah muttered, scratching his head. Zhu Jiuyin clicked his tongue in the background. So Ershah is already this strong? My title as Jiang Cheng's top enforcer might not last much longer. Master, movement ahead, Zhu Jiuyin reported. It sounds like humans and monsters are fighting. A Biao, who had just leapt from a high-rise, suddenly spoke. Let's go check it out. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and before the echo of his words faded, San Pao skimming low over the ground warned in a deep voice, Brother Jiang, a few really strong fiend beasts are heading that way too. If a hard case like San Pao called them really strong, they had to be at least diamond class. Zhurong District's Commercial Street. Damn it. Have we still not found the little princess position? We can't hold on much longer. Su Yuntian roared. His black steel saber flashed, and with one sweeping cut he sent a blood hyena's head flying. Dragon Scale Squad had been sent to fish someone out, but now they were surrounded by hundreds of blood hyenas and several platinum-class monsters. Their only remaining platinum-class contracted beast, the ironclad silver rhino, kept fighting. Its thick hide ripped open to the bone. Blood dripped through the seams of its armor, staining the rubble red. General, located her. She's in the Kaiyuan Hotel straight ahead. The officer on the locator shouted. Then his face went white. The energy scanner lit up with 3 crimson dots. Crimson meant only one thing, diamond-class life forms. Bad news, General. 3 diamond-class beasts are closing in. The officer's voice shot up an octave. What? Son of a could our luck get any worse? Su Yuntian spat and barked orders. Sure, Jigua. Take a few men and get her out of that hotel. Everyone else, follow me to the apartment block behind us. General. Sure. Ziguo's face was ashen. He controlled the ironclad silver rhino. If he took it, the squad would lose its only platinum-class battle strength. How could they hold the line? Quit stalling and follow orders. Su Yuntian kicked him hard and roared. He pointed at 2 soldiers. You two, get the laser cannon set up. The rest of you keep them busy. The heavy, high-energy weapon dropped into his arms. A cold light flashed in Su Yunshin's eyes as he squeezed the trigger over and over. Bang, 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 bang. Blazing energy rounds tore through the air, punching holes in blood hyenas. But on the platinum-class beasts they left only scorched marks like a tickle. Roar. A platinum-class cracklaw ground dragon suddenly surged forward, barreling through the barrage. Its massive, misshapen claw smashed down from above. General, look out! The soldiers cried. Su Yuntian dodged death by a hair, but the impact still hurled him dozens of meters, slamming him into twisted rebar. Blood and dust burst out together. The squad rushed to pull him up. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he shouted, move. Fall back to the apartment block. Is that laser cannon ready? Ready, General. On the rooftop, 2 Dragon-scale squad soldiers anchored the massive turret. Pale light flowed along the barrel, forged from scrayed alloy, and 12 heavy power cells, each the size of a giant battery, pack locked into its base. This was one of the Donghua Empire's most advanced weapons, the laser cannon, said to pose a lethal threat even to diamond-class beasts. General, we've brought 48 power cores, 4 shots, tops, for the laser cannon. Wind howled across the rooftop. The soldier on targeting duty hugged the gun mount, adjusting the optic sights. His partner, working the energy scanner, locked onto the coordinates and yelled the report. 4 shots more than enough. Let's give these animals a wake-up call. Su Yuntian licked his cracked lips, excitement glinting coldly in his eyes. The laser cannon was the Donghua Empire's highest-grade weapon. Even a military hub like Jianghuai City had only one. Longland Squad had managed to get it to the front thanks to the prince's connections and a personal airlift order from the king of Beijiang. Below the roofline, several Longland troopers pulled back into an apartment building, each setting up twin heavy machine guns. The steel muzzles spat flame, forcing the blood-soaked hyenas surging into the street back behind the shattered walls. Roar. Platinum-class beasts finally snapped. The Renclaw Earth Dragon's eyes flashed icy light, its multi-ton body charging like a tank. making the ground tremble. Right behind came the sawtooth land shark and the three-legged cerato, blindingly fast. The shells hitting them felt like tickles. Good. Take the shot, Su Yuntian said in a low growl. The giant laser cannon lowered its barrel. The tracking system locked firmly onto the Earth Dragon. 3, 2, 1. The gunner squeezed the trigger, his arm trembling with excitement. ZZZ. Blue-white arcs burst from the black scrayed alloy barrel. Energy compressed to the limit erupted into a coherent light beam, the air screaming. Boom. The beam pierced straight through the Earth Dragon's chest, vaporizing organs and flesh. The shockwave kicked up a storm of dust, flinging the land shark and the cerato dozens of meters. When the smoke cleared, a crater nearly 100 meters wide yawned in the ground. Holy hell, that's brutal. Longland soldiers sucked in cold breaths. One blast had vaporized the Earth Dragon, crippled 2 other platinum-class beasts, and slaughtered Huon Womani blood-eyed hyenas. Yet a new doubt gnawed at them. Jianghuai City had laser cannons. So how had it fallen so fast? Su Yuntian glanced toward the city center. Move in. Lure those diamond-class beasts over here, and buy Shi Ziguo's team a chance. Several red dots on the energy scanner raced closer, only a few kilometers out. Diamond-class enough to make any elite unit despair. Whether the laser cannon could even kill them was unknown. Wounding them would be hard enough, and there were 3. Jianghuai, what in the world happened here? Su Yuntian smashed his fist into the ground, stone chips flying. Outside the Kaiyuan Hotel, Shi Ziguo's team galloped in on armored silver rhinos. This is the spot, someone confirmed, raising the locator. Shi Ziguo nodded, then cupped his hands and shouted, anyone inside? Are those my rescuers? Hiding in the suite's bathroom, Qin Li felt a surge of hope. She pushed the door open, sprinted onto the balcony, and waved frantically. The princess is up there. Stone Ziguo and the others spotted her from below, their faces lighting upon Li to shout in unison, Your Highness, look out on your right. Hiss. Qin Li spun around. The wall of the adjoining suite had been punched through, and a serpent's head the size of a millstone was forcing its way in. Snow-white scales flashed with a cold sheen. Golden slit pupils locked onto her with merciless intent. Roar. The giant python let out a deafening screech, jaws yawned wide, and the stench of its sawed fangs nearly knocked Qin Li unconscious. Gritting her teeth, she leapt off the 5th-floor balcony without hesitation. Boom. The python's bite met only rubble. Enraged, it thrashed its body, collapsing the entire floor into dust. The 100-meter serpent, as thick as a water main, sent steel bars whirling through the air. Your Highness. Stone Ziguo vaulted up and caught Qin Li midair, but the serpent's tail swept in right behind them. Crack. The impact hit like a freight train. Shielding Qin Li, Stone Ziguo was hurled into the building opposite, concrete and rebar shattering in layers. A Battle King-level warrior, he escaped with only a few broken ribs and landed in the street, swallowing the pain. Go. Get Her Highness out of here. Coughing blood, Stone Ziguo pulled Qin Li off the debris. Bad news, Stone. We're surrounded. The other dragon-scale soldiers scanned the area, their faces draining of color. At both ends of the street, beasts had gathered, mostly blood-eyed hyenas, green eyes gleaming with hunger. Mixed among them were a dozen explosive pangolins, their stubby limbs clawing up shards of asphalt. Thud. The snow-white python dropped into the street, its bulk carving a crater. Golden eyes swept over the group, forked tongue flickering. Then, like a shadow rising, something massive unfolded in the center of the horde. Roar. A mighty Vajra ape, wreathed in blazing gold, stood tall, nearly level with the surrounding buildings. Each step dented the asphalt into deep pits. Blood-eyed hyenas and explosive pangolins scurried back, and even the arrogant python dipped its head, avoiding the ape's gaze. That aura dragon-scale soldiers trembled. A sacred-grade beast, the Vajra ape. One stammered. Legend says it carries a trace of the ancient Zuyin's blood. Its strength is boundless. A full-grown adult can reach a kilometer tall. It's already at king-tier power. Qin Li's face went sheet white, regret flooding her heart. Had she slipped out with a proper guard detail, she wouldn't be facing this death trap. Roar. The Vajra ape lowered its head, golden eyes lighting the street as it spoke in human tongue. Humans must die. It raised a fist the size of a hill. The wind off that punch whirled like a tornado, descending toward them. A single hit would be annihilation. Beside it, an armored silver rhino quaked in place, its legs buckling as if all strength had been drained away. Stone Ziguo, Qin Li, and the rest felt despair close, and every angle pointed to certain death. Unless a miracle arrived. A miracle seemed to unfold. The Vajra gibbon's mountain-sized fist halted less than 3 meters from Qin Li and the others, its knuckles quivering as though they had struck an invisible wall of steel. Roar. The deafening bellow echoed down the street. Flames blazed in the ape's eyes as it fixed on the newcomer at the far end of the avenue. A young man stood with his hands behind his back, a snow-white snake coiled on his shoulder. Behind him, a big yellow dog wagged its tail, while a black bear with feathered wings beat at the air. The instant this strange quartet appeared, the street fell silent. leaving only the ape's furious roar. Diamond grade, for stars Vajra gibbon. Jang Chong flicked away the data panel in front of him, excitement flashing in his eyes. He waved casually. You three handle the riffraff. I'll take this one. What? Zhu Jiuyin rubbed its eyes and stared at him. Are you serious? That thing's no pushover. I'd have to go all out to beat it. Jiang Cheng shot the little snake a look. It had been getting cockier lately, daring to question its master's strength. Hey, I'm just worried about you, Zhu Jiuyin muttered, scratching its head. Under its breath it grumbled. Humph, you'll call for help in a minute. And then it'll demand payment a brand new clawphone. Its eyes lit up at the thought, and it waved a paw. Fine, go. The riffraff are mine. And ours. Air Shah the yellow dog and the winged black bear glared at the snake stop, hogging the credit. Jiang Cheng tapped the ground and rose into the air, golden light cascading from his body. Come on, keep me company. Human, you court death. The Vajra gibbon roared and kicked off, gouging twin craters in the street. The 100-meter giant vaulted a full kilometer skyward, twin fists booming like thunder. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. A trace of Zhu Yin blood ran in the ape's veins, granting monstrous strength. Even a diamond 9-star beast lord would hesitate to take a direct blow. But he welcomed such opponents. They were perfect for testing the limits of his third forged golden body. He couldn't be bothered to use his sword glyph or any combat arts this time. Bring it on. The golden T rune on his back hummed, releasing torrents of radiance. Manifestations of a torch dragon and a Qilin coiled around him. Roar. Golden light burst from the ape as its hill-sized fist whipped up a storm and crashed down on Jiang Cheng. He hung in midair like a gilded Buddha, refusing to yield. Fingers clenched, he met the blow with nothing but raw flesh. The torch dragon and Qilin howled behind him. Boom. Fist met fist, and muffled thunder ripped through the street. The gibbon's entire arm caved in segment by segment. Its massive body hurled backward until half of it was buried in the ground. Jiang Cheng, shoved hundreds of meters away by the backlash, steadied himself in midair. The shockwave flattened every building within a kilometer. Steel and concrete were ground to dust and swept away, burying the lesser beasts feasting on human remains. Incredible. Is that man a human war emperor? Behind the iron-plated silver rhino, Shijigua and the others felt their blood run cold, speechless. While the others trembled in secret, Qin Li finally exhaled in relief. At the same time, she looked up at Jiang Cheng floating in the sky, curiosity shining in her eyes. The Donghua Empire had never produced a battle emperor this young, so which great clan had bred such a monster? A quick estimate placed the force at well over 100,000 tons. Jiang Cheng's arm went numb, his bones ringing. Without the Tickeractor sigil spreading a faint golden glow across his skin, that punch would have turned the entire limb to dust. Holy, Jiang Cheng actually won. Someone gasped in the distance. Zhu Jiuyin curled its lip. Humph, that dumb ape is all bark and no bite. Even as it spoke, a casual tap of its furry paw smashed a shivering snow-white python into a pool of gore before the snake could so much as twitch. Roar. Rubble exploded as the mighty Vajra ape rose, a moving monolith of black steel. Twin jets of white vapor blasted from its nostrils, and the muscles on its chest swelled visibly. Human good. You have succeeded in angering me. Berserk transformation. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted. He felt the ape's strand of Zhu Yin blood begin to boil. Scarlet fur covered its 4 thick limbs while muscle and bone rebuilt themselves. In a blink it towered 400 meters tall, its body a metallic gold like a freshly cast tower of pure bullion, a savage aura flooding the battlefield. Jiang Cheng sighed softly. What a pity. Pity for what? The raging ape demanded, suspicion flickering in its blood-red eyes. Pity that I can't fight you fair and square with nothing but my own flesh and blood. Jiang Cheng clapped his hands and smiled. All right, I'm coming. Zhu Jiuyin, long in hiding, bounded onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder, while Air Shah shot skyward after flattening a lava horned bull. Jiang Cheng, buy me a clawphone, will you? I'll pound that fat ape into paste for you. Zhu Jiuyin wagged its tail. Jiang Cheng shot at a look. The little creature scratched its head, completely shameless. Air Shah and San Pao got rewards, why not me? I've fought beside you for ages. Is a clawphone too much to ask? He said nothing, merely ruffled its head like an exasperated father. Kids grow up, no controlling them now. Hey, quit looking at me like that. Fine, forget the phone. Zhu Jiuyin muttered, wondering if it had asked for too much. Air Shah snickered quietly, delighted. That stupid snake was digging its own grave. All Air Shah had to do was stay obedient, and it would move up sooner or later. Boom left ignored. The mighty Vajra ape erupted in fury. A hurricane blasted from its jaws as its arms swung like twin dragons, gathering every ounce of power into a single crushing punch. Even before the gust reached them, the shattered buildings below crumbled like paper. Don't be mad, Jiang Cheng. I'll handle it right now. Zhu Jiuyin shouted, patting the air with its paw. In that instant, it felt as though an invisible hand pressed the world's pause button. Time itself had frozen. This was the law of time. Spring and autumn, sun and moon. Daylight when the eyes open, nightfall when they close. What's happening? My strength is dropping fast, my very lifeblood is being drained. The mighty Vajra ape roared inwardly, torn between terror and rage. Golden light blazed from its eyes, veins bulged along its thick arms, and it slammed wildly against the temporal domain Zhu Juin had woven spring and autumn, sun and moon. Humph! Obey this dragon or lose another 1,000 years. Zhu Juin raised a tiny claw, murderous light dancing in its gaze. Time crashed down. The ape's golden fur dulled, then bleached into brittle white strands, the vigor of youth replaced by the stench of decay. Panic shredded the ape's reason until only the urge to flee remained. Its hulking body battered the time field, sending ripples through it. Ursha, don't let it escape. Zhu Juin barked. Ursha nodded, icy light knifing through its eyes. It spat searing Jing metal. A golden spear several yards long hummed into existence and locked onto the ape's chest. No, no, don't kill me. I'll submit. The ape king dropped to one knee, smashing the rock beneath him, head bowed in feigned humility. Yet inside it hatched a murderous plan. Once the human forms a contract with me, they'll strike at point-blank range and slaughter all three of them. Let it approach, Jang Chong said lightly, amusement flickering in his gaze. Foolish human, just as I thought. The mighty Vajra ape exulted inwardly while crawling forward, quietly tensing its arms. Zhu Juin eyed Jiang Qing doubtfully. He wants this piece of trash too? Lately the man took in anything that moved, especially that newcomer, Xiaobai, who clung to him all day and threatened Zhu Juin's title of favorite pet. The thought made its fangs itch. In a heartbeat the ape closed to within 10 meters. With a thunderous roar it clapped its colossal hands together, aiming to pulp Jiang Chong like an insect. Die, foolish human. Its eyes blazed, courting death. Zhu Juin and Ursha roared, but an unexpected scene unfolded. Splurt! A fist-sized hole burst open between the ape's clasped palms as a blood-red long sword pierced through. Within the translucent blade Jiang Cheng's figure flickered runes for body and sword intertwined, the divine art. Body is blade. The sword flashed again. Crack! The massive head rolled away, golden eyes frozen in shock and fury, while the headless body collapsed in a shower of stone. Face icy, Jiang Chong flicked a pale gold core onto his sword's tip, crimson blood running down the blade. Boom! The corpse hit the ruins, kicking up clouds of dust. Shi Zhigua and the others couldn't contain their excitement. The sight set their blood ablaze. The street was strewn with the mangled corpses of fiend beasts. A Biao crouched atop a shattered high-rise, his icy tiger claws still dripping blood after cutting down countless cocky blood-eyed hyenas. Jiang Chong pocketed the Titan Vajra ape's crystal core and dropped lightly onto the pavement. Thank you for saving us, senior. We're the dragon-scale squad of the Qilin army, Shi Zhigua said, hurrying over with his comrades and cupping his fists. The Qilin army? Jiang Chong arched an eyebrow, the name vaguely familiar. Shi Zhigua quickly added, could you escort us for a while, senior? This is Her Highness, the little princess. High-tier beasts kept surfacing in Zhurong district, and with so few troops, they couldn't guarantee Qin Li's safety. A war emperor, however, would change everything. A princess? Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he studied Qin Li. She looked 15 or 16, delicate and cool-tempered, her obsidian eyes brimming with curiosity as she sized up the young war emperor. Are you the Taiwan princess? Jiang Chong drew a slow breath, momentarily unsettled. That's my sister. Princess Liang, Qin Li replied, wrinkling her nose in mild annoyance. Then where's your sister now? Jiang Chong lowered his voice. Why do you want to know? Qin Li asked, surprised. In the imperial capital and across the entire Donghua Empire, her sister was practically taboo. Even top officials and powerhouses avoided the subject. Yet this war emperor asked outright. Jiang Chong opened his mouth, but the name Shun Yunyan stuck in his throat. Love, guilt, regret, his feelings were too tangled to voice. Never mind, Qin Li said, blinking like a sly little fox. Escort me back to the capital, and I'll let you meet her. But first you have to keep me safe. All right, Jiang Chong answered, regaining his composure. Off to the side, Zhu Juin muttered. I wonder who Jiang Cheng's been searching for all this time. Ersha, any clue? Ersha scratched his head, eyes distant. No idea. Maybe it's his mom. When I was a stray husky, I missed my mom too, but never found her. Deep in the Sunset Mountains, a rumbling roar split the air like thunder, sending nearby beasts trembling to the ground. The golden ape is dead? So the humans sent a war emperor or an imperial master. Very well. It's time for me to emerge. Humans, the old debt must be paid. The voice boomed from the heart of a vast lake that stretched for 1,000 miles. The next instant the lake erupted, and a colossal creature, part fish, part bird, burst from the churning waters. Once we cross this road, we'll be inside the Black Spring district, and another few dozen kilometers will put us in the Sacred Dragon district. Shi Zhigua walked on with a deep frown, glancing at the navigation screen in his palm. A heavy worry pressed on him. If the Sacred Dragon district fell, the entire city of Zhanghuai would be lost. The Dragon Scale squad looked equally grim. The communications officer checked the general's locator, which had vanished, and sighed. The signal's been swallowed by a magnetic field. Their only source of confidence was the silent, taciturn war emperor in their ranks, Jang Chong. He kept his eyes fixed steadily ahead, saying nothing. Perched on his shoulder, however, Zhu Juyin was brimming with curiosity, its round eyes darting between the instruments in everyone's hands. Is this a clawphone? Why does it look so weird? Suddenly Abiao's icy report rang in Jiang Cheng's mind. The beast had already slipped into the Black Spring district to scout. Master, there's a massive horde of undead skeletons ahead, at least several thousand, maybe tens of thousands. 2 skeleton lords as well, both incredibly strong. Even I may not be a match. Understood. Jiang Cheng gave an almost imperceptible nod. Clearly the situation in Jianghuai was even more dangerous than they had feared. Boom. A deafening blast erupted ahead, a blinding beam slicing through the sky over the ruins. Shi Zhigua shouted, laser cannon. The general must be over there. Instinctively the squad looked to Jiang Cheng. Shi Zhigua's voice was pleading. Senior, something's gone wrong up front. He'll handle it, Jiang Cheng said quietly. They've probably run into those undead skeletons. Undead skeletons? Qin Li's eyes widened. Weren't those things confined to Yupan Swamp? Has that place lost containment too? Shi Zhigua checked the energy scanner. Green dots were flickering wildly, 40 to 50,000 of them. Psychic signatures in the tens of thousands? The general is surrounded. Every face went pale. Through his spirit pact, Jiang Cheng contacted Abiao again. Do you see any survivors? A few, trapped in a derelict building. Master, should I rescue them? Get them out, but don't get hurt, Jiang Cheng ordered. Then he signaled Sampao and Ursha. The 2 giant beasts understood and sprinted along opposite edges of the ruins. Zhu Jiuyin saw this and raised a paw. Jiang Cheng, what are you sending them to do? I want him to. You stay here. You wouldn't be any help, Jiang Cheng replied coolly. How am I useless? I'm plenty strong. The little creature huffed, waving its claws. Qin Li finally couldn't hold back. Did you discover something? Shi Zhigua and the others watched, confused, as Jiang Cheng's 2 beasts suddenly disappeared into the rubble. Why do you think Jianghuai suddenly triggered a beast tide? Jiang Cheng asked, sweeping his eyes across the group, their depths unreadable. Why? Qin Li frowned in return. Isn't a beast tide perfectly normal these days? The others nodded in agreement. Since Blue Star's resurgence a century ago, the Donghua Empire has logged 716 beast tides, 102 of which were classified as level 1. A level 1 tide means more than 100,000 monsters besiege a human city under a beast king's command. The swarm outside Jianghuai is already flirting with that threshold. The only thing missing is the beast king. For cities on the frontier, such threats are routine, and Jianghuai, sitting on a major migration route, is always on high alert. This time, however, everything erupted without warning. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened. Haven't you noticed? Every monster and undead skeleton is moving in the same direction. They're not concentrating their assaults on our lines. Everyone froze. The dragon scale operator at the radio suddenly looked up. Fresh intel from Shenglong district, nothing's heading their way. The entire horde seems to be gathering in the center of Hechuan. They instantly expanded the energy scanner to cover all of Hechuan. The holographic display filled with red dots, easily more than 100,000 beasts in layer upon layer of green marks representing the undead. Something inside Hechuan is driving them insane, Qin Li gasped. Could that be the real source of the tide? Not just there. Jiang Cheng shook his head. With a sweep of his psychic sense, he had locked onto 2 terrifying life signatures. One was the monster cluster in Hechuan, the other Xuanwu Avenue. Elsewhere, gunfire rattled through an abandoned building, smoke thick in the air. Damn it. Su Yuntian growled under his breath. Why so many undead? Has Yupan Marsh blown up too? Faces pale, dragon-scale troopers fired until their high-energy weapons glowed red, yet the undead kept pouring in. General, tens of thousands of beasts are charging straight at us. A lookout on the platform shouted the warning. Everyone crowded to the window and collectively sucked in a breath. The street below was a solid river of monsters, dozens of them already shining with platinum rank power. Roars shook the shattered glass. A jet-black raptor with metal-like wings swept overhead, twin eyes icy, 2 crimson halos circling its body, diamond rank. 6 even stronger auras followed. In the lead lumbered a massive lizard, its deep green scales glinting, its tail bristling with bone spikes. The ground quaked beneath each step, and 3 blazing golden rings pulsed around its frame. 1 ring monarch class, above platinum 5-star. 2 rings diamond rank. 3 rings supreme class. A beast king. Su Yuntian and the others forgot to breathe, their hearts pounding like war drums. Luckily, the beast king ignored them and headed straight for the center of the Black Spring sector, its beast hordes in tow. Inside the building, Su Yuntian and several dragon-scale troopers were hemmed in by waves of undead. The energy cells of their high-powered weapons winked out one after another, the once bright indicators fading to lifeless gray. No power left, General. 2 soldiers raised empty hands. Their barrels spun in vain. no beam emerging. Nearby, the laser cannon had just blown apart two undead lords before emitting a shrill whine and falling silent, its casing still glowing hot. Worst of all, hundreds of shattered skeletons reformed in the black miasma a heartbeat after exploding. Only the two undead lords stayed down, a mystery none of them could fathom. Never thought I'd meet my end in a hellhole like this, Su Yuntian muttered. He tossed aside the dead weapon, drew the alloy long sword at his hip, spat blood-tinged saliva, and steeled himself. The other dragon scale soldiers followed suit, blades flashed cold and lethal. Imperial soldiers die fighting, or not at all. A thunderous tiger's roar split the air. A streak of turquoise ripped through the undead horde like lightning, the impact shattering dozens of skeletons and carving open a narrow breach. Move, now. The turquoise blur landed an azure tiger with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters. Its claws bit into the rubble, its voice icy. Are you a bonded beast of some human master? Su Yuntian blurted, stunned. Hope flared where death had seemed certain. The dragon scale troopers mirrored his surprise with fierce joy. The tiger gave no answer. Its eyes suddenly flared crimson, teal fur rippling into savage black and scarlet stripes. The wings darkened to inky blades curved like scimitars. Shuret, demon tiger. With a hiss, a biao blurred into a streak of blood-red light, weaving through the undead tide at breakneck speed. Each sweep of those obsidian wings sliced skeletons to ribbons. In seconds it had gouged a clear corridor through tens of thousands of bone soldiers. Incredible! Su Yuntian growled, leading his men in a sprint down the passage, trampling clouds of bone dust. A deafening roar shook the air. A terrifying psychic wave crashed down from above. From the black clouds dived a colossal bone dragon, its skeletal frame sheathed in crystalline gleam, golden flames burning in its hollow sockets. Supreme class. Alarm bells rang in a biao's mind. He tried to slip away like a gale, but the bone dragons were locked onto him. It forged an invisible spear of pure mind and hurled it forward. The spear pierced him, agony exploding like 1,000 needles in his skull. He grunted but forced himself into the air, streaking toward Jiang Cheng's position. As Jiang Cheng advanced, his brow suddenly knit. Before he could speak, a dark shape crashed at his feet. A biao lay there soaked in blood, wings limp against the ground, breathing ragged, unconscious in an instant. What happened to a biao? Zhu Jiuyin cried, rushing to his side. He was struck by a powerful psychic attack, Jiang Cheng said grimly. Jiang Cheng pressed a hand against a biao's head. Drawing on his vast soul sea, he erased the last trace of the berserk psychic energy inside. His gaze turned ice cold. Seems we're dealing with a fairly strong undead, he murmured, then tucked the unconscious biao into his beast space. Qin Li, still shaken, frowned. What class of undead was that? Minimum? Sovereign, Jiang Cheng replied evenly. Sovereign. Shizigua and the others sucked in a collective breath, as though they could already smell the danger lurking in the Black Spring Zone. At that moment a squad came stumbling out of the depths of the ruins, caked in dust and blood. On spotting Shizigua, their leader Su Yuntian froze. Shizigua, did you actually get the little princess out? General, you made it back alive. Her Highness is right here. Shizigua's face lit up. Only now did Jiang Cheng recognize the man, raising an eyebrow. No wonder this Qilin unit felt familiar. A general was the one head met back in Tiandu. Su Yuntian gave Qin Li a quick once-over and relaxed. Then his gaze landed on Jiang Cheng, and his eyes lit up. Brother Jiang, what are you doing here? Shizigua blinked. General, you know this War Emperor? War Emperor? Su Yuntian was momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, everyone started talking at once, describing how Jiang Cheng killed the mighty Vajra ape and rescued half their team. Su Yunshin's scalp tingled. This guy had become a war emperor in such a short time? Even the Empire's greatest prodigies couldn't match that. Swallowing hard, he grinned and threw an arm around Jiang Cheng's shoulders. Know him? We're brothers in arms. Saved my hide back in the day. Jiang Cheng's face twitched, but he said nothing. The Dragon Scale squad eyed their general with newfound awe. Their commander was on a first-name basis with an unrivaled war emperor. Some connections. Qin Li, off to the side, simply pouted. A war emperor, big deal. Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious. Something major is about to hit Jianghuai. You need to leave, now. Everyone stiffened worse than a beast tied. Su Yuntian didn't hesitate. You heard him. Move out. After seeing a beast king with his own eyes, had abandoned any thought of defending Jianghuai. One beast king could flatten a base city. Without a sovereign controller, any reinforcements were just fodder. Wait, Brother Jiang, you're not coming? Su Yuntian asked when Jiang Cheng didn't budge. I've got other business. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and flicked the tiny candle Jiuyin that was zoning out. What? The snow-white snake jolted and blinked. Watch over them. I've got things to do. No way. Candle Jiuyin whipped its head away. Why did Air Dumb and Sanpao get proper missions while it played bodyguard? Jiang Cheng sighed. I was going to buy you a claw phone. Go already. The little creature straightened up, waving a tiny claw. Being a bodyguard is great. I love it. Jang Chong chuckled and told the others, if you run into trouble, look for him. The group eyed the small white snake doubtfully. Could something that size really stop the savage beasts outside? Curious, Qinli reached out to pat Candle Jiyan's bare head. The snake twisted away and shot her a glare. You think just anyone gets to touch my head? That's for Jiangqing only. Jiangcheng, there are monsters everywhere. At the center of Black Spring Ward, a bottomless crater nearly 30 meters wide yawned open. Around it, at least 100,000 beasts crowded together. Low-ranked creatures paced restlessly on the outer ring, while dozens of vicious platinum-class monsters formed an inner guard. Crouched in a corner, Ershah hunched his back and lolled his tongue, passing himself off as a harmless stray while silently briefing Jiang Chong through their spirit pact. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, drum-like footsteps approached. A green giant lizard almost 20 meters long crawled into view. The scales along its spine glimmered with a ghostly emerald sheen, and 3 golden halos revolved around its body, radiating an icy aura. Wherever its slit pupils swept, every beast bowed and parted. Lord Verdant Dragon. The horse, reverent cries rose in waves. Even several diamond-grade creatures pressed their heads to the ground. Prepare the blood feast. His Highness is about to be reborn. The verdant dragon flicked its forked tongue, its deep voice carrying irresistible authority. The lesser beast trembled but still filed toward the crater. What are they doing? Ershah pricked up his ears, a surge of curiosity tingling through him. It looked like some grim, ancient ritual. Leading the procession, an iron-armored goat stopped less than 3 meters from the edge. Its heavy breathing ceased. Bang! Flesh burst apart. Bone shards and blood vapor were sucked into the pit. That was only the beginning. Second, third, the beasts advanced like a river, muffled explosions echoing without pause. Shredded meat, blood, and viscera coated the rim and soon merged into a scarlet cascade. Within moments, tens of thousands lay obliterated, including several decrepit platinum elders who willingly dissolved into crimson mist. The reek of iron thickened, heat waves and dying wails entwining in the air. Suddenly, a pair of frigid eyes fixed on Ershah. A diamond-class black raptor with a wingspan of 10 meters swooped, talons gleaming. Why is there still a mutt here that hasn't joined the sacrifice? It lunged. Ershah's fur bristled. He coiled to strike. Leave it. The verdant dragon's tone was cool. The rite has begun. No needless killing. As you command, Lord Verdant Dragon. The raptor folded back, though reluctance flickered in its gaze. Heart pounding, Ershah cursed silently. Just wait, you lousy bird. Outwardly, he kept the slack-jawed act while yelling through the pact, Jiang Chong. These beasts are up to something huge. He dumped every detail into Jiang Cheng's mind. A moment later, Jiang Chong replied, stay put. Find out exactly what they're planning. Roger. He'll get it done. Ershah's tail wagged. Playing the spy was exhilarating. A blood sacrifice, eh. High above, Jiang Chong scanned the ground, brow locked in a frown. Fixing his heading, he streaked towards Xuanwu Avenue. Dr. Ruth, the readings are in. My God, this is impossible. A second crater, also about 30 meters wide, gaped along Xuanwu Avenue, but not a single monster lingered nearby. A mixed team of researchers and security stood guard. Dr. Ruth, a blonde scientist in a white lab coat, stared at the life sign scanner as its data spiked wildly. Comparing the numbers, shock filled her delicate features. My God, the life energy reading below is over 1,000,000 terahertz. The scholar team erupted at once, every member snapping upright. 1,000,000 terahertz, that equals a true beast king. Looks like my hypothesis was right. This trip was worth it, Dr. Lucy murmured, a fanatic light in her eyes. Record its sonar signature immediately. Yes, ma'am. The white-coat researchers deployed their instruments, strobing indicator lights casting a cold halo over the pit wall. Just as the probe beam began to descend, a deep roar rolled in from the distant sky. They looked up to see an enormous white-boned dragon burst through the clouds. Golden flames burned in its hollow eye sockets as it glared down at them, an army of undead blotting out the sky behind it. The scholars trembled so hard their instruments clattered to the ground, their panicked gazes turning to the middle-aged man at the center of the group, Qilin, Lucy's personal bodyguard and an imperial rank warrior. He was the only reason this fragile research team dared operate in beast-infested Jianghuai City. Miss, that bone dragon at sovereign class, Qilin muttered, cold sweat sliding down his temple. Sovereign class. Lucy's face went bloodless. She forced herself to bow, voice hurried and reverent. Great sovereign of the undead, if we have offended you, please accept my apology. My father is also a sovereign beastmaster. The bone dragon remained unmoved. Its gaze stayed fixed on the massive pit behind them, golden soul fire burning ever brighter. Hundreds of undead creatures stood in ranks around it, every pair of flames locked on the abyss, as though awaiting a monarch's arrival. It doesn't look like they intend to kill us. Can we retreat while we have the chance? No guarantee, Qilin whispered, shaking his head. A sovereign's domain means death, no matter how far you run. Lucy suddenly recalled the earlier anomalous readings and felt a chill. They're waiting for whatever's in the pit. Could it be an undead king? Undead don't have life energy, and certainly not over 1,000,000 terahertz. The scholars reflexively objected. Remember Professor Fouard's life proton evolution theory? Lucy replied quickly. Low-level undead have almost zero life energy, but high-level undead reignite it. If that's really an undead king, 1,000,000 terahertz makes sense. If such a being exists, the scientific world will erupt. Their debate grew ever more heated. The murmuring clearly angered the bone dragon. It dipped its massive head, and a sweep of icy golden fire silenced every voice in an instant. Whoosh! A streak of light tore across the sky. Roar! The bone dragon lifted its head and howled, an invisible psychic shockwave hurling stones into the air. So it was you who injured my beast? When the light faded, Jang Chong stood in midair. He studied the bone dragon, then the giant pit behind it, thoughtful lines creasing his brow. Xuanwu Avenue and Hechuan District each housed a similar crater that drew beasts and undead. Together they formed the source of Jianghuai City's beast tide. What, then, lay at the bottom? The bone dragon unleashed an even sharper mental blast. Human, do not disturb His Highness Resurrection, Ordi. The voice was as cold as ice. His Highness? Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, eyes deep. I'd like to see what kind of creature you're waiting for. Blaspheme His Highness. Die. The bone dragon roared, its vast psychic force condensing into a spear aimed straight at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng merely raised an eyebrow. Had it been a beast king of his own rank, the fight might have been tough. Against an undead that relied on psychic attacks. However, though his soul sea had once been grievously wounded, a mere sovereign class undead was nowhere near his match. Jiang Cheng calmly extended a hand, and an invisible barrier of psychic power formed in front of him. Boom! The bone dragon drove a spear of condensed mind force straight at the shield, but the tip struck a wall of iron and burst into a spray of mental shards. Golden flames flickered in the dragon's hollow eyes as its icy voice rang out. Human, your strength is indeed impressive. I will grant you one last chance. Leave now. When the hall descends, you will die without question. Jiang Cheng remained silent. Power churned in his palm and coalesced into a dusky silver warblade, whose edge seemed sharp enough to cleave a soul. In a flash he closed the distance and brought the blade down. Psychic power materialized. Below, Fu Lin gasped, awe etched across his face. The Donghua Empire truly hides dragons among men. Such a powerhouse. My lady, we're saved. Uncle Fu Lin, is he a war emperor? Ruth blinked her blue eyes, brimming with curiosity. Yes, and yet not exactly, Fu Lin murmured, breathless with both fervor and reverence. The war emperor stands at the pinnacle of the warrior path. Over the decades, the Alliance has logged only 468 of them across Blue Star. They are ranked from 1 to 9 stars. Those at 7 stars and beyond are called peerless war emperors. Only 6 people alive bear that title. One of them is Lord Saint Chilois, the foremost fighter of the Byzantine Empire. If this man is also peerless, he stands shoulder to shoulder with Saint Chilois. The scholar's eyes shone with admiration. In the Byzantine Empire, Saint Chilois ranked just below the monarch. Fu Lin glanced upward, still uncertain. At the peerless level, body, blood, mind, and bone evolve together. The solidification of psychic power is a hallmark of that realm. Yet this gentleman looks so young. That's easy to explain, Ruth said with a faint smile. The warrior path taps hidden potential. At higher realms, cellular metamorphosis can even reverse aging. I researched the phenomenon at Constantine Royal Academy. While the group exchanged whispers, storm clouds roiled across the sky. Jiang Cheng lifted his hand again. Psychic energy stretched into a long whip that cracked through the air, driving the bone dragon back, without room to retaliate. Their souls were leagues apart. Had the dragon abandoned mind strikes for its own necrotic aura, it might have scraped out a chance, but undead creatures are nothing if not stubborn. Even under the onslaught, soul fire blazed in the dragon's sockets. It parted its desiccated jaws in a grisly smile. Human, consider yourself fortunate. You will witness the hall's descent with your own eyes. Treasure these last moments of your life. Roar. Suddenly the skeletal dragon threw back its head and roared. Its enormous wings of bone, white as jade, folded together, became a beam of light, and dived into the yawning crater. Creak. All the undead crouched nearby raised their heads at once, the grating of bones harsh and dissonant. The soul flames in their hollow eyes went dark in the blink of an eye, scattering into countless motes that drifted upward before the bodies collapsed in a clatter, covering the ground with bones. Within moments a globe of soul light dozens of meters wide condensed above the pit, blazing like a second moon. There, Ruth and the others stopped dead at the rim. Since reaching this lifeless battlefield, it was the first time she had felt dread and exhilaration intertwined. Undead seemed to be sacrificing themselves to summon something beneath the earth. Could there really be an undead sovereign? Several scholars stood slack-jawed. For a supreme undead and thousands of lesser spirits to surrender their soul fire willingly, only a legendary being could compel them. Jiang Cheng frowned, his gaze locked on the surging pit. Another thought suddenly struck him. Wait, Where did Sampao go? He had sent the little scout to recon, yet there was still no sign of him. Could he have fallen into that hole? His expression hardened. He reached out through their bond, but an unseen barrier smothered the call. There was no response at all. Sampao was almost certainly down there. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. Drawing a deep breath, he became a streak of light and plunged into the crater. My God, he actually jumped. Ruth's red lips formed an O, her voice quivering in the night wind. Miss, we should leave at once, the head guard Qilin urged in a low voice. The pressure from that pit was worse than any battlefield he had known. He doubted even an unrivaled war emperor could defeat whatever lurked below. No, I'm staying. We're one step from the truth. How can I turn back now? Uncle Qilin, take the others and go. Ruth's eyes were steadier than ever. Miss, if something happens to you, how will I answer to the prince? You'll be roasting me alive. Qilin fretted, wringing his hands. He'll be fine. I have a spatial scroll. I can teleport at any time, she said, holding up a snow-white scroll. And there's still an unrivaled war emperor down there. If things really go south, they'll have enough time to escape. Qilin hesitated a long moment, then finally nodded. Very well. As they withdrew, the scholars called back. Dr. Ruth, if you learn anything, send word at once. Our instincts say this discovery will shake the Byzantine Empire, maybe the entire Blue Star. Count on it. Ruth answered with a smile, then turned to her instruments, adjusting their lenses toward the abyss. Inside the pit, the darkness was so thick a hand would vanish an inch from one's face. Only veins of or embedded in the walls occasionally caught the stray soul light from above. Jang Chong fell for nearly 10 minutes before his boots finally struck solid ground. White flames leapt in his pupils as sword eyes pierced the gloom. A colossal ebony egg, roughly 6 meters tall, stood at the center, its shell laced with crimson veins that pulsed like living blood. Beside it sprawled the skeletal dragon's carcass, the vast frame motionless, eye sockets void of flame. Ghostly light flickered within the egg, greedily inhaling the surrounding soul energy like a whirlpool in the deep sea. Staring at that familiar yet terrifying silhouette, Jang Chong swallowed hard and managed a single stunned whisper. You've got to be kidding, might's actually that thing. Suddenly, a startled voice rang out. Jiang Chong froze where he stood, watching two figures burst from the pet space entrance. First, a palm-sized sapling that hovered in midair, its tender leaves trembling. Second, a snow-white, fluffy little fox blinking its big eyes in an attempt to look adorable. Don't look at me. It was the little guy's idea. Sensing Jiang Cheng's curious gaze, the sapling trembled, cleared its throat, and shifted the blame without hesitation. Yep, Little White chirped cheerfully, leaping straight into Jiang Cheng's arms. Its obsidian eyes glimmered with innocence while its tail thumped against his arm. Jiang Chong could only chuckle, rub the fox's soft head, and refocus on the world tree sapling. Do you know anything about this egg? Of course. The sapling circled the 3-foot-tall gray-black egg, its leaves quivering with emotion. I never imagined it would survive 100,000 years and be reborn like this. Truly worthy of its illustrious parents' bloodline. Plain English, please. Jiang Chong shot the sapling a sideways glance. The little sprout loved acting mysterious. Ahem, I was reminiscing, that's all. Floating to the egg's edge, the sapling finally dropped the suspense. In a low, solemn voice it said, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the beast god's twins, the embodiment of darkness and decay. Wang Yuan. Realm and title reference. Beast tamer ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and sovereign. Once a sovereign surpasses 7 stars, they are called transcendent. Above that is the monarch rank. Path of the warrior ranks: warrior, war master, warlord, war king, war emperor, and war deity. A war deity who exceeds 7 stars is honored as an unrivaled war deity. Beast titles: 1. Platinum tier, 5 stars and above monarch class beasts, distinguished by a single monarch halo. Orange indicates elite quality, purple indicates perfect quality, and gold indicates legendary quality. 2. Diamond tier 2 monarch halos. A 9-star diamond is also known as a king class beast. 3. Sovereign tier is divided into 3 stages. Basic sovereigns are junior beast kings, transcendent beasts are intermediate beast kings, and ordinary monarch level beasts are senior beast kings. Even higher levels exist beyond these. Beast god. Jiang Chong frowned at the tiny sapling floating in the air. The little treelet swayed its branches, its voice tinged with awe. Its origins reach back beyond the mythic era, predating even the heavenly court. When the heavenly emperor meets it, he shows only respect. The beast god has hidden in Jiufeng Divine Mountain for ages, it continued. In more than 100,000 years it has acted only once. Yet that single strike shook the 3 realms, and every monster has worshipped it ever since. Go on, Jiang Chong said, gently stroking the white fur ball nestled in his arms. The creature squinted in comfort and purred softly. The sapling cleared its throat, drew water from the air, and sprinkled it over its bare trunk. As a world tree sapling, bending the 5 elements was a trivial trick. This began over 100 millennia ago. A terrifying innate being named Li Gui suddenly appeared. It was born with the power of a true god about equal to the Zhu Rong you fought before. But Li Gui was vicious, delighting in devouring beasts, and the demon clans were driven to the brink of extinction. It shook its branches. The heavenly court dispatched several mighty demon gods, yet Li Gui slew and ate them all. When the crisis worsened, King Tai intervened, but Li Gui still slipped away. Li Gui hid for centuries, secretly consuming powerful demon gods until it advanced to divine king level and even gravely wounded King Tai. With the heavenly emperor roaming the cosmos and the ancient titans in seclusion, no one stronger remained, and still Li Gui could not be stopped. Jiang Cheng's brows drew tighter. What happened next? The sapling sighed. Li Gui grew arrogant and tried to storm Jiufeng Divine Mountain to hunt the beast god. It paused, branches drooping as if reliving the scene. From deep within the mountain, a single pitch-black claw emerged and crushed Li Gui, the terror of the three realms, into dust. That one blow stunned every realm. The beast spread the tail, took blood oaths, and ever after revered the unknown being as the beast god. Jang Chong fell silent, his gaze fixed on the jet-black egg before him. Through the faint bond of their spirit contract, he could feel Sampow curled inside. But how had the rascal gotten in there? Crack! A thin fissure split the shell and spiderwebbed outward, pale light glimmering in the gaps. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful aura slammed against the shell, as if it would burst open any second. Wang Tun is about to hatch, the sapling warned, its branches trembling. He is an evil god. Darkness and disaster follow wherever he appears. We should leave. Jiang Chong didn't move. Eyes locked on the cracking shell, he spoke in a low, unwavering voice. Sampow is still in there. Jiang Chong shook his head, his gaze locked on the giant egg that was about to crack open. Through the spirit-binding contract, he sensed Sampow. Clearly the bear was alive, yet it emitted a bizarre aura. That aura was almost identical to the Wangshuan outside the shell, as if the two were fusing together. What? The bear is inside the egg? Xiao Shumiao stammered, its branches trembling. Crack! The pitch-black shell disintegrated. Two ghostly green flames flared to life, revealing a dark gold skeleton 6 meters tall. Enormous wing bones jutted from its back, and the eerie light burned in its hollow eyes. Human's world tree. The soul flames flickered, sending out an invisible wave of pressure. Roar! Driven by some unknown stimulus, the skeleton erupted in rage. It raised a massive bony hand and pounded its own skull, howling, "Wretched soul, get out of my body!" Creak, creak. Joints screeched as bones ground together. The left hand smashed the right. The left foot stamped the right, as though two souls were battling for control inside. It really is Sampow? Jiang Chong drew a sharp breath, his expression darkening. My heavens, how did he end up in there? Xiao Shumiao muttered, still stunned. Quit babbling. How do we get Sampow out? Jiang Chong snapped, gripping one of Xiao Shumiao's branches. I don't know. Xiao Shumiao whimpered, its branches quivering. A Wangsun soul is born under a necrotic curse, its body flooded with the vilest death energy. No other soul can survive inside it. If your bear is still in there, this skeleton can't be a true Wangshuan divine body. Sampow is fighting the Wangsun soul right now. To save him, you must destroy that soul. But a Wangshuan is the spawn of a beast god. Its soul is stronger than most divine lords. You can't just destroy it. Xiao Shumiao cried in near despair. Can a third party enter the body right now? Jiang Cheng asked, frowning. It's possible, but Xiao Shumiao swallowed the rest, unsure how to stop him. Fine. You two stand guard out here. Jiang Cheng issued the order and sat cross-legged. A crystalline glow blossomed between his brows. The tiny yuan spirit within his soul snapped its eyes open, golden light blazing as it shot out of his body. Iya. Xiaobai clenched its claws, for standing on end, looking fiercer than ever. This is suicide. Xiao Shumiao shook its branches helplessly. How could a human soul contend with a god? Wang Kun's soul sea was shrouded in absolute darkness. The boundless void lay so deathly still it felt ready to swallow all existence, until a sudden shaft of gold ripped through the night. Roar. A human? Wang Kun's shadowy figure whipped around. The light revealed its true form, a skeletal frame stripped of all flesh, the long, narrow skull of a dog, a hunched spine like that of an old crone, and hollow eye sockets blazing with black soul fire that gathered the deepest evil and darkness of the world. Brother Jiang. Sampow cried, pinned beneath the monster. Dark mist coiled around its spirit, dim and flickering clearly on the verge of collapse. It is my contracted beast. Jiang Cheng's miniature soul avatar hovered in the center of the golden glow, his gaze icy as it locked on Wang Kuan. So what? Souls as lowly as yours don't deserve to inhabit my vessel. Wang Kuan sneered, its voice cold as frost. Allow this god to devour you properly. Its wolfish eyes swept over Jiang Chong with greedy delight. A fine soul indeed. I am pleased. A silent roar burst forth. Wang Kun's jaws gaped wide, unleashing a tide of black miasma that surged toward Jiang Chong, eager to corrode him in an instant. Hands off my master, Sampow bellowed. Even as its spirit unraveled, it lunged and clamped its jaws around Wang Kun's spectral bones. A stench of death flooded over, like sewage festering for years, and Sampow nearly gagged. Courting death, Wang Kun howled, soul pain far worse than any wound of flesh. Fury boiling, it swung its massive skeletal hand and smashed it down on Sampao's skull. Agony flared, Sampao's soul light dimming rapidly, yet it clung on with unyielding teeth. Jiang Cheng's avatar grew colder still. His arms merged into a golden longsword that cleaved downward. Divine severing blade. Stroke after stroke landed with merciless precision on Wang Kun's soul. Arg! Wang Kun screamed, the black fire in its eyes sputtering. Human, what blade is this? Divine severing blade. Jiang Chong repeated softly, striking without hesitation. Despite the relentless assault, Wang Kun's soul remained tenacious, only slightly dimmer. Cursed human, you dare offend a god, I will tear you apart. In its fury, swirls of pitch-black mist surfaced deathly energy of the vilest kind. At its touch, Sampao's spirit sprouted holes and tottered on the brink of ruin. Wang Kun then hurled Sampao aside with a single blow, focusing all its malice on Jiang Chong. Foolish human, no one has ever defeated me inside my own soul sea. Today you die without doubt. Its laugh was a chilling verdict. The deathly mist clung like a festering plague, wrapping around Jiang Chong. Even his tiny avatar pitted with countless pinhole burns. We can't keep dragging this out. Jiang Chong stayed calm, thoughts racing. Its soul flickers between solid and ethereal. My earlier strikes hurt it, but not fatally. So I have to gather every ounce of strength, unleash a single fatal strike, and hit its weakness if I can. Jiang Chong fell silent, his eyes fixed on the Wang Kue opposite him. Scalding currents of necrotic energy surged like inky tides, battering the space around him and corroding his spirit, yet he forced himself to endure. Across the void, two pale blue soul flames flickered in Wang Kue's eye sockets, silently mocking this last-ditch resistance. Within moments, the human spirit would be stripped away and swallowed by the creature's soul sea. Then, without warning, Jiang Chong moved. Every shred of soul light inside him snapped together. The outline of his spirit avatar twisted violently and solidified into a sword without fear. Instead of pointing at Wang Kue, the blade slashed across the entire shadowy sky. Screech. Golden light burst forth like the first light of dawn, cleaving the pitch-black world with countless cracks. From those fissures blinding radiance poured out, sweeping away the surrounding darkness. How did you know? Wang Kue shrieked, its voice cracking as fractures spread across its spectral body. It told me, Jiang Chong replied with a smile, nodding toward the sword floating at his side. Human, I am the son of the beast god. Do you dare strike me? Wang Kue tried to mask its fear with a show of fury. I dare. As Jiang Chong spoke, the sword's brilliance flared again and neatly severed Wang Kue's soul in two. Hatred filled Wang Kue's eyes. It screamed, even in death, I'll drag you down with me, insect. In the next instant, its shattered soul exploded. Countless fragments merged into a jet-black beam, brimming with murderous intent, and shot straight into Jiang Cheng's spirit avatar. The change was instantaneous. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed, thought the creature had unleashed some vicious curse. But deep within his own soul, he heard Wang Kue's scream turn to sheer terror. I'm impossible, you're. The cry was cut short. Jiang Chong felt his spirit avatar swell, an ocean of soul force flooding in, layers of radiant change surging through him. At this moment his soul sea stood at only half a step from unity. The next realm was true unity itself. What a pity. Sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cave, Jiang Chong slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting burst of gold flashed across his pupils. He pressed two fingers to his brow and sighed in disappointment. Moments ago he had devoured the vast soul power of Wangxia, and his primordial spirit was swollen like a full moon, yet he was still stuck just short of the unity realm. The breakthrough was within reach, but an invisible barrier blocked his way. No matter how hard he charged, he made no headway. Did it fail? Well, at least you're alive. The little sapling shook its leafy branches, trying to comfort him. It still couldn't fathom how Jiang Chong had escaped from Wangxi's belly intact. An eerie scene suddenly unfolded before them. The tall, majestic skeleton of Wangxia, which had lain motionless, shuddered. It slowly lowered its skull to inspect its pale bones, and two clusters of soul fire ignited inside the hollow sockets. I am a skeleton? San Pao stretched out a bony claw, his voice trembling. Jiang Chong could only sigh. His eyes narrowed and a translucent status screen unfurled before him. Beast name, Calamity Saint Bear. Rank, Diamond Tier, 9-star. Quality, Peak Saint Grade. Skills. 1. Undead Cataclysm, LV. 8 revives all dead creatures within a set area as undead under its command. 2. Dark Reawakening, LV. 8 a mental attack that stirs and manipulates the darkest emotions in an enemy. 3. Calamity Curse, LV. 8 consumes 1/5 of its own soul to inscribe a curse rune in the enemy, dealing destruction and decay. Target cannot exceed its own tier by more than 5 stars. Domain, Kingdom of the Dead. Condition, healthy. Attribute, divine. Description, a fusion of an epic Earthlord bear and Wangxia, embodying disaster, darkness, and decay. Possesses beast god bloodline, and is the absolute sovereign of all undead. Evolution paths, 2. Brother Jiang, can I ever turn back? The twin flames in San Pao's skull fixed on Jang Chong, full of hope. The sapling's branch eyes widened in disbelief. Wangxi's soul had been wiped out, yet this simple-minded bear had hijacked its body. Unbelievable. There's still a chance. Jiang Chong cleared his throat without elaborating. The system had offered 2 evolution paths. One followed the way of undeath, ending as a god of death. The other led skyward, but the required materials and conditions were chillingly strict. As long as there's hope. San Pao nodded excitedly, then glanced at his bare bones and sighed heavily. But in this state, how am I supposed to eat honey? Iya. From Jiang Cheng's arms, Little Bai suddenly raised its tiny paw, gathering a gentle white light at the tip. The radiance flowed over San Pao's icy frame, as though an invisible brush were painting him anew. Flesh, blood, and thick black and gold fur reformed at astonishing speed. In less than a few minutes, the skeletal bear was once again an epic Earthlord bear, although the once snow-white wings on his back had turned pitch black. Flesh regeneration. The sapling stared first at San Pao, then at the adorable Little Bai in Jiang Cheng's arms. Who would have thought that this cute ball of fluff possessed such power? Jiang Cheng paused for a moment, but he wasn't surprised. He had known from the start that Xiao Bai's origins were anything but ordinary. Xiao Bai, Brother Bai, from now on, you're my big brother. San Pao cried, hoarse with emotion, hugging the snowball-like cub as tears streamed down his face. Iya. Xiao Bai wrinkled his tiny nose, and the gentle white glow in his palm winked out. In the same instant, the fresh flesh that had just covered San Pao evaporated like mist, leaving only a cold, empty skeleton. The sapling nearby had been staring at Xiao Bai, its leaves trembling. Suddenly it shouted, I think I know where this little fellow comes from. Let's hear it, Jiang Cheng said, eyes bright with interest. After his failed spirit-taming attempt and that glimpse of a golden beast shadow, he was sure Xiao Bai was no ordinary creature. The sacred clan of life. The sapling blurted. Their lineage is staggering older than the celestial court itself. Legend says that before the myths began, 5 sacred clans existed, and they were one of them. What can they do? Jiang Cheng pressed. They control the wheel of life for every species. The wheel of life? Jiang Cheng frowned. Every being has one. From celestials to god kings, no one escapes it. When the wheel turns, life begins. When it stops, life ends, the sapling said solemnly. I have one, and so do you. Then aren't they invincible? No, nothing is absolutely invincible. The sapling's leaves rustled. Because they can manipulate the wheel, they carry a deadly curse. Their numbers have always been scarce. Millennium might pass without a single member. By the age of the gods, they were thought extinct. Jiang Cheng stroked Xiao Bai's velvety head and chuckled. Looks like I've been lucky. So there's still hope for me? San Pao asked, nearly in tears, his skeletal arms hugging his bare bones. Xiao Bai just pried open your wheel of life, which let your flesh regrow for a moment. The sapling explained calmly. But he's only a cub and hasn't mastered the art yet. Then when he's grown, he'll be whole again. San Pao brightened. Of course, an adult of the sacred clan can raise corpses from the dead. Rebuilding your body will be easy, the sapling said confidently. Brother Bai, hurry up and grow. San Pao's twin ghost fires flared with excitement as he stared at Xiao Bai. Iya? Xiao Bai tilted his head, obsidian eyes blinking in confusion. What strange things was that sapling talking about now? Just then, Ersha's panicked voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Bad news. Bad news. Jiang Cheng, something terrible's happened. A monster just crawled out of that crater. Its aura is terrifying. It's devouring demon beasts like crazy. I can't hold it off for long. Fall back now, Jiang Cheng said at once, frowning. That's a Han dragon's aura. It's locked onto us. The sapling trembled from root to leaf, its voice quavering. Let's go. We need to leave, Jiang Cheng said, a dark glint in his eyes. He could feel a formidable presence awakening in the center of Black Spring District, a being that had fixed its gaze on them. More precisely, it was after Wang Shi, the surviving twin of the beast godline. At the lip of the crater, Lucy studied the climbing gear at her feet, debating whether to rappel down. Without warning, blinding gold and white light erupted from the depths. The flare was so intense it nearly stole her sight. She jerked back half a step, heart pounding. What is that? When the light died, the creature San Pao came sharply into view, an abomination born of Wang Shi merging with an epic-grade Earth King bear. Its dark gold skeleton hung empty yet unbreakable, bone surfaces flashing with metallic chill. Blade-like wings folded tight against its waist, while its massive skull rose high, azure soulfire burning in the eye sockets, as if it could see straight through a person. Not far away, Jang Chong also watched the pit. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The Western woman was still here. He had noticed Lucy's team long ago, but hadn't bothered with them. Spotting Jang Chong, Lucy drew a quick breath. Honored War Emperor, you've subdued it? Awe shone on her porcelain pale face. None of your business, Jiang Chong said coolly, then frowned and added, if you value your life, leave. Now. A moment later he became a streak of razor-bright gold and vanished into the distance. Lucy stared after the fading light. Far from offended by his indifference, her eyes sparkled. She murmured, powerful men really are irresistible. Boom. On the far side of the city, skyscrapers collapsed in sequence, concrete and rebar spraying out with shattered glass. As the dust settled, a creature strode from the ruins. Another one? Lucy gasped, ice running through her veins. The beast wasn't huge, barely a dozen meters long. Smaller than some platinum-grade giant python. Its aura was the most terrifying she had ever felt. It bore a savage dragon's head. Blood-red eyes glowed like twin lanterns. Black horns curved backward. Its torso was lithe and panther-like. Its limbs ended in tiger paws, and dark crimson scales rippled over taut muscles. Where's my brother? The Hanlong rumbled, each word dripping with frigid menace. Lucy's legs went weak. She bit her lip hard, forced her arm to move, and drew a snow-white spatial scroll from inside her coat. Runes flared. Crack. A rift flickered open, swallowed her, and snapped shut. She was gone. The Hanlong made no move to stop her. Instead, it watched with amused interest, lips curving in mockery. So, after tens of thousands of years, even insects have learned to use arrays. Two streaks of light flashed across the sky. The little sapling shivered, shaking off its leaves and muttering, good thing it didn't come after us, or we'd be finished. That Hanlong is at least quasi-divine. Bang. Before the words had faded, a pitch-black rift tore open behind them, and a gigantic tiger claw slammed toward Jiang Chong. Caught off guard, San Pao's dark gold skeleton was driven into a cluster of buildings, scattering bricks and stone. Brother, when did you become as weak as an ant? Hanlong stepped through the rift, its towering half-man, half-tiger form casting a deep shadow, scarlet eyes filled with scorn. Its gaze slid past Jiang Chong and paused on the sapling. The world god tree? The very one that once suppressed the old gods. Perfect. You'll make a fine gatekeeper. With a soft chuckle, the claw reached forward again. The sapling quivered so hard its leaves rustled. Jiang Chong stepped in front of it, the scarlet sword glyph on his back humming into a blade of blood-red light that slashed at the incoming paw. The strike left a shallow cut on Hanlong's wrist, but the wound healed in the blink of an eye. A monkey, and you managed to wound me? Hanlong raised an eyebrow, then went cold. But that's all. The paw continued to descend, outwardly calm, yet wrapped in some unknown law. Jiang Chong felt time itself freeze around him. His limbs refused to move. It's the power of time. Hanlong can control time too. The sapling cried. You think you can touch Brother Ching? Ask Grandpa Pao first. Debris exploded as San Pao shot from the ruins, bone wings folding into blades that slashed straight down. Too weak, brother. Hanlong couldn't be bothered to dodge. With a casual swipe it knocked San Pao back into the rubble. Only then did Jiang Chong glimpse Hanlong's status king, 1 star. It hasn't fully merged yet, otherwise it'd be at least quasi-divine, the sapling whispered. At his peak, Wang Shun could have kept it in check. This could get messy. A king-class Hanlong is already top-tier power on Blue Star. If Jiang Chong had reached the life-and-death realm, he might stand a chance. But he's only at the Sea Spirit realm. No trick can bridge such an absolute gap. Roar, roar, roar. Stubborn as ever, San Pao burst from the debris again and again, only to be swatted away like a mosquito each time. Brother, why are you so weak? Where's the death law you were so proud of? Hanlong's amusement faded. It gripped San Pao, blood-red eyes dimming before a murderous light flared within. Bang! San Pao's skeleton was crushed to powder, yet the soul flame still flickered in midair. A jet-black ancient sigil formed, and in an instant the scattered fragments spun together, rebuilding the dark gold frame. Undying and unbroken father really did favor you, Hanlong muttered. Hanlong let out a ragged laugh, his blood-red eyes swirling with jealousy and spite. Why should all the best go to a useless wretch like you? Why? His roar split the heavens. In the next instant, a massive tiger claw slammed down, pounding Sanpao's body into shards again and again. Bone splinters, flame, and black blood spattered in every direction. Yet each time the fragments drew together, Sanpao reformed in a heartbeat, and with every rebirth, his aura grew denser, some terrifying potential inside him stirring awake. It's the mark of the dead. The little sapling blurted, its entire trunk trembling. No wonder Wangshuan eventually fell and became a corrupt god of darkness. Jiang Chong kept his eyes on the battlefield and asked, what is it exactly? An immortal seal forged from more than half the netherworld, the sapling explained quickly. Whoever bears it gains undying flesh but pays a dreadful price, trapped between ghost and god like Wangshuan. Even worse, the beast god branded that mark on his own son. What is he plotting? A furious blaze detonated inside Sanpeo's soul sea. His soul fire shuddered, and an invisible psychic hammer struck straight at Han Long's heart. Dark gold bones flashed as black-violet currents coiled around them like venomous snakes. Die, die, die. Sanpeo's mental cry carried a sinister lure, as though a wraith were calling for souls. Behind him, a hazy crimson gate materialized, filled with the wailing shades of the dead, the gate of hell. Instead of fear, Han Long was ecstatic. Brother, at last you won't disappoint me. Blood that had slumbered for 90,000 years blazed to life. Yet he judged Sanpao still too weak. The blood-red gate remained blurred, and Han Long shook his head in disgust. Raising his claw, he poured power into Sanpao, forcing the awakening to continue. Only if I defeat you at your strongest can I prove I am Father's finest son. Madness gleamed in his eyes as he howled at the sky. Dong! At that moment, the crimson gate behind Sanpao finally swung wide open. Boom! From behind the blood-red gate poured a tide of black-violet necrotic mist, churning like molten tar. In an instant it swallowed Sanpeo's cold, dark gold skeleton. In Jiang Cheng's view, Sanpeo's ranks surged wildly, leaping from Diamond 9-star to King 2-star. That was the power of hell itself. Beside him, Xiao Shumiao gaped in shock. Bang! 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 A heartbeat later, the now infernal Sanpao collided head-on with Han Long. Words failed to describe a clash between king-class titans. The remains of high-rises were ground to dust, shockwaves swept across the whole of Jianghuai Bay City, and the earth shook as if struck by a colossal hammer. Jang Chong, face ashen, hovered in the clouds. He was powerless to intervene and could only pray Sanpao could restrain Han Long. Outside Shenglong District, the garrison felt the same terrifying pressure. Soldiers exchanged worried looks, a chill running down their spines. What kind of monsters were these? All of Jianghuai quaked. Whatever fought there was at least at sovereign level. Some troops were already wavering. One sovereign beast lord could erase a city, and they had no clue whether either combatant was friend or foe. Inside the command center, General Chu Wenliang in his black uniform paced in agitation. His aide rushed in. Energy scanners traced the shockwave to the border of Hechuan District and Xuanwu Avenue. Output tops 50 million joules. 50 million joules transcendent class. Chu Wenliang's scowl deepened. Any idea whose side they're on? Did headquarters promise sovereign-class tamers for support? The aide shook his head. Damn it. Chu slammed his fist on the desk. Order a retreat. Cut off from help and facing two unknown beast lords. Their battered force could never hold Shenglong District. The aide hurried off to relay the command. Chu leaned against the window, staring at the endless ruins. Yesterday's prosperity already felt like a mirage. Once the troops withdrew, Jianghuai would be finished. High above, Han Long roared with delight. Brother, you never disappoint. Two kings met in the most primal contest, brutal hand-to-hand combat. Han Long's scales were ripped open in bone-deep gashes, golden blood pouring like a storm and smashing the concrete below. Sanpao fared no better. Several bones had been torn free, the soul flame in its eye sockets dimmed, yet it struck back with manic fury. Their battle spirit only blazed hotter. Han Long's throat swelled, unleashing a crimson beam laced with annihilation. Sanpao roared, the gate of hell yawning wide behind it, as necrotic fumes billowed out. It charged straight through the beam. By now it had lost all reason, fighting on raw death energy and instinct alone. At this pace, Sanpao was doomed to fall. From his vantage point above the clouds, Jang Chong could see everything with crystal clarity. At the moment, Sanpao looked like an infant piloting an adult body. The vast necromantic power inside him could not be fully released, so he could only trade brute force blows with the Han Dragon. Jiang Chong told himself he had to intervene, drew a deep breath, and locked his gaze on the beast at the center of the battle. At this level, one misstep meant crippling injury or death, so caution was mandatory. A weakness according to the system, the Han Dragon, one of the twin beast gods, had a single flaw. The third scale beneath its throat, the Shun scale, the hub of its divine power. That plate was as hard as the finest alloys on Blue Star, and the dragon wielded the laws of time, so getting close enough to sever it would be almost impossible. Jiang Chong narrowed his eyes, calculating the perfect angle and timing for a strike. One mistake, and he would be pulverized. Meanwhile, the dragon's beam devoured most of the death energy around Sanpao, making his stark white bones tremble as the phantom gate of hell behind him faded and his strength bled away. My brother, after sleeping for so long you have become so foolish you cannot even use the laws anymore? The Han Dragon's blood-red eyes brimmed with scorn. It extended a tiger-like claw, and the invisible law of time crashed down, freezing Sanpao in an instant. That single motion left the Shun scale fully exposed. Cold light flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes as the floating runes for sword and body behind him merged into one. Swish! A crimson blade of light erupted between heaven and earth, slicing toward the fatal spot. Flash! Damn monkey! The heavens echoed with Han Long's savage roar. A horrific gash split the scales of its neck, and within the torn flesh a golden heart pounded furiously. Bang! Though Jang Chong, merged with his sword, had dealt the dragon a grievous wound, he had also taken a vengeful strike full on. Hurled a kilometer through the air, he hit the ground to the sound of shattering bones. Without his triple-layered golden body, that blow would have killed any emperor of the same rank on the spot. Such is the gulf between a king and the ordinary. Sampow move. Blood filled Jiang Chang's throat as he shouted. Gritting his teeth, Sampow scooped the gravely wounded warrior into his arms and shot away, leaving only a sonic boom behind. Hanlong did not pursue. Those blood-red slit pupils followed the fleeing figures, killing intent so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Monkey, you'll pay for this. Whoosh. Far off, a massive aura tore the clouds apart, and daylight dimmed. A colossal beast pushed half its body through the breach. A single eye blazed like a scorching sun, and its wings spread wide as mountain ranges across the sky. It was a gigantic winged fish with 4 pairs of talons hanging beneath its belly, icy light rippling over its scales. The four-clawed, sky-piercing Qilin. 40 years earlier, it had rampaged through the Donghua Empire, leveling dozens of base cities and devouring millions. Even the wind spirit hunter that once terrified the Nanyue continent had been helpless before it. Had the infernal black dragon not suddenly struck and badly maimed it, the slaughter would have gone on. Your Highness, you're wounded? The Kun's enormous eye swept over the bone-deep gash in Hanlong's side, its voice a mix of shock and fury. Who could hurt you so badly? It's nothing. Hanlong waved a claw. Divine power surged, new flesh knitting over the wound in an instant, though its aura was clearly weakened. I've only just awakened. Tell me of this age what powerhouses walk the world now. Does the celestial court still stand? Without hesitation, the four-clawed Qilin outlined the current order of Blue Star. When it mentioned the Dragon Emperor and the infernal Black Dragon, hatred all but dripped from its gaze. Those two sit at the very top now. I reached 4-star King back then, yet that Black Dragon swatted me aside with a single claw. Conservatively, it must be 6-star by now. King? Merely a quasi-god. Hanlong snorted. Without true divinity, they're still ants. The fall of the celestial court is unexpected. Apparently, even the heavenly emperor could not claim eternity. With the gods gone, our demon race has its chance. I will forge the supreme demon court and restore our glory. A fervent light flashed across its dark, menacing face. Your Highness, what next? The Qilin asked respectfully. What else? Hanlong gazed down at the ruins of Zhonghui, crimson eyes glinting with frost. We wipe out these monkeys. This era belongs to the gods, now belongs to us. How can those lowly evolved apes lay claim to such vast lands? Your Highness is truly wise. The four-clawed Sky Qilin bared its maw, opening and closing like shifting mountains, a cruel light gleaming in its enormous eyes. Outside the St. Dragon district, Su Yuntian and his party finally arrived. Has the garrison already pulled out? The empty streets reeked of scorching flesh and blood. Shattered signposts rocked in the wind, clanging together with sharp metallic cries. Staring at the deserted district, the group felt as if an invisible hand were squeezing their hearts, and even their breathing grew hushed. They couldn't do anything else. Su Yuntian shook his head, exhaled a heavy breath, and sneered. It's been 3 days since the beast tide hit Zhonghui, and not one handler above diamond rank has come to help. Looks like the higher-ups wrote Zhonghui off a while ago. Maybe those top brass haven't even heard about it yet. The other members of Dragon Scale Squad laughed bitterly, exhaustion and helplessness clouding their eyes. Qinli frowned, her small face puzzled. Zhonghui had already fallen, and the nearby Tianhe still hadn't sent a single high-level beastmaster. Had they truly given up for good? Forget it, not our problem. Su Yuntian shrugged. All that matters is getting the little princess out of Zhonghui as fast as possible. His words had barely faded when a piercing shriek split the sky. Scree. A black shape burst through the clouds like an arrow. It was a dark raptor, feathers slick with viscous blood, trailing a crimson ribbon as it spiraled downward. Though gravely wounded, every breath it took radiated a chilling pressure. Diamond rank. Su Yunshin's face hardened. Get the princess inside. Prepare for battle. The Dragon Scale Squad clenched their jaws and drew the alloy blades at their waists. Their high-energy weapons were long spent. Close-quarter steel was all they had left. The black Raptora black-winged Shianiga let out another long, sharp cry and dived, whipping up a violent gale. Dust and gravel lashed the air like countless whips. Even with Battle King physiques, the squad staggered and had to jam their blades into the ground just to stay upright. Their weakness wasn't the problem. A diamond rank monster was terrifying by nature, and few humans could face one heathen without outside help. Qinli clenched her teeth and glared at Zhu Juyin, the small serpent dozing nearby. Anger laced her voice. Your master told you to protect us. Danger's here, and you're still napping. Lazy snake. And nonsense, I wasn't sleeping. Zhu Juyin rubbed its bleary eyes with a claw, glanced at the diving shadow, and yawned. It's just a black chicken. What's there to fear? Black chicken. The black-winged Shin Eagle heard the insult, bloodlust flaring in its eyes. Its beak stretched wide, spewing a torrent of inky air that flooded out like a reversed waterfall. The vapor was fiercely corrosive. Where it landed on alloy scraps, the metal sizzled and melted into jagged holes. One could only imagine what it would do to flesh. We're screwed. Su Yuntian cursed. Despair flickered in every face. They were about to leave Zhonghua, only to run headfirst into a diamond-drank beast. Their luck couldn't be worse. A chicken should act like a chicken. Zhu Jiuyin sighed and slowly extended a tiny claw. Invisible spatial laws compressed the black vapor into a single orb and hurled it back at the black-winged Xian eagle. Scraw. The black-feathered Xian eagle gave a shrill cry, every plume bristling like an upturned blade. Its massive frame jerked sideways in the sky, trying to evade the churning black sphere. The snow-white Zijian merely snorted. With a casual lift of its tiny foreclaw, the orb veered in midair and smashed straight into the eagle's abdomen. Boom. Bones cracked with a sickening snap, and the eagle's belly was torn open a foot wide, flesh and blood spraying. Already wounded, the black-feathered Xian eagle felt terror claw up its spine. The seemingly juvenile white snake was a diamond-tier beast as well. Even at full strength it had little chance, let alone while a relentless big yellow dog harried it from behind. Despair flooded its mind. The eagle flipped over, wings trembling, and thousands of razor-sharp feathers exploded outward, howling toward the people below. Su Yuntian and the dragon scale squad narrowed their eyes, shouting as they met the storm with alloy sabers. Clang! Sparks flew as feather met steel. Each blade strike sent savage force down the hilts, splitting their palms and drawing rivers of blood. Sheltered behind them, Qilin felt every passing feather like an icy knife grazing her skin, ready to take her life. Yet the squad held the line with flesh and bone. One man had a feather buried to the shoulder, piercing the bone, but he still gritted his teeth and stood firm. She looked around. The once prosperous Zhonghua region was now nothing but scorched ruins. For the first time in her pampered life, she understood how fragile humans were, and how cheaply life could be spent in the struggle against beasts. Swish, swish, swish. A few feathers slipped through the defense, growing larger in her widening pupils. Su Yuntian roared, "Your Highness, look out." At this range they could not reach her in time. Qinli's face went deathly pale. Her legs turned to jelly, and even her breath halted. When the feathers were less than 10 inches from her cheek, the air itself seemed to solidify. The deadly quills froze in place, and the entire feather storm hung motionless. Spatial control. Su Yuntian and the others finally gave the hovering Zijian their full attention. Any space-type beast that could lock down such a wide area had to be at least diamond tier. The dragon-scale soldiers clicked their tongues in awe, whispering, "General, your friend is unbelievable." A War Emperor-level fighter who was also a diamond-tier beastmaster ranked among the very best on Blue Star. Su Yunshin's heart shook. He remembered meeting Jang Chong in Tiandu City only 3 or 4 months earlier, when the man had been a mere war king and the big white dog at most silver or gold tier. How had he become a war emperor and a diamond-tier beastmaster in such a short time? Qinli stared at the Zijian with equal amazement. As an imperial princess, she knew exactly how priceless a diamond-tier space beast was. In a large-scale war against a beast tide, a diamond-class spatial beast can be every bit as valuable as a supreme-tier beast. The sudden revelation tightened everyone's chests. Zhu Jiuyin looked up. The black-feather mystic eagle had already vanished into the heavy clouds, leaving only a rippling wake behind. The little fellow scratched its forehead with a talon shoulder pursue. Jang Chong had told it to protect these people, and for the sake of that coveted clawphone it finally let the bird go. What a waste. Such a huge black chicken would have made wonderful soap. It sighed softly. A shrill scream cut through the sky. An instant later the eagle's massive corpse was hurled downward, gouging a huge crater and spewing dust. Standing on the body was a fierce-eyed yellow Matersha. Blades of Jang metal aura coiled around it, so sharp the air itself seemed to buzz yet another diamond-drank beast. Fat Hats, Shijigua, and the others traded looks, shock plain on their faces. The scruffy mongrel that used to follow Jang Chong had been hiding diamond-class strength all along. "Ursha, you're back. Where's Jang Chong?" Zhu Jiuyin bounded over, eyes fixed on the clawphone. "No idea, he should be here soon," Ursha replied, planting a paw on the eagle's chest. The Jang metal aura flared as it sneered. "This dead bird thought it could sacrifice me? It must have been tired of living." Before the words had faded, a streak of light plummeted from the horizon. "Jiang Chong." Zhu Jiuyin and Ursha brightened, then their expressions froze. Jiang Chong was drenched in blood, his golden body dim, his breathing ragged. Worse yet, he dangled in one hand of a giant dark gold skeletal wraith. Cold blue soulfire flickered in the skull's eye sockets. Too chilling to meet. "Who are you? What happened to Jiang Chong?" The two beasts roared, locking onto the undead. "I am Sampao." The skeleton muttered, sounding aggrieved. "Bullshit. Sampao could never look like that." Zhu Jiuyin snapped, while Ursha unfolded its Jang metal domain. 10,000 phantom short swords arrayed behind it, ready to strike. "It is Sampao," Jiang Chong rasped, coughing up blood. The two beasts froze. Even the wildest imagination struggled to connect this cold skeleton with the simple-minded Sampow they knew. Forcing his breath steady, Jang Chong whispered, "Let's leave, first everything else can wait until I recover." He had just taken a furious strike from the Hanlong. Even after the third tempering of his golden body, several bones were broken and his blood churned violently. Got it. Su Yuntian asked no questions and immediately called for a retreat. Crowding around Jiang Chong and the three beasts, they sprinted into Shanglong District, the former transportation hub of Zhonghuai. A little farther on, and they would be completely out of danger. What exactly happened back there? Qinli finally asked as they hurried along the road. Su Yuntian and the others pricked up their ears, faces tense. The near world-rending shock that had ripped through Zhonghuai moments earlier was still reverberating in their chests. Jiang Chong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shoulders trembling, yet he did not hide the truth. Two extraordinarily powerful beasts have emerged beneath Zhonghuai. Then that shockwave was their fight? What tier are they? Su Yuntian pressed, staring at Jiang Cheng's ashen face. If even a war emperor had been wounded this badly, the battle must have been horrific. King level, Jiang Cheng replied, lifting his eyes. Everyone drew in a sharp breath and, without realizing it, quickened their pace. King level, the very ceiling of combat power on Blue Star. Across nations numbering in the billions, humanity could field only 5 king-rank tamers. A single king-rank beast could threaten an entire country, yet 2 had appeared in this modest base city. Unbelievable as it sounded, they had to accept it. A shockwave capable of leveling a city could only be King Tier, at the very least the peak of sovereign class. We need to get out of here as soon as possible, Su Yuntian sighed, worry thick in his voice. Zhonghuai, maybe the entire southern region, is about to be swallowed by catastrophe. Their expressions grew bleak. The war between humans and beasts had never truly stopped, but this time it might erupt on every front. Qinli felt her chest tighten. She looked toward the imperial capital, bit her lip, and stayed silent. Her father, the emperor, must be overwhelmed right now. After a moment she spoke. Before we return to the capital, I need to make a trip to Tianhe. All right, Jiang Cheng answered simply, asking no questions. Su Yuntian also kept silent. The group pressed on with steady, yet ever more urgent strides. Amid the heavy mood, only the 3 contracted beasts at the rear seemed unfazed. Zhu Jiuyin hopped onto San Pao's bare skull, tapped it with a tiny paw, and squinted appreciatively. Pao, I have to say, the bald look is pretty cool. Er Shah, equally curious, reached out and wrapped the dark gold skeleton, producing a crisp metallic clang. San Pao remained laconic, the soul flame in its eye sockets flickering quietly. Somehow it produced a pine twig, lit it, clamped it between its teeth, and took a deep pull. You kids just don't understand Master Pao's depth. At last they left the Jianghuai zone and arrived at an armament base hidden among the mountains. The massive metal gate clanged shut behind them, cutting off the storm of danger in their wake. Su Yuntian exhaled long and slow, taking in the scene. Subordinates spattered with blood and clad in battered armor slumped against the walls, exhaustion mingling with the dazed relief of survivors. The Dragonscale squad, which had numbered more than 20, was down to just 7. Of the several platinum-rank beast tamers, only Shi Jigua was still on his feet. The scale of the losses filled Su Yunshan's eyes with bloodshot grief. Well done, Su Yuntian. A deep voice suddenly echoed through the hall. They turned to see a broad-shouldered middle-aged man stride toward them, alloy battle suit gleaming under the lights. A black-striped tiger padded behind him, its shoulders nearly 2 meters high, bronze, eyes icy cold. Even its breathing broadcast the surging power within a bona fide diamond-rank beast. Your Grace, what's going on? Su Yuntian recognized Prince Mo Jinkei of Beijing at once. Seeing the prince dressed for battle, he asked in shock. Qinghe Prefecture has completely fallen, and beast tides are erupting across the provinces. The situation is escalating. Prince Mo Jinkei exhaled heavily, then fixed his eyes on Qin Li and forced a wry smile. Your Highness, could you please give me some notice next time you travel? If anything happens to you, the emperor will have my hide. Qin Li lowered her eyes without replying. Mo Jinkei shook his head helplessly. She was the emperor's cherished daughter, and he dared not speak a single harsh word. He lifted a hand. 2 soldiers in silver armor strode forward, cracking the ground with each step, their war emperor aura as heavy as a mountain. Li Zhao Songgue, escort the princess back to the imperial capital. If she suffers the slightest injury, they'll hold you both responsible. Understood. The 2 stood like spears on either side of Qin Li. I need to go to Tianhe first, Qin Li said suddenly. Tianhe? Mo Jinkei frowned. The southern region is in turmoil. Tianhe may be unsafe. The capital is the safest place for you. I'm going to Tianhe, she repeated, unmoved. Seeing her stubborn expression, Mo Jinkei finally sighed. Very well. I'll inform Prince Tianhe at once. Qin Li inclined her head, her eyes dark and thoughtful. Only then did Mo Jinkei notice the young man standing behind. Oh, and this is my brother Jang Chong, Su Yuntian explained quickly. Without him, we couldn't have saved the princess. He then recounted everything that had happened in Zhonghua. You slew a diamond-grade vigorous Vajra ape? Mo Jinke stared at Jang Chong in disbelief. A beast of that rank usually required a supreme war emperor to take down, yet this young man. Jiang Cheng's face was pale, dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly he was badly injured, and said little. Su Yuntian suddenly lowered his voice. Your Grace, one more urgent matter. 2 king-rank beasts have appeared in Zhonghua. What? Mo Jinke grabbed Su Yunshan's shoulders, veins bulging. Is this true? It is. I fear we're on the brink of full-scale war, Su Yuntian sighed. The silver-armored war emperors wore equally grim expressions. Song Gue asked quietly, My lord, do we still escort Her Highness? If they left, only Mo Jinke would be left to guard Beijiang, and he might not be able to withstand the coming tide. Mo Jinke looked up at the sky, thoughts churning. Send her, and the province is exposed. Keep her, and the emperor will never forgive me. No worries, he'll protect her. Jiang Chong let out a long breath. His voice was low but resolute. Then I'm indebted to you. The king of Beijiang clasped his fists, gratitude shining in his eyes. Qin Li's silent nod only strengthened his belief that this man was likely the powerhouse the emperor had sent in secret to guard the young princess. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed at the base gate. A soldier, drenched in blood, staggered in and dropped to his knees before the king, forcing out a hoarse cry. Tiandu City and Yunshan Fort have fallen. A powerful beast king has appeared who can't hold it back. What? The king's eyes flared like a tiger's, his jaw clenched tight. Report to the imperial capital at once and call for aid from every province. Everyone else, follow me to the front. Well, slaughter that beast. It's useless. Pull your men back. Jiang Cheng lifted his gaze to the distant sky, a weight he could not hide coloring his voice. A king-class beast has descended. Roar. The western sky darkened in an instant. A colossal flying fish burst through the clouds, hovering above Beijiang Prefecture. As large as a small base city, its sweeping fins stirred a hurricane of spiritual pressure. A four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin. The king of Beijiang turned ashen, and the surrounding soldiers trembled. To see a king-level beast with their own eyes, the crushing aura alone stole the very air from their lungs, leaving them no strength to draw steel. Is heaven set on destroying Beijiang? The king cried to the sky, his voice filled with bitter rage. Pitiful apes, embrace death. The four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin gazed down on all below. Its cold, arrogant voice rolled across the prefecture like thunder. Pandemonium erupted. Women wept. Men despaired. Where were the human powerhouses, the armies, the king of Beijiang, the emperor himself? Frantic questions rose one after another, but the only answer was the beast tide, merciless as pounding iron hooves. The swarm swept forward like a plague of locusts, and the few remaining base cities of Beijiang were swallowed by darkness. Beneath Tiandus walls, Qian knelt in a sea of corpses. She saw her brother and Lan's body still standing upright amid the tide, and tears burst forth as she cried out in anguish. The family was gone, Tiandu City was gone, and Beijiang Prefecture was collapsing. Where could hope be found now? The four-clawed sky-devouring Qilin opened its maw, a boundless sea of blood hanging over Xingshou in North River Province. Its feeding was savagely simple. Everything below was swallowed whole. Skyscrapers tore free of their foundations, concrete and rebar bursting apart midair. People on the streets could only release broken screams as loved ones were sucked into that crimson void and dissolved in the churning gore. Against a high-tier beast king, human resistance was dust, and North River slid back into the age when monsters ruled. At the same time, a flood of beasts poured across the land. Within minutes, 9 of 10 human strongholds in Xingshou were gone. Only Prefecture City still fought on. The king of North River stood blood-eyed, his roar scraping his throat raw. Song Gue, pale with the latest report, said, My lord, the horde has reached the city walls. The imperial capital orders us to withdraw. Withdraw? The king laughed coldly and drew a crimson alloy blade that flashed like ice. The city falls only over our dead bodies. If the walls stand, we stand. If they break, we die. Understood, your highness. Every soldier in the base leapt to their feet, the reply crashing like thunder. Veteran or rookie, one belief burned in their eyes. Hold the last line. The king swung onto his blackhorn tiger. Its roar clanged against steel as he charged through the gate. Engines howled behind him, rockets sliding into launch tubes. In a heartbeat, the base was empty. No one looked back. Our turn, Su Yuntian said, wiping the blood from his blade while watching the departing ranks. Hey, I've never been to Prefecture City, the burly Guangzhou man in Dragonscale squad said with a sheepish grin. Then today you'll get the tour. Laughter followed them as they pounded after the column. Black clouds already crushed the sky over the city. Beasts jammed every street. High-tier flyers wheeled above, and the blazing aura of a monster monarch stained the clouds crimson. Watching wave after wave of troops depart, Qin Li's expression tightened. She whispered to Jang Chong, Aren't they afraid of dying? They know it's death, yet still go. Why? They're afraid, Jiang Chong replied softly. But something there is worse than death. Loss. Golden light crawled over his skin as he forced his wounds shut. Someone they love, the city they call home, they fear losing those more than dying. Qinli lowered her eyes. Since childhood, the emperor, her father, had delivered any treasure she desired. Yet what did she truly care about? She stared at her wrist-pale skin threaded with creeping purple lines and understood the heart of her fear. I'm not going to the Tianhe. I'm going to the city. She lifted her head, resolve blazing in her eyes. Jang Chong glanced sideways in surprise. What was this little princess planning now? I'm dying. Rolling up her sleeve, she revealed a network of purple veins across her ivory arm. Her voice was eerily calm. Zijun dragon blood, a god-eater body. It was never meant to live past 10. Father poured resources into keeping me alive, but my time is nearly up. Pills won't help, so I slipped out of the capital. I wanted to see the 5 emperors peak, even the starry sea of Tianhe, but time's run out. I'd rather stand in Prefecture City and watch humanity's last sunrise. Before her words faded, she coughed up a lump of violet blood. Where it struck, the earth hissed and burned a charcoal pit. Jiang Cheng stayed silent, his gaze fixed on Qinli. High above the clouds, the shadow four-winged dragon forced itself past its terror and banked toward the provincial capital. Luckily, the aura unleashed by Zhu Juyin and Ursha overhead scattered the flock of hostile flying beasts that tried to intercept them. Standing on the dragon's broad back, Qinli let the gale whip through her hair as she looked down. Beyond the city walls, a tide of monsters surged like a black flood, layer upon layer, as dense as ants swarming to swallow the entire fortress. Cannon fire, bestial screams, and collapsing buildings blended into a single cacophony. The battlefield below was a vision of hell, rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. I almost want to jump. Her voice was barely audible. Jiang Cheng's brow tightened. He grabbed her wrist. Don't even think about it. You have to stay alive until I find your sister. But can we even make it back to the imperial capital? Even if we do, this body of mine won't hold out much longer. Qinli forced a smile. Purple veins spread across her porcelain skin, her life force draining fast. If I say you'll live, you'll live. Jiang Cheng released her hand and stared ahead at the colossal form blocking their path, a king-class monstrosity, the four-clawed Tongtian Qilin. Beside that leviathan, the shadow four-winged dragon seemed no bigger than an ant. The Qilin hovered in midair, its shadow blanketing a kilometer of sky, its mere presence thickening the air. Yet it hadn't noticed the tiny figures on the dragon's back. Jiang Cheng, that fish is trouble, Zhu Juyin whispered, tiny claws frozen midair. It sealed the entire area. I can't use spatial laws. Erza's eyes turned half black, half white. Gazing through the earth, he saw the ley lines roil. The ground's chi is in chaos. Something's about to surface. A deafening roar split the desert. Sand blasted skyward as a jagged, horned peak erupted from the earth. What was that? Inside the shattered walls, the Third Army held the last defense line. Once the province's elite force of tens of thousands, only a few hundred ragged soldiers remained. A blood-soaked young trooper pointed ahead, voice raw. Below us, something's coming up. With a hiss, the outer beast tide froze. Thousands of green eyes locked on the rising spire, and every monster dropped to its belly as if in worship. Stone and soil exploded. A gigantic creature clawed free, its body already nearly 100 meters tall, though most of it remained underground. Soil yellow scales armored its form. It looked like an enormous pangolin, except it had no head. On its smooth, chill underside, 16 pairs of savage eyes bulged around a maw bristling with fangs, gnashing nonstop. Another high-level beast king, a king-class monster, the Di-Chi dragon. A handful of human powerhouses in the city recognized it, and the color drained from their faces. Ranked 5th on the 10 ferocities, the Di-Chi dragon was the stuff of nightmares. During the cataclysm, it single-handedly erased every human nation in Sicilia. Its infamy surpassed even that of the four-clawed Tongtian Qilin. 2 king-class monstrosities had descended. Was there any hope left for them at all? The last flicker of resolve among the city's defenders crumbled the instant the terrifying Dicky dragon emerged. Black clouds pressed low over the ruins, and a single roar from the colossal beast shook dust from broken walls, sending a tide of terror sweeping across every street. Some wept, others knelt in frantic prayer, and many chose to end their lives rather than be torn apart by monsters. Within moments, tragic scenes of desperate finality unfolded throughout the province capital. Atop a half-collapsed tower, a blood-stained father clutched his month-old daughter. Forgive me, he whispered, tears carving tracks through the soot on his face. You were born into catastrophe. If you live, only fear and torment await. Better to die now. He stepped from the 20th floor, vanishing into the smoky void below. In a rubble-choked alley, wounded soldiers leaned against a fallen wall, ash and smoke blinding their eyes. One threw back his head and laughed madly. We're finished. The imperial capital has abandoned Beijing. No reinforcements, no heroes, no hope. His despair spread like wildfire, and bitter laughter echoed down the shattered street. Then we carve a path out ourselves. A cold, thunderous shout cut through the chaos. Mo Jinkei, king of Beijiang, stood atop the ruined rampart, bloodshot eyes blazing. Murderous resolve burned within him as he tightened his grip on a blood-soaked spear. Beside him, the Majiao tiger, his battle companion, suppressed its instinctive fear of the two sovereign-rank beasts overhead. Dark stripes flared, and it loosed an ear-shattering roar before leaping from the wall with its master, diving straight into the monster horde. Kill! 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 Seeing their prince plunge into the fray, the garrison's smoldering rage ignited. Laser cannons, long hidden in the munitions depot, were dragged onto improvised platforms. Blinding beams tore a charred corridor through the massed beasts, vaporizing scores before the power cells died. The spent weapons were cast aside, and soldiers drew their blades, charging like doomed berserkers into brutal close combat. High above, the Dicky Dragon and the Sijue Tongtian Qilin watched with indifferent eyes. They had no need to intervene. The tide of lesser beasts flooded the streets like a dark river. Then, from deep within that tide, 5 even colder auras surged forward. The swarming creatures parted, revealing 5 diamond-tier monsters advancing in tight formation, their sovereign halos blazing and warping the air. So this is the city's champion? One beast purred, cruelty glinting in its dim eyes. Kill him, and these ants will scatter. I claim the tiger, another hissed. Such potent blood is my favorite delicacy. Their whispered exchange showed not the slightest regard for Mo Jinke or the Majiao tiger. Leading them was the Yuming jade lion, its pelt a shimmering violet. Dark sigils flowed around its eyes, and 2 concentric purple halos glowed at its feet. Yuming jade lion, diamond rank, for stars. Flanking it strode the black-eyed golden dragon, the dark gold razor bear, the faced spider emperor, and the shadow fang hyena, each equally fearsome. 5 diamond tiers. Mo Jink's spear hand trembled, then steadied as madness and resolve fused in his gaze. Old friend, looks like this is where we fall. I failed you. The Majiao tiger growled, eyes like frozen steel, offering not a hint of blame, only searing bloodlust. If escape was impossible, it would fight beside its master until the very last breath. Kill him. 5 diamond rank fiend beasts lunged at once, their massive forms whipping up a violent gale. Brilliant monarch auras intertwined across the smoke-choked battlefield, weaving a sinister curtain of light that scorched the sky with streaks of ebony and blood red. Your Highness. The soldiers locked in close combat with the beasts saw the king of Beijiang surrounded and roared in fury. When their sabers shattered, they swung their fists. When their arms snapped, they bit with their teeth. Blood and fire turned them into frenzied animals. Have these humans gone mad? A platinum-rank azure demon wolf snarled as it crushed a soldier's skull in its jaws, warm blood splattering across its muzzle. Yet several red-eyed humans leapt onto its back, driving spears, broken blades, even jagged stones into its weak points until bones cracked with a sickening crunch. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, the shadow 4-winged dragon banked into a pocket of relative safety, storm winds rippling over its wings. The 2 monarch-level beasts below were too busy tearing at each other to notice its presence. Take me there. Qin Li's voice was barely a whisper from the dragon's back. Her alabaster skin was veined with eerie purple-black lines, breathtaking yet terrifying. Wind whipped her long hair into a wild torrent, and dark violet blood seeped from the corner of her lips. It's over, she murmured. Everything is over. The dragon alighted on a solitary peak where a single cherry tree bloomed untouched by war. Spent. Qin Li slid down with Jiang Cheng's help and leaned against the trunk. Petals drifted onto her shoulders as she stared at the provincial capital being consumed by flames. Her gaze was deep and distant. Then she lifted her eyes to the north, as though 1,000 unspoken words weighed on her heart. Jang Chong stood slightly ahead of her, also fixated on the battlefield. Screams, explosions, bloodlives snuffed out like guttering candles. His chest rose and fell with shock. After a moment, as if struck by sudden insight, he lowered himself to the ground and sat cross-legged. In the next instant, black and white threads surged from his waist like a tide, wrapping around his limbs, chest, even his mouth, nose, and eyes. Their source was the jade token at his side, glowing with a ghostly chill, the 9-dragon soul-suppressing jade. Life is remarkably resilient, yet painfully fragile. It can spring back like wild grass after a fire, or crumble like an ant under a casual step. Birth and death are 2 opposing gateways ordinarily. One stands open while the other remains shut. When both swing wide at the same time, one enters the mysterious realm known as the boundary of life and death. In this very moment, Jiang Cheng's aura skyrockets. His cultivation is vaulting from the divine sea realm straight toward that elusive boundary, leaping 2 full levels in a single breath. Even in his previous life, when he was half a step from unity, reaching this height so quickly would have been unthinkable. The requirements for the boundary of life and death are in a league of their own. The innate realm tempers flesh and true essence. The divine sea realm still centers on the body but adds the power of divine scripts, allowing a cultivator to draw on the world's primordial energy. The profound capital realm focuses on enlightenment and soul forging. Divine scripts there evolve into the arcane bridge, hundreds of times stronger than before. By contrast, the boundary of life and death demands everything at once. The mindset to pierce the veil between life and death, an arcane bridge at least 800 meters long, and a soul at the downering level. The bridge length alone bars most cultivators, to say nothing of the other two conditions, leaving many forever stuck at the peak of the profound capital realm. For Jang Chong, none of these pose a problem now. What he lacks is primordial energy. He has only 2 divine scripts lit. To step directly into the boundary, he must ignite the remaining 8, transform all 10 into arcane bridges, and condense 10 life and death palaces besides an energy demand his past self could never have met. Opportunity, however, has arrived. The 9-dragon soul-suppressing jade he once gave Shen Yunyan holds a portion of his former live's life and death Tao energy. It is not enough for the whole breakthrough, but it can serve as a fuse. More importantly, the Northern River battlefield seethes with fire and countless dying breaths perfect catalysts. Heaven's timing, Earth's advantage, and human harmony have aligned at last. Suddenly, black and white light engulfs Jang Chong, hardening into a giant cocoon in an instant, a bizarre sight that leaves several nearby spirit beasts staring in shock. What happened to Jang Chong? Why did he turn into a cocoon? Shah scratches his head, paw half raised, utterly baffled. Should we pull him out? He mutters uneasily. San Pao spreads his skeletal hands, equally clueless. Xiaobai blinks its gemstone black eyes and circles the cocoon, chirping non-stop while waving tiny paws. I've got it, Zhu Jioyin suddenly declares. All I snapped to him. Jiang Cheng is actually a giant bug. Zhu Jioyin adopts a self-important pose. He's about to evolve, so he spun a cocoon. We must guard him and let no one disturb him. The beasts trade glances but find the theory oddly convincing, so they station themselves firmly around the giant cocoon. Back on the city battlefield, corpses of humans and spirit beasts alike litter the ground. Blood of every color mingled into a poisonous brew. Hemmed in by 5 diamond-rank fiend beasts, the king of Beijiang was trapped. The scrayed alloy armor he prided himself on lay in pieces, and the nether jade lion had torn off his right arm and swallowed it whole. Nearby, the inkhorn tiger's wounds gaped to the bone. Dark blood soaked its hide, and the single horn on its brow had been smashed to dust by the dusk gold terraclaw bear. We're human. They'll tear you apart. The nether jade lion bellowed. It had taken an arm but lost its left eye, and blood streaming from the empty socket only made it fiercer. The other 4 diamond-rank beasts showed the same murderous light. Failing to kill this human under their master's gaze would be a humiliation. The king of Beijiang frowned, eyes burning with madness. If he had to die, these beasts would pay in kind. The shadow hyena rat and human-faced spider emperor darted in from opposite sides. Meanwhile, the dusk gold terraclaw bear and the black-eyed golden dragon drove the inkhorn tiger back step by step. The dragon, a full star stronger than the lion, shattered the tiger's bones with every swipe of its claws. Your Highness, look out! Soldiers of the Beijiang army, trapped by the beast horde, still screamed themselves hoarse. In moments they had suffered brutal losses. Barely a dozen men still stood. Li Zhao, hold it off. I'm going to help His Highness. Song Gui growled, locked in battle with a diamond-rank shadow dire wolf. Got it, Li Zhao answered through clenched teeth. A mere warlord had no right to face a diamond-rank beast, but he had no choice. If the prince fell, Beijiang was doomed. Die, die, die. Li Zhao's eyes were blood-red as he lunged like a mad dog at the shadow dire wolf, raining blows until his own bones splintered white, yet never retreating. The dire wolf stared in shock, then flew into a rage. This frail human was insane. At the heart of the battlefield, the king of Beijiang looked like a war god. Shattered armor littered the ground. The spider emperor's venomous spear had pierced his abdomen, blood spraying everywhere. The hyena rat blurred into darkness, clamping onto his remaining left arm and grinding flesh and bone to pulp. Delicious, it chittered, chewing the severed limb with twisted pleasure. Finish him, and every human in this city becomes our feed, the dusk gold terraclaw bear said coldly. Behind it, the black-eyed golden dragon smashed the inkhorn tiger's skull, plucked out a golden core, popped it into its mouth, and crushed it to dust. Watching his beast companion die, the king of Beijiang's vision turned scarlet. He glanced at the half-ruined city and felt a grief and desolation beyond words. If he died here, millions would become lambs to the slaughter. What future would the tens of millions in Beijiang have? I will not accept this fate. Lord Mo Jinkei of Beijiang threw back his head and roared at the sky, blood-tinged tears spilling from the corners of his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the cold, savage beasts before him and on the 2 king-grade monsters looming overhead. Forgive me, father. I failed you. Forgive me, Beijiang. Grief surged like a tide. Then he broke into ragged laughter, the taste of blood thick on his tongue. Scalding tears slid down his cheeks and dripped dark red from his chin. He's going to self-detonate. The human-faced spider queen shrieked, its thick legs scrambling back. The other diamond-rank beasts forgot their dignity and fell into frantic retreat. Too late. Mo Jink's bones shattered inch by inch. Blinding white beams burst from his body and fused into a searing miniature daylight, bathing the entire battlefield outside the city in harsh brilliance. The prince blew himself up. The last few soldiers clutched their splintered spears, shaking in disbelief. At that same moment, Song Gue galloped toward the city and saw everything. He crashed to his knees, armor clanging against the stone, tears spilling as his fists clenched bone-white. Why? Why has no aid come? Have they truly abandoned Beijiang? Dragon Emperor, will you not appear? His scream sliced through the sky, but no answer came. Inside the city, before the prince's residence, a delicate-featured girl stared blankly at the distant miniature daylight, her eyes vacant while tears streamed unchecked. Father! Mo Kinjio's hoarse cry echoed, met only by cold silence. The prince was dead. To the townspeople it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. Mo Jinke had been the very sky over Beijiang, and his self-destruction proclaimed one thing. The city was lost. Beijiang had fallen. No hope, none at all. We're all going to die? Someone shrieked in the street, unhinged by terror. The next instant, the beast tied outside surged through the broken walls like floodwater. Green, hungry eyes glittered in the dark, locking onto the humans within. Xiaobao, don't make a sound, or well die. Amid the rubble of a collapsed building, a mother pressed her son into a corner. She covered his mouth, her face white as paper. Outside the window, wolves the size of wild bulls prowled, their heavy breaths echoing through the shattered corridor. One wolf halted at the doorway, nostrils flaring, excitement igniting its eyes. Awoo! It howled. Its packmates converged, sniffing along the wall, throats rumbling with greedy growls. Bang! A wolf smashed through the wooden door, splinters flying, exposing the mother and child. Xiaobao! The woman trembled, staring at those glowing green eyes, all courage draining away as she envisioned herself and her son torn apart. Yet the boy, not even 5, suddenly pointed to the window, innocent wonder lighting his eyes. Mama, Mama, it's raining. Over the city, over the Beijiang River. That day a peculiar rain began to fall, painting the sky in shifting swirls of black and white. Through the hazy downpour, 10 bridges slowly materialized. Rain fell beneath the cherry blossoms, each icy drop slipping from the petals and soaking Qin Li's long, black hair. She forced her eyes open and stared upward. Only patches of black and white remained in her fading vision. Looks like I'm really dying. I can't even tell colors apart anymore, she murmured, pulling at her pale lips. Her snow-white skin was laced with purple lines that burned through her veins like fire. Above her, the shadow of a seductive violet lotus flickered, its buds still tightly closed. Once it bloomed, her life would end. Crack! A sharp fracture split the air. The demon beasts guarding Jang Chong shuddered in unison, and even Air Shah scratched his head in alarm. Jang Chong was breaking open. The massive black and white cocoon around him split along its center, and streams of dull, monochrome light poured from the rift. Thunder rolled across the heavens. 10 Hong bridges projected out of the void, casting torrents of multicolored radiance that instantly bathed all of Beijiang Xing Prefecture. The battlefield's dazzling beauty clashed violently with its blood-stained ground. The rain intensified. Ink-black drops turned the city into a vast wash of gray. An unseen power within the downpour forced the savage beasts to halt their slaughter. One after another, they lifted their heads, empty eyes fixed on the 10 rainbow arches. Are the gods here to save us? Numb citizens stared upward. Even many who once prided themselves on atheism felt hostile into their hearts. On the East Sea coast, gales whipped the waves. Yi Wuchen stood on the head of the sky prison fiery dragon, his gaze crossing countless crests toward Beijiang, where he could clearly see the 10 Hong bridges drowned in rosy light. Someone on the East Sea is breaking through the life and death realm, he muttered. The aura's unfamiliar. Not like that old crowd. So who could it be? The world's a mess, every monster and devil is crawling out. He drew back from his thoughts and gave a cool glance at the 2 colossal fiends before him, the third of the 10 fiends, the Bitong Sky Python, and the fourth, the Heavenly Calamity Sea Spirit. Either one could erase a kingdom, yet both showed a hint of fear before the Sky Prison Fiery Dragon and Yi Wuchen. Dragon Emperor, the Donghua Empire, and we mind our own business. The Bitong Sky Python boomed across the surf, its massive body coiling for thousands of meters beneath the waves. Beside it, the Heavenly Calamity Sea Spirit took the form of an ice-blue Jontan ape-like torso, a tiger's face, twin ox horns, and eyes flashing with lethal cold. I'm not here to provoke you, Yi Wuchen replied calmly. I came to discuss something important. Are you aware that Han Long, the beast god's child, has awakened? Han Long. Both fiends paled. At the name of the beast god, their proud heads lowered despite themselves. Beast gods and blood oaths are etched deep into their veins. Right now, Han Long has whipped up an overwhelming beast tide on land, intent on wiping out the Donghua Empire. Yi Wuchen stepped across the void and stood on the crest of the eastern sea, his gaze fixed on the Bitong Sky Python and the Tianzai, sea spirit opposite him. I have only one question, he said. Where do you stand? When I battle Han Long, I don't want a blade sliding into my back. The slit pupils of the Bitong sky python narrowed as it hissed. Han Long does not represent the beast god. Our race will never die for him. Agreed. The Tianzai sea spirit rumbled across the waves. The debt we owed the beast god tens of millennia ago has long been repaid. Han Long has no authority over us. Words are just wind. Yi Wuchen curled his fingers, tracing lines of golden light in the air until they fused into a dazzling page of script. A primordial contract. Break it, and even a king realm beast is doomed to eternal ruin. Dragon Emperor, you go too far. The two monsters growled, their faces dark as the deep sea. Too far. Yi Wuchen chuckled and patted the Tianyu blazing dragon, crouched behind him. The dragon's eyes snapped open, twin orbs of gold and crimson like burning suns. One talon paw pierced the waves and swatted the Bitong sky python 100 li away, shattering walls of water in its wake. The absolute suppression of ancient dragon blood chilled the two beasts to the core. It is on the verge of godhood, isn't it? The Tianzai sea spirit stared at the Tianyu blazing dragon. Godhood. Yi Wuchen's laugh turned cold. Last chance sign, or don't. Crushed beneath the vast dragon might, the Bitong sky python and the Tianzai sea spirit finally bowed their heads. We will sign. A weak nation has no diplomacy. Even king-class beasts must bend to ancient dragon power. Life and death. In Beijiang Xingzhou, a black and white cocoon burst apart. Jang Chong stepped through the rift, his slender figure on the peak like a steel propping up the sky. Opposite him, Qin Li's aura was fading. A purple lotus hovered above her head, stunning yet lethal. I told you want die? Jiang Chong strolled to her side, brushed a fingertip through her silky black hair, and clasped the eerie purple lotus. Power of life and death surged beneath his touch. Petal by petal, the lotus crumbled, its essence flowing back into Qin Li's body. A warmth like a spring tide spread through her limbs. Her eyes lost focus, and she drifted into deep sleep beneath the cherry tree. Sleep for a while, Jiang Chong murmured, raising his gaze to the sky. One pupil was black, the other white, day and night side by side, the mysteries of life and death swirling within. My Dao Palace should emerge as well. Boom. 10 rainbow bridges reforged themselves high above, each morphing into a colossal divine palace, unique yet equally imposing. They lined up with a thunderous roar, their majesty making mountains and rivers tremble. Who dares bar our way? The four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin and the Dicky Dragon could wait no longer. Their dreadful aura descended, plunging newly kindled human hope back into despair. I do. Jiang Cheng's voice was not loud, yet it cut through the gale and swept across all of Beijiang Xingzhou. The 10 Dao palaces of life and death gathered behind him. He stood in midair, the provincial capital at his back. I am a human cultivator. Within the city, millions of eyes burned like fire, all locked on Jiang Chong as if seeing their only savior. Great, Jiang Chong is showing off again, muttered Zhu Juyin below, smacking its forehead in exasperation. I didn't expect to find such promising prey here. The Dicky Dragon's mouth sat on its belly. Whenever it spoke, the flesh split like a knife-open seam, a narrow, bloody gash crawling with fangs, so grotesque it made one's blood run cold. Its rows of vertical pupils suddenly expanded, excitement tangled with Greta Beast King declaring its claim on high-level human quarry. That human is mine. It whipped its head around, the massive skull blotting out the sky, murderous light flaring in its eyes. Facing its companion, the four-clawed Tontian Qilin, the Dicky Dragon again heaved up its stomach, the maw dripping foul saliva. The Tontian Qilin merely nodded, its thousand-zong body hovering like a floating continent, its shadow pressing the clouds low. In its lighthouses-eyed eyes burned both hatred and caution. It knew the ones to fear were the Dragon Emperor and the Tianyu Inferno Dragon, who had once gravely wounded them. After all, on Blue Star no human besides the Dragon Emperor had ever reached the King Realm. Anyone below that was cannon fodder. What it didn't know was how terrifying Jiang Chong had become after stepping into the life and death profound realm. Human, unleash your full strength against me. I'll give you only one chance. The Dicky Dragon's voice boomed like heavenly thunder. Earth rolled and thick layers of soil were flung aside, revealing its true form. A thousand-zong body sprawled across the land, the horn atop its head stabbing the sky like a mountain peak. Two enormous claws dug deep into the ground, and its sheer presence made heaven and earth lose color. Within the provincial capital, countless living beings could barely breathe. Could any human truly defeat a beast king? Everyone knew the peak of human combat power was the War Emperor. Even the unmatched War Emperor could spar for only a moment with a junior or mid-tier beast king. As for an elder beast king at King Realm Fian, no one in Blue Star's history had ever stood against one alone. Oh, is that so? Jiang Chong stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze flashing like lightning. Behind him, 10 life and death Dao palaces trembled in unison, erupting with blinding radiance. One by one their gates swung open, and with casual ease he extended a single palm schwa, schwa. From the first palace, an endless torrent of sword light burst forth, forming a tempestuous sea of blades that rained down on the dicky dragon. That's it. Too weak. The dicky dragon sneered, not bothering to dodge. Its massive body remained unmoving, letting the razor-sharp sword aura strike at will. A beast king's flesh was harder than top-grade alloy. Even the most advanced close-range laser cannon couldn't pierce its scales. Jang Chong stayed silent, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. Boom. The second Dao Palace opened. Blazing crimson fire surged like a breached flood, dyeing heaven and earth scarlet, a sheet of fierce light. Flames intertwined with sword aura, forging one of the world's deadliest attacks, and in an instant they carved dense, blood-red furrows across that steel-like dragon hide. Roar. Blood, you're the first human in a century to wound, mean you'll be the last. Qilin felt his hide split under a burning pain, blood dripping like molten lava. Each drop landed as a blazing fireball, accidentally scorching weaker beasts nearby. Yet the agony only drove him into a greater frenzy. 16 eyes on his belly blazed, locking onto Jang Chong. In the next instant a pillar of light erupted from the horn on his crown, shrouding his entire body in brilliance brighter than noon. Fire and sword light were swept aside, and every wound sealed at once. Blood stopped flowing, fresh flesh sprouted, and within a heartbeat the dragon was whole again. The vitality of a beast king was nothing short of monstrous. Relax. The main course is still on its way, Jang Chong said calmly, a confidence that allowed no rebuttal. As his words faded, the remaining 8 Dao palaces of life and death trembled open one after another. Each palace drew on a divine rune, far more dreadful than anything he had wielded in the Sea of Divinity realm. The Sea of Blades a moment ago was merely the palace born from the rune for sword, and its edge had already shaken heaven and earth. The third palace unfolded and scarlet light exploded across the sky. This was the Shira Gate. Purgatorial chains wrapped around Qilin, trying to rot his flesh. Hot on its heels the fourth palace emerged, and a 7-colored greatsword descended from the heavens. The blade flashed once, and the 4-clawed Tongtian Qilin watching from afar bristled. Knife-sharp scales stood on end, and a low growl rumbled in its throat. This stroke could fell a king. I know that only too well, Qilin answered darkly. Shura miasma clung to him like marrow deep rot, and the greatsword had shredded the last of his contempt. Ranked 5th among the 10 dread fiends, the peerless Beast King was finally fighting in earnest. Boom, boom. The earth heaved as rocks rained down. Qilin rammed his horn into the ground and arched his back toward the sky. Bloody patterns flared, and crimson bone spurs burst along his spine, tearing through flesh. His abdomen writhed, 16 eyes and a fanged maw collapsed together, and a pair of sinister black wings tore free. Roar. After a brief, brutal metamorphosis, a dragon streaked in black and blood-red stood tall between heaven and earth. Jagged bone spurs lined his spine, wings sprouted from his belly, an eerie, menacing sight. Purgatory form, Jang Chong murmured. The system had warned him. Qilin possessed 2 forms. The earlier earth form balanced offense and defense. This purgatory form existed for pure slaughter. Black fire hissed from the dragon's nostrils. Qilin craned his great head to survey the provincial city below, icy eyes passing sentence on every life. Are you ready to die, little monkeys? With a deafening roar, the dicky dragon unfurled its wings and shot into the sky. Torrents of ebony flames spewed from its jaws like a breached dam, spreading across the heavens in an instant. The surging inferno swallowed the entire provincial capital, its waves of heat melting top-grade alloy into glowing slag. Human flesh lasted no longer than a heartbeat, vanishing as drifting ash. Keep away from the black fire. Head for the new district. The flames haven't reached it yet. A hoarse voice rang through the alleys. Watching loved ones burn to nothing, terror and despair spread like disease. Hundreds of thousands of survivors scattered in panic, ants on a scalding plate. A few still held their nerve. Fresh from the outer defensive line, Su Yuntian charged into a crossroads with the city guards, hacking aside fallen rubble. Don't shove. Women and children first. He bellowed, planting one boot on a broken wall as his eyes swept the jammed masses, desperate yet determined to keep order. Fear, however, had already drowned reason. Several burly men barged forward. One dark-skinned brute seized a woman by the hair and hurled her onto the paving stones. Out of my way, mother! A thin boy wriggled from the crowd, clinging to her hand and glaring up at the man. You're awful. Why are you hitting people? Beat it, brat. The brute snarled. The firestorm pressed closer, his teeth ground together as he drew a gleaming dagger. Block me again, and I'll gut you. Steel flashed in the wildfire's glow, and the onlookers shrank back, heads bowed. Seeing a narrow gap open, the man grunted in triumph, brandished the blade, and bolted ahead. The woman forced herself upright, stroking the boy's hair with a strained smile. Let it go, Xiao Bao, you run on. What? Mom, aren't you coming? Tears halted. The child stared at her in confusion. I can't. Her voice was barely a whisper, her grip loosening around his small fingers. From now on I won't be there. Xiaobao live well, all right. A cough broke her words. Dark veins snaked beneath her pale skin. Blood seeped from the vicious wound in her abdomen, where countless green corpse worms squirmed through torn flesh. The venom would kill. Even a war king lasting this long had already pushed her beyond her limits. Mom, what's wrong? Xiaobao cried as her eyes slipped closed. This was no time to fall asleep. But in the next instant, Xiaobao's face went rigid. The woman's skin split apart like parched earth, and Thumb's green grubs poured from the cracks, devouring her in a heartbeat and leaving only a foul, blood-reeking mess. Mom! Xiaobao screamed, tears welling in his eyes. Memories flashed before him, his mother taking a wolf's bite to the belly to save him. These loathsome worms had slipped into her body then. Corpse worms. Run. They'll eat you alive. Someone in the crowd shouted hoarsely. Terror shattered what little order remained. The already jam-packed street erupted like a wok splashed with boiling oil. People shoved and clawed forward while screams and the snap of breaking bones filled the air. Many were trampled into bloody mire. It's over. The new district's on fire too. There's nowhere left in the whole prefecture. A voice cried in despair. In the distance, those who entered the new district first were swallowed by black flames and reduced to ash. The dark fire spread from every direction, shrinking the ground left for the living. Sir, save us. On the verge of collapse, the crowd looked up at Jang Chong in the sky and begged until their voices broke. Separated from the others, Xiaobao lay on the ground, clutching a piece of pearly white bone, his mother's last relic. Grief racked his breathing. He tilted his head back, gasping, tears cutting tracks through grime-streaked cheeks. Why? Mom, I don't want you to die. He wailed, hugging the fragment of bone. A glint of gold flashed deep in his black pupils, and a vast, mysterious power stirred within him. High above, at the same moment, Qilin projected the prefecture's misery into the night sky, his mocking voice rolling across the darkness. See, this is humanity's rotten core. A monkey stays a monkey no matter how long it evolves. The lowliness in its bones never fades. He gazed down at Jang Chong with scorn. Jang Chong smiled faintly. The instinct to cling to life belongs to every creature. Tell me, do you not fear death? Death. Qilin laughed wildly. Almost nothing in this world can threaten me. Even your greatest dragon emperor I could defeat him. Why should I be afraid? You're wrong. Jang Chong shook his head. In that instant, his eyes revealed a profound pattern, one black, one white, yin and yang intertwined. True life and death spare no one, and today your allotted time is up. He raised a finger. Around Qiling's massive, snarling body, countless ribbons of black mist formed the very breath of death, winding around him like inky chains. What are these? Qilin roared in fury and alarm. Judgment of life and death, Jiang Cheng answered, his voice calm as still water. Behind him, the fifth palace of life and death thundered open, and chains thick as mountains surged forth, wrapping tight around Qiling's scale-plated form. Help me. Qilin strained against the shackles, but the power binding it was unfathomable, woven with primal laws that made escape impossible. It writhed violently, muscles like bronze bulging beneath the chains. Every scale bristled, glinting like a forest of icy daggers. With a howl of terror and rage, it sent a desperate plea to its only ally, the four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin. This is the power of law. Qilin shuddered, realizing that what held it fast was no ordinary spell, but a supreme force bound to life and death itself. The four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin recoiled as well. Law surpassed all Tao and was thought to lie solely in the hands of deities, yet a human had summoned it with a mere gesture. Its ocean-sized heart clenched, and its fins beat the air involuntarily, whipping up rolling shockwaves. True life and death are beyond your reach, Jiang Cheng said, his voice low yet resonant like a bell. As his words fell, the fourth palace of life and death within him flared to life, its gates swinging open. A seven-colored great sword roared skyward, the blade carving a dazzling arc across the heavens. In a flash of swordlight, Qiling's mountain-sized head was severed. Blood as hot as molten rock sprayed outward, forming a blazing crimson waterfall outside the city and pooling into a steaming lake of lava. Qilin, save me. Even without its head, the king-rank beast's vitality was terrifying, and its torso let out a heart-rending shriek. The power that once let it dominate all others crumbled before the black shackles, leaving it in utter terror. Human, your audacity knows no bounds. You dare slay a king. The four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin roared. Its vast wings beat, boiling the sea of clouds. Gales as sharp as knives swept toward Jang Chong, and the tsunami-like pressure shattered distant peaks. Jiang Cheng's gaze stayed cold as he prepared to open the sixth palace of life and death and confront the Qilin Heathen. Suddenly, a pitch-black dragon claw thrust from the storm clouds, thick as a pillar of heaven, scales gleaming like obsidian. It clenched, raking the Qun's chest and belly. Metallic feathers burst apart, and dazzling golden blood rained to the earth. Dragon Emperor. The four-clawed sky-piercing Qilin roared in shock and fury. The cloud bank tore open. A colossal black dragon emerged, its body spanning the sky as though the very firmament had been forged into draconic form. Eyes bright as twin suns glared down mercilessly, locking onto the Qilin, and atop the dragon's head stood a man in black. The moment the four-clawed sky-soaring Qilin saw the Dragon Emperor arrive with the Tianyu Inferno Dragon, all will to fight deserted it, and it bolted into the distance without so much as a backward glance. Qilin. Dicky Long's severed head let out a heart-rending shriek. Humph. You think you can come and go as you please and pretend I'm not here? Yi Wuchen snorted. The Tianyu Inferno Dragon beneath him caught the meaning at once. Its sunbright eyes flashed coldly as the thousand-mile body twisted through the clouds, tearing after the shrinking silhouette of the Qilin. Jang Chong watched in silence for a heartbeat. With a thought, a seven-hued greatsword gathered above his head, arcing downward toward Dicky Long's head. The blade locked onto both soul and flesh, a strike meant to end everything in one blow. Yet an inch from its target, the sword halted, blocked by the Dragon Emperor himself. It still has its uses. Yi Wuchen coughed twice, as though searching for a reason. It can't die just yet. His gaze slid over Jang Chong, lingering on the 10 life and death Dao palaces floating behind him. At last he smiled and extended a hand. May I have your name? Jiang Chong. Calmly, Jiang Chong took the hand, though inwardly his brows lifted. This man was a Tongshenrian powerhouse. Yi Wuchen, the other replied warmly. Thank you for stepping in. Without you, half of Beijing might have perished. As he spoke, Yi Wuchen lifted a palm. The flawless sky rolled over, and a torrential rain came crashing down, smothering the dark flames Dicky Long had spewed. Sheets of water swept across the shattered provincial city. Scorched earth hissed to white steam, and the cool rain washed over open wounds, bringing a moment's relief. To conjure rain with a wave, definitely Tongshan realm, Jiang Cheng thought, unsurprised. The Dragon Emperor's lineage intrigued him even more. The cultivation system felt less like the present era, more like the primordial, even the age of gods, seen only on pre-Taichu Earth in his previous life. Far off, the cloud sea burst apart. A vast black figure ripped free. The Tianyu Inferno Dragon reappeared, its sun-like eyes smoldering with irritation, a blood-soaked feathered wing clutched in one ebony claw. It got away. No surprise, Yi Wuchen said lightly. With even a trace of Qilin blood, its speed is beyond you. Jiang Chong, is that one of our kind? Zhu Jiuyin had somehow perched on Jiang Cheng's shoulder, twin horns swaying, dragon eyes bright with excitement. Yes and no, Jiang Chong answered, studying the Tianyu Inferno Dragon while cold lines of data scrolled through his mind. Beast name, Tianyu Inferno Dragon. Beast rank, King, 8 stars. Beast grade, Divine. Beast skills, Beast status, Healthy. Beast attribute, Divine. Beast description, offspring of a misbegotten dragon and an Yinglong. Because its blood is impure, its mother the misbegotten dragon committed a grievous sin and was condemned by the Heavenly Emperor to guard the celestial prison for tens of thousands of years, hence the title Tianyu Inferno Dragon. Evolution paths, 16 in total. A dragon set to guard the celestial prison that would place it at least in the deity class, Jiang Cheng murmured with a frown. What puzzled him more was how the creature before him had fallen to nothing higher than the king tier. According to the sapling's message, during the age of the gods, those at the king tier were called quasi-gods. Above them stood true gods, a rank that sat only in the lower middle of the divine order. Beyond true gods were celestial gods, and only celestial gods held real sway in the celestial court. The Zhu Rong Jiang Chong encountered earlier had been a celestial god at his peak. Higher still were the 9 divine lords, the 4 sovereign kings, and the lone heavenly emperor titles borne by the mightiest rulers of the starry heavens. When Jiang Chong fixed his gaze on the infernal sky dragon, the dragon also noticed Zhu Jiuyin perched on his shoulder. Those sunbright eyes were first indifferent, then suddenly filled with delight and curiosity. Standing nearby, Yi Wuchen sensed the drastic change in the dragon's mood. A creature that would not flinch while tearing a king-tier beast limb from limb now seemed downright cheerful. What's going on? Yi Wuchen asked in surprise. Qin, the infernal sky dragon replied curtly, its jaws releasing a stream of ancient, intricate syllables. 1. Unable to contain its excitement, Zhu Jiuyin answered in the same long-forgotten draconic tongue. In an instant the snow-white little snake stretched, its scales igniting with a crimson glow, and became a fiered candle dragon, whose armor-like plates shimmered like heated iron. A Zhulong Yi Wuchen drew a sharp breath, then turned to the calm-faced Jiang Chong and chuckled. Brother Jiang, you are blessed indeed to have tamed a descendant of the candle dragons. Aren't you afraid this will bring trouble? Trouble? Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, silently inviting him to continue. The candle dragons are a proud northern bloodline. They never allow their kin to form contracts with humans. It may be fine for now, but once Yi Wuchen halted mid-sentence, as though he had brushed against a forbidden topic. No matter, Jang Chong said thoughtfully. I know what I'm doing. Since I've taken the little one in, the responsibility is mine. If trouble comes, he'll handle it. Nearby, Zhu Jiuyin and the infernal sky dragon were already deep in conversation, their draconic voices rising and falling in tones no one else could decipher. Dragon Emperor, give me back the prince's life. A blood-soaked roar erupted from below. Song Gue, covered in wounds, rose into the sky with eyes blazing. The beast tide in the Jianghuai has raged for 7 days. Beijiang has become a slaughterhouse, and tens of thousands of civilians die to the monsters every single day. We fought to the death waiting for reinforcements, but they never came. Song Gui's voice was hoarse, yet every word seared. All that was left to us was despair. The soldiers thought you had abandoned Beijiang, but the prince kept waiting. Even when he blew himself up to seal the monsters, the reinforcements still hadn't arrived. Tell me, did you really abandon Beijiang? Did you abandon 30 million of your own people? His words thundered like fire, each syllable ringing. We did not, Yi Wuchen replied calmly. I grieve for Prince Beijiang's death, but I had no choice. No choice. That's just an excuse. You killed the prince. Song Gui's eyes burned scarlet and his fists clenched. Roar. The infernal sky dragon swung its gaze away from Zhu Jiuyin. Twin suns blazed in its eyes, and a terrifying pressure crashed down like a mountain. Bang. A mere war emperor could not withstand such draconic might. Song Gue was blasted from the sky, plummeting like a falling star and embedding himself in the blood-soaked ruins. Song Gue, Li Zhao, missing an arm and a leg from fighting a diamond-tier beast, flew over and pleaded, Dragon Emperor, please restrain your anger. Song Gue spoke out of grief. He meant no disrespect. I know, Yi Wuchen answered flatly, showing no trace of anger. His gaze swept the survivors in the provincial capital, meeting eyes filled with resentment and rage. Everyone, the moment the beast tide began in Beijiang, we received word. As for why reinforcements never arrived, let me be clear, his tone was gentle, yet every heart tightened. Not just Beijiang. Qinghe Prefecture, Tianhe, Sumin Prefecture, more than half the Donghua Empire, is now facing the same unprecedented beast tide. Yi Wuchen's voice was as light as a breeze, yet it reached every ear. In other words, the catastrophe of a century ago has returned. Faces stiffened, disbelief etched across them all. The cataclysm a century ago not only ushered in a new era of beast-taming civilization, but also plunged humanity into its darkest age. People still instinctively avoid that chapter of history. The scant lines in the records are enough to piece together the despair that almost wiped out the entire human race. Horror, darkness, and endless night. During that disaster, Blue Star's population dropped from 5 billion to less than 1.3 billion, and more than 200 nations vanished. Now the calamity has returned. The survivors in State City look around helplessly. Shattered walls sprawl like dying behemoths, streets are soaked in blood, and severed limbs drift in the red water. Panic and despair sweep through the crowd like a gale. Yi Wuchen absorbed their fear without offering comfort. He stared southward and, after a long silence, murmured, You're right. We don't have much time. Why? Jang Chong followed his gaze, his brows knitting. Churning primordial clouds hung over the southern horizon, a thick curtain that even his famed sword eyes could not pierce. Yi Wuchen parted his lips, his tone calm yet icy. What truly threatens humanity isn't the swarms of monsters, nor the ancient beasts that have slept for millennia, and certainly not the resurrected old gods. His voice deepened as his eyes stayed locked on the south. The root of disaster lies there. The south? Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he listened. 100 years ago, at the dawn of Blue Star's revival, a geological depression appeared where East Timor meets the South Sea. Geologists assumed it was an ordinary trench, but the truth was far more sinister. Yi Wuchen narrowed his eyes, memories surging. It was a void rift. No one knows its origin, yet it constantly spews a black current with unimaginable corrosiveness. Even a supreme-class beast lasts only minutes in it. We call it doom water. Doom water is anything but stagnant. Within a few short years, it devoured nearly a quarter of the Southern Ocean, its pitch-black surface roiling and staining the sky with twisted shadows. Jiang Chong frowned. So what you really fear is that doom water will one day flood the land? Eroding the land is only a matter of time, Yi Wuchen replied, his voice dropping lower. What's more frightening is the source of doom water. 30 years ago, I dove into it myself. I couldn't go deep, yet I sensed that the rift connects to another world. He exhaled and continued. Later I captured several mutated beasts from Doomwater and turned them over to the Donghua Empire Research Institute. The test results shocked everyone. Their genetic sequences match no known species on Blue Star. Yi Wuchen slowly clenched his fist. That confirmed my suspicion. Blue Star is merging with another world. Worlds merging. Jiang Chong paused, then regained his composure and glanced at Yi Wuchen with a faint smile. You trust me enough to share all of this? People will learn the truth sooner or later, so there's no need to hide it. Besides, the moment I met you, Brother Jiang, I felt an odd sense of familiarity, and my instincts say you're no enemy. Standing atop the broad skull of the Tianyulai dragon, Yi Wuchen looked relaxed, though his smile carried a hint of inquiry. Jang Chong returned the smile, and their brief laughter mingled in the wind before both fell silent. A light flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes, and he came straight to the point. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Jiang, you must hail from the era of the gods. After all, in today's Taichu no one else could open 10 life and death Dao palaces. No, Jiang Cheng replied evenly, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Wuchen didn't press the matter. He nodded and spoke more casually. Whether you do or don't hardly matters. The ancients of the era of the gods are indeed daunting, but on Blue Star we all face the future from the same starting line. Jiang Cheng lifted his gaze to the sky, his expression unreadable, as though weighing something. Roar! A beast's cry suddenly tore through distant clouds. Though it came from several continents away, the sound hammered eardrums like thunder splitting the heavens. In the hush that followed, countless cultivators envisioned a colossal creature trampling ruined skyscrapers and howling at the sky. The second of the 10 dire beasts, the golden-horned starsoul wolf. Yi Wuchen's face darkened. Twin beams of light shot from his pupils, piercing 1,000 li to lock onto the churning blood-red clouds in the south. He clearly sensed the wolf's vast presence battering the firmament like an incoming tide. Beside him, the Tianyulai dragon broke off its low exchange with Zhu Jiuying. Sunbright eyes flashed coldly, and a deep growl rumbled into the heavens. Hands clasped behind his back, Yi Wuchen grew grim. I have something to deal with. Until we meet again. His voice was calm, yet a sharp edge lay beneath it. The golden-horned starsoul wolf usually lurked on the Twilight Plateau. If it showed itself now, it must have backing. Has it advanced, or did the Han Long give it confidence? He narrowed his eyes, but before the answer surfaced, he urged the Tianyulai dragon skyward. Wings thundered as they vanished into the clouds, streaking toward the 3 southern provinces. Jiang Cheng watched the dragon's silhouette disappear, his expression unchanged. Then he turned north. I've delayed long enough. It's time to meet the Grand Imperial Princess. Whether or not she is Shun Yunyan, the trip to the imperial capital cannot be postponed. Above the clouds, the shadow 4-winged dragon glided steadily. Its vast wings parted the mist, stirring a howling wind. On its spine, Zhu Jiuying coiled around Jiang Cheng, pestering him for his phone while her slender tail swayed lazily. San Pao lowered his head to inspect the skeletal frame he had become, black fire flickering quietly between the bones. A Biao, almost recovered, sprawled coolly on the opposite side, eyes half shut as the chill breeze ruffled his striped fur. Air Shah crouched alone on the wingtip, craning his neck to peer down and letting out the occasional muffled bark. Qin Li woke from her stupor, lashes fluttering as she took in her surroundings. Realizing she was still alive, she felt a surge of relief. Did you save my life? Her voice was hoarse and dry, yet carried a spark of vigor. I did. Jiang Cheng pried the clinging Zhu Jiuying off to one side and answered casually, eyes sweeping over the land below. The shadow 4-winged dragon had already crossed the border and was soaring above Guang'an Prefecture. Smoke hung over a forest of skyscrapers. Humans and fiend beasts clashed in the streets, gunfire carving searing beams of light. Beastmasters had summoned their partners, meeting the charge of high-gear beasts heathen. Luckily, no beast king had appeared. Grim as it was, Guang'an still fared better than Beijiang Xingzhou. The army and the beastmasters were holding their ground. Hearing his reply, Qin Li's face lit with sudden hope. So I don't have to die after all. Not necessarily. Jiang Cheng shook his head, running his fingers through the soft white fur of the creature in his arms. Your physique isn't natural. Someone placed a curse on you when you were a child. As the years passed, the toxin seeped into your bones. Once it peaks, a flower blooms and takes the host's life. You survived just now because I severed the bond between that violet lotus and your body, but the poison itself remains. Someone did this to me. Who? Qin Li's knuckles whitened, hatred flaring in her eyes. I don't know. Jiang Cheng's smile was enigmatic. Palace intrigues never end. It could have been an elderer in enemy faction. Qin Li steadied her breathing. Where are we headed now? The imperial capital. Jiang Cheng's answer was brief. He lowered his gaze to the jade pendant in his palm, eyes sinking deeper into thought. Cloudrise Hall, power center of the Donghua Empire, blazed with light, yet felt tense and oppressive. The chamber was packed with court officials, every one of them a figure of real authority. Your Majesty, all 13 southern prefectures are reeling under the beast tide. Wenqing, Datong, Nanyue, and Beijiang are on the verge of falling. Beijiang is worse. 2 king-ranked beasts have appeared, and the governor of Beijiang fell outside the capital city. The speaker was a redrobed minister whose shoulders bore the emblem of 3 short swords. Grand Chancellor Shang Wenxian. Hordes of beasts are also massing in the wildlands outside every northern prefecture, another general added. This tide is an empire-wide offensive. He was tall and powerfully built, his steady breathing like a slow, rolling tide. Simply standing there, he resembled an unmovable mountain. This was Grand General Zhao Feng of the Donghua Empire, one of the world's few matchless war emperors. Inside Cloud Sky Hall, lanterns flickered while tiers of golden pillars reflected the anxious faces of the officials. Someone opened his mouth yet remained silent, and many others looked, almost in unison, toward the man seated high upon the dragon throne, the true pinnacle of the Donghua Empire, Emperor Guangwu. Where has the Dragon Emperor gone? Emperor Guangwu's voice was not loud, yet it carried unquestionable authority. An official from Linyuan Pavilion stepped forward and lowered his head. Your Majesty, after leaving the Eastern Sea, Lord Dragon Emperor headed south. He is believed to be subduing several king-rank fiend beasts in the southern domain. Emperor Guangwu rubbed his brow and swept his gaze across the hall. Since the Dragon Emperor is in the south, you will handle the beasts in the north. Xiaofeng, I leave this matter to you. But, Your Majesty, Shang Wenxian had barely lifted his head when he met the Emperor's raised brow. The words died in his throat. I am weary. See to it yourselves. With that, his figure blurred and vanished. The hall fell silent at once, and the officials exchanged uneasy glances. Does the Emperor truly trust the Dragon Emperor so much? Can one man tame the southern tide alone? Several king-rank fiends have appeared in the south, and sovereign and extraordinary grade beasts keep emerging from the forests too many to count. Li Xiaofeng sighed softly. The Emperor's intentions grow harder and harder to read. Disaster loomed outside the capital, yet the Empire's highest circle remained strangely calm, leaving everyone on edge. Suddenly Li Xiaofeng seemed to recall something. He turned to Shang Wenxian. Why haven't you reported on the Grand Princess? Shang Wenxian hesitated, then forced a wry smile. Would I dare? His Majesty loathes hearing her name mentioned in court. True, Li Xiaofeng muttered. Let's hope the Grand Princess returns safely from the south, or the Imperial City will be in chaos again. Under the dark night sky, a shadowy four-winged dragon cut through the wind. On its back, Qilin kept pressing. Why are you looking for my sister? Jang Chong remained silent for a moment before handing over the nine-dragon soul-suppressing jade nestled in his palm. Does this belong to her? Qilin cradled the pendant, studied it for a long while, then looked up in surprise. This is my sister's keepsake. How did it end up with you? I came across it by chance, Jiang Chong said evenly, though his clenched knuckles betrayed him. I want to know what kind of person is she? My sister Qilin frowned in thought. She's very cold. You rarely see her smile. She's got a bunch of strange relesno talking during meals, and you have to change into white clothes before you can enter her room. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, turning the mysterious Grand Princess into a woman plagued by severe cleanliness and obsessive habits. Yet none of these descriptions matched Jiang Cheng's memories of Shun Yunyan. In his mind, Shun Yunyan always smiled, especially when she was with him. She had never once withheld that beautiful smile. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.